Chapter 402 Express Delivery, Double Star Apricot. The ripening time of Double Star Apricot is about mid-May. In early June, Begonia Butterfly King came alone and threw a force food storage box to Bamboo. Without much nonsense, he ran to Guanli Peak to guide Guanli in managing the sea of trees. Apricots should not be stored for a long time. Bamboo immediately passed the order and summoned the members to gather at the top of the mountain. Baiju carried Baba up the mountain, opening the box. There were 20 whole pieces inside, one yellow and one white as a pair, neatly arranged, and each one was smaller than an ordinary rice apricot, about the same size as a plum. The force contained is extraordinary, and the concentration is several times higher than that of the force crystal. In such a portion, 2 apricots, it probably contains the force equivalent to 500,000 raw stones, which can be called a natural miracle. Bamba felt a little nervous and asked, "Baba, do the math first. Will this thing kill the insects of Eden?" "No. O-type force is the softest and most easily absorbed by cells. This is the most valuable thing I have ever seen. Don't bother me." Baba was rare and serious. Without Bamboo's instructions, she carefully checked and began to calculate and analyze. Baba shook his tentacles, signaling everyone to be quiet and wait patiently. Unexpectedly, this wait took a whole day. The Begonia Butterfly King came to take a look, said hello, and rushed away. The express delivery mission was completed. The apricot fruit was delivered smoothly, and it was in a hurry to return to Chiwu Mountain to report to the Chiwu Ghost King. Guanli took Xueli and touched Liju Peak. Until late at night, Baba finally completed the calculation. The Rat King has the best talent. After eating it, it should have a probability of more than 95% to gain earth and stone abilities. Baba often checks the physical condition of the soldiers on the mountain and records the detailed genetic data of each member. Rat King is working in Chiwu Mountain at this time. Considering that he works hard to make money, Bamboo arranged a portion for him in advance. Bamboo asked Baba, "What about me?" Baba said bluntly, "You can't. This thing can only coordinate 2 elemental abilities, and you have already mastered the fire and metal abilities." Baiju immediately raised his paw and asked, "Baba, what about me?" Baba said, "You can't either. Your talent is too poor, and there is less than 30% chance of gaining earth and stone abilities after eating it. It's a waste for you to eat it." Baiju looked at Bamboo and said pitifully, "Bamboo, I am the deputy captain of the Lizufeng combat team. I think I can try it. This is not a waste. I am still the captain." Big Bear, raising his paw, he slapped the white bamboo away and asked in hope, "Baba, what about me?" Baba said, "You can't do it either. You're too stupid." Big Bear was frustrated and upset. Then he realized and said angrily, "Baba, you lied to me again. What does this have to do with stupidity?" Baba said, "You are stupid because you have poor talent. You only have a 36% chance of getting a high probability of earth and stone ability, and a very low probability of lightning ability. Lightning ability is amazing." Big Bear said in hope, "Bamboo, I think I can try. What about me? What about me? Can I do it?" The members of Lizufeng were furious and rushed to ask. "Quiet." Bamboo was the most depressed one, and he scolded, saying, "Baba, you come in order, starting with the highest probability." Baba said, "Golden Bamboo. It is a B-level talent, close to A-level, and has a 73% chance of getting earth and stone ability." "Me?" Jinju's eyes widened in surprise, and then he looked at Bamboo hopefully. Without the Rat King, the 5 bamboo rat warriors respected Maju. Without Maju's words, Jinju dared not speak casually. "One for Jinju." Bamboo said, "Baba, you continue." Baba said, "Red rice. In fact, there are also differences in talents among insect warriors, but they are very small. Overall, they should all be considered A-level talents. However, the genes are relatively stable, and the effect of using Shuangxingxingxing is slightly inferior to that of beast warriors. Red rice is more special. Its talent is slightly better, almost reaching the S-level standard." Bamboo said, "One for red rice." Baba continued to name, in fact, Guanli and Xueli are both good. Bamboo said, "It's a pity that they are only advanced warriors now, and can't be used." Baba said, "Pyracantha." Bamboo said, "One for Pyracantha." The members of Lizufeng are ranked in order according to the probability of obtaining the second elemental ability after eating, namely, Rat King, Golden Bamboo, Red Rice, pyracantha, dragon bamboo, belly bamboo, red rice, cattail, ma bamboo, big bear, oil tea. 11 portions are full. Among all the 7-headed bamboo rat warriors, Baizhu was ruthlessly ranked at the end. Among all the members of Lizufeng, Dadu was ranked at the end. Bamboo was not partial at all and distributed the double-star apricots according to Baba's ranking. Knowing that double-star apricots would be delivered this year, the members of Lizufeng followed Baba's instructions and made preparations in advance, adjusted their physical condition to the best, and started eating according to Baba's instructions as soon as they got the things. 2 apricots. Eat the white first, then the yellow. Eat the pulp first, then the apricot kernel, and eat them separately for 20 days, during which they will be paired with some elemental type of force food that may be obtained. Baba checked for everyone for the second time and gave the results. Both golden bamboo and ma bamboo successfully awakened earth and stone abilities. Red rice awakened a grass ability similar to that of the black and white Blatella tribe. It has the blood of the black and white Blatella tribe. If it continues to grow, it is likely to acquire the ability to stimulate plant growth. The probability of pyracantha, dragon bamboo, belly bamboo, and red rice is about 50%. The most inconspicuous pyracantha and red rice have the best luck, awakening grass and lightning abilities respectively. Dragon bamboo and belly bamboo failed. Cattail and Camellia oleifera failed. Big Bear was lucky and awakened earth and stone abilities. 10 double-star apricots. 6 warriors obtained the second elemental ability. Even with Baba's help in checking and analyzing, the probability is still only 60%, which is not ideal. Rat King is a special case, with a rare S-level talent and a super high success rate. He should have obtained earth and stone abilities. That means 7 people succeeded. Not a loss. The biggest use of earth and stone ability is the infrastructure construction of the territory and the fertile soil. The bamboo rat warriors and big bears, who master both metal and earth and stone abilities, can work more effectively. Now that Lizufeng's raw stones are not so tight, Bamboo plans to slightly tilt resources to allow other warriors except Jinju and Rat King to slightly speed up their growth. Strive to reach L9 Mountain Master as soon as possible, and prepare to be promoted to County Lord. County Lord level earth and stone ability. That's useful. As for Jinju and Rat King, Bamboo plans to suppress their growth. The giant dragon bamboo fruit is about to mature, and 13 portions will be exchanged for Chiwu Mountain. Lizufeng also keeps 3 portions for himself. 1 portion will be given to Duju first to ensure its smooth growth, and the other 2 will be given to Jinju and Rat King. Later, Bamboo will send them to the Dragon Bamboo continent for a tour. In late autumn, Bamboo led a group of warriors from Liju Peak to Yunmu Peak. Both Yucha and Kakao are good at tracking. They wander around the nearby jungles and look for traces of other beast warriors. Once they are found, they will kill them directly. If they cannot be killed, Bamboo will go out personally. Maju led 4 bamboo rat warriors to dig a hidden reservoir on the top of the mountain for water storage. Bamboo led Daxiong, Baizu, Hongmi, and Longzhu to investigate and choose a residential address. Open a residential cave. Build a biogas tank. A tap water system. Clean up wild plants. And renovate the soil. After a busy winter, it was basically done. Next is the busy spring plowing. The little warrior Shan Shan moved over and ordered to plant and sow. The other members went back to the mountain to work, and Bamboo and the Caracal warrior Kakao stayed. Bamboo taught the little warrior how to manage the territory. Kakao continued to patrol Yiwu Mountain. After spring, Bamboo left and set off for Chiwu Mountain. The busiest spring season in Liju Peak has passed. Hongmi came here to guard the mountain with Capsule and protect Shancha's safety. Capsule's experience is similar to that of the Rat King. They have both lived in the wild for a long time. Their personality is also similar to that of the Rat King. They are serious, mature and steady. Bamboo is more confident in them. Next year, Qijing County will send 2 young warriors to accompany Shancha, and the number of warriors in Jinping Mountain Range will reach 29. However, Qijing County also needs to expand the number of warriors. According to the agreement, no more young warriors will be sent in the future. Chapter 403 Nanju. Snake scale fruit is harvested from April to May. This thing has a hard shell that looks like snake scales. According to Chuishan, after picking, it is sent to the top of the mountain to dry in the shade, and can be stored intact for 3 to 5 years in spider silk bags. There are only a few insects in Liju Peak, and they all have to work, so they can't spare time to run to tuition. Bamboo went to eat one portion, and when he returned, he packed another portion and brought it back. Of course, he couldn't return immediately, with tuition's labor efficiency and style of not delaying for a moment. The Rat King was almost exhausted and needed to rest for a while. Bamboo had to do the construction of the plank road himself. In more than a year, the materials were basically ready, and the plank road was built about 20 kilometers forward. These 10 million raw stones are not easy to earn. It can be said that Bamboo has made the most difficult amount of raw stones, and he secretly vowed that he would never take this kind of physical work again. It's very tiring, and it's hard to be efficient. Bamboo had to walk in front, digging the soil and rocks with his forelimbs, digging deep pits, burying metal pillars, backfilling prefabricated stones to fix the pillars, and then connecting the chains. The Chiwu Mountain Ghost Locust warriors could only carry the materials along the built plank road. They did not dare to leave the blocking range of the plank road chains. In addition, there were many rugged rocks in the fantasy colors, and small ones were fine. The Ghost Locust warriors behind could follow up to clean them up and level the road. Some large rocks were troublesome. The plank road would deter, extend the distance, waste materials, and be inconvenient to walk. At this time, Bamboo had to use his claws to dig them out bit by bit and throw them away to remove the roadblocks. The Rat King had rested for 2 months and had almost recovered, so he came to help, one on the left and one on the right. Working side by side, the efficiency will more than double. This busyness lasted until the early spring of Bamboo's 42nd year, and there was only the last 10 kilometers left. There was also a cliff and a high mountain, which required a suspended plank road. This was an extremely difficult task that only Bamboo could complete. Time was not so tight, and it was not so urgent. Once the materials were prepared, it would take about half a year. The Lord of Chiwu Mountain organized a team and followed Bamboo and the Rat King, including Lei Zhu. There were 3 county-level warriors. They were the best warriors of Chiwu Mountain in the contemporary era, and they were related to at least one extremely valuable God-given seed. They will be promoted to Ghost King, Butterfly King, within 10 to 100 years. In addition, there were 5 Ghost Locust warriors and 5 Narrow Butterfly warriors, all of whom were L4 to L9 senior warriors. They were excellent juniors selected from thousands of miles after Chiwu Mountain's layers of screening. The dragon bamboo fruit was about to mature, and Bamboo needed to return in advance, so they followed on the road. The Ghost Locust warriors carried the Narrow Butterfly warriors on the ground to hurry up. Most of them were intermediate warriors. It took nearly 3 months to walk all the way. When they arrived at Liju Peak, it was already the early summer season. The dragon bamboo fruit had entered maturity a month ago, consuming about 80,000 raw stones every day, which would last for half a year. In addition, the holy bamboo fruit will mature in the same year and be sold to the outside world in 5 portions. 1 month before autumn, foreign teams will arrive at Liju Peak one after another. Bamboo did not want to expose the existence of the dragon bamboo God-given seeds, and the team from Chiwu Mountain should not be exposed either. It happened that the Princess Lei Zhu and the others were arranged in the bamboo forest, scattered around the dragon bamboo God-given seeds, to help guard them. At this time, the dragon bamboo fruit has grown and taken shape. It is the size of a common peach, and its shape is similar to that of a peach. The red color is full of the force veins of wild rice. At night, the red and white light shine alternately, accompanied by violent force fluctuations, and the fragrance becomes increasingly strong and diffuses in all directions. The unique smell is not only fatal to force creatures, but also to ordinary birds and beasts. Both the spotted and the big bear have to guard the side all day long and defend on the ground. The cattail sends out a swarm of bees to live in the bamboo forest and intercept in the air to prevent flying birds from pecking. The Rat King and the Golden Bamboo are interesting. They are led by the Dragon Bamboo to wander in the jungle and learn various plant knowledge. This year, a little warrior was born in the territory of the Belly Bamboo. He likes bamboo very rarely. He is named Nanju. He is a lively and naughty little guy. The Belly Bamboo, which was also naughty, can't control him at all. This little guy always follows the smell and sneaks to the bamboo forest at the foot of the mountain. He likes to lie in the distance and watch the seeds given by the giant dragon bamboo god. He is obsessed with it. Nanju, come here. Bamboo waved his antennae to greet. It was boring to lie in the bamboo forest all day. The bamboos were lush and leafy, and it was impossible to bask in the sun comfortably. Bamboo! Nanju shouted, but hid further away, flapped his wings and flew away. Lying on a bamboo branch, watching silently, Duju rushed into the bamboo forest immediately, roaring, Nanju! Duju! You sneaked down the mountain again! Come! Come back with me! Nanju flapped his wings and flew to Bamboo's carapace to seek shelter. Bamboo said, Okay. Duju, let it stay here with me. Duju was very angry and said, Be careful of it making trouble. Bamboo asked, Does it make trouble on the mountain? Nanju waved his tentacles and retorted, I didn't make any trouble. Bamboo waved his tentacles at Duju impatiently and said, You go back to the mountain to guard the holy bamboo fruit first, and I will send Nanju back in the evening. Okay. Duju had no choice but to return to the mountain in a hurry. Now it is the dry season, and there are all kinds of things to deal with. The members of Liju Peak are busy, and the holy bamboo fruit is about to enter the ripening period. Duju has to guard it all the time. Bamboo thought about it, and the metal ability was exerted. The ground soil was metallized and turned into 100 metal sticks. Nanju, come and teach you to count. Okay. Nanju answered obediently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bamboo manipulated the metal ability, and the metal sticks floated in front of him and separated one by one. Nanju followed and chanted, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After 2 times, Nanju successfully learned 1 to 100. Bamboo then taught it addition and subtraction. Nanju lay on Bamboo's head obediently, learning from him. He was so smart that he could remember everything after being taught once, and there would be no problem in the second test. Smart little guy. Bamboo couldn't help but praise him and said, I will teach you another set of arithmetic secrets. The multiplication table. Okay. Nanju agreed happily. Bamboo began to teach, and explained it briefly, and then let it remember it first. The big bear, who was lying next to him, felt uncomfortable when he heard this and moved away. Bamboo. This little warrior wants to pick bamboo fruit. The dragon bamboo tree spirit suddenly sent a warning thought. Bamboo's mental power focused on the top of his head. Isn't he silently reciting the multiplication formula? The next moment, Nanju suddenly flapped his wings and took off, rushing towards the giant dragon bamboo that appeared recently. It's true, Bamboo thought, and the metal sticks on the ground jumped up and connected into a net, catching the little guy and pulling him back. The metal net changed and formed a cage, trapping Nanju. Have you memorized the formula? I remember. Recite it to me. 1 plus 1 equals 1. 1 plus 2 equals 2. 3 plus 7 equals 20. Nanju got stuck while reciting the formula. He just pretended to recite the formula, and was thinking about finding an opportunity to pick the bamboo fruit from the nearest bamboo pole. How could he remember it? Hee hee. Princess Leiju was lying not far away, paying attention to the movement here. Seeing this, she couldn't help laughing and reminded Princess Bamboo, the nature of the junior warriors is still there, and they can't resist the temptation of the fruit fragrance. Especially the little warriors who like bamboo. The fruit fragrance is too attractive to them. Generally speaking, in the important God-given seed territory, the junior and intermediate warriors cannot be allowed to approach during the fruit ripening season. Otherwise, they will most likely not be able to help but pick it. I understand. Bamboo said, the bee colony is guarding. It can't pick it. Around each giant dragon bamboo fruit, there are dozens of sour bees about 15 centimeters long. These guys are not ordinary honey-collecting bees. They have a little wisdom, and can release the ability of fire once. They have strong combat power. They obey the command of Xiangpu, and intercept all creatures approaching the bamboo fruit. That's right. Princess Leiju agreed and asked, Princess Bamboo, I think the belly bamboo doesn't seem to have any signs of awakening the second element ability. Bamboo said yes. It failed. Princess Leiju became a little nervous. They still plan to continue exchanging with Lizufeng. If the effect of the double star apricot is not good enough, it may be difficult to exchange next time. Princess Bamboo, how many Lizufeng warriors succeeded in eating the double star apricot besides the Rat King? Bamboo said vaguely, at present, there should be 4 or 5. Princess Leiju said, that's more than 50%. Not bad. Bamboo said, just barely. It's acceptable. Princess Leiju asked, then the next exchange of output. Bamboo said, I need to think about it. Chapter 404 Tianmu. Bamboo was vague, just wanting to get more compensation in the exchange process. Even if it can't be more. The compensation of 500,000 raw stones for each exchange should be maintained. Right? After eating the double star apricot, Big Bear and Red Rice fell into sleep and evolved once. After evolution, the effect of physical transformation will be initially reflected. At present, Big Bear is AL7 Mountain Master, and his earth and stone ability is just starting, which is relatively weak, only equivalent to the L1 Mountain Master level, and only mastered simple earth and stone manipulation and hardening ability, according to Baba's requirements. Next, its force food will be mainly to strengthen the earth and stone element ability, supplemented by metal. After being promoted to the county master, it can almost play the earth and stone ability it should have. The development of Lizufeng. The role of earth and stone ability can be too great. If our members master the earth and stone ability, they can renovate and arrange the ponds and canals in the existing bamboo sea at will. In the future, when opening up bamboo seas or other tree seas, building ponds and canals, we can also do it ourselves, and design and manufacture them more exquisitely and firmly. In some places, the soil is not good, and the soil and stone ability can be used to directly transform it into soil suitable for bamboo species to survive. Bamboo's plan is to exchange at least 5 copies, and let the other 5 bamboo rat warriors try. As the strength increases, the types and quality of force food are also a problem that troubles the growth of warriors. The dual element ability means that the choice of force food increases during the growth process, and the growth rate is fast. The benefits are not particularly obvious at the mountain master level, but gradually manifested at the county master level. The county master level grows fast, and the chance of being promoted to the king level in the future increases accordingly. The flowering and fruiting cycle of the double star apricot is 22 years. At that time, the crown pear, fire bamboo, Chinese torreya, cycad, peach and others will surely be promoted to the level of mountain master. It is necessary to give it a try. Bamboo even wanted to exchange all 11 double star apricots in the next batch. After the dry season, various bamboo species bloom and bear fruit. The tribes that have obtained the purchase share of holy bamboo and bamboo fruit have come to Leju Peak and advanced to guard the Princess Leju, who has rich experience in operating divine products. God-given seeds gave bamboo another idea. The warriors lie around the giant dragon bamboo God-given seeds, release and repeatedly use their supernatural powers, consume the original force, and the shell original force veins absorb the natural original force and stir the original force fluctuations, so as to cover up the original force fluctuations of the giant dragon bamboo fruit that is about to mature. From a long distance, only the unique fragrance is transmitted to the mountain trading square. Based on the taste alone, it can only be judged that it should be some high-quality original force food entering the ripening season, and no more detailed judgment can be made. Coincidentally, the holy bamboo fruit on the mountain was also ripening, and the smell was also drifting down the mountain. The aroma was mixed, and it was less likely to arouse suspicion. Bamboo tried it, and the effect was very good. The giant dragon bamboo fruit and the holy bamboo fruit ripened at the same time. There were too many things to deal with, and we had to be on guard. The 2 mountain masters Berong and Zhupi from Qijing County were invited to help and guarded the bamboo forest where the giant dragon bamboo and the deformed bamboo were planted. In the Taidao mountain range, the master of Taidao mountain came with Haizing and Thuja to help guard the mountain peak. Yinshu Bamao has been helping bamboo sell and purchase force food. After years of training, he has become an old hand, good at socializing, and specializes in entertaining guests in the trading square. At the same time, they were also kept an eye on, and were not allowed to move around in the business area of Leju Peak, especially not near the bamboo forest below the mountain. They made it through smoothly. The holy bamboo fruit was ripe, and the money and goods were settled. The foreign purchasing team left as soon as they got the goods. The dragon bamboo fruit matured 2 days later. After it was fully ripe, the force veins on the surface disappeared, and the color turned into a deep red. Xiangpu commanded the bees to pick them, and sent them to the cold storage on the top of the mountain for storage as soon as possible. 64 pieces were a portion. It was a big burden for senior warriors, who could only eat one every 2 days. The warriors of Chiwu Mountain continued to hide in the bamboo forest, intending to eat everything before leaving, so they had to delay for a long time. Princess Qiufeng came on the night when the dragon bamboo fruit matured. Very wisely. She also brought AL6 senior warrior. Bamboo simply arranged for them to hide in the bamboo forest as well, and slowly eat everything before considering leaving. Dragon bamboo fruit. A mountain master level warrior can eat one per day, because it contains too much original force. Rat King couldn't bear it. After eating, he fell into a deep sleep and was promoted to L8 Mountain Master. The same is true for Duju. At the L5 Mountain Master level, he ate snake scale fruit and dragon bamboo fruit, two kinds of divine seed fruits given by God, and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. And he began to be promoted to L6 Mountain Master. After the dragon bamboo fruit was divided into 18 portions, 18 were taken out separately, leaving 2 for the members of Liju Peak to taste, and the other 16 were given to Taidao Mountain Master. After eating this batch of dragon bamboo fruits, Taidao Mountain Master should be assured of being promoted to County Master. The most important dragon bamboo fruit matter is basically done. The next is a 3-year period of resting flowers and fruits, which will be much easier. Bamboo also accelerated his intake of force food, and then fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was early spring. Baidu was guarding the cave entrance. When he noticed that Bamboo had woken up, he immediately went into the cave, opened the drawer, took out the energy drinks and compressed biscuits, and brought them to Bamboo. After the food entered his stomach, the weakness of the dormant evolution was quickly restored. Baidu stared at Bamboo and reminded him, Bamboo, you really have an extra eye on your forehead. During his time as an L1 princess, Bamboo had eaten Tianmu magnolia fruit and snake scale fruit, and also activated the second small magical power in the second heart position. These enhancements were fully reflected after completing a molting evolution. On the forehead, an integer of 66 gray-white force veins outlined a small gray-black eye, which Chiwu Mountain called Tianmu. When the soul consciousness was focused on it, the mind was in tune, and the force veins started to operate. Looking at Baidu through Tianmu, it was covered with a layer of gray mist, and the brain area was the most concentrated, which was a mass of black. Is this a soul? This is the first time Bamboo has seen it with his own eyes. He lowered his head and looked at his forelimbs. Unlike Baizu, they were pure black with a slight reddish tint. He could really see the soul, with his mind turning, without using his mental power. The maximum perception distance of the soul reached about 1.5 kilometers, and the detailed resolution distance also increased to about 1 kilometer. Combined with the powerful soul, as well as the previously enhanced perception of the force and force veins, the comprehensive detection ability has risen to a higher level. Continue to check the changes in the evolved carapace. With the intake of food, nutrition and physical energy, the color is gradually deepening. The comprehensive strength has been improved, and it has reached a level comparable to the Cockroach King. This is the enhanced effect of the snake scale fruit. It was late at night, so it was difficult to test the efficiency of the second heart position to generate the original force. It seemed that it was about the same as Baba's prediction. There were still more than 13 million raw stones needed to continue to light up the third small magical power. I felt exhausted just thinking about it. I hope I can gain something in Longdu continent this time. Bamboo thought silently, shook his tentacles, and asked Baidu, are Duju and Rat King alright? Baidu replied, they woke up one after another a month ago. Bamboo asked, where is Jinju? Hearing Jinju, Baidu was a little unhappy. This guy actually successfully awakened the earth and stone ability. I don't know if I will have the chance to eat the double star apricot fruit. Jinju fell into a deep sleep 10 days ago, and it's almost time for him to wake up. Bamboo continued to ask, where are the visitors from Chiwu Mountain and Qiufeng County in the bamboo forest? Baidu said, the warriors of Chiwu Mountain are holding back, and plan to sleep and evolve after returning. The little warrior named Hutao from Qiufeng County fell into a deep sleep in our Liju Peak, and plans to wake up and set off with the team. All of these are as expected. Bamboo said, I have recovered almost. You go to the jungle to hunt some fresh meat and bring it back. A few days later, Jinju and Hutao woke up one after another. After resting for half a month, they set off in early February. The team lineup has expanded slightly. Chiwu Mountain is still headed by Princess Leiju, with 4 princesses and 10 senior warriors in Liju Peak. In addition to Rat King and Jinju, Bamboo also brought Duju. The blood-red longan of Chiwu Mountain will mature this autumn. This thing is difficult to preserve for a long time, and it is not convenient to transport a large amount. so Duju needs to rush over to eat it. Arranged for Duju. It is hoped that it can be promoted to the county lord as soon as possible and smoothly, so that the output of holy bamboo fruit can be doubled, and the pressure of raw stones on Liju Peak can be completely relieved. Bamboo also specially invited the Red Blatten King to come and go together. After Duju has eaten Longan, the Red Blatten King will escort it to ensure its safe return to Liju Peak. In Chiofeng County, a senior warrior named Hutao has a high-quality walnut tree God-given seed. He is also an excellent junior selected from their black and white cockroach tribe, and will consider being promoted to the Cockroach King in the future. Hanfeng County followed on the road, escorting back and forth, and also carrying a lot of high-quality force food and some raw stones, which are the expenses for the next few years. Chapter 405 Treasure Hunt. The team arrived at Chiwu Mountain and rested in the trading square. The warriors of the Ghost Locust tribe brought some ordinary force food and fresh meat. Princess Leizu went up the mountain to report the situation, and soon came down the mountain to invite Bamboo, the Red Bladdish King Duju, the Rat King and Princess Hanfeng to go up the mountain. After all, there was a Bladdish King, so the banquet was more grand, and many force foods produced by the God-given seeds were served. The banquet was full of daily conversations, local customs, and interesting stories of various tribes. After the banquet, the Chiwu Ghost King gradually became serious and said, "Chijian Blatten King, Bamboo Princess, the giant dragon bamboo fruit is produced every 10 years, and each batch has a production of up to 18 portions. The operating cost is high. What are your plans for the future?" Chijian Blatten King said, "The predicament of insufficient raw stones will be improved after Duju is promoted to princess." Chiwu Ghost King gently looked at Princess Hanfeng and said, "It's not that simple. You have set a precedent for the black and white cockroach tribe. Excuse me. This time we enter the dragon bamboo continent. It doesn't matter if there is no harvest. If there is a harvest, the black and white cockroach tribe will definitely find ways to continue to buy giant dragon bamboo fruits from your Lizufeng. This is definitely the truth. The benefits are big enough. And it doesn't matter if you are shameless or not. The black and white cockroach tribe will definitely go to Lizufeng to continue to buy giant dragon bamboo fruits. The key is that the Red Blatten tribe is poor and Liju Peak lacks raw stones, so they may really need the help of the black and white Blatten tribe." The Red Crow Ghost King said, "Once a precedent is set, it will be unstoppable." The Red Blatten King. Princess Bamboo. Princess Chiofeng. I have no other intentions. The raw stone vein of the black and white Blatten tribe can still be mine for many years. Right? My suggestion is that from now on, crossing the fantasy color barrier and entering the dragon bamboo continent is limited to our Chiwu Mountain, the Red Blatten tribe, and the black and white Blatten tribe. Although the continent is large, the number of precious plants is extremely limited. If we divide it equally among the three parties, it should be enough. There will be no room for more. The intention of the Chiwu Ghost King is very clear. He wants to monopolize, and does not want more tribes to get involved. The black and white cockroach tribe has no objection. Princess Hanfeng was the first to agree. Okay. That makes sense. Bamboo and Chijian Cockroach King both nodded their tentacles to express their agreement. The Chiwu Ghost King said bluntly, "Then let's make it so. From now on, the Chiwu Mountain Plank Road will only be open to the Chikok tribe and the black and white cockroach tribe. Chiwu Mountain also only welcomes your two tribes to come. You will be warmly entertained and can freely pass through the Plank Road and enter the Longzhou continent. Other races. We Chiwu Mountain will not allow a third race to approach the Plank Road. This is a proposal that benefits everyone. So naturally there is no objection. Recruitment for 2 days." Bamboo first sent Jinju and the little warrior named Hutao from the black and white cockroach tribe to the dragon bamboo continent. Jinju carried a backpack and headed north along the colorful maze. Hutao followed the plank road that was opened up when he searched for dragon bamboo in Chiwu Mountain last time, intending to walk a little further west, then turn north and enter the jungle to look for subtropical plants. It is not advisable to go together for such a thing, since it is confirmed that there is no danger. Each of them should take care of themselves. Whoever finds the good things will get them. They agreed to return in half a year. A month later, the 10 senior warriors in Chiwu Mountain successfully shed their shells and evolved once, and set off in a team. They are completely different. The giant dragon bamboo fruit strengthens their strength. Each Ghost Locust warrior has 20 bags of high-quality force food on his back. He follows the plank road to the west. It seems that he intends to go directly to the western region of the Dragon Bamboo continent to find precious plants that have never been recorded in the inherited memory. He does not plan to come back for a year or two. It seems that he has a strong purpose and a clear goal. The last time he looked for Dragon Bamboo, Chuishan accepted Bamboo's suggestion and collected many tree seeds in the western regions. Calculating the time, more than 10 years have passed, and even the slowest trees have almost grown up. Could it be that a certain type of tree species has been confirmed to be precious? Most likely. Bamboo took the Rat King and continued to build a plank road that crosses the fantasy maze. It was completed before winter. Jinju and Hutao returned one after another. Hutao brought back a large bag of plant seeds. Princess Hanfeng opened it to check, and her tentacles were shaking with joy. It seemed that there was a lot of harvest. Jinju brought a backpack of forest food when he went there. When he returned, the backpack was empty, and there was nothing. The beast warrior was not familiar with plants, so Bamboo did not let him collect seeds. The blood-green longan also matured in this season. After eating the belly bamboo, the red cockroach king escorted it back to Liju Peak. Princess Hanfeng followed and took the first batch of seeds back first, so that they could be planted in the spring of next year. Bamboo carried 20 bags of forest food, and Rat King and Jinju also filled their backpacks and set off. The journey was long, and it took a lot of time to travel. It was not easy to go out once, and this time, Bamboo did not plan to go back in a short time. The force generated by the second hard magical veins was enough to supply the needs of daily activities. But they could not go without any force food for a long time. The cold storage stored their food for about 1 to 2 years. Jinju led the way. There were too many goods, and they could not walk fast. It took more than 20 days to leave the tropical range and enter the subtropical area. From here, most plants were suitable for sowing in Liju Peak. Bamboo rat warriors are born with a strong sense of direction. After searching for half a year, it has marked many special tree species and took Bamboo to check them out. There are seeds in winter, but there is no rush to collect them. After checking and confirming that they are particularly precious species, Bamboo will mark the location and come back again. The main purpose of this trip is the northern wilderness of Longzhou continent. It deliberately walked very slowly and dragged its feet. It took 3 months to reach the large mountain range that spanned the plain last time. At this time, in early spring, the ridges of the mountains were sparsely covered with a layer of snow, and the peaks on the mountains were completely covered with snow, and the mountains were white. Standing on the peak and looking out, the difference between the north and the south is clear at a glance. To the south of the mountains is the jungle, which is yellow with dead branches and fallen leaves, and there are patches of green pines and cypresses. To the north of the mountains, there is an endless snowfield, white and empty, reflecting dazzling silver light under the sun. Bamboo, are you talking about this place? Jinju asked. It came here in advance according to Bamboo's instructions. Bamboo carried the goods and crawled westward along the ridge of the mountain range, while Rat King and Jinju, one in the south and one in the north, searched from the bottom of the mountain. Walking side by side, they immediately started to investigate every time they reached a mountain peak. The goal was clear. First, check whether there were traces of habitation in the past. If it was a settlement, continue to search. The primary goal was to find the remains of the divine product and the God-given seeds that were likely to be preserved in the ruins. The second was to find the raw stone veins. From the perspective of the 10,000 races continent, the raw stone veins of this planet were not distributed in a natural pattern. It was obviously deliberately done by the so-called gods when they transformed the planet. They were mainly concentrated in the northern wilderness, and all of them were high-quality super-large veins. The mineral veins in the Zerd territory are naturally formed, small in scale, and of varying quality. The next step is to find tree species. Just look for them along the way. Pick the best ones, and bring back a batch of seeds. It is a little late in the season now. Most of the condensed fruits in the trees in the northern jungle have been looted by various animals and hidden in the nests as dry food for the winter. You can first confirm the tree species, mark the location, and come back to collect next year. More than 2 months later, the long mountain range finally came to an end. At dusk, you can see the colorful light in the sky, and the front is not far from the colorful barrier in the western region. Along the way, we have searched more than 1,000 mountains, big and small, and the number of mountains where warriors once lived is also more than 1,000. All signs indicate that this mountain range that stretches from east to west and runs through the east and west of the Dragon Bamboo continent, was once extremely rich and prosperous, and many remains of the dead God-given seeds have been found. The amount of force food on the back of the bamboo armor was reduced by 5 bags, and a whole bag of debris samples was added. They were all packed in metal bottles. Each bottle had a number corresponding to the mountain peak. The geographical information was recorded in the first heart, so there would be no omissions, and no confusion or mistakes due to too many numbers. It had been too long, and the force effect of the remains of the God-given seeds had almost completely disappeared. Bamboo had no ability to distinguish between good and bad. Take the samples back and show them to Baba. If they are useful, come again. According to the calendar set by Bamboo, it should be March at this time. South of the mountain range, the ice and snow that were originally scattered had completely melted. The earth warmed up, and the dead branches sprouted and grew leaves, dotted with new green. On the plains north of the mountain range, the ice and snow began to melt, and the temperature was still below zero. There were cold-resistant grass plants, sprouting in the cold wind. Is this the spring in the northern wasteland? The north wind brings snowflakes and drizzle, chilling the heart. At night, everyone sits around a bonfire to keep warm. The Rat King asked Bamboo, "We have searched the mountains. What should we do next? Should we go south or north? Or east?" Bamboo said, "Go west first. Walk 2,000 kilometers. And then go north." "Go north." Jinju, who was silently collecting dry firewood, trembled his claws when he heard this. The bamboo rat warriors are more afraid of the cold than the red cockroach warriors. Treasure hunting in the northern wasteland is simply deadly. The Rat King asked, "Looking for the settlements of the beast warriors?" Bamboo said, "Yes. The main focus is still on finding the remains of the God-given seeds. It is more convenient to search on the plains. If you occasionally encounter raised hills, isolated peaks, short mountain ranges, or a forest, you need to go and check. However, if you continue to go north from the grassland, there is a jumble again. That place is too cold, so we will not consider it for the time being. Find a place to hide the force food, and we will act separately. The time should only be a short 4 months. I estimate that the grassland north of the mountains will be too cold starting from August at the latest. At that time, everyone will return to meet." Chapter 406 My Cave. The stronger the strength, the more force genes there are. The daily life activities and the normal metabolism of cells require more force. Using the dragon bamboo fruit, generally speaking, it can produce the force equivalent to 100 to 150 raw stones every day. This is more than enough for high-level warriors. In an environment without the force, they can move as they please. Jinju is a mountain master, and is similar to Bamboo at the beginning. It seems a bit strenuous, and dare not move too violently. The Rat King is a special case. It and Baiju have eaten more original hearts. After 2 genetic modifications, the effect is obviously better after using the dragon bamboo fruit. It can produce the force equivalent to 180 raw stones every day. This extra point is crucial. The Rat King can move freely and easily. Bamboo's second heart position can produce 300 raw stone force every day. Of course, it will not be constrained by the natural force. Disperse. Running on the ground. From south to north and from north to south. Back and forth. Over and over again. Orderly inspection. In the spring of the grassland, there are many strong winds and drizzles. In the summer of the grassland, there is sufficient sunlight and the temperature is not high. Spring and summer are short, and autumn comes in a blink of an eye. Suddenly, one night, the cold wind blows, the temperature drops sharply, and winter comes inexplicably. Snowflakes are flying, and the whole world is white. Bamboo can't stand it, and turns back to the mountains. Rat King and Jinju returned one after another. Both of them were a little embarrassed by the snowfall and low temperature. Before leaving in spring, some trees were cut down, which took more than 4 months. At this time, they were almost dried by the wind, and splitting them would be good firewood for heating. South of the mountains, the temperature has not reached freezing point, but it is not far away, especially when frost falls at night. It is chilly. Sitting around the campfire to keep warm. Counting the harvest. Very little. Bamboo only found 11 settlements of beast warriors in total, and only dug out the remains of 1 God-given seed. Jinju dug up 1, and the Rat King dug up 2. They were all put in metal bottles, engraved with numbers and marked. Bamboo, bring Maju and the others here next time. the Rat King suggested. The current search is in the grassland area of the western region of the Dragon Bamboo continent, which is about 3,000 kilometers long from east to west, and about 1,000 kilometers wide. It is considered a busy year, and the search area is too small. 3 warriors. Too few. The time suitable for searching in a year is too short. Only 4 months. They all feel tired. Okay. Bamboo agreed, adding, that's until the next time the dragon bamboo fruit matures. Rat King said, if you are looking for debris, it's best to bring tea oil and capsule grass here. They are best at searching. I understand. Bamboo said, there are only 18 dragon bamboo fruits. And I want to exchange more double star apricots. Winter is coming. Let's go south to the warm zone to find tree species. The bad weather. The less than ideal harvest. The atmosphere is a bit dull. The weather is getting colder and colder. And no one wants to stay in the mountains any longer. We set off in the early morning of the next day and headed south. The southern temperate and subtropical regions are just entering autumn at this time, which is the best season for collecting tree species. This is the westernmost part of the dragon bamboo continent. There are many tree species that have not been recorded in the inherited memory. It can be called a treasure house of plants. And the planting is full of harvests. Wandering in the jungle for an autumn and winter. There are no other surprises. In the spring of the second year, we went north again, crossed the mountains and entered the grassland, and then conducted a carpet-style investigation. Busy until August, when the mountains gather and turn south again. At this time, the forced food they brought was eaten. Rat King and Jinju stayed and continued to search. Bamboo went straight south and found a plank road that was once opened in Chiwu Mountain, and returned to Chiwu Mountain along the plank road. The ghost fog lotus matured. Now Bamboo is 45 years old. And the dragon bamboo God-given seed should bloom in the dry season this year. And a new round of exchanges can be discussed. Princess Bamboo, you have a great harvest. When they met on the mountain, the Chiwu Ghost King took a look and couldn't help but admire. It's just SOSO. You can't make a fortune if you don't find a mineral vein. Bamboo's harvest is not much or not. And the value is unknown. The tree species does not take up space. It looks like a big bag full of them. But in fact, most of them are samples of the remains of the God-given seeds. Have you been looking for mineral veins in the northern wilderness? The Chiwu Ghost King shook his tentacles and didn't persuade him much. Liju Peak is in short supply of raw stones. So Bamboo's behavior is understandable. Bamboo asked Chiwu Ghost King, how long will it take for the Ghost Mist Lotus to mature? Chiwu Ghost King said, 2 days left. Bamboo asked again, in the next round of exchange, how many Ghost Mist Lotuses do you plan to take out from Chiwu Mountain? Chiwu Ghost King paused for 2 seconds before answering, at most 2. But you can take out 2 for the next output. Last time, they were only willing to take out 1 for exchange. This time they increased it to 2. And they also lifted the restriction of only taking out 3 for exchange in total. And there is still the next time. This is Chiwu Mountain's initiative to make concessions. It must have found something good. And they are ready to invest more insect power to continue searching. Chiwu Ghost King asked, Princess Bamboo. Tianmu Magnolia and Snake Scale Fruit have matured one after another. How many do you plan to exchange? Fire Scale Pine Nuts are also coming soon. How many do you need? How many of the next batch of Green Blood Longan do you need? In addition, the Rhubarb Longan produced by our Chiwu Mountain is also a divine product God-given seed, which strengthens the ability of earth and stone, and is extremely useful to the Rat King. Do you want one? Bamboo had thought about it and answered, 2 portions of Bishua Longan, Tianmu Magnolia, and Snake Scale Fruit, 2 portions of Holing Pine Nuts and Da Huang Longan. But we at Liju Peak will deliver the Holy Bamboo Fruit in 2 batches. Okay. Chiwu Ghost King readily agreed and asked, so, can we only exchange for 4 portions of giant dragon bamboo fruit? Bamboo said, the second batch of giant dragon bamboo fruit will be produced. I will take out 9 portions to exchange with you at Chiwu Mountain. And the other 5 portions will be exchanged for Shuangxing apricots. Each portion will be compensated. 500,000 raw stones. Okay. The Chiwu Ghost King agreed at first, but was still a little dissatisfied, and asked, only 9? I heard that there are only a few warriors in Liju Peak, and they can't spare too much strength to enter the Dragon Bamboo continent. Bamboo said, tentatively set at 9. I may need to sell 1 to the Black and White Bloodtella tribe in exchange for raw stones to operate the giant dragon bamboo God-given seeds. Okay then. At least 9. That's it. The Chiwu Ghost King reluctantly agreed. The Chiwu Ghost King was also a little impatient. The intention to exchange the giant dragon bamboo fruit was too strong, and he was obviously trying to restrain himself. Bamboo was curious and asked, Chiwu Ghost King, I would like to ask, what is your harvest in Chiwu Mountain? Chiwu Ghost King imitated Bamboo's previous answer and said calmly, It's just average. We haven't found any precious tree species comparable to dragon bamboo yet. Bamboo was even more curious and said sincerely, Chiwu Ghost King, we are in the south and the north, each looking for our own things, and we have nothing to do with each other. There is no need to be on guard against each other. Chiwu Ghost King looked at Bamboo's spider silk bag and asked, Have you found anything precious? Bamboo said, No, but I am sure I can find it. Chiwu Ghost King asked, If I tell you, you won't raise the price of the dragon bamboo fruit or deduct your share, right? Bamboo said, Of course. Chiwu Ghost King gently tapped his tentacles and said, We did find something particularly valuable in Chiwu Mountain. We originally planned to look for a certain tree species, but unexpectedly, we found the dried-up remains of a god-given seed in the western regions. It is well preserved and has stood for countless years. Judging from the tree body, it is undoubtedly a divine god-given seed. Bamboo was speechless and choked for a long time before saying, Congratulations. Liju Peak once used a large amount of world tree remains to cultivate live seeds, and the effect was excellent. It was precisely because of the good effect that Bamboo went to look for it with all his heart. The good thing he had been looking for was actually found by Chiwu Mountain first, and it was found accidentally, which made him very unhappy. Bamboo took the Ghost Fog Lotus, said goodbye directly, and hurried back to Liju Peak. Returning to the mountain, I landed directly in front of the living cave. I was about to ask Baba to come over to help check the harvest, but I sensed that there was an abnormal force fluctuation in the cave. Soul perception judged that it was a little warrior of the red cockroach tribe. With a sweep of mental power, I saw a LA junior little warrior lying on the closet in the cave, with his front paws holding the edge of the drawer, and his hind legs struggling to open the closet drawer. Running into my cave to find food? Another naughty little guy. Bamboo walked into the cave slowly. Squeak! The little warrior looked up and was frightened. He instinctively rubbed his wings and issued a warning sound, seeing that the person who came in was also a cockroach warrior. Judging by the smell, it was the smell of the same tribe. The little soldier relaxed his vigilance, and he aroused his divine consciousness and asked in reproach, Who are you? You broke into my cave. What do you want to do? Your cave? Then what am I? My name is Bamboo. If I remember correctly, this should be my cave. Bamboo asked, Little guy, what's your name? You broke into my cave. What are you doing? Ah, you are Bamboo. The little soldier flapped his wings and landed on the ground, and said seriously, My name is Turtle Shell Tendon Vine. I was also born in this territory. They let me live here first. Follow Big Head. Big Head is always away from the territory. I'm hungry. I'll get some food. Turtle Shell Tendon Vine? Turtle Shell Vine? This? Bamboo understood that the little soldier should have been born in his territory this year, and then he liked the turtle shell vine planted next to the flat land. It should be that the warriors on the mountain thought that the name Turtle Shell Vine was not nice, so they changed it to the more domineering Turtle Shell Tendon Vine. After 2 years away from the mountain, there is an inexplicable direct junior. Chapter 407 I have eaten it. There are also excellent vines suitable for life, such as kiwi, grapes, and southern snake tendon vine. But after all, vines that grow by climbing are not as good as trees in many aspects. Li Zhufeng planted tortoiseshell vines just for the sake of novelty and ornamental purposes, mastering the 2 top species of giant dragon bamboo and holy bamboo, and seeing the 6 major tree seas in Chiwu Mountain. His vision has been improved. In addition, he has been busy in recent years and has not tested the specific advantages and disadvantages of this new species. There is another disadvantage of tortoiseshell vines. That is, it grows slowly. After more than 10 years of growth, the diameter of the hemispherical tuber sown at the entrance of the bamboo cave has just exceeded 20 centimeters, and it seems to grow slower and slower. The high-quality species that can grow hemispherical tubers to be particularly large also grow very slowly. At present, the diameter is about 1 meter, and it is still a long way from the hemispherical tuber diameter of more than 5 meters described by the oil tea. The vitality is tenacious. If you don't pay much attention to them, they can survive well on their own. The tortoiseshell vine is not a particularly bad plant. Bamboo has no particular prejudice against different plants. Isn't nature colorful? The insects on this planet worship the true God of nature. And they like all kinds of plants. Which is natural. Bamboo. Dada said, you went to a very far place. Did you come back from a very far place? Yes. Very far. Then you must be hungry? The belly bamboo is in its holy bamboo forest. Let it hunt. I ate something on the way back. And I'm not hungry now. Oh. The tortoiseshell vine waved its tentacles. Turned its body slightly. And its eyes fell on the drawer of the closet again. That was the cabinet where compressed biscuits were stored. Then he looked at Bamboo for help. Bamboo taught him earnestly, compressed food is not nutritious. You are young. So you should eat less junk food. Usually, fresh meat is the main food. And rotten branches and leaves are eaten appropriately. I know. The tentacles of the tortoise-shell tendon vine drooped. Interesting little guy. Bamboo was thinking about teasing it again. Outside the cave, the belly bamboo and the firethorn came one after another. Landed. And asked anxiously. Bamboo. How is the harvest? Did you find anything good? We collected a lot of tree seeds. But none of the ones we know are particularly excellent. The ones we don't know need to be sown for testing. Bamboo said briefly and asked, is Baba at the foot of the mountain? Firethorn said, in Guanlifing Reservoir. Bamboo ordered Firethorn. Go and bring Baba back. Okay. Firethorn knew that there was something important and left in a hurry. Duju introduced Bamboo. This is a little warrior born in your territory. It's called Turtleshell Tendon. This little guy is a little weird. Always following Datu. Last spring, Yucha found a wild little warrior in the bamboo forest. He was very wild. Even more naughty than Nanju. He picked all the peaches of Fingling's blood peach before they were ripe. Turtleshell Tendon seemed to know the little warrior, and it seemed to have a grudge against him. Upon hearing this, he immediately shouted angrily, Peach, you are bad. Duju said, the little warrior likes peach trees. So he was sent to Bitao Peak. And he often came back to eat and drink. This year he wanted to pick your white jade mulberry, but was discovered by Turtleshell Tendon. And the two little guys had a conflict. Bamboo. You are back. Big Head also rushed back and called from afar. Big Head. The tortoiseshell tendon vine immediately flapped its wings. Ran towards Big Head. Landed on top of Big Head's head. Waved its antennae at the fighting ants next to it. And imitated Big Head's command. Shouting, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Go find me something to eat. The fighting ants could understand it, but ignored it. Duju said helplessly, we have been lucky in the past 2 years. 2 little warriors were born in succession. But, they are not normal. I don't know why the turtleshell tendon vine always makes a fuss for food. It didn't eat it when we brought it back. We fed it to the ordinary little red cockroaches in the territory. It was just playing around and messing with us. When Dada came back, the turtleshell tendon vine suddenly became cheerful and confident. It waved its antennae vigorously and retorted, I ate it. Duju. You are lazy. You don't find food for me. Duju waved its antennae and said fiercely, you are looking for a beating again. Right? The turtleshell tendon vine shrank its head. Bag? Shouted Big Head. Look! Duju is bullying me again. Big Head said helplessly, Duju. You are about to be promoted to a princess. But you are still arguing with a junior soldier. Duju. You were much more naughty than it when you were a child. Bamboo teased. Opened the spider silk bag. And said, Big Head. Pick 2 fertile seedling plots, and sow these seeds in the spring of next year. Let Xiongpu help take a look. Plant the seeds you know in one plot, and the seeds you don't know in another plot, and then sow them in 2 plots of forest. Okay. Big Head shook his antennae and directed the ant colony to come forward and collect the seeds. Pyracantha came with Baba. Bamboo immediately opened the metal bottles one by one and arranged them neatly according to the numbers. Baba. These are all samples of God-given seeds. Please help me take a look. Baba scanned them one by one and quickly came to a conclusion. Sample A1074 is the remains of the divine God-given seeds. And the others are just ordinary God-given seeds. Not of much value. Number A represents the large mountain range. And number 1074 represents the specific coordinates. Bamboo immediately extracted relevant data from the first heart, corresponding to 2 adjacent peaks of the same size as Liju Peak. Nearly 100 living caves and 14 tall tree remains were found on the peaks, all of which showed that this place was once extremely prosperous. It is reasonable to have a divine God-given seed. Bamboo asked Baba. Just this one. Baba confirmed. 1. Bamboo asked, can we use it in Liju Peak? Yes. All of them can be used. The difference lies in the benefits after use. Baba said, it should be the red oak tree recorded in your inherited memory. The fire element type. And it still retains a little force characteristics. The best benefit is to use it for fire oil tea. Followed by cattail and small fire bamboo. The two God-given species. Followed by cypress. Followed by thuja and tata. And then other ordinary life plants. Understood? Bamboo couldn't help but feel a little happy. The oak God-given species was originally planted in the middle and upper layers of the mountain, where the temperature was slightly lower, and the air and soil humidity were relatively dry. The plant is 400 meters high. The tree body is slender, and the diameter of the thickest part of the trunk is about 18 meters. It is relatively well preserved, with the trunk completely preserved and a small number of thick branches preserved. If we slice them all up and bring them back in bags, we can fill up a whole warehouse. Right? It's the best fertilizer in the universe. And it's never too much. We may not be able to use it all up in a short while. So we'll stockpile it and use it slowly. By the way, I brought back 2 more portions of Ghost Fog Lotus. Duju. You take it and eat it. The other portion will be shared equally between red rice and red rice. There will be more in the future. Everyone will come in order of age. Things are precious and rare. Except Duju. Other members will eat half first. And consider making up the other half when there is surplus later. Bamboo said. And his mind scanned and checked. And at the same time asked Baba, when do you think Duju can be promoted to L9 Mountain Master? Baba said, he has just been promoted to L8 Mountain Master not long ago. At least until the winter of the year after next. L9 Mountain Master. At least 5 years later to consider the promotion to County Master. It would be best if it can be delayed for a few more years. Bamboo silently calculated. It was about the same. At most 10 years. Bamboo asked Duju again, is the sales of the holy bamboo fruit going well this year? Duju said, according to your instructions. It is sold within the Fire Lotus Kingdom. Flame-clustered spotted grass helps to greet and communicate. Everything is going well. Bamboo asked, where is the Iron Knife Mountain Lord? Duju said, it is now the Iron Knife Princess. Success? Bamboo touched his tentacles and found nothing unexpected. He continued to ask, where is the Princess Chilfing? Duju said, according to the introduction of the flower by Mountain Lord. She fell into a deep sleep at the beginning of autumn this year. And there is no news yet. The princess was promoted to the Cockroach King. And the sleep time starts from half a year. It's not that fast. At the foot of the mountain, the seeds of the giant dragon bamboo god have just sprouted and bloomed. It is the season when the original force needs to be replenished. On the mountain, the bloodthorn fruit of the bloodthorn god-given seeds is in the critical maturity period. The firewall tea is about to bloom. Before the flowering period, the amount of watering and fertilization needs to be increased. Datu and several bamboo rat warriors are quite busy. When Bamboo is not around, the big bear guards the dragon bamboo god-given seeds on a daily basis. When there is free time, red rice, dragon bamboo, and firethorn take turns to guard. There are currently 4 red cockroach warriors in Huiju Mountain, and they share some of the pressure of cultivating bamboo seeds. Moreover, the earliest Huiju and Danju have successively been promoted to the level of mountain masters. In the busy season, the 2 of them can come to Liju Peak to help with emergencies. At present, the biggest problem of the entire Jinping mountain range is still the scarcity of insects. Many things are difficult to do. For example, how to move back the remains of the oak god-given seeds found on the dragon bamboo continent. Ask Chiwu Mountain for help? That will definitely cost a certain price. And there is a 99% chance that they will take a certain share of the remains. Good things that cannot be bought with raw stones. Bamboo is now reluctant to let them go at all. Chapter 408 Chestnut Forest. The main purpose of Bamboo's return this time is to send back the newly produced Ghost Mist Lotus. And secondly to send back the tree species and check the debris samples. The original plan was to return to the mountain, rest for 10 days and a half months, and then set off again to Chiwu Mountain, and send a batch of force food supplies to the Rat King and Jinju before the summer of next year. The ability to create force obtained by using the giant dragon bamboo can only support warriors at the advanced and mountain master levels to walk freely in the dragon bamboo continent. Treasure hunting cannot stop and time cannot be wasted. However, growth cannot be delayed because of treasure hunting. The lifespan of mountain master level warriors is about 150 years. It is best to be promoted to a princess before the age of 100. At that time, youth is in full bloom, and the risk of failure is minimal. The sudden birth of the direct younger generation turtle shell tendon vine caught Banbu off guard, and a series of plans were changed. Rat King and Jinju are both mountain master level warriors. Rat King is not far from being a princess, and Jinju is still young. It is not a big deal to delay their growth for 1 or 2 years. Just give them some good things to compensate them. The little red cockroach warrior is the top priority. Banbu rested for 2 days, followed by the annual autumn harvest celebration dinner at Liju Peak. After the dinner, it took half a month to visit Taidao Mountain Range, Qingang Mountain Range, Qijin County, and Chuirong County, and gave them a small gift. First, get closer to these elders and brew some feelings. Next, there will be places where they need help. Banbu is a little addicted to being a teacher. In winter, the wild little warrior Mitao sent to Bitao Peak is also called over, and together with the tortoiseshell tendon vine, he teaches them all kinds of knowledge. This little guy Mitao is really wild. Just like Duju when he was a child. His paws are itchy, and he has to touch everything he sees. He doesn't feel comfortable until he scratches it. He also has ADHD and can't stop for a moment. He can't concentrate on learning knowledge, and he learns things very slowly. He is a typical poor student. Turtleshell Tendon Vine is just the opposite. He lies down beside Banbu and learns from Banbu seriously. However, this guy is not as honest as he looks on the surface. He is very cunning and sinister. He has conflicts with Mitao. He is 1 year younger and can't beat him head-on, so he always thinks of playing tricks behind his back. He grew up with Datu, but he is very hardworking and a little stingy, which can be regarded as a desirable advantage. He spent a winter happily with 2 little warriors. In the early spring, Mitao returned to the Peach Peak and learned various knowledge of managing the territory, such as spring plowing and sowing from Peach. Turtleshell Tendon Vine was also successfully promoted to L1 Intermediate Warrior. It cannot stay in Liju Peak and needs to be divided to live in other peaks. Yunwu Peak already has 3 little warriors, and in the future, only little warriors who like tea trees will be accepted. Southeast along Jinping Mountain Range, about 8 kilometers away from Yunwu Peak, there is a short and fat mountain named Turtleshell Peak. Turtleshell Tendon Vine settled here and can only live alone at present. Banbu was not very reassured and went to guard it personally, protect its growth, guard its territory, teach various farming knowledge, and also help to open up and clear the land, sow and cultivate some turtleshell vines, and use metal abilities to help make metal brackets for vines to climb. In early April, news came from the other side of Jinjiang that Princess Qiufeng was successfully promoted to the Cockroach King. Li Zhufeng not only did not send gifts, but also received a thank you gift of 100,000 raw stones. This matter was made possible by the dragon bamboo fruit and Tata fruit to strengthen the physique, and the holy bamboo fruit to prolong life. In mid-August, the turtleshell vine grew into a L5 Intermediate Warrior. Banbu was a little relieved and arranged for Longzhu to come to guard. Turtleshell Peak is very close to Cloud Mist Peak. The Caracal Warrior capsule has been staying here, running between Turtleshell Peak and Cloud Mist Peak, patrolling the mountains and forests, and guarding against the approach of beast warriors. In terms of safety, there is no big problem. Banbu packed up and set off for Chiwu Mountain. Entrusted by Banbu, Chiwu Mountain specially purchased and stockpiled a batch of high-quality force food worth 500,000 raw stones when the caravan passed by in summer and autumn. Banbu carried it on his back and entered the Dragon Bamboo continent until the early spring season, when he arrived at the settlement in the mountains. After waiting for 2 months, the Rat King and Jinju, who were looking for tree species in the jungle, returned together. They returned from the north. At this time of year, the north is still frozen and snowy, and they are all in a mess. The moment they saw Banbu, their eyes lit up. Banbu! Banbu! You are finally here. Banbu! You are a year late. Banbu was calm and explained, a direct descendant warrior was born in my territory. I had to take care of it, so I was delayed for a year. You have another direct descendant. Rat King said, congratulations. Jinju was also happy to hear this and said, then, there are 31 red cockroach warriors in Jinping Mountain Range. Banbu corrected, it is 32. And there is also a wild little warrior. Both little guys are very naughty, and I have to teach them personally. Serious nonsense. Rat King said nothing. Bamboo asked, why are there so many chestnut seeds in the warehouse? Did you find them this year? And why did you return from the northern ice field? Jinju said excitedly, Bamboo. I found something good. Rat King tilted his head, glanced at Jinju, and slowly explained, according to the custom. When it snowed last winter, we returned from the grassland to the mountains. On the way back, Jinju sensed the presence of the force somewhere. The temperature in the north dropped too quickly. The entire grassland was frozen overnight, and it snowed for 2 consecutive days. We had no choice but to endure it. The temperature warmed up a few days ago, and Jinju and I couldn't wait to go check it out. The force fluctuates. Did we really encounter a raw stone vein? Bamboo asked, what's the situation? The Rat King shook his head and said, it's still too cold. Before we got there, a blizzard suddenly broke out. Jinju, the idiot, was almost frozen to death. We had no choice but to give up halfway. Bamboo looked carefully and indeed, Jinju looked very weak, with severe frostbite on his body. He shook his tentacles and said, there is fresh meat on the mountain. Jinju, go get it. Eat some first to recover your strength, and then go to the jungle to find food. Okay. Jinju went up the mountain. Bamboo tapped his tentacles lightly, and a flame floated out, lighting the dry firewood bonfire, saying, Rat King, warm up first. Okay. The Rat King sat down in front of the bonfire and continued, last winter, I found a chestnut forest. It must have been managed by insect warriors. It used to be a large chestnut forest. After careful observation, a total of 7 chestnut tree species were found, all of which were high-quality derivatives. Many of them are ancient chestnut trees, which may have survived for thousands of years. The largest tree trunk has a diameter of about 15 meters and a height of more than 80 meters. I called Jinju and collected some seeds of various kinds. We can take them back and sow them directly into a forest. After the Rat King finished speaking, he boasted, chestnuts are delicious. This is our biggest harvest in the past 3 years. Indeed, if the 7 chestnut tree species can reach the level of blood peach and fire peach, from the perspective of racial development, the value is definitely no less than a raw stone vein. If there are 1 or 2 top-level tree species such as holy bamboo, dragon bamboo, and small longevity peach, it is really developed and can be directly listed as a symbolic plant. Bamboo was in a very good mood and said proudly, it seems that this time, the treasure hunt is still the most abundant in our Liju Peak. The Rat King was the most active, and heard the other meaning in this sentence, and asked, there are also gains in Chiwu Mountain? Bamboo said, they found the remains of a divine God-given seed, and are now busy moving it. They are so lucky. The Rat King sighed and asked, Bamboo, how is the result of the sample you brought back last time? Bamboo said, we also found the remains of a divine God-given seed, which can be used in kerosene tea, which is a considerable gain. The sudden snowstorm in the grassland north of the mountain range almost took Jinju's life, and the Rat King was not feeling well either. He had frostbite in many places on his body, and rested for half a month before he recovered. Bamboo was not in a hurry to explore the raw stone veins. The Rat King led the way, and went to the chestnut forest to check it out first. There is more than one chestnut forest. Looking down from a high altitude, it is clear at a glance that this place was originally a vast sea of chestnut trees. Chestnut trees are very tenacious. So many chestnut tree species have been preserved. The cultivated high-quality species are undoubtedly different from the chestnut tree species in the Wangwa continent. The operation time is too long and the changes are too great, and the original species can no longer be verified. They can survive and reproduce in the natural environment and can be used as new top-level original species. How good they are remains to be verified. You can directly let the intermediate warriors breed live seeds and wait for 7 or 8 years to have results. It should not be bad. The chestnut tree itself is a temperate tree with high cultivation value. Qijin County, Chigang Mountains, and Hongju Mountains have been operated in moderation. You can ask for a batch of ordinary tree species from them. Gather 20 tree species, and directly open up a small sea of trees in the Taidown Mountains on the north side of Liju Peak. In the future, if there are little warriors who like chestnut trees, the sea of trees can be operated. Chapter 409, The Island in the Lake. Bamboo found that the Rat King, and Jinju were too busy to handle the work. Currently, It is located in the westernmost part of the dragon bamboo continent, where chestnut trees and suspected raw stone veins are found. The remains of the confirmed divine product God-given seed are in the middle area of the dragon bamboo continent, more than 3,000 kilometers away from here. It takes about 10 to 15 days to run along the mountains. If things need to be transported to the Dragon Clan continent, the distance is even longer. Should the chestnut seeds be sent back to Leju Peak first? Should the raw stone veins be confirmed first? How to dig after confirmation? Digging is a problem, and transportation is another problem. The remains of the God-given seed are the same. First, they have to be cut and bagged, and then they have to consider how to transport them out of the Dragon Bamboo continent. And they have to plan to transport them back to Leju Peak at the lowest cost. The chestnut forest has existed for thousands of years, and the tree species are all there. They can't run away, so there is no rush. It was February, and there was still no sign of melting ice and snow on the northern grassland. Bamboo simply brought Rat King and Jinju to the location of the remains of the divine product, God-given seeds, dug out the things, and started working. Rat King and Jinju dug a large mountaintop warehouse and used their earth and stone abilities to solidify it. Bamboo used his metal abilities to create an oversized alloy saw. Rat King and Jinju worked together to saw off the branches, saw the trunks into pieces, and finally cut them into small pieces and sent them all to the warehouse. The warehouse was directly sealed, and the things were hidden first. The next time the giant dragon bamboo fruit is produced, 9 warriors from Leju Peak will gain the ability to enter the dragon bamboo continent and then consider the transportation problem. This busy time went straight to April, when the ice and snow in the north of the mountains melted and ushered in the spring when life flourished. Bamboo took the Rat King and Jinju back to the western regions, and Jinju led the way all the way north. The grassland is not entirely grassland. There are many hills, rivers, and wetlands. There is a large lake in front. Bamboo. Rat King. This is it. Jinju stretched out his front paw, pointed to the island in the middle of the lake, and said, I feel the force fluctuations on the island. The lake is too big. Looking from a distance, the island is just a black dot. There are no plants on the island, which should be a special rock. Bamboo asked, Jinju, can you swim? No, not really, Jinju explained. Last year, it should be considered winter. When I returned, it was already very cold. The lake was frozen, and snow was white everywhere. I only felt the force fluctuations, and could not distinguish them clearly. The Rat King said indifferently, the force fluctuations are weak, not the raw stone vein. The soil and stone structure is wrong. There are signs of hardening of the soil and stone ability. The Rat King said angrily, you idiot. Use your brain. How big can the lake island be? Even if there is a raw stone mine, how much can be dug out? Jinju stammered, It's too cold. It's all ice and snow. I'm almost frozen to death. I didn't think carefully. Indeed, the island in the lake is not large enough. It can never be a raw stone vein. But the force fluctuations are real, and Bamboo can vaguely sense it. We have come here. Let's go over and take a look. Bamboo spread his wings and said, I'll carry you over. Let's take a look. The Rat King climbed onto Bamboo's carapace and continued to analyze. There are traces of habitation around the lake. Perhaps a tribe of animals living here stored the raw stones on the island. Jinju said unwillingly, then there should be some gains. Right? The Rat King said, yes. But it certainly cannot be compared with a raw stone vein. Bamboo's guess was similar to that of the Rat King. The Black Rock Island should be a warehouse for the Beast tribe to store raw stones. What I can't understand is that the natural force is exhausted. Why don't they use up the raw stones? Fly across the lake and land on the island. Oval, with a long diameter of about 800 meters and a short diameter of about 500 meters. The whole body is black rock, with obvious traces of soil and stone hardening. Because too much time has passed, the hardening effect has disappeared, and many places have collapsed and weathered. The Rat King trotted around the Black Rock Island and immediately locked onto a location, saying, the raw stone is hidden underground. There is a passage that slopes downward. The entrance is at this location, but it has collapsed. Bamboo waved his tentacles and said, dig. The Rat King waved his claws and said, it's buried very deep. Jinju, you dig it. Bamboo, there is a mountain range over there, which is quite large. Let's go over there and take a look. According to the laws of nature, Raw stone veins are all born on mountains. The beast tribes that live here have veins, so the ore must come from distant mountains. When the original force is exhausted, even a fool knows that if the veins are dug out, the possibility of missing anything is almost zero. Rat King. Dig with Jinju. Hurry up and don't waste time. I'll go to the mountains to check. I don't think there will be any big gains this time. I'll leave after confirming it, and we'll continue to search separately. After saying that, he spread his wings and flew into the sky. The mountain range is only 10 kilometers away from the lake. Looking down from the sky, the length of the mountain range is no more than 50 kilometers. It is short at both ends and very tall in the middle. There are undulating hills and an isolated peak. The snow and ice on the upper half of the peak have not melted yet, which looks quite eye-catching. Bamboo flew and landed directly on the top of the peak. Starting from the upper layer of the peak, he searched downwards in sequence. There are many traces of excavation on the peak, and there are also passages. They should be mine tunnels. After a little digging and careful inspection, it can be found that after the raw stones were dug away, the soil and rocks were moved back to fill the mine pit. This mountain used to have raw stones. After checking them one by one, they had been dug out long ago. After searching the entire mountain, no living caves were found. Continue to search the mountains next to it, and similarly, large and small mine caves were found. The deep mine pits are backfilled with soil and rocks, and the soil and rocks are solidified. From this, we can infer that the lake was not 100% naturally formed. The beast tribe warriors living here are very smart. While mining, they dig soil from the lakeside to fill it back to prevent the mountain from collapsing. At the foot of the mountain, corresponding to the location of a red pine forest, a long row of living caves were found. Those beast warriors should live here. There are traces of cultivation in the red pine forest, all of which are selected high-quality tree species. The beast warriors living here have actually learned to manage tree species and have achieved some success. After carefully searching around the entrance of the cave, I really found a fallen dead tree. It is super huge, more than 400 meters long, and the trunk diameter is nearly 40 meters. It is a rare giant tree. Most of it is exposed outside. It has been exposed to wind and rain for a long time and has been severely damaged. The small half buried in the soil is relatively well preserved, especially in the center where the roots are entrenched. There is still a very weak force that has not dissipated. Without collecting samples and sending them back to Baba for inspection, Bamboo can be sure that this is definitely a wild divine red pine seed given by God. This wild God-given seed is not simple. After completing the third metamorphosis and evolution, and experiencing a long period of growth, the tree spirit naturally awakens and is infinitely close to the cosmic level of life. Unfortunately, it still failed to break through the genetic shackles in the end. The tree spirit has learned to abandon the tree body and condense all the life essence into a ball and condense the tree heart in times of crisis. This is a life-saving measure for the forest plant in the face of sudden changes in the environment and life and death crisis. Bamboo activated the third eye on his forehead and observed, but did not see the soul of the tree spirit. Unfortunately, due to the lack of force replenishment for too long a time, it eventually died. Alas, it's a pity that it didn't die for long. If it had come 1,000 or 2,000 years earlier, it might have been saved. Bamboo felt a little uncomfortable at first, but then he became excited. His guess was right. In the cold northern region, the God-given seeds that died due to lack of resources are easier to preserve. The God-given seeds condensed into tree cores are to survive the sudden change of harsh environment. All life activities are infinitely close to stagnation. They can survive for a long time without dying. When they survive the crisis and find suitable soil, the tree core can be revitalized. If you are lucky enough, you may find a living one. However, it is not very wonderful. 100 kilometers north of here is the northern wilderness cold zone jungle, which is already very far north. In a year, the temperature is above 0 degrees for only a short period of 3 months from mid-April to mid-June. Neither bamboo rat warriors nor red cockroach warriors are suitable for survival in an environment with a temperature below 0 degrees. What's more, the temperature in this place is below -10 degrees most of the time. In the middle of winter, the lowest temperature may reach -40 to 50 degrees. It is difficult to survive, let alone move and work. Bamboo marked the location, flapped his wings and took off. Looking down from the sky, found a forest growing next to the mountain range, and flew away. It was a maple forest. After cultivating the derivative species, it can be distinguished that the original species is fanleaf maple. Next to the maple forest, at the foot of the mountain range, there is another neat row of living caves. After searching everywhere, he found an incomplete remains of the God-given seed, which was seriously decayed and had no value. Bamboo felt that he had found a pattern. Once, the beast warriors living in this mountain range knew how to cultivate plants, and their settlements were close to the side of the forest. Find the forest, then find the settlement, and then search the settlement to find the remains of the God-given seed. As for the mineral veins, the bamboo rat warriors are the best at it. They will ask the Rat King and Golden Bamboo to come over and take a walk along the mountain range. However, Bamboo did not have high hopes for this, since the beast warriors depended on this mineral vein for survival and their original power was exhausted. There was no reason not to dig it out to save their lives. Bamboo was looking for the mineral veins that had not been discovered by the beast tribes. Chapter 410, Extra Large Lotus Seeds. Found a divine product God-given seed wreckage. Bamboo was in a good mood. Not disappointed. Almost every forest can be found next to the cave where beast warriors live. And correspondingly, there are probably wild God-given seeds wreckage. It is certain that the beast warriors who depend on this mountain range for survival were once extremely rich and prosperous. They managed 4 tree species, oak, maple, and pine, and had mineral veins, and cultivated a large number of God-given seeds. Unfortunately, after checking 3 places in a row, no such well-preserved divine product God-given seeds wreckage was found. When Bamboo was flying at a low altitude and preparing to go to the next location, he suddenly saw a black dot running wildly on the grassland and running towards the mountains. It was the Rat King, running very fast. Bamboo landed on the mountain and waited for it to come over. Bamboo, we have made a great discovery. The Rat King ran as fast as he could and shouted with all his strength. Contrary to his usual behavior, he was so excited that he danced with joy. It probably swam from the island and crossed the lake. Not only did it run into something, but it was also wet all over, and he didn't even have time to shake off the lake water on his body. The Rat King was rarely so excited and lost his composure. Bamboo felt that it was very tired and exhausted from running, so he flapped his wings and landed at the foot of the mountain. What's wrong? There are a lot of raw stones on the island? No. Raw stones are seeds. The Rat King opened his mouth, gasped for breath, and spoke incoherently. He simply stopped far away, rested for 2 seconds, and reorganized his words, saying, "It's a seed given by God, and it has vitality. It's just too big. It's this big." The Rat King stretched out his claws and gestured, emphasizing, "The seeds are bigger than my head, and the shape is more like a bird's egg, oval, and I don't recognize what plant seeds they are. Judging from the smell, it is definitely not an ordinary God-given seed. It is a bit similar to the dragon bamboo God-given seed, but different. It is also a bit like the original Tana. Maybe. It can be confirmed that it is a fire ability. Neither Jinju nor I dare to touch it. Go and take a look." "What? A seed bigger than my head? What plant seeds in the northern wilderness can be so big? Coconut? Nonsense. Generally speaking, only tropical plants have such exaggeratedly large seeds. A seed of a divine God-given seed? The Rat King has seen many God-given seeds, and his judgment should not be wrong. This is not the 10,000 races continent, but the dragon bamboo continent, and it is the western regions where strange and bizarre plants with no records of inherited memories are produced." Bamboo's tentacles twitched, and he could no longer remain calm. He flapped his wings and flew towards the lake. The Rat King was exhausted and a little hungry. He lowered his head, dug grass roots on the spot, ate hastily, rested for a while, turned around and ran towards the lake. Jinju was digging hard to open a passage. "Bamboo, there is a hole deep underground. The Rat King said you need to go down and take a look." The passage they dug before was very narrow and could only accommodate the body of the bamboo rat warrior. "What's inside?" Bamboo asked. "It's very complicated. There are many things inside. The Rat King won't let me touch it at all. It said it can't be destroyed at will." Jinju answered with some embarrassment. "Then dig." Bamboo looked a bit too thick. When he came here, he didn't even bring a spider silk bag. Rat King and Jinju both carried backpacks with some forced food in them. At this time, they dumped everything out. put the excavated soil and rocks in backpacks, and transported them out one by one. It looked very inefficient. The metal ability was activated, directly converting the soil and rocks into metal, forming 2 barrels, and the soil and rocks were put into the barrels. Bamboo came forward to help, carrying out buckets one by one. Rat King can't swim, but after all, he is a force creature, and he has eaten Tata fruit and dragon bamboo fruit. He paddled, and crossed the lake and returned to the island, going ashore, without saying much, shaking off the lake water on his body, and going forward to help. The channel is a spiral structure, circular downward, and only the upper layer collapsed. Digging along the channel for about 50 meters. Continuing downward is the open rock channel, which is relatively wide and can barely accommodate Bamboo. After analyzing the rock material of the passage, Bamboo made further guesses. There was no natural lake in this place. Instead, it was probably a stone mountain. The beast warriors dug the raw stone mine and collected rocks from this place to fill it up. Slowly, it was dug into its current shape. The black rock island in the center of the lake should be the original location of the mountain. Continuing down, deep underground, Bamboo estimated that the vertical depth exceeded 40 meters. The rock was originally very hard, and later it was strengthened with earth and stone capacity, so it could withstand the water pressure of the lake. The journey was not far, and soon entered a circular underground cave with a diameter of about 10 meters. Very sophisticated. On the black rock, neatly and densely inlaid with pieces of raw stones, with a side length of about 30 centimeters. Dense and compact. Rough lines are carved on the raw stones, forming some abstract patterns, with bear-shaped, wolf-shaped and fox-shaped beast warriors. They are active around the mountains, busy farming. There is also a lake with an island, and the lotus in the lake is growing with a lotus leaf ratio that is a bit exaggerated. Overall, the pattern depicts the scenery of this place. The only difference is that the beast warriors are gone, and the lotus in the lake is gone. There is also a thick layer of raw stone powder on the ground. It can be speculated that they once broke the raw stones to replenish the original force for the cave space, and the role of inlaying the raw stones should be to block the loss of the original force. There is also a gray-black bear-shaped wreckage. Bamboo guessed that it was left behind after this place was built to close the passage. After too long, the passage was opened. Oxygen poured in, and the wreckage immediately turned into black ashes. There is also a stone brazier inside, and there are traces of carbon slag after burning in the basin. The key point is a square piece of raw stone about 1 meter long in the center of the cave. The Rat King pointed at the raw stone and asked, "Bamboo, there is something inside. Can you sense it?" "Yes." Bamboo was solemn and moved his tentacles. The force sensing was somewhat disturbed by the raw stone, but the distance was close enough, and through the raw stone, it could be judged that there was a special force fluctuation inside. The type of fire element. The force vein sensing also felt the existence of the force vein of the God-given seed. Through the outline of the vein, it was roughly judged that the thing was oval and very large, with a long diameter of about 35 centimeters and a short diameter of about 20 centimeters, like a large python-patterned honeydew melon. Soul induction, and also detected a weak soul fluctuation in it. The third eye on the forehead was activated. Looking at the cube-shaped original stone, vaguely saw a faint red mass in the center, like a candle in the wind, swaying and about to fall. The Rat King said, "Bamboo, this thing is a bit like Tata. It is very similar to the breath and state of Tata at the beginning. Tata was condensed into a tree heart at that time, and when it was dug out, its shape was not very good. The thing in the original stone has a very regular shape, a seed shape. Therefore, the Rat King still suspected that it was a tree heart, but he didn't dare to confirm it. It was unclear and unclear. Instinctively felt that the thing was very fragile, and he didn't know how to deal with it, so he didn't dare to touch it carelessly, waiting for Bamboo to come and check it in person. It looks like a seed, but it's definitely not one from its size and smell." Bamboo was also unsure what it was, and said, "Probably, it should be a tree heart, a lotus-like divine seed, a tree heart in the form of a condensed seed. What is certain is that this is a divine seed that is still alive." Bamboo tried to stay calm, analyzed calmly, and ordered, "Rat King, you and Jinju use your earth and stone abilities to seal the hole." "Okay. Got it." Rat King and Jinju immediately activated their earth and stone abilities. Bamboo began to dismantle the raw stones embedded in the stone wall, and then used his metal ability to create a mechanical crusher. Rat King and Jinju understood what Bamboo meant, sealed the hole, and quickly went up to help dismantle the raw stones. All the raw stones were removed and crushed piece by piece with machinery. The force spread. Only then did Bamboo wave his claws to cut the cube-shaped raw stones. The original stone should have been two pieces, hollowed out in the middle, stuffed in, and merged up and down, using some special earth and stone abilities to perfectly sew up the gap, without a single leak, cutting open the original stone. What was revealed was a beautiful red seed. Looking closely, it was really a seed, but it was definitely not a normal plant condensation. Looking closely, it looked like a lotus seed. When it came into contact with the air and felt the oxygen and force in the closed cave, the soul in the seed immediately showed signs of revival. And the seed coat surface, the force veins flickered and began to absorb crazily. Chapter 411 Dig. How did the force disappear on the Dragon Bamboo continent? Was it slowly depleted? The possibility is zero. If it was consumed naturally, it would not be completely depleted, because when the concentration of the force is lower than a certain level, the force creatures cannot survive. Did it suddenly disappear one day? Or did the force concentration drop to a certain level and suddenly disappear? Bamboo is sure that the force can be consumed so cleanly, most likely by the so-called gods. The most likely possibility is that the force dropped to a certain concentration, and the number of force creatures on the continent gradually decreased, until one day, the tribe withered to the point where it was difficult to continue to pass on. At this time, the successor means left by the fallen gods set out, or there were simply gods, who were not dead yet, and directly transferred the remaining force to the neighboring 10,000 races continent. When the natural force was completely cut off, the beast tribes here should not have exhausted the raw stone veins. They knew that the future was bleak, and probably, in despair, they still had hope. So the lotus seed was sealed up, hoping that one day the lost force would come back and the tribe could be revived. After receiving a large amount of force, the tree spirit soul inside the super large lotus seed improved slightly, freed from extreme weakness, and should not be in danger of death in the short term. However, it has been weak for too long, and if it wants to recover, it must sow the seeds. The Rat King felt that the state of this thing eased after absorbing the force, and he felt more at ease, and asked, Bamboo, what kind of seed is this? Bamboo said, Lotus. I'm afraid it's impossible to identify the specific species. To be precise, it is both a seed and a tree core, which is quite special. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. Rat King said in embarrassment, Does the lotus grow in the lake? Then its original trunk remains are hidden at the bottom of the lake? It is not easy to dig. It is also possible that it has been soaked in the water for too long and has been rotten, right? It has been rotten a long time ago. Bamboo answered affirmatively, shaking his tentacles, and said, The remains of the original plant are gone. Sowing it is almost equivalent to starting from scratch. Then the consumption, Rat King asked, similar to Tata? Bamboo said, It should be much better than Tata. Tata's strength level has directly fallen to the newborn state. Its strength level is still there, and it needs some time to accumulate nutrients to recover. Bamboo thought inexplicably, and felt a little scared, and said depressedly, It is very difficult for wild divine seeds to grow again. The development pattern of lotus seeds is unknown, but it is certain that the consumption of raw stones will never be small. Operating divine products. The seeds bestowed by God basically consume millions of raw stones, especially in the barren borderland of Liju Peak, where the natural force is scarce, and the consumption is even more severe. The thing is only in the state of lotus seeds, or more precisely, in the dormant state of the tree heart, and the terrifying ability to absorb and release the force is initially demonstrated. In the cave, the concentration of the force is rapidly decreasing, and it will soon disappear. Golden bamboo. The Rat King called out, stretched out his claws, and pointed to the ground. The golden bamboo is only slightly larger than the white bamboo. It has a completely different attitude towards the Rat King, and has always been obedient. No need to say too much. Understand the Rat King's meaning, and directly use his claws to dig out the raw stones embedded in the cave floor piece by piece. Crush them, and continue to replenish the force. The Rat King stood side by side with Bamboo, staring at the fiery red lotus seeds, and continued to discuss, saying, Bamboo, judging from the pattern carved on the original stone, This lotus seed given by God occupies the entire lake. Can this thing only grow in the lake? We don't have such a large lake for it to survive in Liju Peak. Bamboo answered with a short word, dig. The Rat King grinned. This kind of hard work of digging the soil often falls on their bamboo rat warriors. This is going to tire the rats to death. Bamboo said, the lake we need is too big. It doesn't matter whether you and Jinju are there or not. I will find the Red Blatten King and gather the Red Blatten tribe warriors to help and open up the lake as soon as possible. You and Jinju stay and continue to search. But pay attention to safety in winter. If you feel the temperature is dropping, leave the grassland immediately. Understood. The Rat King thought about it, and still felt something was wrong. He asked, Bamboo, when will you leave? When will you come back? What about the force food for Jinju and me? Bamboo thought about it and said, the rest can probably be eaten for a year. I will delay it for another year. Well, you will delay your growth for another year. Bamboo comforted, there are 8 divine God-given seeds in Chiwu Mountain. Rhubarb and longan strengthen the earth and stone ability. You and Jinju can use them. I have exchanged 2 of them. They will mature in 3 years. I will give priority to you and Jinju when I go back. It's divine force food again. It's the most urgent strengthening of earth and stone ability. The Rat King was happy and said, no problem. The concentration of the force in the cave space dropped sharply. Bamboo cut the cube into pieces. The Rat King immediately stepped forward to help, and put it into the machine to crush it. The force was released, and the concentration of the force in the narrow cave space quickly increased again. Bamboo. This place is not right. Jinju, who was busy dismantling the floor, suddenly exclaimed, shouting, there is more below. There is more. The Rat King dropped his work, rushed forward, and checked the situation. Their earth and stone abilities were recently awakened, and they are still very weak. They were previously isolated by the original stone, so they didn't pay attention. After removing the original stone, they found that there was a closed passage below through the earth and stone sensing. Dig! The Rat King ordered. Wait! Bamboo shouted to stop him. Waved his tentacles, pointed at the fiery red lotus seeds, and said, why are you in a hurry? Come one by one. But there is still a month's journey to get out of the illusion barrier. Let this thing absorb enough force first to avoid any accidents on the road. Yes! The Rat King suddenly realized. I couldn't help but admire Bamboo even more. His mind was really quick. The key was that he could always keep a clear mind when encountering things. The fluidity of the force was extremely strong. There was no stone shielding the cave space. The force was absorbed by the lotus seeds and penetrated into the rock layer unimpeded. Most of it was scattered. If the passage was dug, it would definitely leak out immediately. The Rat King waved his claws and said, Jinju, remove all the stones on the ground. Move quickly. Okay. Jinju speeded up. The Rat King was a little excited and said, Bamboo. There should be a God-given seed that is more precious than lotus seeds. It must be a tree. In order to continue life, the God-given seeds of trees condense into tree hearts? I don't know if they can survive. Unlikely. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, I have seen the remains of a tree like divine God-given seed before. After all, it is a beast tribe, and it is impossible to have too many divine God-given seeds. Moreover, the God-given seeds of arbor-like trees condense into tree cores, and it is difficult to preserve them if they are separated from the trunk of the tree. The Rat King was puzzled and said, What is that? Jinju reminded. There is no force fluctuation below. That's right. If there is no force fluctuation, it is definitely not a God-given seed. The Rat King's heart cooled down, and he worked faster. Bamboo kept operating his celestial eyes, paying attention to the changes in the state of the tree spirit soul in the lotus seed. Absorbing a large amount of force only slightly improved it. If you want to completely save it, you need to choose a suitable environment to sow. It seems that I have to risk my life. I must return to Liju Peak as soon as possible. Bamboo began to think about the next step in his mind. Soon, all the original stones on the ground were removed and crushed. After waiting for about an hour, the concentration of the force in the cave dropped to an extremely low level. Bamboo waved his tentacles and said, Rat King, Jinju, you can continue digging down. The soil and stone were blocked, and there was only a shallow layer. It was soon dug out, and there was another passage. The passage was not wide enough, so Bamboo couldn't go down. The Rat King went in first, and Jinju followed. Soon, the Rat King came out with a half-lotus root that was more than 2 meters long. Bamboo. This is the trunk of the lotus seed given by the god. Is this lotus root? It's woody and hard. Those beast warriors are very smart. They seal the space and burn charcoal to consume oxygen. The things are perfectly preserved. Yes. Bamboo sighed. This beast tribe is very thoughtful in doing things. And it finally benefited us. Chapter 412 Farewell. The lotus root remains in the second-level warehouse of the underground Black Rock Island are well stored, and will not be moved for the time being. The cave entrance will be resealed. Rat King and Jinju stayed behind to cut the remains of another divine product. Red pine God-given seeds. And then dug a warehouse on the top of the mountain to store them. Bamboo set off directly. 2 spider silk bags were tied to the carapace with steel wire ropes. One bag was specifically filled with lotus seeds, and the other bag was lotus roots cut into pieces. Day and night. Flying south. Galloping south. Entering the plank road opened in the early days of Chiwu Mountain. Running along the plank road. All the way east. And returning directly to Chiwu Mountain. It was midsummer. The peak season for the ripening of tropical fruits in the south. And it was the busiest season for Chiwu Mountain. Good season. Bamboo ran at a high speed, intending to pass through the Chiwu Mountain Trading Square silently, through the Bamboo Sea, through the Longantree Sea, and leave Chiwu Mountain. Passing the Trading Square, he was discovered by Princess Hanfeng. Even more unfortunate was that Princess Lei Zhu was also in the square, discussing something with Princess Hanfeng. Princess Bamboo. Princess Hanfeng waved her tentacles to greet him, and inexplicably ran after him, shouting anxiously, Princess Bamboo, please wait a moment. I have something important to discuss with you. What is it? I'll talk to you later. Bamboo ran faster. Princess Lei Zhu saw something was wrong, and after a change of mind, she also ran after him, shouting, Princess Bamboo, are you in a hurry because you are in trouble? If you have any trouble, you can ask us at Chiwu Mountain for help. Damn it! Bamboo's heart sank, and he simply stopped. Princess Hanfeng might be easy to fool, but Princess Lei Zhu is not so easy to fool. Nothing. What trouble can there be? Bamboo said. I suddenly remembered that Li Zhufeng still had things to deal with. So I hurried back and came back after I dealt with them. Princess Hanfeng. Princess Lei Zhu. If there is anything, wait for me to come over, and we will discuss it in detail. Goodbye first. Princess Bamboo. Wait a moment. Princess Hanfeng shouted, very anxious. Princess Lei Zhu was dissatisfied and said, Princess Bamboo, have you found something good? Aren't you too polite? Bamboo cursed in his heart, stopped for the second time, turned his head and asked, Princess Hanfeng, what's the matter? Princess Hanfeng said, Princess Bamboo, that's it. Hu Tao is walking alone in the Dragon Bamboo continent, and King Qiufeng and I are not very worried. Princess Bamboo, calculate the time. The second batch of giant dragon bamboo fruit will mature soon. King Qiufeng asked me to ask you if you can sell 2 more. The price is negotiable. No. Bamboo. Thinking quickly, he changed his words temporarily and said, at most 1 copy will be sold, and the price will remain the same. 1 copy. That's fine. Princess Hanfeng agreed without hesitation. No problem. Bamboo asked, anything else? Princess Hanfeng said, Autumn Maple Cockroach King asked me to thank you on its behalf. Bamboo was speechless and said, it thanked you 2 years ago. Princess Hanfeng said, thank you for your help to Princess Huabai. Huabai was successfully promoted to princess at the end of last winter. The Yabai Mountains are located at a critical location, with a princess in charge. We in Qiufeng County feel much more at ease. Bamboo deliberately left a portion of Tata fruit for the owner of Huabai Mountain. He knew that he couldn't afford it, so he gave it for free. After all, they have been friends for decades, and he had received help from the other party. Since he can do his best, he should help if he can. Did Master Huabai successfully get promoted? Bamboo was slightly happy and said with a smile, it's what I deserve. Why thank me? Is there anything else? Nothing else. Red Maple Princess shook her tentacles and glanced at the spider silk bag on Bamboo's carapace. But she didn't know how to ask. Bamboo's performance was too obvious. He must have found something incredible, and was anxious to send it back to Liju Peak. Princess Lei Zhu said dissatisfiedly, Princess Bamboo, there is no need to guard against Chiwu Mountain. Right? The largest mountain in the southwest region. Can it steal your things? Uh-huh. Princess Lei Zhu, you think too much. Bamboo laughed and said seriously, I really have something urgent. Princess Leiju also stared at the spider silk bag on the back carapace and asked curiously, what good stuff? Hey. It's just a little bit of God-given seed debris. Bamboo said casually, it's similar to your last harvest. Oh. Princess Leiju suddenly realized. And her interest was immediately reduced. She said leisurely, Princess Bamboo. I am discussing with Princess Qiufeng. I was planning to ask you to help me. Now, I may not have the chance to ask you to help me. Bamboo asked, what help? Since we have formed an alliance. There is no need to hide it. Leiju County Lord said proudly. We have found another relatively well-preserved divine product God-given seed remnant in Chiwu Mountain. The journey is too far. And I am considering transporting the things back as soon as possible. And I plan to ask you for help. Leiju County Lord said with emotion. The Dragon Bamboo continent is too big. And there are so many good things left. What is lacking is warriors, who can walk freely in it. Bamboo asked, Leiju County Lord. How did you transport it? Princess Leiju asked back, how else can we transport it? Cut it into pieces. Pack it in bags. Load it on the back armor. And transport it out. Bamboo didn't say much nonsense. And activated his metal ability to metallize the soil and rocks on the ground. And reorganize the metal to form a small and exquisite four-wheel truck model. And there are 2 chains. And he hooked his toes to drag it. It's very labor-saving to make this kind of cargo hold-wheeled vehicle and transport it along the plank road. Bamboo reminded again, be sure to pay attention to safety when going downhill. And change to dragging it downhill from behind. Princess Leiju stared at the wheeled vehicle model for a while. And then used her claws to drag it on the flat ground of the square. She thought about it and understood it. And exclaimed, seconds. Exquisite design. The wheels are round. Saving energy. The cargo hold can hold more things. And a lot of debris can be carried back in one trip. Princess Hafeng didn't understand what was going on. Stretched out her claws to fiddle with it. And asked, is it different? It's very laborious. Right? Study it slowly. Goodbye. Bamboo turned around and ran wildly. Running out a section. He looked back and said, Princess Leiju. You'd better send soldiers to repair the plank road in Chiwu Mountain. The smoother the better. So that the wheelbarrows can travel more easily. Understood. Goodbye. Looking at Bamboo disappearing quickly in the undulating mountains in the distance. Princess Leiju suddenly realized a problem. Li Zhufeng also found the remains of the God-given seed. And he must also transport it along the plank road. It is preparing for a rainy day. What's the emergency with Li Zhufeng? Why is he so anxious all of a sudden? It can't be that he is in a hurry to move the remains. Right? Princess Qiufeng was puzzled. And sighed. Princess Bamboo's appearance and structure are different from those of ordinary cockroach warriors. This running speed is not ordinary fast. It has eaten a lot of speed-enhancing force food. Right? It runs so fast. Isn't it the remains of the God-given seed? Leiju County Lord also couldn't figure it out. And a little regretted that she had used her mental power to take a peek. Bamboo ran out of the Longan forest of Chiwu Mountain. Immediately flapped his wings and flew into the air. And flew wildly. He stopped hunting only when he was physically exhausted. And did not take any extra rest. It took less than a month to return to Leiju Peak smoothly. At this time, the dry season had just passed. And Leiju Peak had just passed the busiest season. It could be idle for more than a month and a half. The next thing was the autumn harvest season. Landed in the cave and unloaded the things. This year is Bamboo's 48th year. The year when the holy bamboo fruit matures. Duju was guarding the bamboo forest. Feeling that Bamboo suddenly hurried back to the mountain. He was curious and followed him up the mountain. Bamboo. Why are you back? What good stuff is in the bag? Duju stepped forward. Curious. Unable to resist the itch of his paws. And tried to open it to see. Don't touch it. Bamboo shouted, it's very important. I need Baba to take a look. Go and bring it over. Duju's tentacles swayed. And he retracted his paws in dismay. Turned around and ran down the mountain. First went to the wind power station to check. Baba was not there. And then ran to the hydropower station to check. Carrying nearly 100 kilograms of things. Bamboo really risked his life to rush back to Leiju Peak in a short month. He was exhausted physically and mentally. And only half his life was left. The metal ability was activated. The drawer of the cave opened. And boxes of compressed biscuits and cans of energy drinks flew out. He drank and ate crazily to replenish the lost physical energy first. The only leisurely firethorn in the entire Leisure Peak noticed the movement and climbed up the mountain slowly. Before he got close, he heard Bamboo shouting in a low voice, "Firethorn, go to the jungle and hunt some fresh food for me." Ah. Firethorn was puzzled and said, "Okay." Turning around, he climbed down the mountain, and then Bamboo roared and scolded from behind, "Move faster." "Oh!" Firethorn stretched out his front claws, adjusted his antennae, flapped his wings, flew into the air, swooped down, landed in the distance, and disappeared in the vast jungle. Hong Dao, who was managing a rice field in the Taidao Mountains north of Leisure Peak, followed him up the mountain. "Bamboo, are you okay? Why did you come back early? What's in this bag?" Chapter 413 No Hope. Wait for death. Duju still can't do it. Among all the members of Leisure Peak, only two can seriously discuss important matters with Bamboo, Hong Dao and Rat King. Baba can't do it either. Electronic life. Mental stagnation at the level of a child. Most of the time unreliable. "Bamboo, what's wrong with you? You are in this state, tired? You rushed back from Chiwu Mountain? Something important?" Hong Dao's mental power expanded and scanned the two spider silk bags. One bag was lotus root fragments. The other bag was a metal ball, wrapped very tightly. "The remains of the God-given seed?" Hong Dao said, stretching out his claws, opening another spider silk bag, holding out the oval metal ball, carefully examining it, and asked, "The force fluctuates violently. What is it?" Bamboo said seriously, "The God-given seed, a divine product, found on the Dragon Bamboo continent, originally completed 3 transformations and growth. The force was cut off and condensed into a lotus seed-like tree heart. It has been too long, and the life essence originally contained in the lotus seed has almost been consumed. It absorbs the force to stimulate awakening, and the tree spirit living in it is on the verge of death. Urgent need to sow God-given seeds, God-given products. I'm dying." Red Rice's tentacles trembled in fear, and he quickly and carefully put the things back on the ground, saying, "I'm just taking a look. It should be fine." Bamboo waved his tentacles and pointed to the northwest of Leisure Peak, saying, "The sandy loam on the south side of Leisure Peak is not suitable for water storage and lake development. You go and gather Maju and the others. Go down the mountain and find a flat land with abundant original force in the Iron Blade Peak territory on the north side of the mountain range. Choose a location and prepare to dig. When choosing a site, remember to avoid the site of the trading square. The northwest direction is more suitable, but not too far away. Wait a minute. See what Baba says. If there are no other problems, we will start digging a small pond first." "I understand." Hong Dao thought about it and said seriously, "I understand what you mean. The question is, how big does the lake need to be?" Bamboo said, "Circular. It may need a diameter of 3 kilometers, and it is better to be a little bigger." "Does it need to be so big?" Hong Dao flapped his wings and flew into the air, observed and measured from a high altitude, and then landed, saying, "Then we need to dig close to the direction of Guanli Peak and dig close to the foot of the mountain. It's just right. And we can dig it bigger by the way, so that we can dig it for Guanli Peak in the future. The sea of pear trees and my rice field store water to cope with the dry season. In addition, we can also plant a large circle of giant dragon bamboo next to it to block the view, block the road, and open a separate trail to Leisure Peak." "Good suggestion." Bamboo emphasized, "It can be a little further away from Leisure Peak. The natural force must not be too bad. The operating cost of the divine product God-given seeds is too high. This thing is to enhance the ability of the fire element, which is not as valuable as the giant dragon bamboo." "Fire ability? That's great." Hong Dao said, "Don't worry. I understand." Sensing the movement, the 4 bamboo rat warriors led by Xiangpu, Datu, Hongmi, Yucha and Maju who stayed on the mountain came separately. Hong Dao took the 4 bamboo rat warriors down the mountain to investigate the terrain and select a site. Hongmi went to the Taidao Mountains and asked the Taidao princess to come to discuss matters. Xiangpu and Datu were busy, so they were arranged to continue to be busy. Yucha had nothing to do all day, so he arranged to go to Xiangyu Peak and Huiju Mountain to notify Xiangyu and Huiju to bring 2 soldiers to help. When Bamboo arranged the matter, Duju also returned with Baba in his arms. The metal power was activated, and the oval metal ball cracked from it, revealing the lotus seeds wrapped inside. Baba, come and help me take a look. Tree heart. A very special plant. It actually condenses the tree heart in the form of seeds. Lotus. The skin of the dried lotus seeds is very hard, perfectly concentrating the force, so it can survive such a long time. The soul is extremely weak, and it has recovered after absorbing the external force. You didn't sow it in time, delaying it for more than 2 months? Now it is in danger of life again. Bamboo asked Baba, what should we do? Baba scanned another spider silk bag and said, that is its main body. The best fertilizer for its growth. It only needs one force gene pair to break through. And it has infinitely approached the level of cosmic life. It has lived for a long time, and has been suppressed by the gene lock for too long. The plant? The scale breaks the shackles ahead of time, beyond the scope of ordinary force creatures. The scale is very large. Baba said, you have to prepare a sufficient area for its growth in advance. This thing grows in water. Digging a lake? The amount of work is not ordinary. Ask the Red Blatten King for help. Baba suggested, sow it on the mountains. The lake water can be dried up in winter. No! Bamboo directly rejected it and asked Baba, what is the best way to deal with it now? Baba said angrily, it's hopeless. Wait for death. Bamboo advised kindly, Baba, how can you dig a lake of enough area in the mountains? You can only plant it under the mountain. However, you can consider digging a mountaintop reservoir in the future to store water for it to cope with the dry season. Dig bigger, Baba reminded, complaining, the small reservoir you dug last time is too small. Not enough at all. Let's dig later. Bamboo asked, what should we do now? Baba said, first, use your metal ability to make a basin to soak the lotus seeds. The seed coat is too hard, so it is not easy to germinate. It is very short of water now. By the way, remember to grind the lotus root remains into powder and mix it in the water. This will help it restore its vitality. Baba reminded again, quickly choose a location. Dig a pond and sow the seeds before it takes root and sprouts. Okay. Bamboo did it immediately. Hong Dao brought 4 bamboo rat warriors, and quickly locked onto an area with relatively good natural force. It was just a little far away. It was about 10 kilometers northwest of Guanli Peak, 15 kilometers from Liju Peak, and not far from Xiangyu Peak. There are many advantages to choosing this location. Guanli Peak and Xiangyu Peak can send warriors to guard it at ordinary times. When the lotus seeds mature, Liz Yufeng will send soldiers to manage them. The lake can dig river channels and canals along the mountains to the southeast and northwest. In the future, when the scale of the Guanli and Torreya Grandis forests is large, water can be directly drawn from the lake for irrigation. Further to the southeast, it can also supply water for the rice fields of red rice. In addition, the distance is a little far, which can avoid the prying of the caravans passing through Liz Yufeng to the north, and other foreign warriors coming to Liz Yufeng from the north to trade. The work is very efficient. Bamboo arrived at Liz Yufeng near noon in the morning. After noon, the red rice selected the approximate location, and Bamboo took Baba to investigate in person and initially outline the outline of the lake. After selecting the center of the planned lake, Hong Dao, Pyracantha, Big Bear and 4 bamboo rat warriors started working. The matter was urgent, so Big Head also sent a Big Head and army to help. Big Bear used his iron sand palm to knock down the trees in the jungle. The ant colony was responsible for clearing the weeds. The bamboo rat warriors were responsible for digging. Hong Dao and Duju packed the excavated soil into bags and transported it away. In the evening, Torreya Grandis and Fire Bamboo, who received the notice, came with their warriors to help. There was still not enough labor, especially at this time of year. Duju had to guard the holy bamboo fruit that was about to mature. The second batch of giant dragon bamboo fruit was not far from maturity. Bamboo did 2 jobs alone, holding a metal basin soaked with lotus seeds down the mountain and guarding beside the bamboo forest. While guarding the bamboo fruit, he carefully observed the changes in the state of the lotus seeds. It was also necessary to prepare nutritious soil, dig the pond and lay the bottom layer. But there was no labor to do it for the time being. Late at night, Hongmi brought Princess Tai Dao to Liju Peak, and then went down the mountain to the bamboo forest. Bamboo, what are you digging? Are you going to occupy my Tai Dao mountain range's land again? Princess Tai Dao was very unhappy. The rice fields of Hongdao and the sea of pear trees of Guanli were both opened up to the north in the Tai Dao mountain range. In recent years, Torreya Peak and Mitao Peak have also begun to open up land and expand forests in the Tai Dao mountain range. The entire Jinping mountain range is getting more and more demanding. And there is a tendency to take over the Taidao mountain range from north to south. Princess Taidao. There is too much wasteland to use. Why do you care about this? Bamboo complained again, south of Liju Peak. The soil is not good. Not suitable for water storage. And there is no way to open up rice fields and lakes. We can only go north and occupy some land in Taidao Peak. A little? Is that a little? Princess Taidao glanced at the metal basin. Her tentacles trembled. And she asked, "What is this?" Bamboo chuckled, "I just found a good thing. A wild God-given seed. A divine product. And a special lake must be opened up to plant it. Another divine product." Princess Taidao jumped up in surprise and shouted, "Did you find it in that dragon bamboo continent again?" Bamboo said, "Yes." The Lord of Taidao Mountain gasped for a long time before he calmed down. He asked in confusion, "What kind of plant is this? And the seeds are so big?" Bamboo simply explained, "Wild Lotus God." The seed of gift had already completed 3 transformations and growths. The dragon bamboo continent's original force was exhausted. In order to survive, it turned itself into this. Iron Sword Princess thought for a long time and said, "The lake you need is not small. Right? The Iron Sword Mountains can't help you. I'll go to Qijing County." Bamboo smiled and said, "I'll trouble you." Princess Taidao. Ahem. By the way, please ask the Lord of Yabai Mountain to come and help with the emergency. We urgently need to dig a pond to plant the lotus seeds. Bamboo then ordered, "Hongmi, go to Chuirong County and ask Chuirong Princess to come to Liju Peak." Chapter 414 Abnormal Force Plants. The seed coat of lotus seeds is harder than steel. And the rate of absorbing water is extremely slow. It took 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, Bamboo helped and used his metal ability to make a shorthand. He scraped off a layer of the epidermis at the end of the stem, and the spores emerged smoothly. At the same time, after 3 days and 3 nights of digging, a pond with a diameter of 50 meters and a depth of 12 meters was formed. Because the water depth required for the growth of lotus leaves was uncertain, the digging was slightly deeper. Then, humus clay was used as the main soil, and a small amount of sand, sludge, plant ash, and a small amount of tataji tree debris were mixed to make nutrient soil, and a 2-meter thick layer was backfilled. The last step was to irrigate the soil. First to a depth of 2 meters. The lotus seeds entered the soil, completely awakened, absorbed a lot of water, and the spores expanded and grew. In just 1 day, the lotus seeds and fruits were empty shells, replaced by a 3-centimeter thick leaf bud that emerged from the water, with lush roots underneath, frantically extracting nutrients from the soil. This is just the beginning of recovery and growth. On the 2nd day, the lotus leaf with a diameter of more than 1 meter stretched out 2 meters above the water surface and began to absorb sunlight and natural force. Bamboo quickly ordered to add water and raise the water level of the pond to 3 meters. This lotus seed given by God originally grew in the cold northern wilderness. Liju Peak is located at the junction of the subtropical and temperate zones. The temperature here in late summer is hotter than the midsummer in the northern wilderness. High temperature is more suitable for the growth of plants such as lotus. On the 3rd day, the roots in the mud at the bottom of the pond began to produce tubers, which is the first section of lotus root. After being successfully rescued and growing on track, it will only take a certain amount of time for the weak and sleeping tree spirit to wake up. The planned reservoir has a diameter of 3 kilometers and a depth of 5 meters. The project is too huge and must be completed as soon as possible. So the only way is to mobilize tribal warriors to help. It is not advisable to make it public, and only the lineage of the Red Blatten King will participate. The number of insects in Qijing County is about 600, and it is almost 700. In recent decades, Chuirong County has been redeeming young red cockroach warriors from the Wangua continent from caravans, and the number of insects has exceeded 300. Qijing Mountain Range is an old mountain range, which is relatively poor. The number of warriors has been hovering around 200. In recent years, due to yuzu bamboo rice, several God-given seeds have been obtained, and the number of warriors has increased slightly. The number of warriors in Hongju Mountain Range and Taidao Mountain Range is close to 150. In addition, there is a Huanglu Mountain Range far away from Liju Peak, which is also an old mountain range, and the number of warriors is nearly 200. These are all developed by the Red Blatten King in more than 300 years. They belong to the same lineage of Qijien. and the total number of warriors is more than 1,500. After receiving the news, the Red Blatant King, the Princess of Chuirong, the Princess of Huagang, the Lord of Kuji Mountain, and the Princess of Huangyang came to Liju Peak one after another. The Red Blatant King made the decision, and 500 warriors were drawn from various mountain ranges to assemble in late autumn. In the first year, 20 princess-level warriors need to be hired from the Horned Blatant tribe. They are mainly responsible for using earth and stone abilities to reinforce the embankment. The news of the divine seed of the gods is only known to the princesses and mountain masters of each mountain range. The warriors who came to help told them that Liju Peak had recently found a high-quality lotus seed of the gods. Remuneration needs to be paid. Senior warriors are calculated on a monthly basis. 150 raw stones per month. After 4 months of hard work, 600 raw stones are paid. 500 warriors of the Red Blatant tribe worked hard in an autumn and winter, and Bamboo only needed to pay 300,000 raw stones, which was very cheap labor. According to preliminary estimates, it will take 2 years to dig, and the total cost of digging the lake will not exceed 1 million raw stones. After the matter was discussed and agreed, they dispersed and returned to their respective mountains to prepare. Bamboo took Baba and stayed by the pond, observing continuously. The lotus leaves and bamboo poles are similar in nature, both of which are just tools for plants to absorb energy, nutrients and force. Once the lotus leaves grow into a fixed shape, they will not continue to grow. The nutrients they absorb and synthesize are mainly transported underground to supply lotus roots for development. This lotus seed given by God is also the same. On the surface, the lonely lotus leaf has not changed. In the underwater mud, the first lotus root is constantly expanding and growing. It took half a month to grow to a length of 5 meters and a diameter of about 0.6 meters. Only then did the second lotus root begin to derive. At the junction of the 2 lotus roots, spores quickly emerge from the water, and grow into the second lotus leaf. At this time, the first lotus root is formed and begins to become woody, while the second lotus root is expanding and growing, first growing into a model, and then slowly accumulating nutrients to transform into hardwood after it is formed. Baba, can you analyze some important information now? No. This thing is too weird. Its force gene has been making subtle changes, and has not yet stabilized. Okay. Bamboo was a little helpless. The tree spirit was in deep sleep. The environment before and after changed too much. Out of instinct, its force gene was also adjusting itself to change in a direction suitable for survival in the current environment. Perhaps it is the unique innate ability of the lotus plant species that other divinely gifted species, including the 2 divine products Tata and giant dragon bamboo, do not have this magical ability. Lotus belongs to the hibiscus family, and there are not many species. It seems weak, but in fact it has super tenacious vitality. In the 10,000 races continent, from the southern tropical zone to the northern cold zone, they can survive. Until autumn, bamboo fruits of various colors ripen and are picked. The holy bamboo fruit is finally ripe and sold smoothly. After a short period of busyness, Liju Peak becomes idle. In mid-autumn, the temperature begins to drop. The bloodthorn fruit condensed by the bloodthorn divine seed is ripe. The autumn harvest celebration dinner was lively for 10 days. Suddenly, the entire mountain jungle became cold. Red Rice, Big Bear and 4 bamboo rat warriors began to get busy, under the command of Bamboo. According to the plan, the jungle vegetation was cleared, and the outline of the lake was outlined. Lotus Pond. Section 4. The lotus root grows and begins to develop into Section 5, and the corresponding 5th lotus leaf grows. The speed is not slow, but it is not very fast either. After all, it is a wild God-given seed, and there are many differences between it and those God-given seeds nurtured by the life capsule. The biggest difference is the growth rate. In early September, the planting in the warrior territories of each mountain range has basically been harvested, and the busy year is over. The Red Blatant King personally brought 300 senior warriors to the busy time, and other mountain warriors arrived one after another. 300 warriors followed the cleared outline and dug in reverse from the planned edge of the lake to the center. 200 warriors were also assigned to dig a river channel to the southwest for drainage and flood discharge. According to the preliminary design, the river is 10 meters wide and 5 meters deep, heading southwest and merging into the river that flows into Jinjiang River and Taidao Mountain Range 25 kilometers away. The warriors of the Horned Blatches arrived half a month later. At this time, some lakes and rivers had been dug out. They arrived and directly used their abilities to reinforce them. More than 500 warriors worked quickly, and they also needed on-site command and coordination of various matters. The Red Blatches King had never done such a big project. He had no experience and lacked the energy. He was so busy that Banba had to go to the scene himself. Guanli took Baba and guarded the Lotus Pond full-time. In winter, the temperature dropped sharply. Guanli suddenly came and found Banbu, trying to suppress his mental power to the lowest level, and said, "Banbu, the lotus leaves suddenly began to wither. Baba asked you to go over there." "Wither?" Banbu was frightened and ran away. Everyone worked around the pond. The distance is very close, and it will take only a few minutes to get there. In the middle of the pond, the edges of the lotus leaves began to turn yellow. "Baba, what's going on?" It was named and developed smoothly before, so there shouldn't be any problems. "Right? It doesn't seem to be a problem." Baba was a little anxious and said angrily, "The force plants on this planet are too weird. The genes of this lotus God-given seed are constantly changing, and I can't determine the rules. My database records the detailed data of more than 28,000 force plants, and none of them are similar to it. Force plants can get rid of the constraints of the 4 seasons and should not wither. Indeed, the purple gold God-given seed is the best example. It was originally a grass, and after becoming a God-given seed, it directly got rid of the fate of an annual herb and evolved into an evergreen plant. At first, the tree spirit would be weak and dormant in winter, but after it grew a little stronger, it never dormant again and was still very active in winter. This lotus seed gifted by God has completed 3 transformations and evolutions, and it is far better than the purple gold seed gifted by God in all aspects. The lotus leaves are withered and yellow, which is an abnormal phenomenon. Banbu used his mental power to check the lotus root, which was in good condition and had no problems. He activated his third eye to check the tree spirit, which was much stronger. The soul was a hazy red color, covering the entire first section of the lotus root and spreading to the second section. This was a sign that the soul had recovered and grown stronger. Banbu had just come to see it 5 days ago. The lotus root had 9 sections and 9 lotus leaves, and then stopped growing. Banbu also guessed that when the soul of the tree spirit had all 9 sections of the lotus root, it should be the time to get rid of weakness and wake up. The sudden change caught Banbu and Baba off guard. During the day, Banbu continued to command the soldiers to work, and at night, he went to the pond to continue observing. The lotus leaves withered quickly as the temperature dropped, and turned completely yellow in just a few days. The life activities of the 9 lotus roots at the bottom of the pond completely stopped, and they fell into a hibernation state that belongs to plants. Chapter 415, the second hydroelectric power station. When the Red Blatton King learned that the lotus leaves had withered, he was also very scared. "I mobilized so many soldiers, and they worked hard to dig the soil. But you died before the lake was dug? What's the matter?" How to explain to those soldiers? After being frightened for more than half a month, Banbu and Baba were finally sure that the lotus seed given by God had fallen into hibernation, and their hearts finally settled down. Thinking carefully, there seems to be a special reason. This lotus seed given by God once lived in the northern wilderness. The temperature there was minus 40 to 50 degrees in winter. The entire lake was frozen and could not withstand the winter, so it formed the habit of hibernation. Anyway, at present, there is no worry about life, so there is no need to be afraid. The lake design has a radius of 1.5 kilometers. After a busy winter, it has advanced about 200 meters. The outer circle is large, and the inner circle is faster to dig. The river channel is 25 kilometers long. In late winter and early spring, it was not completed as expected, and there are more than 10 kilometers left. The lake that has not yet been completed cannot be drained without a river channel. Otherwise it will accumulate water due to heavy rains in spring and summer, and it will be impossible to continue digging in the autumn and winter of next year. After careful negotiation, 200 soldiers were selected to stay and continue to work. According to the previous speed, the work could have been completed in more than 2 months. Under the strong request of Baba food and the threat of various insects, Banbu was forced to change the plan, taking advantage of the terrain difference between the northwest and southeast. The river channel is divided into 2 sections with a height difference of more than 5 meters, and a river dam is built, and 5 sets of turbine generators are installed side by side. For this reason, An additional reservoir with a side length of 80 meters must be dug. One is to buffer the river to prevent heavy rain and floods from directly impacting the dam, and the other is to increase the water storage capacity of the power station. This change almost doubled the amount of work, which directly led to the 200 warriors of the Red Blattle tribe and the 10 warriors of the Horned Blattle tribe staying in Leju Peak and working until midsummer. For this hydropower station, hundreds of thousands of raw stones were lost. There was not enough metal material to build the power station, and there was not enough manpower to mine and smelt. So the wind power station on the top of the mountain was simply demolished. A small part of the dismantled metal materials was used to build the hydropower station, and most of them were transported to the lotus pond where the lotus seeds were sown. Bamboo used his metal ability to melt these metal materials and built a circle of alloy barriers around the pond. The purpose of this approach is very simple. By digging the lake this winter, all the soil around the lotus pond can be directly dug away. When the lake is full of water during the summer rainy season next year, Bamboo will use his metal ability to dismantle the metal wall, and the lotus pond and the lake will be perfectly connected. According to Baba, the genes of the lotus seeds are still changing. Stimulated by the warm spring weather, green buds sprouted from the underground lotus root nodes and the top of one end, and developed rapidly, emerging from the water and growing into 9 large lotus leaves with a diameter of about 1.5 meters, 2 to 2.5 meters above the water surface. In a staggered manner, Bamboo had been guarding the lotus pond, and one day he finally realized how high the lotus leaves grow depends largely on the water level, and they are fixed above the water surface. For a whole spring, the 9 lotus leaves have been constantly absorbing sunlight and the force, synthesizing nutrients to transport the lotus roots in the pond. From April to June, the whole summer, it is still the same. The only change is that the tree spirit has recovered, and the soul has spread to cover the 5 lotus roots, and it is not far from recovery. At this time, the river project and the hydropower station were finally completed. The warriors of the Horned Blatton tribe left, and the 200 warriors of the Red Blatton tribe simply stayed to continue digging and developing the lake. Let's be busy first, so that everyone won't have to work as hard as last year in autumn and winter. The Red Maple Princess sent the news that Bamboo agreed to sell a batch of giant dragon bamboo fruit back to Chiofeng County. Chiofeng Blatton King was straightforward, and without saying much, he began to arrange the warriors to transport batches of 500,000 raw stones to Leju Peak in batches. As usual, pay a deposit of 5 million first, and the remaining 5 million will be paid in batches in the year when the giant dragon bamboo fruit matures. Bamboo counted the wealth. The last time he sold 2 giant dragon bamboo fruits to the Black and White Lotus tribe, there was still 10 million left. Earned 10 million hard labor money for building the plank road for Chiwu Mountain. The last time the giant dragon bamboo fruit was exchanged for Shuangxing. The compensation of 5 million. At that time, 15 million raw stones were all in place at once. Bamboo spent 8 million to light up the second little god to activate the second heart, and the remaining 7 million was kept in stock. In recent years, 2 batches of holy bamboo fruits have been sold, and the surplus of raw stones is more than 9 million. In addition, Li Zhufeng's other income this year, a total of more than 1 million in total. The 3 raw stone warehouses on the top, middle and bottom of Li Zhufeng have a total of 27 million raw stones. Another 10 million raw stones from Chiofeng County will be delivered one after another. Li Zhufeng's warehouse is a bit full. Bamboo calculated that the current total wealth is 37 million raw stones. The giant dragon bamboo fruit matures and consumes about 18 million. According to observation, the seeds given by the lotus god grow very slowly, and it is more than enough to reserve 5 million raw stones for emergency. After deducting the less than 1 million yuan in wages for building the lake, there is still a surplus of 13 million raw stones? The warehouse can't hold it. Use it. After careful consideration, Bamboo decided to light up and activate the 3rd small magical power in the second heart position. There are 2 benefits. Small magical powers can transform the physique and quickly promote to L3 princess. The first magical power tree is composed of 4 small magical powers, all of which should be lit up and activated as soon as possible to observe whether the dragon bamboo god-given seeds can continue to derive the second magical power tree. If the dragon bamboo can derive the second magical power tree, then the effectiveness of the dragon bamboo fruit will definitely increase, and it should be able to support the survival of princess-level warriors in an environment without the original force. As the operating cost increases, the value of bamboo fruit will naturally increase. In fact, after bamboo was promoted to princess, the second type of 300 magical power veins in the first heart position of the fusion of the metal core of the dominance realm can also be lit up and activated. The consumption is also not small. Each lighting requires 20,000 raw stones, and a large amount of high-quality metal original force food is also required to activate it. The cost is not low, but the use is far less practical than the magical veins at the second heart position. So I will not consider it for the time being. Maybe one day I will become rich, and I can consider it. At the end of summer and into autumn, the lotus God-given seeds finally changed and began to grow side rhizomes. A total of 9. And the energy accumulated for half a year burst out at once. In just a few days, the 9 branching rhizomes grew more than 20 meters. First arrived roots and lotus leaves, and then a section of lotus root. The lotus root grows section by section, and the rate is about 10 days to generate a section. Before winter, 9 sections of lotus roots are generated, and the corresponding number of lotus leaves is also 9. The lotus root is so big that the pond with a diameter of 50 meters can barely accommodate its growth. Bamboo has figured out the pattern, similar to the growth pattern of bamboo. It generates ramets. 1 ramet generates 9. 9 ramets generate 81. And 81 generates 729. The corresponding level should be the primary force plant level. The first metamorphosis is growth, and the second metamorphosis is growth. Under normal circumstances, the third metamorphosis and growth of non-arbor God-given seeds is mainly qualitative change, which will not increase the number of ramets, and the yield will not increase. The lotus God-given seed is not normal. The cave murals show that its scale is far more than the final ramets of 729. Maybe it can be multiplied by 9? That is a change in the cosmic life level. In late autumn, the Red Blatten King arrived with 300 Red Blatten warriors, and continued to dig the lake. In winter, the temperature dropped. Like last year, the lotus leaves withered and yellowed, and the lotus roots underground fell into a deep sleep. The tree spirit soul has completely covered the 9 lotus roots of the mother plant, and there is still no sign of awakening. The plant's genes continue to change, and it is adjusting itself to adapt to the drastically changed living environment. The lake was completed half a month ahead of schedule. The sluice gates were closed immediately, and water began to be stored. At the same time, another work was carried out, making nutrient soil and backfilling the lake bottom. There were continuous rains in winter and spring, and water could not be stored. Everyone was busy crawling in the mud, which was very annoying. The lotus seeds given by the gods really withered and flourished every year. In spring, they sprouted, grew leaves, and the pond was green. Fortunately, it did not grow fast. Like last year, it accumulated nutrients and energy in spring and summer, and suddenly burst out in autumn. Bamboo has a third eye and can see the changes in the soul state of the tree spirit, which is becoming stronger and stronger. Knowing that it is about to wake up, it settled down next to the lotus pond and guarded it day and night. Chapter 416 9-leaf red lotus. At dusk, Bamboo was concentrating on cutting a goji mountain wild bunch and eating dinner. Suddenly, a soul thought came directly. Has the natural force revived? You are a Zerg. Bamboo's forelimbs froze, and he was frightened. The tree spirits of the force plants cannot actively communicate with the force creatures, because their souls do not derive spiritual power. The correct way to communicate is for Bamboo to release spiritual power, establish a connection with the tree spirits, and communicate with each other through mutual transmission of thoughts. The souls of the cosmic level force plants are powerful, and can get rid of this constraint and actively transmit thoughts to the force creatures within a certain distance. First of all, it can be preliminarily determined that the soul strength of the tree spirit gifted by the lotus god has broken through the shackles and reached the level of cosmic life. Beside her, Baba suddenly screamed and exclaimed, "Bamboo! Bamboo! It is talking to me! It can communicate with me!" Bamboo ignored Baba's exclamation, separated a trace of mental power to communicate with the tree spirit, and explained, "The power of the continent where you once lived is completely exhausted and has not revived. And, if nothing unexpected happens, it is impossible to revive. This is another continent. The continent of all races. Another continent? Across the illusion barrier? The lotus tree spirit has a very strong thinking ability and communicates with Bamboo and Baba at the same time." Beside her, Baba exclaimed again, "Wow! It's so smart! It asked me what kind of life it is." I told it electronic life. And it understood the existence of electronic life with a simple explanation. It is as smart as the dragon tree spirit. Bamboo still ignored Baba and took the initiative to introduce himself to the tree spirit. My name is Bamboo, the master of Liju Peak. The stupid electronic life next to it is called Baba. It is immature and will never mature due to the program setting. It is very childish. Don't bother with it. It is best not to communicate with it. Preliminary communication shows that the 9-leaf red lotus tree spirit is mature and stable, and its soul wisdom far exceeds that of ordinary God-given species. It is similar to the dragon bamboo God-given species. Bamboo does not want the 9-leaf red lotus to be like the dragon tree spirit, learning all kinds of scientific and technological knowledge that it cannot master, and then showing off to him. I understand. It is very cute. And it also said the same thing to me. The tree spirit introduced, my name is 9-leaf red lotus. Born in the Red Pine Mountains. Frost Wolf Tribe. The natural force cannot be revived. And the Frost Wolf Tribe will never be able to revive. Right? Bamboo said yes. Without the force, there are no more force creatures. The Zerg on that continent degenerated into ordinary reptiles. And the orcs became ordinary beasts. The 9-leaf red lotus tree spirit was sad and silent. Baba immediately asked, Bamboo, what did you say to it? It's sad. I told it that the tribe that once supported it was completely destroyed, and there was no hope of revival. This is a fact, which is a bit cruel and hard to accept. Bamboo asked Baba, did you say bad things about me to it? No. Baba is not very good at lying. So she changed the subject and said, Bamboo, its name is 9-leaf red lotus. Its genes have stabilized. Do you want me to calculate it now? Bamboo replied, of course. Baba said, then go away and don't disturb me. Bamboo moved away a little and continued to communicate with the tree spirit. 9-leaf red lotus. I really want to know how the original force of the continent over there disappeared. Did it disappear suddenly? The 9-leaf red lotus tree spirit replied, the natural force became increasingly scarce. Until one night, the last star in the sky went out, and the natural force disappeared. The warriors of the insect tribe said that it was because the god's protection power was exhausted. At that time, the entire continent, including the Frost Wolf tribe, was extremely weak, and everyone could only rely on the raw stone veins to survive. This process only lasted for a short 2 years. The disappeared force did not recover, and the raw stones of the Frost Wolf tribe were about to be exhausted. As Bamboo guessed, after the force was reduced to a certain concentration, it was suddenly transferred away one day. The warriors of the Dragon Bamboo continent once tried to cross the fantasy barrier, but unfortunately they did not have Bamboo's ability, and they never returned after entering it. A sad and painful past. Bamboo comforted the tree spirit and fell silent. Baba has a new playmate, and a highly intelligent playmate like the giant dragon Bamboo. She is happy and excited to calculate the force gene of the 9-leaf red lotus. It took her half a day to get the result. Bamboo. It can grow lotus leaves an unlimited number of times, withering in the cold winter every year and growing again in the spring. Its life level has reached the peak of force creatures. Although it has not been able to break the gene lock limit, it has broken through the force creature level in many aspects and gained some abilities of cosmic life. The most important thing is that its scale is comparable to primary cosmic life. That is, the force plant at the planetary level. It can produce 81 ramets this year. But the nutrient soil you prepared the next day is not good. It is difficult to produce 729 ramets in a short time. It is even more difficult to produce 6,561 ramets. I understand. Bamboo immediately asked the tree spirit, 9-leaf red lotus, is your main trunk stored separately? I only found about 1,000 lotus root remains. 9-leaf red lotus replied, at that time, there were very few Frost Wolf warriors, and they could only dig in the cold winter when the ice was frozen. Only 1,000 roots were dug out and placed on the island for storage, and the rest were left at the bottom of the lake. That's it. It's all ruined. Bamboo felt pain. As a result, 9-leaf red lotus needs to continue to grow with nutrients, and it will not bring benefits to Li Zhufeng in a short time. Baba continued to introduce, saying, if the 9-leaf red lotus is at the level of force life, the flowering and fruiting cycle is 9 years, and it can produce 11 lotus seeds. Due to the shackles of the gene lock, the strength is stuck between force life and cosmic life, and some changes have occurred. The quality of the lotus seeds cannot break through the limit. In disguise, the output is broken through, and 99 can be produced in each cycle. Bamboo. There are so many. Li Zhufeng can't eat them all. You're rich. The flowering and fruiting cycle is 9 years, and the output is 99. Bamboo's antennae trembled slightly when he heard it. Too much. Definitely. If you can't finish eating it, you have to sell it. Baba continued. The 9-leaf red lotus is very powerful. Its branches bloom and condense lotus seeds in turns. So the flowering and fruiting cycle is 9 years. And the actual cultivation period is also as long as 9 years. In this mode, the biggest advantage is that your operating costs are reduced. You only need to invest about 100,000 raw stones for each lotus seed. It is difficult to sell it at a high price by strengthening the fire element ability. Investing 100,000 raw stones. The selling price is about 500,000 to 600,000. And you can earn 400,000 to 500,000 per piece. The benefits cannot be compared with the seeds of the dragon bamboo god, and are much higher than the seeds of the holy bamboo god. Among the elemental divine products, divine seeds, the 9-leaf red lotus is a miracle. During the 5th light rain in spring, the lake accumulated 0.5 meters of water, mixed with the backfill soil, and was full of black mud. The work of backfilling the nutrient soil became difficult, so I just did it hastily. I was not in a hurry for the time being, mainly because of the lack of important nutrients. The lotus root remains of the 9-leaf red lotus. In April, after only one heavy rain, the lake accumulated water to a depth of nearly 1 meter. After the 2nd and 3rd rains, the water depth barely reached 2 meters. The 9-leaf red lotus does not require high water depth, and the lake water level can be maintained in the range of 1 to 5 meters. Bamboo used his metal ability to remove the alloy barrier that separated the lake and the central lotus pond, completing the harmony. Everything went well. The only trouble was that an island in the lake was not designed, and it was troublesome to communicate with the 9-leaf red lotus tree spirit. But it was not a big deal. Bamboo used the metal to make a small boat, which the bamboo rat warriors could row and carry him to the 9-leaf red lotus, and lie on the boat to communicate with the tree spirit. The appearance of the boat immediately caused an uproar. Why can metal float on the water? Magic. Fun. The lake became an amusement park. All the members of Li Zhufeng came over when they had free time, vying to ride the boat and play. Every time, the boat was full, and the 4 bamboo rat warriors led by Maju rode it. Until one time, the big bear got on the boat. The boat sank, and several people were almost drowned. And then it calmed down. Bamboo has been wandering between the seeds of the giant dragon bamboo god and the seeds of the 9-leaf red lotus god. The dragon bamboo fruit is still 2 years away from maturity. Keep an eye on it. It won't be a big problem. The 9-leaf red lotus grows relatively slowly. There are various reasons. According to Baba's observation and analysis, it accumulates energy in the spring and summer this year, and can produce 81 ramets in the autumn. But there is not enough nutrients for these ramets to grow into a complete state. Bamboo consulted with the Iron Blade Princess and the Qijin Blatten King to invite another group of warriors to help this winter to develop the 15-kilometer-long jungle from the red rice paddy field to the lake on the north side of Liju Peak. The estimated width is 10 kilometers. Liju Peak can't allocate so many warriors to manage the rice fields. So there are mulberry trees between the rice fields, and the warriors are sent by the Iron Blade Peak to manage them. Corresponding to Guanli Peak, a pear tree forest will be opened up. Qijin County will select 2 warriors who like pear trees and send them over to settle in it, together with Guanli. They will slowly start to manage the sea of pear trees. A large circle of dragon bamboo will be planted around the lake embankment, with tall and majestic bamboo forests as barriers. In the future, when foreign warriors from the north come to Liju Peak for trade, they must land when they get close. According to the rules, they must walk along the plank road or the trade road. They are not allowed to fly around or look around. Make a plan and pass it on. After the dry season, Bamboo took the belly bamboo and red rice, and set off for Chiwu Mountain. This year, the rhubarb longan is ripe. 2 portions, Rat King and golden bamboo eat. Next year, the fire scale pine nuts will be ripe again. 2 portions, belly bamboo and red rice eat. Let's go together on the way. Chapter 417, Not a Single Waste. After flying for a month, they arrived at Chiwu Mountain. It was still more than half a month before the big yellow longan matured. As agreed, Rat King and Jinju had returned to Chiwu Mountain and rested in the trading square. Their backpacks were filled with chestnut and red pine seeds they had collected. They also carried a spider silk bag full of lotus root debris. They had been busy in Longzhou continent for 7 years. There were more arduous tasks ahead, so they needed to rest and adjust for a while. After Bamboo arrived, he arranged for Duju and Hongmi to come down, and went up the mountain alone to visit Chiwu Ghost King. In the past decade, Chiwu Mountain has ushered in a new peak of development. It was already extremely prosperous and rich, and now it has reached another level, especially in recent years, seeing the mountains being transported back to the peaks as treasures and stored in the warehouse. The Chiwu Ghost King, as the master of the mountain, was in a very good mood. When he teased Princess Bamboo. You have been away for nearly 3 years. The 2 bamboo rat warriors were almost starved to death by you in Longzhou continent. How could it be? Bamboo said, I left them enough force food before I left. The Chiwu Ghost King shook his tentacles and said, the Rat King is a bit old. You should consider promoting it to the princess as soon as possible. The bamboo rat warrior, who awakened the dual abilities of metal and earth and stone, was good at digging, treasure hunting, and could freely shuttle through the colorful maze, will play a vital role in the future development of your Liju Peak. Bamboo said, that's right. Look, weren't the 2 large rhubarb and longan that I exchanged with your Chiwu Mountain used on the 2 bamboo rat warriors? I agreed to exchange with you, and my original intention was to hope to have a share of the Rat King. The Chiwu Ghost King paid special attention to the Rat King. He said this, and then asked curiously, I heard that there is a more powerful bamboo rat warrior in Liju Peak. More powerful. Bamboo thought for a while and asked, could it be Baizu? That's an idiot. Idiot? No way. The Chiwu Ghost King said, Princess Bamboo, if you have a chance, you should bring it to Chiwu Mountain and let me see it. Next time. Bamboo was depressed. Baiju is indeed an idiot, who was abducted by Princess Chuerong. The insect tribe has poor innovation ability, but good imitation ability. For example, the biogas tank was first invented by Bamboo. In just over a decade, it quickly spread to all tribes in the Wanzhou continent. It is said that it is used in the Wanba continent. Princess Chuerong saw that Liju Peak was developing in full swing, and she was itching to imitate Bamboo, and recruited several bamboo rat warriors from the bamboo sea to train them. But wild bamboo rat warriors know nothing. Baiju was tricked by Princess Chuerong to teach those little bamboo rat warriors. He was probably addicted to being a big brother, and had not returned for many years. Bamboo had important things to do next, and needed Princess Chuerong's help. So he was embarrassed to force him back. The Chiwu Ghost King asked again, Princess Bamboo, you have been away for 2 or 3 years. Is there something important? Or did you run into trouble? The Chikok tribe is backed by Chongsheng County, so there will generally be no trouble. Bamboo changed the subject and asked, Chiwu Ghost King, according to the time, you Chiwu Mountain should also organize a team to go to Liju Peak. Right? Seeing that Bamboo was unwilling to say more, the Chiwu Ghost King did not ask more questions and said, we plan to set off in the spring of next year. This time, the Snake-Scale Ghost King will lead the team to eat the holy bamboo fruit and send the difference of 2.5 million raw stones exchanged between the next batch of giant dragon bamboo fruit and double star apricot. Bamboo said, the dragon bamboo fruit will be ripe next year. Have the little soldiers picked them? When do you plan to send them over? The Chiwu Ghost King said, the 9 little soldiers have been picked a long time ago. The plan is to send them over next year. The Chiwu Ghost King gently waved his tentacles again, and said, Chiwu Mountain and Liju Peak are far apart. The exchange between us and the travel is indeed a hassle. Bamboo said, Chiwu Ghost King, you can send the little soldiers to Liju Peak next year, and stay there for a year. Next year, when the dragon bamboo fruit is ripe, I will go back. Then a large number of Chiwu soldiers will come to Chiwu Mountain. I'll send it back for you. The Chiwu Ghost King hesitated and said, stay at Liju Peak for a year? Bamboo said, don't worry. We provide food and accommodation, and also provide high-quality force food for free. We won't treat you unfairly. That's fine. It's better to go far away and broaden your horizons. The Chiwu Ghost King asked, I heard that you also found a divine God-given seed remnant. Are you planning to move it to Liju Peak? Bamboo said, we'll do it this year. We'll move a batch out first and temporarily store it in your Chiwu Mountain. Well, I may need to trouble you. The Chiwu Ghost King. For this matter, the God-given seed remnant is valuable, and it is definitely not appropriate to put it in the trading square. The Chiwu Ghost King understood what Bamboo was trying to do, and readily agreed. I will ask Lei Zhu to set up a storage warehouse for you on Chiwu Mountain later. However, you have to send 1 or 2 soldiers to guard it. Bamboo said, understood. It's just right to bring 2 soldiers here. Next year, when the fire scale pine nuts are ripe, they will eat them. The little guy in the 6th age is called Hungmi, and he stayed to guard the warehouse. The one in the 8th age is Duju, who also ate the giant dragon bamboo fruit. He followed me into the dragon bamboo continent and helped carry the debris. The Chiwu Ghost King sighed. Your arrangement is very meticulous, and there is no waste at all. The Chiwu Mountain has a large insect population, and the number of warriors has long been saturated. Many newly born little warriors are sent out every year. Whatever they do, they don't have to be in the scope of labor. Liju Peak is different. There are only so many warriors of all sizes, and any labor must be used sparingly. Retire for a winter. Bamboo carefully designed and used metal ability to make 2-wheeled vehicles. In the beginning of spring, in February, the Chiwu Mountain team set off for Liju Peak. Bamboo also set off with Duju, Rat King, and Jinju on the same day and entered the Dragon Bamboo continent. Bamboo and Duju followed the plank road all the way west. Rushing on the way. Road sign. Arrived at the place. Turned north. Rat King and Jinju dragged the wheelbarrow, ran behind, and slowly caught up. When Bamboo and Duju rushed to the mountain where they had settled before, it was almost April, and the temperature in the northern grassland was warming up. Continued to go north and enter the tribe of the Frost Wolf tribe. The ice and snow on the lakes and islands melted, and went underground to take out the lotus root remains, cut them into pieces, and put them into the super large spider silk bags specially made by the caravan for Chiwu Mountain. Such a bag must be at least 200 kilograms, which is just enough to hold 9 sections of lotus root remains. The underground warehouse of the island stores a total of 1,000 roots, which means that 1,000 bags need to be filled. It is not easy to run a trip with the maximum load. Bamboo and Duju each carried 20 bags, crawled along the jungle, and went south to transport the plank road built in Chiwu Mountain. At this time, Rat King and Jinju took over and used wheelbarrows to transport the debris out of Longzhou continent and sent it to the warehouse of Chiwu Mountain for storage. It takes about 2 months to transport it back and forth. They kept time and rushed to transport it 3 times a year. When the 3rd trip was transported to the plank road, it was already autumn. Snow fell in the northern wilderness and the lakes were frozen, making it difficult to move. Bamboo, Duju, Rat King, and Jinju together transported the things out of Longzhou continent for the last trip. After resting for a month in Chiwu Mountain, the fire scale pine nuts matured. After Duju and Hongmi ate them, they followed Bamboo to set off. Bamboo and Duju each carried 5 bags of debris, and Hongmi carried 3 bags. They ran on the ground and returned to Liju Peak. Rat King and Golden Bamboo, who had eaten rhubarb and longan last year, had good food this year when they entered and exited the Dragon Clan continent. So they were about to dormant and evolve. They stayed in Chiwu Mountain, guarding the warehouse while adjusting their status and preparing for promotion. Spring of Bamboo 52. Liju Peak was another particularly busy season. There were large tracts of newly transplanted mulberry and pear seedlings to the north of Liju Peak that needed to be taken care of. Pyracantha was lucky enough, as another little warrior was born in its territory. This guy was lazy and slow in doing things, and now he was even more clumsy in taking care of the little warrior. The second batch of bamboo fruits condensed by the seeds of the giant dragon bamboo god entered the ripening season, and a large amount of raw stones were needed every day to replenish the original force. 13 oversized bags of lotus root debris were sent back, and Bamboo worked personally to urgently prepare nutrient soil and sprinkle it on the lake. This thing was originally the trunk abandoned by the 9-leaf fire lotus, and it was the best growth nutrient for it. Last year, 81 ramets grew. Baba continued to observe and confirmed that 729 ramets could be initially derived this year, but subsequent growth would be difficult. So it would be best to transport all the lotus root remains back as soon as possible. Chapter 418 Little White Bamboo. After the spring plowing, in early April, Li Zhu relaxed a little. The next busy farming season is the dry season, and the other members on the mountain can handle it. Bamboo rested for a few days and fell into a deep sleep. Light up and activate the 3rd small magical power at the 2nd heart position. Continue to transform genes, and have not eaten high-quality force food in recent years. under deliberate suppression. It took nearly 10 years to usher in a new round of evolution. L3 Princess. The promotion of the small rank was very smooth. But the sleeping time was a little longer. It was already mid-June. Choose an ordinary giant dragon bamboo seed as the life seed. This time it was the dragon bamboo guarding. It was midnight when I woke up. The dragon bamboo went into the jungle to hunt again. Bamboo ate and recovered his physical strength in the early morning. He patrolled the mountain and went down the mountain to check the giant dragon bamboo God-given seeds. The fruit is about to mature. Big Bear, Belly Bamboo, Red Rice, Firethorn, Toreya, Fire Bamboo, Light Bamboo, and 9 senior warriors from Chiwu Mountain were distributed around to guard the ground. Cattail commanded 100 combat worker bees and thousands of medium-sized worker bees for air defense. Maju led the other 3 bamboo rat warriors to crush the raw stones and replenish the original force. Bamboo, you are here. Firethorn saw Bamboo coming and greeted him. The little warrior lying on its head also shook his antennae to Bamboo. Firethorn introduced Bamboo. Its name is Brown Chestnut, and it likes chestnut trees. Firethorn said depressedly, I originally wanted it to like bamboo and stay in the bamboo sea. You asked me to take care of the chestnut tree nursery. And the little guy followed and played. And then, fell in love with chestnut trees. Chestnut trees? Not bad. Smart little guy. Bamboo praised. But he was actually very depressed. In recent years, many young warriors have been born in Jinping Mountains. But unfortunately none of them like bamboo. Although it seems to be developing rapidly, the expansion of the bamboo sea is actually very slow. And even the work of bamboo seed cultivation has been constantly delayed. Pyracantha, you continue to guard here. Bamboo shook his tentacles and called, Little guy. Come! I will take you to the lake to play. Zhongli hesitated and asked, Rowing? Yeah. Bamboo tapped his tentacles. Great. The little warrior Zhongli cheered, flapped his wings, flew to Bamboo's head, and shook his tentacles at Pyracantha again. This little guy is as easy to deceive as Pyracantha when he was a child. Whoever gives him delicious food and fun things, he will run to him. The morning light fell. The lake surface was sparkling. And in the center was a large lotus leaf. Nutritional supplement. 9-leaf red lotus derived 729 lotus leaves a little ahead of time. And it was initially formed. Get on the boat. Bamboo used his metal ability. And the boat slowly moved to the center of the lake without the need for oars. Wow, wow, wow. The brown chestnut standing on Bamboo's head exclaimed, Baba! Approaching the lotus leaf area, the brown chestnut called out again with joy and flapped its wings to take off. Baba was now leisurely resting on a lotus leaf, swaying gently with the morning breeze. She should be chatting with the 9-leaf red lotus tree spirit. And it is very likely that she is teaching the tree spirit scientific knowledge because she is full. This newly built hydropower station is very powerful. There are many heavy rains in summer. Baba has enough electricity and can fly at will. She likes to run to the 9-leaf red lotus to play the most. Brown chestnut landed on Baba's body. Flapping her wings, she cheered Baba. Fly! Stupid little warrior. Baba was angry and yelled at Bamboo. Bamboo! Your Liz Yufeng will die sooner or later. The younger generation of warriors are more stupid than the previous generation. This is the stupidest one I have ever seen. Baba. Fly! 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 Zhongli didn't understand what people said and kept urging her. Baba started the anti-gravity engine, took off with Zhongli, and landed on another lotus leaf nearby. Wow, wow, wow. Zhongli cheered again, turned around, and asked in confusion, Bamboo, why can Baba take off without wings? Thinking about such a profound question at such a young age? Anti-gravity engine. You won't understand even if I tell you. Come back quickly. Don't run around. Bamboo waved his tentacles, signaling Zhongli to land on his head. At the same time, he separated a trace of mental power to communicate with the 9-leaf red lotus tree spirit. 9-leaf red lotus. How are you doing recently? Very well. I was born in the warm south. I am more suitable to survive here. Born in the south? This was the first time that Bamboo heard 9-leaf red lotus talk about its birth. Before, he thought it was a lotus plant that was used to living in the northern cold zone. 9-leaf red lotus explained, I am different from other gods' divine products God-given species. I was accidentally born in the wilderness, and was discovered by a bees tribe warrior named Fire Fox. This tribe warrior took me all the way north, leaving the territory of the insect tribe. entering the northern wilderness grassland, and joining the Frost Wolf tribe. I didn't expect you to have this experience. Bamboo was surprised again. It can be imagined that 9-leaf red lotus's previous survival was extremely difficult. If the lotus plant itself had not been strong in adaptability to the climate. And 9-leaf red lotus was born with the unique ability to self-adjust its original force genes to adapt to the environment. I am afraid that it would have frozen to death in the northern wilderness. Bamboo chatted with the 9-leaf red lotus tree spirit, mainly to inquire about the distribution of races in the dragon bamboo continent in the past, especially the information of the beast tribes on the grassland. The little warrior brown chestnut lay on Baba's body, and refused to leave, constantly urging fly, fly, fly. Baba first put up with it, and symbolically carried it for 2 flights. The little guy had more and more fun. Baba was so angry that she finally dived into the water. The little guy fell into the water, and struggled for a long time before climbing onto the boat, and finally calmed down. Bamboo, bamboo. Until noon. There was a sudden shout from the lakeside. Bayou! The idiot is back. Baba cheered and flew to the lakeside first. He still knew to come back? Did he come back because he calculated the ripening time of the giant dragon bamboo fruit? 9-leaf red lotus. I still have things to deal with. I will come to chat with you later. Bamboo said goodbye. Idiot? Jui Honglian asked, is it also a bamboo rat warrior? I heard Baba introduce it. It seems very special. Yes. Very stupid. Bamboo thought. And the metal ability controlled the boat and sailed to the shore. On the lakeside embankment. Baiju put his paws on his waist, held his head high, looked majestic, squinted his eyes, and tilted his mouth, talking to Baba. Behind Baiju, there was a little bamboo rat warrior with off-white hair. It seemed that he had just been promoted to a senior warrior not long ago. In the early days, the fur of bamboo rat warriors was grayish-white. With repeated genetic evolution, the color would become darker and darker, and finally transformed into pure black. Baiju was quite special. There was a patch of silver-white mutant hair on his forehead, which was a very powerful fighting method. The little bamboo rat warrior following Baiju was abnormal all over. After being promoted to a senior warrior, his hair should have turned pure black. Bamboo! Seeing the boat approaching, Baiju immediately humbled himself, put his claws on the ground, and shouted, Bamboo, you are so awesome. You dug such a big lake. Bigger than Chuirong County. Ah! The little red cockroach warrior just born this year? What a smart little guy. Your mouth has become sweet after going out? Bamboo didn't say anything. Baiju said, Bamboo, I heard that Li Zufeng has been very busy in recent years. Look, I specially found a helper for you. It's called Xiao Baizu, and it's as smart as me. Princess Bamboo. The bamboo rat warrior named Xiao Baizu greeted Bamboo, looking a little embarrassed and uneasy. Bamboo still didn't want to talk. Baiju was a little anxious when he saw this, and begged, Bamboo, its color is not right. It is always bullied by other guys when it stays in Chuirong Peak. It is very pitiful. Let it stay in Lizhu Peak and follow me to work in the future. Bamboo pondered for a while and asked, Baba, how is the talent of this little bamboo rat warrior? Baba said, it's not bad. A-level talent. When the force awakened, the gene mutated, and the force gene related to the earth and stone element ability was derived in advance in the body. The elemental force gene interfered, and the genetic gene that controls the change of hair color during growth was wrong. So it became the current strange appearance. Baba paused and said, it has a more sensitive earth and stone sensing ability than other bamboo rat warriors. It is a gifted talent. You can consider staying. Baiju quickly made up for it and said, that's right. Bamboo, didn't you say that the treasures of Longzhou continent were buried underground? Take it to Longzhou continent to hunt for treasures. It is better than us. Well, then stay. Bamboo warned, this will not happen again. No one is allowed to bring beast warriors into Lizhu Peak without my permission. Baba suddenly jumped up and cheered, ah! Ah! Lizhu Peak has another little idiot. Understood. After receiving a positive answer, Baiju, who was pitiful just now, was revived with full blood. He held his head high and said to the little Baiju behind him, it's done. You will follow me from now on. There are still 6 bamboo rat warriors in Lizhu Peak. Don't be afraid. If anyone dares to bully you, tell me. After that, he added, don't mess with the guy called Rat King. I can't beat it if I don't take it seriously. If I take it seriously, I may not be able to control it and kill it. Understood. Little Baiju replied, and said to Bamboo, thank you, Princess Bamboo. Fortunately, although this bamboo rat warrior followed Baiju, it was not as outrageous as Baiju. Bamboo suddenly realized something was wrong and asked Baba seriously, what is Xiao Baiju's talent? B level. Almost A level. After Baba finished speaking, she said nonchalantly, there is so much force food on this planet that it is hard to finish eating it. It doesn't matter if the talent is a little bit worse. I didn't lie to you about the rest. Chapter 419, Moving the Wreckage. According to big data statistics, the probability of awakening the force in the human race is 1 in 60. And the probability of an S-level talent is about 1 in 10 billion. In fact, A-level talent is extremely rare. B-level talent is also very rare. And C-level talent is acceptable. 90% of human warriors have D-level and E-level talents. Bamboo rats have a very high genetic similarity to humans, and it is estimated to be similar. Little white bamboo also has a very long and keen ability to sense soil and rocks, which is indeed worth cultivating. Since it is worth cultivating, Baiju cannot be taken with him, and they must be separated. Originally, Baiju did not participate in the treasure hunt in Longzhou continent. The reason is very simple. This guy is confused and always gets lost. The temperature in the northern wilderness of Longzhou continent is dozens of degrees below zero most of the time. If there is a slight mistake, I am afraid that you will lose your life in it. The plan changed. Arrange Nanju from Huizhou Mountain to take Xiao Baiyu and teach it various knowledge of animals and plants, as well as simple mathematics. Baiju ate a giant dragon bamboo fruit and followed to the dragon bamboo continent. Baiju was banned from the quota of oil tea, but he could not bear the responsibility of oil tea. He temporarily followed the Rat King to carry the goods, and the rest would be arranged later. De Xiong was tall and burly, and had brute force. After eating bamboo fruit, his strength was even stronger. He was most suitable for pulling carts and carrying. He could fight 7 bamboo rat warriors alone, and was an indispensable labor force. Li Zhufeng kept 8 of the second batch of mature giant dragon bamboo fruits, and De Xiong and Baiju took 2. The remaining 6 were arranged for Hongdao, Torreya Grandis, Guanli, Huizhou, Danju, and Maju. They all came at the right time. After eating the giant dragon bamboo fruit and sleeping and evolving once, they had to follow to the dragon bamboo continent to work. The warriors said by the black and white cockroach tribe were sleeping and evolving at Lizhu Peak. The 9 little warriors of Chiwu Mountain couldn't hold it in and fell into a deep sleep. When everyone woke up from their sleep one after another, the red cockroach warriors organized by the red Blatten King also arrived one after another. The next step will be a large-scale cross-continental logistics and transportation project. The number of participating warriors is fixed, with 50 said by Qijing County, 20 said by Chuirong County, and 15 said by Qigong Mountains and Poplar Mountains respectively. A total of 100 warriors were formed to form a transportation team, and the pressure of the insects was shared, which would not affect the operation of the territory. The Red Blatten King personally led the team to escort, constantly traveling back and forth between Chiwu Mountain and Lizhu Peak, transporting one trip after another. The Taidao Mountains and the Hongju Mountains did not participate, but during the busy seasons of spring and autumn, they would send warriors to Lizhu Peak to help with emergencies. The first trip was not in a hurry. Not only did Princess Qijian participate, but Princess Chuirong, Princess Day, and Princess Xuya also followed. In addition, Princess Bamboo crawled along the way, releasing her fire ability to burn the trees blocking the road, and first cleared a simple ground plank road. The participants were all high-level warriors with limited size and strength. The large spider silk bags that Chiwu Mountain customized for the caravan. Each warrior could only carry 2 bags per trip. It took nearly 4 months to go back and forth, transporting 200 bags, and 600 bags could be transported in a year. The Lotus Route debris was divided into 1,000 bags, and it could be moved in less than 2 years. The transport team led by King Qijian had a large number of warriors and a high speed. Bamboo was quite urgent, especially the section of the northern grassland, which was frozen for thousands of miles in the dead of winter, and only had a short period of time from April to July. Very urgent. It was almost February when the team arrived at Chiwu Mountain. Bamboo called out to Chiwu Ghost King, and urgently made 2 large and small wheelbarrows, and led the team to rush into Longzhou continent. It was divided into 3 sections for transportation. The plank road was one section, And the Rat King took the 3 bamboos: golden bamboo, hemp bamboo, and white bamboo, and transported them by wheelbarrow. The plank road to the mountain range was 1 section. Bamboo took Torreya Grandis, Guanli, Huaju, and Pale Bamboo in charge. Bamboo was the princess, and the others were mountain masters, and 8 giant dragon bamboo fruit to strengthen their strength. Each of them could carry 20 bags on their backs in 1 trip, after transporting 1 trip out, plus the more than 100 bags previously stored in Chiwu Mountain. The Red Blatten King could lead the transport team on the road. The mountain range to the Frost Wolf clan ruins was 1 section. This was the most troublesome section, and Hong now took the Big Bear in charge. When going there, the Big Bear walked a different distance, dragging a large wheelbarrow, and the Rat King led it there first. After arriving at the place, Big Bear joined Red Rice and moved things to the mountains in trucks. The grassland path was soft, and the grass was very laborious. Big Bear could carry about 60 bags in 1 go. Red Rice was relatively large in size, and could carry about 25 bags each time. The Frost Wolf tribe ruins were not far from the mountains, and the round trip took only more than 10 days. Taking advantage of the season, all the lotus root remains were transported to the mountain warehouse and stored. The section that Bamboo and Rat King were responsible for took nearly 2 months to go back and forth, and they had to work overtime to keep up with the transportation speed of Red Blatten King. The 9-leaf red lotus was a restorative growth. The fertility of the lake backfill soil was insufficient, and there was an urgent need for growth nutrients. So it was quite urgent to transport the lotus root remains. After nearly 2 years of continuous hard work, it was finally done. There is still one divine product left: the remains of the God-given oak seed, which is located in the middle area of the Dragon Bamboo continent. The distance to Chiwu Mountain is reduced by 2/5. It is very easy for Bamboo and his team, but the scale is much larger than the lotus root remains. After transporting them several times, the Red Blatten King needs to adjust the insects involved in the transportation. Some of the old Red Blatten warriors are not good enough after 2 years of hard work. They can't keep up with the pace of the large army, and need to be replaced with relatively young warriors. There is another divine product, the remains of the God-given red pine seed, which is even less urgent. According to Ji Honglian, the Frost Wolf tribe is mainly composed of frost wolves. At its peak, there were nearly 10 vassal tribes such as Brown Bear, Firefox, Lynx, Golden Eagle, etc., which together formed a powerful force. The God-given red pine seed is managed by the Frost Wolf tribe to strengthen the ability of frost elements. The God-given seeds of red pine are well preserved, but the entire Red Blattish clan cannot find a corresponding God-given seed that can be used. It is said that in the northern Wolf Scorpion Kingdom, there is a divine God-given cedar seed in the ice and snow mountain city. The plant species is consistent with the red pine, and the elemental attributes are consistent with the red pine. The Wolf Scorpion tribe awakens the earth and stone or ice and frost elemental abilities. The iconic plant of the ice and snow mountain city is the cedar, which also comes with the ice and snow elemental ability enhancement effect, which they can use. Bamboo and the Red Blattish clan king discussed and decided to entrust the caravan to contact the ice and snow scorpion king first. If the price is reasonable, just sell it. During the transportation period, the Ghost Mist Lotus and Tianmu Magnolia of Chiwu Mountain matured one after another, and there were 2 copies of each. By the way, the Ghost Mist Lotus is eaten by Guanli and Huaju. Tianmu Magnolia is eaten by Rat King and Red Rice. Next, the Snake Scale Fruit and the Blood Green Longan will mature one after another, and 2 of them are exchanged. Snake Scale Fruit is used by Big Bear and White Bamboo. There is no upper limit for the enhancement of the Blood Green Longan. Bamboo will eat another portion, and the other portion will be sent back to Liju Peak at an accelerated speed, and Datu and Xiangpu will share it equally. Rat King, Big Bear, White Bamboo, Golden Bamboo, Torreya Grandis, Guanli, Huaju, and Light Bamboo will stay in Chiwu Mountain. They will rest for a winter first, and in the spring of the next year, the Rat King will lead the command, and Guanli will serve as the dog-headed military advisor to continue to transport the remains of the oak tree God-given seeds out and store them in the Chiwu Mountain warehouse first. Red Rice and Maju followed Bamboo back to Liju Peak. Next time, the 2 of them will not have to enter the Dragon Bamboo continent. Bamboo is more relieved that Red Rice will preside over many matters of Liju Peak. There are still many trivial tasks that need to be done by Maju and the other 3 Bamboo Rat warriors. 1,000 lotus root debris were transported back to Liju Peak and were crushed immediately, made into nutrient soil, and thrown into the lake. With the best fertilizer supplement, the growth rate of the 9-leaf red lotus suddenly accelerated, and 729 ramets were fully grown last autumn. In the spring of this year, 65-61 ramets were initially generated, and lotus leaves were born, sparsely distributed throughout the lake. It is more difficult to derive lotus roots from these 6,561 ramets. A large number of raw stones need to be invested every day to replenish the original force. A special large-scale biogas pool was opened, and the biogas residue and biogas water were produced, and they were immediately thrown into the lake to replenish its fertility. Even so, only about 1 lotus root can be derived every year, and it takes 9 years to grow completely. After all the branches grow up, it takes another 3 years to accumulate before they can start to bloom and bear fruit. Once a year, 729 flowers bloom, and the lotus pods condense 11 lotus seeds. 729 lotus seeds make up 1 portion. 11 portions, not 1 more, not 1 less, surrounding the mother plant where the soul of the 9-leaf red lotus resides. The earliest 9, 81, and 729 plants form 3 layers of protection, and will never bloom and bear fruit. Always maintain the peak state. Accumulate original force and energy, and once encounter a sudden disaster, immediately transfer it to the mother plant. Quickly complete the process of heading, flowering, and bearing fruit, and condense a tree heart in the shape of a huge lotus seed, sleeping in the form of a lotus seed tree heart. It has survived the difficult years. After a life and death disaster, the genetic transformation of the 9-leaf red lotus is perfect. Chapter 420 Time flies. Last year, it was incredible that a little warrior was born in the territory of the turtleshell tendon vine, who lived alone and was only a L3 advanced warrior. What's more amazing is that the little warrior actually likes bamboo and was named Danju. At the beginning of this spring, he was sent to live in Huishu Mountain. In this way, the number of red cockroach warriors in Huishu Mountain is full of 5. The next time a little warrior who likes bamboo is born, he will have to be sent to the other side of the river and settle on another small hill with good force. Bamboo 45 years. Mid-February, Chonlu and Yuju caravans came from the south. Fangju was smart and calculated the time of the caravan's arrival. He waited in advance outside the bamboo sea to greet them. When the caravan arrived, he led them along the trade road, through the bamboo sea, and all the way to the Lizufeng trading square. Bamboo went down the mountain after hearing the news. Datu and Xiangpu respectively commanded the combat soldier ants and combat professional bees to carry various goods sold to the 2 caravans this year down the mountain. Among them, the most precious are 2 holy bamboo fruits, which are hidden in the cold storage on the top of the mountain and carried down the mountain by Duju and Longdu. Yuju is already a princess, and the 2 little flame spider warriors Fuling and Qingxuang, who separated from the Huangjing princess caravan with her, have grown to L4 mountain masters. According to the caravan tradition, members of the princess-level caravan should separate from the caravan after being promoted to mountain masters and run their own business. Yuju caravan was established for a short time. The number of insects was insufficient, and there were too many goods to be transported. So Fuling and Qingxuang stayed. The Chonlu caravan is different. Except for Chonlu, the other flame spider warriors have been replaced long ago. Only Xuemai has not been completely separated and still follows the caravan, but it is already semi-independent. Xuemai has not been to Liju Peak for many years. It separated from Chonlu in Qiufeng County and led a team to walk a trade route to Lanling Peak for trading. Lanling Peak currently has 3 God-given seeds, all of which are wind bellflower God-given seeds that Fengling and Lanling made. They are not valuable, but no matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat, and they are reluctant to let go. After trading at Lanling Peak, Xuemai will go to Qijing County again, meet up with Chanlo's caravan, and go north together. In the future, when Xuemai's own caravan accumulates enough wealth, it will completely separate from Chanlo's caravan and trade independently, just like Yuju separated from Huangjing County Lord's caravan. However, how could Xuemai have such good luck as Yuju, and happen to meet the Lizufeng with unlimited potential? Princess Bamboo, we haven't seen each other for 2 years. I heard that you went to Chiwu Mountain again. Why didn't we see you when we passed by? In recent years, Chiwu Mountain seems to have made big moves. Crazy expansion of the bamboo sea. Have you been asked to go over to help? The caravan still knew nothing about crossing the colorful barrier and entering the Longzhou continent to search for treasure. Bamboo laughed and said, "Ha. I have had some dealings with Chiwu Mountain in the past 20 years, accepting employment and working there to earn some extra money." Chonlu said, "Working for Chiwu? The pay is not low." "Right. Of course. With my current status and position, I must have to start with 1,000,000 raw stones to run all the way there." Bamboo joked vaguely, changed the subject, and asked, "Princess Chonlu, I haven't seen Shuemai for many years. How is she doing?" Chonlu said half-jokingly, "That little guy is almost a princess. But he still stays in my caravan and refuses to leave." "Almost a princess? How old are you?" "Time flies." Bamboo couldn't help but sigh. Counting it all, Bamboo and Chonlu caravan have been close for nearly 60 years. When they first met, Bamboo was just an intermediate soldier and Shuemai was still a junior soldier. They were both poor. Shuemai gave him a small spider silk bag that was not woven well. Bamboo was so happy that he couldn't sleep all night. After being promoted to a princess, she is an existence that cannot be underestimated no matter where she goes in the continent of 10,000 nations. Chonlu said, "Shuemai plans to stay in the Ice and Snow Mountain City this summer and be promoted to L9 Mountain Lord. It is planned to be promoted to princess within 10 to 20 years. If it is promoted to princess, I can't afford to support it." "Indeed?" Bamboo nodded his tentacles in agreement and asked, "Princess Chonlu, Princess Yuju, how is your relationship with the Ice and Snow Mountain City?" Yuju replied, "It doesn't matter. The intersection is not deep." Chonlu explained, "Every summer, nearly 1/3 of the caravans of the Fantasy Flame Spider tribe will gather in the Ice and Snow Mountain City, and then go to the northern wilderness to trade. The Wolf Scorpion tribe sent a large number of soldiers will maintain order and check the goods. Other kingdoms in the north of the continent will send soldiers to supervise and prevent the forced food condensed by the God-given seeds from flowing into the northern wilderness. It is very lively and chaotic. The county-level caravans have no chance to contact the high-level warriors in charge of the Wolf Scorpion tribe. The Spider King-level caravans are not so bad, and they can trade good things from the cedar forest." Yuju added, "There are not many Spider King-level caravans, but there are not a few either. Not every Spider King-level caravan can see the Ice and Snow Scorpion King." Bamboo asked, "What is the relationship between the Ice and Snow Mountain City and the cedar forest?" Chonlu explained, "The Wolf Scorpion Kingdom and the northern wasteland grassland are separated by a large mountain range. South of the mountain range is the territory of our insect tribe, which is a vast jungle. North of the mountain range is the northern wasteland of the beast tribe, which is an endless grassland. The Ice and Snow Mountain City is built on the mountain range. The earth and stone can build a defensive barrier. It has two functions in peacetime. It provides a place for our Fantasy Flame Spider tribe caravan to rest and shelter in wartime. It serves as a safe shelter for insect warriors from other kingdoms to rest. South of the Ice and Snow Mountain City is the famous cedar forest, where tens of thousands of wolf scorpion warriors live. Their core tribe is located in the center of the forest, where the Ice and Snow Scorpion King lives, and where the trade between the caravan and the Wolf Scorpion tribe is also concentrated." "Oh, I see," Bamboo said. "The cedar nuts sold by your caravan were obtained from the cedar forest, right?" Zhonlo said, "Yes. Our caravan at least has the holy bamboo fruit, and has barely obtained the qualification to enter the cedar forest to trade." Yuju took over and said depressedly, "But the ones we met were ordinary wolf scorpion warriors, and the highest was only a princess-level warrior. Ordinary scorpion kings are never seen at all, let alone the Ice and Snow Scorpion King who is in charge of all major transactions." Zhonlo said, "So, we only sold one portion of the holy bamboo fruit to them, and we don't plan to sell more?" Bamboo asked, "I heard that there is a wild cedar God-given seed in the cedar forest, and it is the best divine product?" Yuju replied, "I heard about it from other caravans." Zhonlo replied, "But no one can be sure." Bamboo said, "There is no smoke without fire. It seems to be true, even if the divine items are confirmed. Chonlu and I cannot possibly get in touch with them." Yuju asked, "Bamboo, is there no change in the output of Liju Peak this year? What about Duju? When can it be promoted to princess?" "Soon. Come, let's trade first." Bamboo greeted him and asked, "Do you have any new goods this year?" "Yes," Chonlu said. "There are several more high-quality force foods. Let me introduce them to you. The transaction was completed. Finally, at Bamboo's call, Maju came forward with a small spider silk bag and opened it. There were 2 pieces of wooden debris inside. Bamboo said, Princess Chonglu, Yuju, you send this thing to the cedar forest and tell them that a complete wreckage was found. Ask them if they want to buy it and what price they are willing to pay for it. This is, Chonglu was solemn, the remains of a certain pine tree God-given species after death? Yuju asked. It's been a long time. The original force is almost gone. Bamboo said directly, this is the remains of a divine red pine God-given seed. And it has enhanced frustability, because it has been dead for too long and is seriously decayed. Its effectiveness is indeed discounted. Bamboo emphasized and added, after all, the value of a divine must not be low. Especially for the cedar sea. Divine? Dead? Chonglu and Yuju were both dumbfounded. Chonglu asked, Bamboo, where did you get this thing? Divine God-given seeds are not so easy to die. Cut open the trunk and see if there is a piece of vibrant tree heart inside. If there is, sow it and it can come back to life. Yuju also said, yes. We heard about it from the old spider king of the caravan. So it can't be wrong. Bamboo, if you get a divine God-given seed, you will be rich. Not only Liz Yufeng, but the entire Red Blatant tribe will be promoted to a higher level in the continent of 10,000 countries. Chonglu said anxiously, where is the thing? Cut the trunk open and take a look. Yuju said, there are also underground roots, which need to be carefully checked. Most of them are still alive. Chonglu and Yuju are not ignorant. They are right. The vitality of the divine God-given seeds is indeed far superior to that of ordinary God-given seeds. Unfortunately, that was the Dragon Bamboo continent where the original force was cut off. It has been too long. Bamboo had already carefully checked it. The tree heart was there, but the soul was scattered and dead. There was no hope of saving it. Chapter 421. Let's test the waters first. Bamboo said, no need to check. The wreckage has long been cut into pieces of this size by us. We found what you call the tree heart. But it's already dead. What a pity. A divine seed bestowed by God. What a pity. After confirming the death, Yuju and Chonglu's enthusiasm suddenly cooled down. Chonglu couldn't help but ask curiously, cedar grows in the temperate and cold zones of the north. Princess Bamboo, haven't you been in Chiwu Mountain in the southwest? Yuju also said curiously, the divine God-given seeds must be supported by a powerful tribe. Unless the tribe is destroyed, the matter of condensing the tree heart only appears in the continent of all nations. And it will only appear on the God-given seeds that have completed 3 transformations and growth, and the tree spirits have naturally awakened. Bamboo said indifferently, you don't need to ask about this matter. I will tell you when I have the chance in the future. Chonglu asked, in the future? Bamboo said seriously, after you are promoted to Spider King. Ask me again. Chonglu and Yuju were tactful and stopped asking. Bamboo said, if the price is right, sell the debris. If the price is not right, keep it for Li Zhufeng to use as nutrients for ordinary life plants. You go and negotiate. First test their price bottom line. There is no rush. Take your time. There is another prerequisite. I don't want to get involved in any trouble. So the source of the things cannot be disclosed to the outside world. In addition, please help to inquire and confirm whether there are any divine seeds given by God in the cedar forest. If there are, help to exchange some pine nuts for red rice. Understood. Don't worry. It will definitely work. Yuju and Chonglu both responded. Chonglu added, we can just use the excuse that we got the stuff from the Wangua continent. And the wolf scorpion tribe will have nothing to say, and no way to verify the truth. Yuju said, the ant kingdoms in the Wangua continent are fighting against each other. And it is common for nations to be destroyed and tribes to be exterminated. Indeed, many divine God-given seeds have been destroyed because of this. Okay. Bamboo tapped his tentacles and agreed to their proposal. Chonglu asked, Princess Bamboo, you must have a minimum price for selling the remains. Right? It will be easier for us to do things. Yuju followed up, yes. We have no idea at all. It seems that we have not heard of anyone selling the remains of divine God-given seeds. What price can it be sold for? There is no precedent to refer to. Bamboo is also unsure. He discussed with the Red Cockroach King to see what happens and sell it at a suitable price. How much is appropriate? There is no rush for this matter. You can ask this year and see how much the Wolf Scorpion tribe is willing to give. Bamboo thought for a while. Opened the spider silk bag. picked up a piece of raw stone with his toes, and said, "Weigh it on the scale and calculate the price according to the weight ratio." For example, the price ratio of raw stone to debris is 100 to 1. Well, it is equivalent to exchanging 100 raw stones for debris of the weight of 1 raw stone. Chonglu asked Princess Bamboo, "How is the remuneration for Yuju and me calculated?" Bamboo said, "I will dry the debris to ensure that it does not contain moisture, and sell it to you as dry goods. During your transportation, when you rest at night, open the bag to absorb moisture. Hee. That is profit. But I suggest not to soak it in water. There will be obvious marks, which is counterproductive." Zhonglo and Yuju were silent for a long time, and reluctantly agreed, "Let's test the waters first." Bamboo didn't intend to get rich overnight through the remains of a God-given seed. The raw stones sold should be divided among the soldiers who participated in the transportation, and the Red Blatten King should not be left out. It's impossible that all the benefits will be taken by Liz Yufeng alone, and the fellow warriors who worked hard to help can't even have a sip of soup, and are only paid for their hard work. Right? Bamboo's practice of selling the remains through the caravan has another intention, to test the Chonglu and Yuju caravans to see if they are tight-lipped. If this matter can be handled well, the lotus seeds produced by the 9-leaf red lotus can be sold in cooperation with them in the future. If both of their caravans fail, and the Xianghuan and Zijing caravans are even less reliable, the problem of lotus seed sales may have to trouble Chiwu Mountain, or find cooperation with Changsheng County. These are not the most important things at the moment. Bamboo stayed in Liz Yufeng and had more important things to deal with. After sending off the caravan and waiting for 10 days, Bamboo calculated that the time was almost up, and sent Hong Dao out again to Chiofeng County to visit Chiofeng Cockroach King. Deliver important information. A portion of the 3rd batch of dragon bamboo fruits can be sold to their black and white cockroach tribe. If you agree to buy, send the raw stones to Liju Peak in full as soon as possible, as it is urgently needed. It is indeed urgent. This year's dry season, the dragon bamboo God-given seeds will bloom, and next year they will bear fruit. Bamboo plans to light up the 4th small magical power at the 2nd heart position. That is, to fully activate the 1st magical power tree. Test whether he can light up and activate the 2nd magical power tree. At the same time, he must try to see if the dragon bamboo God-given seeds can continue to produce the 2nd magical power tree. If possible, the value of the 3rd batch of dragon bamboo fruit will be a qualitative change. Observing the 2nd magical tree. Through the rules, it is speculated that its basic structure is still 30 magical veins as a group, and 5 groups constitute a small magical power. The number of small magical powers has increased to 6, and the total number of magical veins is 900. Baba analyzed that the essence of the 1st magical tree is to consume photons and convert them into the original force. It is speculated that the ability of the 2nd magical tree is still to consume matter and convert it into the original force. It should be the lepton among the basic particles. The classification of leptons is exactly 6 types, and each small magical power corresponds to 1. Chiofeng County Master was very quick. After receiving the news, she directly sent a team of soldiers to follow Hong Dao to transport the 1st batch of 500,000 raw stones. Last year, the holy bamboo fruit was produced, and the 4.5 million raw stones earned were all there. There are still 5 million raw stones left for Jui Honglian. They can be taken out and used first. When Chiofeng County's raw stones arrive later, the inventory can be replenished. Bamboo started to move, and asked the dragon bamboo and bloodthorn God-given seeds for help. These 2 big eaters finished it in just 3 months. The 4th small magical power was lit, and the 1st magical power tree was fully activated. All the force generated at the heart position was absorbed by it, converted into special force, and transformed genes. This process is estimated to last about 1 year. Just like last time, the modification of genes is not enough to support Bamboo's promotion to L4 Princess. At present, the 2nd magical power tree at Bamboo's 2nd heart position cannot be lit and activated, and the dragon bamboo God-given seeds have not changed either. The reason cannot be determined. It may be that the genetic modification needs to be completed, but it is more likely that the strength is limited and it needs to be promoted to the Cockroach King to continue. Bamboo will not participate in the next action for the time being. He will rest in Liju Peak for a year and finalize the sale of the remains of the divine product God-given seeds of red pine. In early July, the Red Blattle King reorganized the transportation team and set off along the Jinjiang River to Chiwu Mountain to transport the divine product oak God-given seeds. Oak should be considered a branch of the oak tree, and it has a close relationship with the cycad tree and the cycad tree. The Red Blattle King proposed to gather the power of the tribe to cultivate these 3 tree species on a large scale. Once a corresponding God-given seed is obtained, the oak remains can be used on it to obtain the greatest benefit. Specifically, it promotes the growth of the God-given seeds and greatly improves their quality, imitating the practice of the black and white cockroach tribe. The Red Blattle King of the Red Blattle tribe united and divided the work. There is already a small-scale cycad forest in the Qingang Mountains. It only needs to collect more tree species and continue to expand. Zhejiang County will open up a prototype of an oak forest. Taidao Mountain Range and Jinping Mountain Range will jointly open up a small prototype of a cycad forest. Chuerong County and Huangyang Mountain Range will open up small oak and cycad forests respectively. Everyone will jointly build a general cultivation base in Hongju Mountain Range, and the high-quality tree species cultivated in various places will be sent there for centralized cultivation and continued selection and optimization. Once it is completed, everyone will have a corresponding share of the God-given seeds obtained, and the obtained high-quality tree species will be shared together. In the inherited memory, there are more than 600 specific species of the 3 major tree species of oak, cycad, and cycad alone, and less than 100 species are currently mastered. Therefore, on the one hand, we collect tree species in the 10,000 races continent and the 10,000 kingdoms continent through various channels. And on the other hand, we need to spend time and energy to search and collect tree species in the Longzhou continent. The probability of purposefully cultivating a tree-type tree species and cultivating God-given seeds is not very stable, and it depends largely on luck. Perseverance will definitely succeed, but I don't know when it will be successful. If you are lucky, it may be a few years. If you are unlucky, it may take hundreds of years. The remains of the oak God-given seeds were transported back, and a small part was used on the 2 tree God-given seeds, the kerosene tea in Liju Peak and the Yanguiqi Jian in Zhejiang County, and the rest were all stored. Chapter 422 Semi-God Product. Brown Chestnut followed Pyracantha, and did not learn many basic knowledge of managing the territory. He had been separated long ago, and was arranged to live on a mountain about 10 kilometers away from Turtle Shell Peak according to the plan. Bamboo asked Pyracantha to guard the territory, and took Brown Chestnut, who was about to be promoted to a senior warrior, to tutor it personally. Danju, a young warrior from Wuzhu Mountain, took it over and taught it all kinds of knowledge. Xiaobezu also took it over and allowed it to listen in. Dry season, Chiwugo's king led the team, and the first batch of 200 bags of oak debris were transported back. The debris has good and bad quality. The surface of the tree body and the buried part have a tendency to petrify, and the exposed part is severely weathered and decayed. These debris have lost the original force properties and are classified as low quality. The inner core of the tree body is relatively well preserved, with the original force properties remaining, which is considered high-quality debris. The first batch of 200 bags is low-quality debris. Li Zhufeng kept 100 bags for himself. 50 bags were sent to Zhejiang County. 20 bags were sent to Chuerong County. And Qingang Shanmai and Huangyangshan Mountains each sent 15 bags. At this time, Dadu and Xiangpu were very busy. Bamboo suddenly got excited and caught Baba from the lake to help calculate the amount. He took the 3 little guys, Brown Chestnut, Red Bamboo, and Little White Bamboo, and taught them how to prepare fertilizers for different plants. The first one is oil tea. The oak debris is more compatible with it, and is a very good fertilizer. Oil tea. Oil tea. Good afternoon. Bamba held a large basin of mixed fertilizer mixed with debris, sludge, and wood ash, waved his tentacles to greet, and said to Little White Bamboo, "Be careful. Dig up the loose soil close to the root of the tree." Looking at the oil tea lying on the spider silk bag, Xiao Baiju was a little scared. The oil tea went berserk and roared, "Bamboo! You brought the annoying little warriors to my territory again. Drive them away. And this little white mouse, what does it want to do? Oil tea. Eat it." The oil tea keenly felt the anger of the oil tea tree spirit, swung its tail, and said, "Bamboo, the oil tea doesn't seem to like the little warriors entering its territory. I'll teach them to fertilize, and it will be fine soon." Bamboo said to the oil tea, ignoring the rage of the oil tea, and asked Baba, "Baba, How do you think the oil tea is doing recently? I deserve it. How does the fertilizer work for it? Shameless. Baba was too lazy to argue with Bamboo and said, it's in good condition. The oak debris is very suitable for it. All 100 bags are used on it. Then use 100 bags of better quality oak debris. After being promoted to the Cockroach King, its maximum output should be 20,000. And the quality can reach the top grade. This is the limit of the oil tea tree species that can be strengthened. You have to know that it was originally just a small tree. I understand. Bamboo tapped his tentacles. So far, the fire oil tea has used the remains of the world tree and the plant gene fluid, and then the oak debris, which should also reach the limit of the race gene improvement. After a series of strengthening, its output doubled and its quality improved by 2 small grades. The annual income has more than doubled. And in the future it will be higher than the income of the Red Cockroach King's red tree God-given seeds, which is a good return. Xiao Baizhu quickly dug 3 small holes under the tree and then stayed away from the oil tea tree. Bamboo poured a large basin of mixed fertilizer into the pit and filled it with loose soil. Pyrophyta likes moisture, so water it. Xiao Baizhu took action immediately. There was a faucet nearby, with 2 types of water buckets, large and small. Xiao Baizhu carried the bucket forward to water the plants. Bamboo waved his tentacles again and said, Zhongli, you will be a senior warrior soon. Don't be lazy. Go and help. Bamboo, I'm still a mid-level warrior. Zhongli lay beside him, motionless. It turned out that he was a child brought up by Pyracantha, with a lot of bad habits. I'll go. Danju was eager to help, but was held down by Bamboo's claws. You are too young to lift it. Just watch and don't make trouble. The furious Huicha realized that the fertilizer used this time was different from the past, and his attitude changed. He asked, Bamboo, what is it? Good stuff. Bamboo raised the metal basin used to mix fertilizer and said, 3,000 raw stones per basin. Directly deducted from your income next year. What? Huicha's emotions, which had just calmed down, were ignited again. And he roared, I don't want it. Take the thing away. I don't need that broken thing. Don't try to cheat me of the raw stones. The mentally retarded tree spirit is still fun. Bamboo laughed and said, Keucha, don't get excited. I'm just joking with you. Keucha was silent and said seriously, Bamboo, I'm not joking with you. Not a single raw stone can be missing. Bamboo was speechless and tapped the metal basin with his toes, saying, from now on, there will be 1 basin every day, free of charge, and you will not lose a single raw stone. Bamboo suddenly had another idea and asked, Baba, do you think it is possible to use a large amount of divine God-given seed debris to strengthen a God-given seed that is already excellent to divine? Baba replied affirmatively, impossible. Bamboo asked, why? Bamboo said, soul restriction. Bamboo, didn't you discover it a long time ago? The souls of the giant dragon tree spirit and the 9-leaf red lotus tree spirit are different from others. And there is an essential difference from the ordinary God-given tree spirits. In fact, Tata was also very smart before. It mastered almost all the knowledge of the Kappas tribe. The most amazing thing is that it is not as stubborn as other God-given tree spirits. Knowing that the Kappas tribe was destroyed, it wisely chose to join the human race. How is this wise? This is betrayal. Right? Bamboo secretly complained. Barba continued. The soul of the Tata tree spirit is slowly recovering. I estimate that when it completes 3 transformations and grows, it will be healed. And maybe it can even regain its lost memories. Bamboo asked. Soul differences that cannot be made up later? This difference in force plants can be compared to the difference in human cultivation talents, which is determined by nature. Baba considered and said, it can be made up later by various means, using the remains of the divine God-given seeds or equivalent things to strengthen and gradually improve after transformations and growth. It cannot be achieved overnight. On the contrary, it requires an extremely long process, and it is definitely difficult to achieve the level of force creatures. Baba finally said, I have heard Phelan say that it seems that humans have done similar experiments, but there is no successful precedent. It is said that the final soul is lacking something and cannot be qualitatively transformed. According to the classification of this planet, it can be called a semi-divine product. There is no relevant experimental information in my database, so I can't tell you more. Baba paused and added, if Tata doesn't surrender to humans, its body will definitely be made into nutrients. and its soul will become the main material for similar experiments. Bamboo roughly understood what Baba meant, and asked with his mind, I am now investing all kinds of good things to strengthen the genes of kerosene. The benefits it gains will be reflected in my next transformation and evolution when I am promoted to the Cockroach King. Right? Baba said, it has always been like this. Bamboo said, the Cockroach King has reached its end. So you said its improvement has reached its limit. Right? Baba said, that's right. If you can't continue to evolve, it can't continue to metamorphose and grow for the fourth time. And you are all locked in the level of the original force creature. Bamboo asked, what if I can? That means that when I am in the Cockroach King stage, I continue to use the remains of the divine God-given seeds to improve the fire royalty. And it can continue to improve in the future? Theoretically, it is. Baba said, but, according to my observation of the 9-leaf red lotus, I am sure that the gene lock cannot be broken. Whether it is genetic talent or soul will, the 9-leaf red lotus far exceeds you. What it can't do, you certainly can't do. That's not necessarily true. Bamboo said, it will take at least a few decades, or at most 100 years, and there should be a conclusion. The fire royalty has been vigilant against the two little guys, brown chestnut and red bamboo, and kept urging Bamboo to take them away quickly. Bamboo shook his tentacles and called, let's go down the mountain to see Tata. Chapter 423, Can't Afford to Offend. The Tata tree is very gluttonous. The remains of the world tree in this second warehouse were completely consumed, and now only the remains of the last warehouse are left. At the same time, it is also very long, and the height of the tree is over 200 meters. Bamboo was more than once thankful that he planted it at the foot of the mountain instead of on the mountain. The kerosene tea and wild thuja seeds given by God on the mountain are very eye-catching. Coupled with Li Zhufeng's deliberate advocacy, visitors generally focus their attention on these two unusually tall trees. However, the growth of kerosene tea and wild thuja seeds is obviously not as good as that of the Tata tree. If it continues, it is only a matter of time for the height of the Tata tree to exceed 300 meters. At that time, it is almost time for the second metamorphosis and growth. Then the height of the tree will soar, and there will be a day when it can no longer be concealed. Bamboo has already taken action and planted a large row of bamboo on the mountain. He plans to move the trading square farther away, behind the bamboo, and use the bamboo forest to block the view. In fact, the bloodthorn God-given seeds next to the trading square also attracted the attention of insects. After Bamboo was promoted to the princess, it has been growing steadily. The length of the 12 main branches is about 200 meters, and the side branches are branched, which is a large area. The longest branch is more than 500 meters, almost touching the foot of Liju Peak. A branch is determined to climb up the mountain, which is very unique and interesting. Liju Peak is of course most famous for bamboo. In addition to the holy bamboo God-given seeds, the ghost bamboo strengthens the original force perception, and the rain bamboo has the effect of strengthening the soul. These two God-given seeds are also quite famous. Bamboo stayed in Liju Peak, and made a regular inspection every morning, spending some time communicating with the various God-given tree spirits. In the evening, after dinner, I walked around the ordinary life plants again, absorbing the excess force in their force veins and injecting them into the first heart position. Bamboo began to prepare to light up the magical veins of the fused metal core. There was no intention, and no need to spend too many raw stones. Ordinary life plants can provide 100 raw stones of force every day. After being promoted to L4 Princess, the second heart position can produce about 1,000 raw stones of force every day. Added together, there is 400,000 raw stones of force per year, which is quite a lot of income. Each magical vein of the metal core only needs 20,000, and 20 veins can be lit up in a year. A total of 300 veins, and it will take 15 years. Leisurely and unknowingly, it is the new year. In the middle of February, in the 56th year of Bamboo, Chonglu and Yuju caravans arrived as scheduled. Nanju, this guy, kept time to greet them outside the bamboo sea, and led the caravan through the bamboo sea to the mountain trading square. This year, there is no holy bamboo fruit, and the transaction volume has shrunk significantly. It is directly handed over to the younger generations to handle. Bamboo, Chonglu, and Yuju gathered together to discuss the most important thing at the moment. Chonglu said seriously, Princess Bamboo, we have tried, and the wolf-scorpion tribe is not easy to fool. Yuju said, They seem to have used the remains of the God-given seeds. And they seem to be more skilled than us. Bamboo asked, "Did you soak it with water?" "No," Chonlu said. "I mean, when they set the price, they obviously know more than our caravan. That's because your caravan doesn't manage the territory and knows less." Bamboo pointed out bluntly and asked, "What's going on?" Yuju said, "We have seen the Ice Scorpion King, who is fierce and savage, and cannot be questioned. We had a lot of ideas on the way there, but they were of no use when we negotiated the price." Chonlu said, after looking at the wreckage. "The Ice Scorpion King only spent a short time thinking, and directly and arbitrarily gave the purchase price, not allowing us to bargain." Bamboo was speechless. "Aren't you too weak? Isn't it just a Scorpion King? It's a fair trade. What are you afraid of?" Yuju said, "The Wolf Scorpion tribe lives in the northern border, and their ancestors have fought with the northern wilderness beast tribes for generations. Each one of them is bloody, cold and cruel, and not easy to mess with." Chonlu said, "The Ice Scorpion King divided the wreckage into 6 types in detail and priced them separately. The exposed surface. The outer layer of the trunk is severely weathered and has lost its original force properties. According to your sales method, the price ratio of the original stone to the debris is 50-1. The buried trunk layer is petrified, heavy, and has lost its original force properties, so the price is 20-1. The relatively well-preserved inner core of the trunk has original force properties, so the selling price is 100-1. There are also tree roots, which are more valuable than the trunk. The petrified tree roots are 30-1. The thick tree roots should have relatively well-preserved parts, and the price is the highest, 120-1. Finally, the Frost Scorpion King proposed that the tree heart must be sent over, and they will directly give 2 million original stones, plus 3 portions of cedar God-given seeds. Such a detailed division, very professional." Bamboo was overwhelmed. Yuju added, "There is indeed a divine cedar God-given seed in the cedar forest." Bamboo, "Is the tree core still there?" "Chonlu and I have discussed this transaction. We will just take 2 portions of cedar nuts as payment." Chonlu said, "It is better to dry the remains and preserve them before sending them. The Ice and Snow Scorpion King is not the owner of those small mountains. We can't afford to offend him." Yuju said, "Bamboo, think about it. What do you think of this price?" "Not very good. The half of the red pine debris exposed on the surface is almost rotten. The quantity itself is not particularly large, and most of the remaining buried underground are materialized and have lost their original force activity, which is worthless debris. Bamboo wants to sell all of them at a price of 100-1. After calculation, he can sell about 150 million raw stones, which will be divided equally with other mountains, and he will take half, 70-80 million. The price given by the Ice and Snow Scorpion King is not even 100 million. Bamboo said, "The tree heart is in Liju Peak. You can agree to sell it to them, and raise the price a little. 2 million raw stones, plus 4 portions of cedar seeds. We only need 2 million raw stones, and 1 portion of cedar seeds in Liju Peak. The other 3 portions, Yuju, Chonlu, and Shuemai, you 3 can share, with the help of the holy bamboo fruit." Chonlu and Yuju are doing well in the county-level caravan. Both guys have plans to be promoted to Spider King. The Phantom Flame Spider has awakened the water element ability, and the Divine Cedar Pine nuts will be good for their future breakthroughs. Bamboo said, "The remains that are well preserved and have the original force properties can be sold at the price given by the Ice and Snow Wolf King. The remains that have lost the original force properties will not be sold. We, Li Zhufeng, will keep them for our own use." Chonlu and Yuju were silent for a while, and agreed. Bamboo asked Hongdao to take down the most precious tree heart and give it to them, and take it over first to complete the first transaction. This year, the transport team led by the Red Blatten King transported all the remains of the oak God-given seeds back. The plan is to rest in the first half of next year and start transporting the remains of the red pine God-given seeds in the second half of the year. So the second transaction will have to wait until the year after next. The carrying capacity of the 2 caravans is limited, and it will take many times and many years to complete the transaction. The income is divided equally, and Bamboo can get about 20 million raw stones. This batch of giant dragon bamboo fruits is mature, so there is no need to worry about raw stones. In addition to the income from the sale of holy bamboo fruits, the next batch will also not lack raw stones. The 9-leaf red lotus is almost grown, and the lotus seeds are sold to the outside world. There will be no pressure on raw stones when operating giant dragon bamboo fruits. And giant dragon bamboo fruits will no longer be sold to the outside world. In the future, they will only be exchanged and not sold. Bamboo will stay in Liju Peak for another year, waiting for news from the caravan. The Ice and Snow Scorpion King was very stubborn and refused to raise the price. If he refused to raise the price, he would not sell the red pine debris that had lost its original force activity and keep it for himself. Aren't there 2 large warehouses empty on the mountain? If they can't be used up, they will be stored. Now Li Zhufeng also has the ability to deal with earth and stone. If the existing warehouses can't hold it, then build 3 more. Bamboo 57 years. After the dry season, the transport team led by the Red Blatten King was on the road again, and Bamboo followed. According to the 9-leaf red lotus tree spirit, in the northern wilderness of Longzhou continent, there are 2 large beast tribes adjacent to the Frost Wolf tribe, the Songhai Grizzly Bear tribe and the Dakingshan Snow Leopard tribe. Similar to the Frost Wolf tribe, it is composed of multiple beast races living together around the raw stone veins, forming a large force with a long heritage, knowing how to manage the sea of trees, cultivate tree species, and own at least one divine product, God-given seed. Among them, the Dakingshan Snow Leopard tribe has a thorny shrub-type divine product God-given seed. The specific species is unknown. Coincidentally, the strengthening effect is blood strengthening, which has many similarities with Li Zhufeng's blood thorn God-given seed. Focus on finding it, get it back, and upgrade the blood thorn God-given seed. Baba's so-called semi-divine product is not so easy. Bamboo does not have high requirements. It is good to upgrade it to top quality. The quality of the God-given seed is not only related to income, but also to future growth. Chapter 424 Daqing Mountain. Baba taught human knowledge to the 9-leaf red lotus tree spirit when she had nothing to do. It was not without benefits. Bamboo sketched a simple map of the northern wilderness. The 9-leaf red lotus tree spirit marked a relatively accurate location. But it was a plant that could not be moved after all, and the information was all hearsay, so it could only give a general distance. Guanli and Daxiong had already moved the remains of the red pine God-given seed from the Frost Wolf tribe territory to the mountain base, and part of it had been transported to the Chiwu Mountain warehouse. The team led by the Red Blatten King arrived, rested for 2 days, and set off directly with a full load of goods. Bamboo went up the mountain to visit the Chiwu Ghost King, chatted, and discussed the exchange of the next batch of giant dragon bamboo fruits, and then entered the dragon bamboo continent. First, helped to move the remains of the red pine God-given seed outward. And according to the time, everything will be done in the winter of the 2nd year. So far, all the remains found have been transported back to Liju Peak. And the next step is the treasure hunt. In the 59th year of Bamboo, the action was not taken until the beginning of spring. The 4 red cockroach warriors, Guanli, Torreya Grandis, Huashu and Danju, acted together to find tree species in the subtropical and temperate regions, mainly oak, cycad and kelp. Other tree species were not rejected, as long as they were precious. They were all accepted. Bamboo took the big bear, the rat king, the white bamboo, and the golden bamboo into the northern grassland. First, look for the settlement territory of the Snow Leopard tribe in Daqing Mountain. The direction is relatively certain, with the lake island of the Frost Wolf tribe as the origin, 17 to 18 degrees east by south. It is said that the Frost Wolf tribe warriors used to go straight to Daqing Mountain according to this angle. The distance is very vague, ranging from 1,000 kilometers to 2,500 kilometers. The sign is obvious. There is a mountain range with a green mountain. It is large in scale, but not very high. The Snow Leopard tribe cultivates 2 species of thorn buckthorn and thorn buckthorn on the mountain, and seed buckthorn at the foot of the mountain. They are all cold-resistant, drought-resistant, and thorny shrubs. This planet has been transformed by the insect gods. The transformation method is quite rough, and even the airflow and rain are not combed smoothly. According to the unified division of Bamboo and Chiwu Mountain, this is close to the central area of Longzhou continent. There is insufficient precipitation, dry air, and undulating low hills are semi-desertified, with green and yellow alternating. Occasionally, strong winds blow and dust rises. The harsh climate environment is not suitable for settlement and survival. The traces of large animals are rare, and there are few small animals. And they are all rats who are good at digging and hiding. There are problems with activities and food here. Bambu chose a small hill as a base for gathering. About 300 kilometers west of the base, there is a wetland oasis with lush water and grass. Baizu was arranged to collect thatch stems, dig grass roots, hunt yellow sheep, etc. To collect food, Big Bear dragged a wheelbarrow, responsible for transporting food and fresh water. Bambu, Rat King, and Jinju separated and entered the barren hills to search. Jui Honglian introduced that among the beast tribes in the northern wilderness, there are more than 40 rat species that are good at finding and digging raw stone veins. There is no possibility of missing raw stone veins. So Bambu also gave up the search and flew at low altitude for aerial reconnaissance. After investigation, Daqing Mountain was locked in a general area with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. After repeated patrols for more than 2 months, it was finally found by Bambu, without the soldiers to manage it. The former Daqing Mountain no longer exists, and has become a black and yellow Dahuang Mountain, with only a few sparse green plants lingering. The seed buckthorn at the foot of the mountain is growing well, not extinct, and the flowers are blooming and bearing fruit. Sour and sweet, just barely, and the taste is acceptable. The mountain range is east-west. To the north of the mountain range, there is a lake surrounded by many cultivated high-quality schisandra and cinnamon trees. To the south of the mountain range, there is also a magical cactus forest, which is also one of the species cultivated by the former snow leopard tribe. This animal tribe likes plants with thorns. After discovering the target, Bambu took a tour to understand the overall situation and landed on the lake first. At the foot of the mountain range corresponding to the lake, there is a long row of living caves. Looking closely, the wind and sand are flowing, and the lake is almost filled, with less than 1 meter of depth left. It's a bit troublesome. What Bambu is looking for is a divine product of shrubs. This thing is similar to the bloodthorn God-given seed. It has derived wooden branches and grows close to the ground. The tree is large in size, but very short. The geographical changes are serious, and it must have been buried underground by wind and sand a long time ago. Jui Honglian was also chatting with the Frost Wolf tribe warriors. He heard about it from hearsay and had never been there in person. He didn't know the specific location of the thing, and couldn't even tell the approximate direction. Looking around, it was all sand and soil. It was difficult. Bambu went around the lake, arranged for excavation, and was busy for several days. He searched roughly, but found nothing. The raw stone mine, which is 60 to 70 kilometers long, was once inhabited by warriors of the 10,000 beasts during its peak period. It was the leading tribe in the northern wilderness grassland. Searching carefully, the workload is not ordinary. Bambu couldn't think of a simple way. After searching for 2 days without any results, he decisively returned to the base and replanned his actions. Baiju continued to collect food by choosing a place with abundant water and grass at the nearest distance. Daxiong still used a wheelbarrow to transport food to Daqing Mountain. The distance was a little far, and it took about 10 days to go back and forth. Bambu took the Rat King and Jinju to search around the mountains. In the northern wilderness, there are many animal tribes living around a raw stone vein. Most of them know how to manage and cultivate plants, but there are very few who have the divine product God-given seeds. If it weren't for the information guidance given by Jui Honglian, when Bambu and his team searched in places like this, they would at most use various sensing methods to search the shallow surface and finish the job. Now, it is confirmed that there are divine products God-given seeds, and the climate here is dry. It is confirmed that the things can be preserved relatively intact. So the way of searching is different. At intervals of 3 meters, dig in places and connect to form a network to cover the entire mountain range. For points on the mountain range, dig 3 meters underground. For points under the mountain range, dig at least 5 meters underground. It's a bit like archaeology. First find the most likely place, then look for unlikely remote places, 1 point at a time, and conduct a comprehensive search. Time flies and it's July. One night, a cold wind passed through. The temperature dropped suddenly, and the strong wind continued. The temperature became colder day by day. In just a few days, the lake froze. Bambu hurriedly led everyone south. As soon as they withdrew from the northern wilderness, a blizzard followed. And then, there was a long cold winter. The temperate and subtropical climate south of the mountain range is still good, above 0 degrees. Collect seeds in autumn, and gather with Guanli and others in the mountain base in winter. Bambu set out urgently to transport the seeds and various fragments of God-given seeds collected along the way back to Leju Peak. The seeds were distributed to various mountains for sowing. The debris was examined and analyzed by Baba. Unfortunately, there was no divine product God-given seeds that we hoped for. Rat King and Guanli transported a batch of force food from Chiwu Mountain to the northern mountain base of Longzhou continent. Everyone worked hard for a year and improved their lives in winter. In the spring of next year, we will continue to move. Guanli, Torreya grandis, fire bamboo, and light bamboo are still looking for tree species in the jungle south of the mountain. Bamboo took Big Bear, Rat King, white bamboo, and golden bamboo. And when the temperature warmed up a little, they entered the territory of the Snow Leopard tribe in Daqing Mountain in the northern wilderness to continue digging for the remains of God-given seeds. Another 4 months of busyness, completing the search of the entire mountain range and the iconic Qishan, but without any harvest. In the 61st year of bamboo, he continued to search the area within 2 kilometers around the mountain range, but still found nothing, taking the mountain range as the center. The further outward, the area to be searched increases geometrically. If we continue, the difficulty will increase. The third batch of bamboo fruits condensed from the seeds bestowed by the giant dragon bamboo god is about to mature. Bamboo returned to Leju Peak with Guanli and Huizhu, leaving Daxiong, Rat King, and others to continue searching. This batch of giant dragon bamboo fruits, 9 portions were still taken out and exchanged for Chiwu Mountain. 1 portion was sold to the black and white Cockroach tribe. Leju Peak kept 8 portions. After careful consideration, the entire mountain range could not select 8 warriors who could follow to the Dragon Bamboo continent to search for treasure. The 4 bamboo rat warriors led by Maju must stay at Leju Peak, as they are needed to do a lot of excavation work. The Caracal warrior capsule can replace Yucha, responsible for jungle patrols and warnings, so Yucha can get away. 1 bamboo fruit is assigned to Yucha. Bamboo himself has never been willing to eat a dragon bamboo fruit, but this time he can eat 1 to increase his strength and speed up his growth, and be promoted to L4 princess. Zaya Bezu has completed his studies and his strength has reached L8 senior warrior, which can be taken to Longzhou continent. There are 5 dragon bamboo fruits left, which will be given priority to Leju Peak, and will be assigned to Datu, Xiangpu, Hongmi, Pyracantha, and Longzhou respectively. They all have things to do, and will not participate in the treasure hunt in Longzhou continent. The dragon bamboo fruit and the divine product exchanged for the dragon bamboo fruit, force food are all given priority to Leju Peak, followed by Huizhu Mountain, to ensure that every member can be promoted to princess smoothly. Then other peaks will be considered and allocated as appropriate. Chapter 425. The planet is round. At present, there are only 2 types of valuable things in Longzhou continent: high-quality tree species and divine products. The remains of the seeds given by God. Li Zhufeng first delayed nearly 7 years in transporting the remains, and then searched for 3 consecutive years without any results. The transport team led by the Red Blatten King was naturally useless. The third batch of bamboo fruits matured, and Chiwu Mountain sent a team to protect the 9 little warriors traveling between the 2 places. After eating the giant dragon bamboo fruit, he fell asleep and evolved in Li Zhufeng. After waking up, he delayed some time and waited for Bamboo, who was promoted to L4 princess, to wake up and set off together. After Bamboo arrived at Chiwu Mountain, he carried 20 bags of high-quality force food and hurriedly entered Longzhou continent. In late spring and early summer, they gathered at the mountain stronghold. Last year, the Rat King and Baizhu completed the search of the 3-kilometer range under the Daqing Mountain, but still had no results. Guanli and his friends did not have any other harvests except various tree species. Assigned tasks: Guanli, Torreya grandis, fire bamboo, and light bamboo continued to search and collect tree species in the jungle south of the mountain range. Bamboo led Rat King, golden bamboo, Big Bear, oil tea, white bamboo, and little white bamboo into the northern wasteland to continue searching for Daqing Mountain. Adjust the assignment. Oil tea was responsible for collecting food in the swamp wetlands. Big Bear was still responsible for transporting food with a wheelbarrow. Bamboo led Rat King, golden bamboo, white bamboo, and little white bamboo to start investigating the hilly land 3 kilometers away from the mountain range. Expanding to the periphery, the area increased dramatically. After 4 busy months, only 1 kilometer of search was completed. If we continue to go out, the area will be larger. And not only will the speed be slower, but the probability of finding will also decrease. The reason is simple. Given the preciousness of the divine product God-given seeds, the beast warriors who once lived here, as long as they were not stupid, would definitely choose to sow seeds near the settlement rather than far away from the mountains. What makes bamboo entangled is that there is another possibility, at that time, somewhere outside the mountains, a hill or valley. The original forest was particularly abundant, which was more suitable for the growth of the divine product God-given seeds. So they were sown farther away from the mountains. It's very uncomfortable. It takes time and effort to find it. Abandoned? This thing just fits the bloodthorn God-given seeds. How can it be easily abandoned? Bamboo has a deep experience of hanging to death on a tree. Bamboo's 64 years. The double star apricots in Chiwu Mountain are ripe. The little white bamboo has a better talent. After eating, there is more than 85% probability of obtaining the second elemental ability. Bamboo took it out of the dragon bamboo continent, and urgently hibernated and evolved it, and promoted it to L1 Mountain Master when the double star apricots matured. The cycle of the double star apricot fruit is 22 years. During this period, the dragon bamboo fruit has matured twice, and 5 pieces have been exchanged each time, for a total of 10 pieces. The crown pear, Chinese Torreya, fire bamboo, light bamboo, and white bamboo that followed bamboo to search for treasure all have 1 piece. These arrangements were finalized by bamboo a long time ago. There are still 3 pieces left, which will be sent to Liju Peak by the hibiscus butterfly king himself, and will be handed over to the other 3 bamboo rat warriors for use. They are awakening earth and stone elemental abilities. The most scarce thing for the construction of Liju Peak is earth and stone abilities. Returning to the Chiwu Mountain Trading Square, the scene in front of them made Bamboo and his party a little dazed. The Chiofan Cockroach King personally led the team, and a large number of black and white cockroach tribe warriors were busy tying bags of force food to their carapaces. No way. There were only 2 high-level warriors active in the Dragon Bamboo continent, and they were so lucky that they found a divine product. The remains of a god-given seed? Bamboo was in a terrible mood. Princess Bamboo, the Autumn Maple Cockroach King, called from afar. Leiju had just been promoted to Ghost King 2 years ago, and now he has begun to take over some important affairs of Chiwu Mountain. When the Chiwu Mountain Bamboo Sea was built, it should be the day when the current Chiwu Ghost King retired and Leiju took over. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King was also at the foot of the mountain, and at the same time he called out, "Princess Bamboo, you came out so early this year? How was the harvest?" "Not so good." Bamboo waved his antennae at the Autumn Maple Bladdish King, called out, and asked, "Autumn Maple Bladdish King, what are you doing?" Autumn Maple Bladdish King laughed. "The remains of a cypress tree, which is a god-given species. It is seriously decayed, and the specific tree species cannot be identified." The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King lowered his mental power and said, "Most of the tree trunk has been preserved, which is relatively intact. A dead tree heart was also found. It can be confirmed that it is a divine cypress tree, a god-given species that has completed 3 moltings." Bamboo understood at a glance that it must have been Chuishan who helped identify and confirm, and then collected the benefits and mobilized the soldiers to help move the things out of the Dragon Bamboo continent. "There is a good opportunity to make a fortune without taking me?" Bamboo was even more upset. Chiofan Cockroach King asked, "Princess Bamboo, I heard that you entered Longzhou continent and didn't come out for 2 consecutive years. You must have found something good, right?" Bamboo said indifferently, "Nothing. How could it be? Your luck is so bad." Chiofan Cockroach King laughed and said generously, "Princess Bamboo, these debris will be of great help to the wild cypress seed given by God in your Liju Peak. I will send 20 bags of debris, and send 2 princesses to help accelerate its growth for 20 years. After this, the time it takes to complete its second metamorphosis and growth can be shortened by at least 50 years. Right? Hee hee. How can I be so embarrassed?" Bamboo's depressed mood improved after hearing this, and he said, "Then I am embarrassed to refuse." Chiofan Cockroach King, this matter is really troublesome to you. Chiofan Cockroach King waved his antennae and said, "Princess Bamboo, you are too polite. We will cooperate to explore the Dragon Bamboo continent. After all, we need your Liju Peak core." Leiju Ghost King waved his antennae and said, "Princess Bamboo, let's go up the mountain. Chiwu Ghost King has already ordered that you must find him when you come out. There is something important to discuss." "Important?" Bamboo said, then let's go up the mountain first. Chief and Cockroach King seemed to know what was going on, and followed him up the mountain. It was still the bamboo forest formed by the life seeds of Maju. Chiwu Ghost King and Begonia Butterfly King were both there. Meeting. Simple greetings. Bamboo asked, Chiwu Ghost King. I heard that you have something important to talk to me about. Yes. Chiwu Ghost King asked, Princess Bamboo. How is your progress in exploring the northern wasteland? Bamboo said, according to our division. The central region continent has just begun. So slow. Chiwu Ghost King wanted to say something, but was choked back. Bamboo realized that the transportation of the debris took 7 years, and the search for Daching Mountain took 5 years, which delayed his progress in exploring the northern wasteland. They have many Chiwu Mountain insects, and they are probably finished exploring the southern end of the western region. Bamboo has seen them mobilize the warriors of the tribe, who did not eat the giant dragon bamboo fruit, to enter the dragon bamboo continent to transport the debris. And more than once. Which shows that the good things they harvested are definitely not less than those of Liju Peak. With the ambition of the Chiwu Ghost King. Next, he will either consider entering the northern wasteland to explore, or continue to go west through the colorful barrier to explore the opposite continent. If he is more ambitious, he will follow the continent that branches out to the south in the western region. Go through the colorful barrier of the equator, enter the southern hemisphere of the planet, cross the ocean, and explore the southern hemisphere continent. Bamboo said, at present, there are only so many warriors in Liju Peak, and we need to manage the territory so much that we can't move fast. Chiwu Ghost King. Don't worry. I will think of a way later. We are not in a hurry. We could also search carefully in the tropical areas of the central region and the eastern region of the dragon continent. Princess Bamboo. Don't worry. We will follow the agreement, and we will not compete with you for the northern wasteland. The Chiwu Ghost King first expressed his attitude, and then he activated his metal ability. The earth and rocks in front of him rolled, forming a sphere with a diameter of more than 1 meter. Floating above the ground, 5 bright silver-white metal lines condensed and cut, dividing the sphere into 8 equal parts. The Begonia Butterfly King said, according to our narrow butterfly tribe's observations, we have confirmed that the world we live in is not square and flat. On the contrary, it should be a super huge sphere that revolves around the sun in the sky. You are quite capable. You have discovered this? Bamboo was really shocked and looked around, facing such shocking information. The Autumn Maple Cockroach King and the Thunder Bamboo Ghost King did not seem surprised at all. It seems that they had discussed it before. The tentacles of the Chiwu Ghost King kept moving, saying, this corresponds to the 10,000 races continent where we are. And this corresponds to the 10,000 nations continent. The earth and stone sphere slowly rotated, and the tentacles of the Chiwu Ghost King moved heavily, saying, this is the Longu continent. We only know about 3 continents now. The Begonia Butterfly King waved his tentacles. An array of blue-purple lightning shot out, hitting another continent west of the Longzhu continent, and said, Princess Bamboo. I, the Chiwu Ghost King, and the Thunder Bamboo Ghost King, and the Autumn Maple Cockroach King. We all want to enter this continent to take a look. The Chiwu Ghost King said, Princess Bamboo. I wonder if you have time this year. If you do, please lead the way and take us on a trip. Chapter 426 Crown Pear Continent. It is not easy to take 4 insect kings to enter the Dragon Bamboo Continent. Chiwu Mountain has already started the action and has been well prepared. The plank road across the Dragon Bamboo Continent and the supply bases along the way have stored sufficient force food. The Ghost Locust tribe also specially selected 8 warriors, who have eaten giant dragon bamboo fruits to accompany the escort, carrying high-quality force food in case of emergency. In fact, Bamboo has long wanted to go and take a look, and this matter is a perfect match. This matter may delay some time, so Bamboo will not take other members. Let them rest well, and carry the winch and spider silk on the road by himself. Chiwu Ghost King is also impatient. He agreed on the first day and set off the next day. It took more than a month to run along the plank road and cross the Dragon Bamboo Continent. There is a supply base near the location of the Fantasy Maze, which has the most force food stored. After 2 days of rest, we started to act. The tried and tested method, set up a winch with spider silk outside the illusion barrier, and Bamboo carried an oversized winch with spider silk and tried to enter the barrier. Observe the terrain and calculate the location of the magnetic mountain that interferes with the geomagnetic field. The terrain inside this illusion barrier is much simpler, similar to the illusion barrier that separates the 10,000 races continent, and the 10,000 nations continent. After entering, there is a flat land of about 800 meters, followed by a mountain range with a height of no more than 400 meters, followed by a plain with a width of about 40 kilometers, and then a mountain range and flat land again. Bamboo was familiar with this kind of terrain decades ago, and he had complete data information on the first hard position. It only took half a day to test and confirm the best position, discard the winch, and cross across the vast jungle and rolling mountains. There is no trace of the force either. The continents on the west and south sides of the fantasy color barrier are not much different in terms of terrain, climate, flora and fauna. The Chiwu King and his companions are still on the other side, and Bamboo is not in a hurry to bring them over. Instead, he sets out alone, soaring high in the sky, to first detect the general situation. Fly south first. It took half a month to come to the first conclusion. The continent that extends southward to the equator in the western region of Longzhou continent is just cut in half by the fantasy color barrier. The continent that extends out is the most special, with special geological structure, special flora and fauna, and most importantly, it has a long dry season and dry air. So the divine product, God-given seeds, can be easily preserved. From the perspective of treasure hunting, this continent is definitely a treasure land. According to the distribution law, this continent used to be inhabited by ants? Should I go north to check the situation in the northern wilderness? Bamboo thought about it and gave up the idea. It would be bad to keep the Chiwu King and his companions waiting for a long time. Turn around and go back. Leading the Chiwu King, Begonia Butterfly King, Thunder Bamboo Ghost King, Chiofeng Blattle King, and the 8 Ghost Locust Warriors who accompanied him. They passed through the fantasy barrier and entered the new world. Chiwu King asked Princess Bamboo, "Are you going to explore the northern wilderness?" Bamboo said, "That's exactly what I meant." Chiwu King said, "Then let's separate for now, and agree to return here together and leave together after 50 days. Bamboo said, "No problem." Chiwu King and his party headed south. Chiofeng Blattle King had eaten the dragon bamboo fruit, and he had a certain ability to survive in an environment without the force. The bamboo fruit strengthened his strength and made him strong. He carried a full 20 bags of high-quality force food worth 500,000 raw stones, and set off alone to explore the subtropical area. The first magical tree at the second heart of bamboo is fully activated, and can generate the original force equivalent to 1,000 raw stones every day. It can move recklessly, directly take off, and rush to the North Desert. Roughly similar continental structures. A large mountain range stretches across the east and west of the continent, dividing the north and south. It is October in the middle of winter, and the mountains are covered with snow. It has just snowed once in the south of the mountains, and the snow has a tendency to melt and sublimate under the sun. To the north of the mountains is the North Desert. The North Desert is frozen 3 feet deep, and it is the coldest season with a biting cold wind. After all, Bamboo is only at the level of a princess, and can't stand the severe cold of dozens of degrees below zero. He took a quick look and left in a hurry, landed on the ground, wandered in the jungles of temperate and subtropical areas, and slowly explored westward. More than 10 relics were discovered along the way, and all kinds of signs indicate that this continent was once ruled by ant tribes. Similar to the continent of all nations, ants are famous for their numbers. For some powerful ants, an ant king can control millions or even tens of millions of ant colonies. One ant king is a kingdom, and the Wangwa continent is named after this. These ants are not only powerful in group combat, but also have extraordinary ability to manage territory. They often completely overturn the natural ecology of the entire kingdom and transform it into a certain or several types of forests. Although the ant tribes are brave and fierce, they are one of the most cold-fearing insect races. It can be speculated that the animal tribes that once lived on this continent would not be too bad. Judging from the overall situation, the wealth left on this continent will be more than that of the Longzhou continent, and it is more valuable to explore. When Bamboo came here, he did not bring a spider silk bag. He used his metal ability to condense several bottles and jars, and collected high-quality plants along the way. At first, he patiently and carefully classified them, but later there were too many, so he simply mixed them according to the collection location. Take it back, sow it all at once, and when the seedlings grow up, slowly distinguish them. They are almost the same. There is a long way to go, and you can come back to find any special seeds in the future. It will take a lot of time and experience to plant the seeds after collecting them. And then it is possible to harvest the seeds given by God. Bamboo is not very interested in this, and is the first to return to the edge of the illusion. After waiting for 2 days, the Chiwu Ghost King and his entourage returned. Princess Bamboo, did you see it clearly? The Chiwu Ghost King seemed a little excited, and could not control himself. Bamboo said, almost. This continent is very good. There are many high-quality plants left. Begonia Butterfly King said, ants are managing the land, which destroys the original ecology. Without management, there will not be so many wild plants competing, and the cultivated high-quality tree species are more likely to survive. Not just a lot, but a lot. Thunder Bamboo Ghost King said with emotion, if we build a plank road to connect this continent, we can almost collect the high-quality tree species that other races in the 10,000 races continent already have. And we can also find tree species that other races don't have. It's just a pity that there are not so many territories and warriors of the same race to manage and cultivate together. When managing the sea of trees, don't be greedy. Chiwu Ghost King said, choose the best. Lei Zhu, I hope that in your generation, the 8th and 9th seas of trees can be built. The specific method of choosing which tree species is very simple. For example, the bamboo sea must have dragon bamboo, and other tree species must have top-level tree species as the soul of the sea of trees. Understood. Thunder Bamboo Ghost King agreed. Li Zufeng has just risen and has no experience in opening up the sea of trees. Obviously, this statement also has the intention of reminding Bamboo. Bamboo followed suit and moved his tentacles. The Chiwu Ghost King paused and asked casually, Princess Bamboo, your strength is constantly growing. Has your ability to generate the force improved? Bamboo knew what the other party wanted to know, and said truthfully, yes. And it is not small. I can now generate the force equivalent to 1,000 raw stones every day. But it seems to be stuck at this level. The Chiwu Ghost King listened attentively, waiting for the next step. Bamboo said, the growth of the God-given seeds of the giant dragon bamboo has also encountered a bottleneck. I feel that I need to break through and be promoted to the Cockroach King. And the ability of the giant dragon bamboo may be able to break through with it. I also feel that the next time the giant dragon bamboo breaks through, the enhanced ability of its bamboo fruit can allow the princess-level warriors to walk freely in an environment without the force. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King said, so you risked your growth and plan to be promoted to the Cockroach King as soon as possible? Bamboo touched his tentacles and said, I have this plan. Growing too fast is not good. It is not appropriate to risk your life to compete for those few years or more. The Chiwu Ghost King thought for a while and said, when we go back, we will help Chiwu Mountain and exchange some force food from other big clans for you to strengthen your physique and greatly increase the probability of successful molting growth. Then thank you first. Chiwu Ghost King. Bamboo had this idea a long time ago, but he couldn't find a chance to bring it up. Now, it's delivered to the door. The Chiwu Ghost King and his party returned on time as agreed. After waiting for a day, the Autumn Maple Cockroach King returned a day late. He had eaten the 20 bags of force food he had brought with him when he set out. And instead, he carried a large bag of plant seeds on his 2 forelimbs. Inexplicably, he was carrying a tree plant that was more than 4 meters tall with difficulty. It should be this tree that slowed down his journey. He did not look like a nouveau riche at all. He not only collected seeds wantonly, but also dug up the tree. Ordinary plant. Young pear tree. The Begonia Butterfly King had the best eyesight, and could recognize it at a glance from a distance. It's not an ordinary pear tree. The Chiwu Ghost King said solemnly, I'm afraid this continent will be named Crown Pear. The tentacles of the spotted bugs trembled. This guy actually found the native species of the crown pear tree? At the same time, the Autumn Maple Cockroach King excitedly shouted, Chiwu Ghost King. Princess Bamboo. Look! I found the real good stuff. Chapter 427 3 Derivative Species. The Chiwu Ghost King emphasized the 2 terms top tree species and sea of trees soul more than once. Tree species such as dragon bamboo, longevity peach, tianmu magnolia, huanglong longan, snake scale fruit tree, tum oil tongue, 7-leaf cedar, and 9-leaf red pine are top tree species. The best recorded native tree species in the inherited memory. There are 3 advantages. The genes themselves are extremely excellent. Ordinary seeds breed into live seeds, and force food has a strong strengthening effect when managing the sea of trees. The probability of giving birth to ordinary God-given seeds is high. And the God-given seeds all over the Chiwu Mountain come from this. The most important thing is that every time a high-quality derivative species is cultivated, there is a high probability of obtaining God's gift and giving birth to God-given seeds. In the inherited memory, there are nearly 300,000 kinds of plants, but the number of top native tree species is only about 300,000. And the cave crown pear is one of them. The cave pear is the largest pear. The pears are ridiculously large, and the yield is super high. So it is famous. High-quality tree species do not mean strong survival ability in the natural environment. The native species of the cave pear has long been extinct in the wild jungle. At present, only the horned Blatodia tribe has it in the Wanzu continent. Pear trees are perennial deciduous trees, generally growing in subtropical and temperate zones, and cannot withstand tropical high temperatures. This tree species is not suitable for Chiwu Mountain. After the Chiwu Ghost King and his entourage were amazed and congratulated, they all shut up. The red Blatodia and black and white Blatodia tribes live next to each other, and both places are suitable for planting pear trees. The black and white Blatodia tribe can use the cave pear, the top native species of pear trees, as the core to expand the sea of pear trees and cultivate the iconic plants of their own race. Li Zhufeng, Bamboo's favorite direct descendant, is named Guanli. He is planting pear trees and collecting pear tree seeds everywhere. He intends to open up a sea of pear trees. Top tree species are related to the future of the race, so it is better not to get involved. However, the two lifelines of mainland treasure hunting, shuttle through the fantasy maze, and giant dragon bamboo fruit are in Bamboo's hands. If King Chiofeng Cockroach is a little smarter, he will definitely choose to share the tree seeds for a fee. The difference lies in the specific conditions. King Chiofeng Cockroach certainly knows some of Li Zhufeng's situation, and has thought of a solution long ago. Otherwise, he can just collect seeds and take them back secretly. There is no need to carry a pear tree so exaggeratedly. Princess Bamboo, this is still a half-grown young plant of cave crown pear. I need to send it back to Chiofeng County as soon as possible. Please lead the way. Of course. Leaving the steel rope, Bamboo led the team through the fantasy maze and returned to Longzhou continent. At the supply point on the plank road, King Chiofeng Cockroach ate force food to replenish his force. The previous 20 bags of high-quality force food supported a Cockroach King for 50 days, which was a bit of a stretch. The Chiwu Ghost King and the Begonia Butterfly King did not say much, and waited eagerly for Bamboo and King Chiofeng Cockroach to discuss the matter of the cave crown pear tree. After recovering, King Chiofeng Cockroach asked Bamboo again, Princess Bamboo, it is a long way from Chiwu Mountain to Lizhu Peak, and we can only walk on the ground. I wonder if you can go with us. Bamboo said, of course no problem. The Chiwu Ghost King said dissatisfiedly, what do you two have to do? Can't you discuss it here first? We in Chiwu Mountain will not participate, so there is no need to be so formal. Right? Chiofeng Cockroach King said, this time. It was Princess Bamboo who sent us through the colorful maze for free. In the future, the black and white cockroach tribe also wants to enter the opposite continent to search for treasures. There is nothing to discuss about this matter. The cave crown pear tree must be shared with Li Zhufeng. Chiofeng Cockroach King, you are too polite. How can I feel embarrassed? Bamboo was polite on the surface, but he couldn't help but feel proud in his heart. You are sensible. If you dare to take the cave crown pear tree seeds alone this time, not only will you not be able to buy giant dragon bamboo fruits in the future, but the 3 existing little warriors will not be able to enter the opposite continent. It should be. The cave crown pear is an unexpected harvest, and it should be shared. Chiofeng Cockroach King is indeed very polite. After the hypocritical courtesy, there was suddenly no follow-up. This kind of thing is definitely not that simple. After all, the thing was found by Chiofeng Cockroach King. Even if he took the initiative to share it, there must be many additional conditions behind it. Qi Wuxian really wanted to know the details, especially worried that Chiofeng County would take this opportunity to take away too much of the giant dragon bamboo fruit. Don't participate. Just listen, and give some suggestions appropriately. However, neither Chiofeng Cockroach King nor Bamboo intended to discuss in front of the Chiwu Mountain crowd. Begonia Butterfly King broke the silence and said, the first top tree species found in Longzhou continent is Longzhou. According to the rules, that continent should be named Guanli Continent. Bamboo agreed, very appropriate. Chiofeng Cockroach King said, agree. The Chiwu Mountain Ghost Locust Warriors returned from hunting. eat to replenish physical energy, and continue on the road. Chiofeng Cockroach King carried the heaviest cargo and ran in front. In a hurry, wishing to run back to Chiofeng County in one breath. Bamboo was also a little anxious and followed Chiofeng Cockroach King closely. The 8 little warriors accompanying Chiwu Mountain were really not fast enough. After walking for 2 days, they simply said goodbye to Chiwu Ghost King and left first. Chiwu Mountain Trading Square. After eating the double star apricot, Baizu and Danju evolved once in a dormant state. Luckily, Baizu, who had the lowest probability, successfully awakened the earth and stone ability. Danju awakened the grass ability. The other members are unknown, and they need to evolve in a dormant state to see the effect. It was already spring. The cave crown pear itself is the top treasure of this planet, which can be developed into infinite wealth. There is no need for Guanli to stay and search for treasures. He followed Bamboo and returned to Liju Peak. From then on, he stayed in Liju Peak and planted pear trees with peace of mind. Led by the Rat King, he took other members including the 3 Chikok warriors, Toreya Grandis, Fire Bamboo, and Danju, and entered the Daching Mountain in the northern wilderness. Finally, they searched for another 2 years and searched within the 5-force range of the mountain. If they still couldn't find it, they had no choice but to give up, running fast all the way, leaving the sea of longan trees on Chiwu Mountain. Guanli couldn't help asking Bamboo, "Is this a cave crown pear tree?" Guanli could of course recognize the cave crown pear tree carried on the carapace of the autumn maple cockroach king. Feeling that the atmosphere was a little abnormally heavy, he found a more relaxed entry point to open the topic and wanted to ask more about the situation. "Yeah," Bamboo responded, and suddenly scolded, "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up." Guanli shut up, running fast until leaving the Ghost Locust Kingdom and entering the unknown land of the southern coastal jungle. "Princess Bamboo, what I found is not the native species of cave crown pear, but a cultivated derivative species. A total of 3. And the specific advantages and disadvantages need to be identified. The possibility of the existence of inferior derivatives of the cave crown pear is very small. The reason is very simple. Cultivating this kind of tree species is a process of eliminating inferior ones and selecting high-quality ones from generation to generation. Derivatives are better, and the starting point of cultivation is higher than that of native species, which saves a lot of time and energy in cultivation, and the chance of obtaining divine products and divine seeds is greater." Bamboo asked, "Is it a remnant of pear trees?" Chiofeng Cockroach King said, "Pear trees have little survival advantage in the natural environment. It is not a pear tree forest, but a few cave crown pear trees remain in a mixed natural jungle." Chiofeng Cockroach King paused and continued, "The cave crown pear blooms in early spring, and after a long spring, summer, and autumn, the pear fruit matures in late autumn. When I found it, it was just a short time after the pear fruit matured, and the seeds fell to the ground but had not yet germinated. After collecting enough seeds, I will directly destroy all the tree species." Bamboo had nothing to say. Intelligent life has a selfish side, and the mainland Zerg do this. Other tree species are fine. Once a top tree species is discovered, the seeds must be collected first, and then the original plant is destroyed to keep the tree species firmly in their hands. In fact, this is also one of the reasons why wild top tree species are scarce in nature. Chiofeng Cockroach King continued, "Princess Bamboo, what I mean is that Liz Yufeng and Chiofeng County each choose one of the 3 derivative species as a unique tree species, and the remaining one is shared by both of us. Different derivative species mean different cultivation directions. In this way, although both of us have Dongwon pear, they have their own characteristics and do not conflict with each other. It's a very reasonable arrangement." Bamboo agreed and asked, "What are the conditions?" Chiofeng Cockroach King said, "For the next batch of giant dragon bamboo fruits, 3 will be sold at half price. And for the next batch, 3 will be sold at full price. In addition, when you are promoted to Cockroach King, our black and white cockroach tribe will purchase a total of 9 giant dragon bamboo fruits produced by Li Zhufeng." Bamboo originally had the idea of kicking the black and white cockroach tribe out of the treasure hunting team, and the remaining continent would be shared by Li Zhufeng and Chuishan. Chiofeng Cockroach King had expected this, and he planned to take this opportunity to retain his seat and refuse to leave. This is not an excessive request. When the giant dragon bamboo fruits are produced, Li Zhufeng will definitely give priority to satisfying himself, and the black and white cockroach tribe will take some. and accordingly, the transaction with tuition will be reduced. The only problem is tuition. Bamboo stopped. Chiofeng Cockroach King also stopped. Bamboo asked, Guanli, what do you think? You decide for yourself. The exchange of the seeds of the magnolia god given last time was not over yet. Guanli felt that Bamboo wanted to blame him again. Bamboo shook his antennae at the autumn maple Cockroach King and said, It's not too much to ask. Okay. Take out the seeds. Right here. And share them. Okay. With a tearing sound, the autumn maple Cockroach King opened the spider silk bag. The spider silk bag was divided into 3 spider silk bags, each containing a seed of a derivative species. Chapter 428. Take what you need. Open the spider silk bag, and you will find 3 bags of seeds. The 3 different derivative species have similar seed shapes and sizes, but slightly different colors. One is pure black-brown, one has rusty red spots, one has very fine pale white stripes. The pear tree seeds are not very big, and each bag contains thousands of seeds, which is quite substantial. The seeds are full and shiny, and you can tell at a glance that they have been screened. It can be imagined that the autumn maple Cockroach King not only destroyed all the original cave crown pear trees at the site of discovery, but also collected all the seeds, and after screening, destroyed all the unwanted ones. How to divide? Bamboo asked, and then said, Chiofeng Blatten King, you are too polite. I should choose first. I am so embarrassed. Chiofeng Blatten King was stunned for 2 seconds, and said, Princess Bamboo. Then, you choose first. Guanli asked, Chiofeng Blatten King, what kind of tree is this Guanli tree you are carrying? This one. Chiofeng Blatten King pointed his antennae at the spider silk bag containing white striped seeds, and explained, I happened to come across a half-grown plant, so I dug it out. The cave Guanli tree species takes about 15 years to grow initially, and it takes at least 20 years to bloom and bear fruit. It is considered a mature plant, and the pear fruit production reaches its peak. Carrying this one back can save 10 years. Jin saw that Bamboo was full of doubts, and was eager to try. The Chiofeng Cockroach King asked, Princess Bamboo, you are not going to choose this one, are you? Bamboo pointed at the spider silk bag with white striped seeds with his antennae and said, then we at Liz Yufeng will choose this one. Just let me take care of this pear tree. The journey is long, so I won't bother you. King Chiofeng. King Chiofeng said sincerely, Princess Bamboo, I am very sincere in cooperating with you. Our black and white cockroach tribe has awakened the ability of plants. Due to our innate talents, we are quite sensitive to various plants. King Chiofeng pointed his tentacles at the bag of seeds with rusty red spots, and then said, I feel that this cave crown pear derivative is most suitable for your red cockroach tribe. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be accompanied by flame ability enhancement. You still have this ability? The old guy Huabai didn't tell me. Bamboo asked, what kind of enhancement effect does the seed with white stripes have? King Chiofeng said, the ability of plants that matches the innate abilities of our black and white cockroach tribe. Bamboo flicked his antennae, pointed to the spider silk bag containing dark brown seeds, and asked, what about this? Chiofeng Cockroach King said, this derivative species shows signs of degeneration. It has strong survival ability in the natural jungle, but as a live seed for our insect warriors, it is inferior to the other 2 derivative species. It has the ability to strengthen soil and stone. I think this derivative species is the most suitable as a tree species shared by our 2 tribes, and no one will suffer. Bamboo nodded his antennae lightly, indicating his agreement, and asked, Chiofeng Cockroach King, you won't lie to me, right? Chiofeng Cockroach King said, of course. I distribute it. Everyone can take what they want. Bamboo stretched out his toes, and picked up 2 white striped seeds. Guanli immediately pulled open a spider silk bag, and stepped forward. Bamboo put the seed into the bag and said, we at Li Zhufeng will take 2. One for sowing and verification, and one for the little warrior to breed live seeds to test the strengthening effect. If it is true, the sown trees will be eradicated. Guanli stepped forward and broke off a branch from the pear tree carried by King Chiofeng Luo, saying, we should also take some of this back for comparison and verification. You too are fussy. King Chiofeng Luo said, with the tree species, it is only a matter of time to promote large-scale cultivation and obtain more and better derivative species. Guanli said, what we lack in Li Zhufeng is the time of morning and evening. Hee. King Chiofeng Luo, you won't keep the good tree species for yourself and give the bad ones to us Li Zhufeng, right? Humph! King Qiufeng Luo was angry and said, "You two continue to toss." Bamboo manipulated the spoon and separated half of the seeds. Packed up, Bamboo carried one bag and Guanli carried another bag. It was a waste of time and energy for Qiufeng Cockroach King to carry a tree on his way. After saying goodbye, he left Qiufeng Cockroach King behind and flew on his way. It is now the 65th year of Bamboo. February is a warm spring. The best time for sowing. After arriving at Liju Peak, Bamboo immediately summoned the members on the mountain to gather in front of his living cave for discussion. As a result, a junior soldier was lying on Hongmi's head. Behind Duju was an intermediate soldier. Bamboo was stunned. It has been less than 3 years since I went out this time. And Liju Peak has given birth to 2 little soldiers at once? Duju introduced in a way of seeking credit, Bamboo. This little guy likes bamboo. I will name it Shengyin. And the hill will be named Shengyin Mountain. Suddenly, all kinds of good things came one after another. Bamboo readily agreed, sure. The second hill of the Lizufeng Bamboo Sea will be named Shengyin Mountain. Hongmi shouted, Bamboo. A little warrior was born in my territory. Bamboo ordered, take it to the bamboo forest at the foot of the mountain more often. It's better if it likes bamboo, so that it can live with Shengyin. Understood. Hongmi said, there is also a wild little warrior born in the bamboo forest. It found its way to Liju Peak. It was born last year. I don't know what happened. It likes Tuakeo. It was sent to Bitao Peak last month. Why Bitao Peak? Bamboo was puzzled. Hongdao said solemnly, in the spring of the year before last, a little warrior was born in Shancha's territory. He likes peach trees and was named Hui Tao. According to your rules, he should have been sent to Bitao Peak to manage the peach forest with Bitao. But Shan Cha said that there were too few warriors in Yunwu Peak and forced him to stay in Yunwu Peak. Sending to Akeo, there is compensation. As the number of warriors in the mountain range increased, various contradictions gradually emerged. Bamboo was not there, and the affairs of Liju Peak were all handed over to Hong Nao to handle. This matter was not very appropriate. The reason is very simple. Shan Cha is a direct descendant of Bamboo, and Hong Nao can't force him too much. I'll go back to Yunwu Peak when I have time and talk to Shan Cha. This kind of thing will not happen again. Bamboo paused and said, Yunwu Peak is too big. It really needs more warriors to live together. In the future, if there are warriors who like flowers and plants in the mountains, they will be sent there. Understood. Hong Dao looked back and forth at the spider silk bags carried by Bamboo and Guanli, and asked, Bamboo, is this a seed? Pear tree? What kind of tree? It's very important. You brought all the Guanli back. Guanli answered quickly. Dong Guanli. Derivative species. 2. One of which fits the innate ability of our red Blatten tribe, directly saving hundreds of years of breeding time. Dongwan pear. Top tree species, or a high-quality derivative species that has been cultivated. Pear trees can be prepared for construction. The members of Lizufeng were jubilant. Datu and Xiangpu, who were the busiest in spring plowing, arrived one after another. They were also very happy to hear the news. Without delay, they took action immediately and began to prepare for sowing and seedlings. Brought Baba back, scanned and checked, and compared the white-striped crown pear seeds and the branch. The autumn maple Blatten King did not lie, and it was indeed the same tree species. No problem was found. So forget it. Mid-February, the Chonglu and Yuju caravans arrived. The transaction with the wolf-scorpion tribe is still going on. In order to save trouble for their caravans, the red pine debris selected for sale is stored in Qijing County, and they pick up the goods when they pass through Qijing County on their way north. Next year, half of the raw stones sold will be sent to Lizufeng, and half will be sent to Qijing County. The caravan was already fully loaded with goods, so it could only carry 10 bags each time, which could sell nearly 10 million raw stones. If it were ordinary raw stones, it would be a burden to the caravan, so it used force crystals as currency. There were not many wreckages that preserved the force properties. Calculating the time, this year should be the last batch. After getting the 48 shiny force crystals, Bamboo gave them to Datu and asked him to hide them in the cave. Force crystals are the most convenient hard currency. There are few of them, and one less is one less. Try not to use them if you can. Both money and goods are cleared. Chonglu said, Princess Bamboo, the Ice and Snow Scorpion King still wants to buy those wreckages that have lost the force properties. Bamboo asked, what's the price? Chonglu said, they still refuse to raise the price. No sale. Bamboo simply refused. The frost elemental ability with the nature of the force cannot be used by Liu Feng, the entire red cockroach tribe, and the nearby cockroach tribes. So it is a bargain for the wolf scorpion tribe. Those debris that have lost the nature of the force are pure fertilizers. They are common to all types of ordinary life seeds and God-given seeds. The effect is just worse. There is no need to sell them at a low price. Keep them for your own use. Chonglu and Yuzhu saw that Bamboo refused straightforwardly and said no more. The pear tree seedlings are very busy. Bamboo personally supervised Baba, caught it, and scanned and analyzed the genetic advantages and disadvantages of the seedlings one by one to conduct the first round of tree species screening. This year's dry season, the God-given seeds of the giant dragon bamboo bloomed, and the flowering period lasted for a year. Bamboo stayed in Liu Feng, guarded it personally, and commanded Maju and others to replenish its force. The time was about the same, and the king of Chiofeng Cockroach began to send a team to transport the next batch of raw stones for purchasing giant dragon bamboo fruits to Liu Feng, selling at half price. 3 copies. That's 15 million raw stones. Next year, the holy bamboo fruit will be ripe and sold, and another large amount of raw stones will be earned. The raw stone income is much more than planned, and the first heart position does not require many raw stones. So the total cost is less than 5 million. Simply light up and activate the next 300 magical veins in one go. Chapter 429 Management System. At the first heart position, there are a total of 3001 magical veins, divided into 23 ability types, which together form a magical skill. The first 3 groups of basic metal ability types have the largest number of magical veins, 300 each, and a total of 900. The first group corresponds to metal transformation and metal manipulation, with primary and secondary distinctions. Metal transformation as the main and metal manipulation as the auxiliary. The second group of magical veins still has 2 basic metal abilities, with metal manipulation as the main and metal strengthening as the auxiliary. After lighting and activating, it begins to release special force and transform genes. This degree of transformation is no burden at all for the L4 princess. Bamboo. It is estimated that after completion, it will be a long way from being promoted to the L5 princess. The third group cannot be lit up, which should require Cockroach King level strength. The growth of the princess level is gradually becoming difficult. If you want to grow as fast as before, the consumption of raw stones begins to be in millions. In a casual chat with the Chiwu Ghost King, I accidentally learned that according to the observations and information left by their ancestors, in the past few decades, the number of stars in the sky will reach a peak, and hundreds of stars can be seen every night. This also means that the development of the tribe has entered a peak period. The direct manifestation is the increase in the probability of the birth of God-given seeds and young warriors. This spring, at the end of March, a young warrior was born on the Torreya Peak. Chijian County also sent a rare young warrior who likes bamboo, named Lane, and arranged to live in Shengyin Mountain to keep Shengyin company. So far, the number of warriors of the Qilong tribe in Jinping Mountain Range has reached 39. Liju Peak is rich and provides various high-quality force food subsidies every year to help all warriors grow. At present, 21 red cockroach warriors have been successfully promoted to mountain masters. The lifespan of a mountain master is as long as 150 years. He will not age and die easily, and he can also protect more ordinary small cockroaches. Looking at the Jinping Mountains as a whole, there will be a small warrior born in 1 or 2 years at the shortest, and 2 or 3 years at the longest. Unknowingly, it has begun to enter the insect population increase mode. The number of warriors is increasing rapidly, and Bamboo is often busy running between Chiwu Mountain and Liju Peak, and he will definitely not be able to take care of it. It is time to formulate a unified management system. The insect tribe has a ready-made, mature and relatively reasonable model. Just copy it. The biggest one is the master of a county, a mountain, and Bamboo deserves it. Appoint a designated successor insect, Red Rice, to replace Bamboo and handle various minor matters that are not very important. Going down, it is divided into 2 layers, namely different forests and the specific peaks corresponding to the forests. Duzhu governs the entire Bamboo Sea. In the Bamboo Sea, Huizhu Mountain is ruled by Huizhu. In the future, Shengyin Mountain will develop and Shengyin will be ruled by Shengyin. The Mountain Lord is responsible for managing the affairs of the mountain. Similarly, Guanli will manage the pear tree sea that will be developed. There will definitely be small peaks in the sea of trees, where warriors who like pear trees will live together, and each mountain will have a mountain lord. To manage the sea of trees, Liz Yufeng will provide resources to help the promotion of Cockroach King. To manage the peaks, Liz Yufeng will provide resources to help the princess. Torreya Grandis Peak, Qingyang Peak, Bita Peak, Yunwu Peak, Guijia Peak, and Zonli Peak. These peaks are all ruled by the first small warrior separated from Liju Peak. Looking for tree species in Longzhou Continent and Guanli Continent, there is hope of expanding and establishing a sea of trees in the future. It is tentatively decided to help them to be promoted to princess. When they have achieved something in the future and confirmed to open up the sea of trees, we will consider whether to help them to be promoted to the Cockroach King. In addition, the storage and expenditure of the raw stones earned by Liju Peak every year have always been the responsibility of Datu. When Bamboo is not around, Datu and Xiangpu are responsible for small transactions with the caravan, and Hongdao helps to make decisions. Selling holy bamboo fruit is a big deal, and Yintu Banao and Taidao Princess will come to help. The dragon bamboo fruit is a particularly important transaction, which Bamboo has to come in person, and is usually planned and arranged early. In terms of transactions, there are not many changes. Another particularly important issue is the education of young warriors. For newly born young warriors, if they encounter direct elders such as Pyracantha, the basic process is that when they are junior warriors, the elders take them to play in their own territory for a year, and when they are intermediate warriors, they are assigned to live in other places, and the elders take the young warriors to play in the new territory for 1 or 2 years. When the young warrior grows to L7 intermediate warriors, and has a certain ability to protect themselves, they will be left alone. Most of the young warriors brought up in this way are unqualified. The inherited memories of the insect tribes are all basic knowledge, and there are still a lot of detailed knowledge to learn when managing the territory. The smarter ones are fine. They can observe other warriors managing their territories, hear and see, and figure out some things by themselves. The dumber little warriors, if not taught, may be confused and at a loss, and then lie in their own territory doing nothing, waiting for the plants they planted to bloom and bear fruit. Chuishan's method is very good, gathering the young warriors together, led by experienced elder warriors, and teaching them full-time. Looking at Liju Peak, Bamboo found that he seemed to be the only qualified and honest one, and the others were very likely to lead the young warriors astray. Guanli had studied in Chiwu Mountain and had experience, so he was temporarily assigned to be responsible for education. In the future, young warriors born in the mountain range will be sent to Guanli Peak to study when they are L1 intermediate warriors, until they are L7 intermediate warriors. Gather all members of the mountain range, formally establish clear rules, and confirm various systems. There is also a punishment system. Those who do not obey orders will have their annual force food subsidies reduced or completely cut off. The most important thing is the allocation of warriors. When young warriors are born in the territory, they must be sent to the corresponding peaks to live according to the type of plants they like. Birds of a feather flock together, and warriors with the same hobbies live together and work together to cultivate the same species. Camellia is the only troublemaker at present, and Bamboo went to Yunwu Peak to give it a stern warning. This thing has a lot of bad habits. It secretly sells the high-quality force food that Li Zhufeng sends every year to the caravan and exchanges it for raw stones. Bags of them are piled up in the cave where it lives. It has to lie on the raw stones to eat and sleep well. Dry season, the seeds of the dragon bamboo god bloom. Bamboo spends most of his time in the bamboo forest, communicating with the dragon tree spirits, commanding the bamboos to crush the force, replenish the force, and ensure a smooth flowering period. The 65-61 branches of the 9-leaf red lotus have grown completely and started to accumulate strength. The first batch of lotus seeds will be produced in 3 years. So far, it has not been found that the Chonglu and Yuzhu caravans have leaked the news of the remains of the red pine god seeds. Bamboo 66 years. The caravan arrived again. The last batch of debris was sold, and Li Zhufeng received 4.9 million raw stones. Another important transaction was the holy bamboo fruit produced last year, which earned 1 million raw stones. The rest was the scattered income of more than 450,000 from the sale of various ordinary God-given seeds. The total value of the goods purchased by Li Zhufeng from the 2 caravans every year has reached 600,000 raw stones. The annual expenditure of the Mountain Master level warriors is not much. Mainly the L4 County Master level Bamboo has a large expenditure. The 4 caravans of Chonglu, Yuzhu, Xianghuan, and Zijing spent a lot of money through various channels to purchase various top-quality force foods for bamboo. At present, it costs about 500,000 raw stones every year. As the strength increases, the annual expenditure will increase, which is the most luxurious growth model in the entire continent. After a busy period, the money and goods are cleared. Bamboo asked proactively, "The wolf-scorpion tribe still refuses to raise the price for the red pine debris?" Yuzhu said, "No." Chonglu said, "Not only does the Frost Scorpion King refuse to raise the price, he also urged us to find a way to get the debris over." Yuzhu said, "We are not going to enter the Wolf Scorpion Kingdom this year. Change the trade route and go faster to the Frost Centipede Kingdom, through the giant stone mountain city, and enter the northern wilderness to trade with the Beast tribe." Yuzhu said to Presley, "The entire Wolf Scorpion tribe is simply unreasonable. The CRC looks down on us, the small county-level caravans." Chonglu said with pain, "In the Wolf Scorpion Kingdom, I have established a stable trading relationship with several mountain owners who have good incomes from the God-given seeds. Now, I can only give up." Yuzhu said, "I knew that the divine cedar nuts are not that delicious. I heard that the tribes on the border of the northern wilderness are very fierce. Is the Frost Centipede tribe also difficult to get along with? It doesn't matter. It's just a small loss that can be ignored." Bamboo shook his tentacles, and then waved his tentacles again, calling, "Chonglu, Yuzhu, come on. I'll take you to see something good." "Good thing? Are there any new God-given seeds?" "Bamboo, you have to compensate us for our losses this time." Yuzhu and Chonglu became enthusiastic. Due to Yuzu bamboo rice, the God-given seeds of the entire Red Bladis tribe have gradually increased in recent decades. Heading north, passing through the Taidao Mountains, Hongju Mountains, Qingang Mountains, and Qijing County, there is a lot of trade income. Chonglu said, "Princess Bamboo, your Liju Peak has not produced any God-given seeds for many years. This is not normal. Where are the bamboo rat warriors? Why don't you let them look for more? There have been too many things in recent years, and the development of the bamboo sea under the mountain has been greatly delayed. I am busy from beginning to end of the year, and have no time to enter the jungle to search." Bamboo explained and walked in front to lead the way. To the north, over the mountains, into the territory of the Taidao Mountains, through mulberry fields and rice fields, to the flood discharge channel, and up along the river, passing through the pear tree forest that has not yet grown. There is a giant dragon bamboo forest that blocks out the sky in front. Chapter 430 Divine Product. Dense bamboo forest, with giant dragon bamboos with diameters of 30 to 50 centimeters and heights of more than 60 meters, with only one narrow path. Following the deep and winding path through the bamboo forest, the view suddenly opens up. A lake with a diameter of 3 kilometers, with green leaves stretching to the sky. The lotus leaf stem is 5 centimeters thick, 1 to 2 meters above the lake, with a huge lotus leaf with a diameter of more than 1.5 meters. The leaves are distributed in an orderly manner, swaying gently with the evening breeze. You can tell at a glance that it is not an ordinary lotus, but a seed bestowed by God. The hazy fluctuations of the force show that it is definitely not an ordinary seed bestowed by God, and its quality is extraordinary. Bamboo. This is a wild seed bestowed by God. 1. Top quality. It has completed 3 transformations and grown? This doesn't look normal. How long has it been? With this scale of growth, it has already started to sell to the outside world. The fire element is strengthened. And you leave Zhufeng eat it yourself? With such a large scale, you can't eat it all? It's ready to sell. That's great. Don't divide the sales share. Yuzhu and I will take care of it, just to make up for the loss of our caravan changing the trade route. Before Bamboo could introduce it, Yuzhu and Chonglu had already said almost the same thing. However, they were both wrong. Chonglu, Yuzhu, don't be anxious. Calm down. Bamboo flapped his wings to signal, deliberately paused for 2 seconds, and said simply, "This is a divine seed given by God. It has indeed completed 3 transformations and growths, so it has the vast scale in front of it. More than 3 times. The 9-leaf red lotus is a scale that only the universe-level life level can have. Some things are hard to explain, and it is not appropriate to let the caravan know too much." God quality? God quality. Chonglu and Yuzhu were confused, half opened their mouths, waiting for Bamboo to explain. When? Where did it come from? How could a God-quality God-given seed suddenly appear in Lizufeng? Hasn't Liz Yufeng been growing bamboo? If it is bamboo, it is acceptable. Lotus? Incredible. Bamboo organized his words and said briefly, the thing has been there for decades and has been hidden. Don't ask where it came from. Just sell it. Sell? Chonlu said seriously, bamboo. This is a god-quality God-given seed that strengthens the fire element. It fits your red Blatten tribe. Why sell it? Even if you are in urgent need of raw stones. Can't you borrow it? Bamboo said, Liz Yufeng is not short of raw stones for the time being. On the contrary, I plan to start reserving raw stones for the insect descendants thousands of years later. You can't sell it either, Yuzhu said. I heard that in terms of production, the divine God-given seeds are not as good as ordinary God-given seeds. It is said that the production is particularly low. Now is the prosperous age, the best time for your red Blatodia tribe to develop. You should train more county-level warriors. Shonlo said, now the number of warriors in Jinping Mountain Range has improved, and it will only increase slowly. Keep them for yourself to eat, and train excellent descendants. If you can't eat them all, you can still use them in other places of your red Blatodia tribe, such as Chuirong County and Changshan County, to improve the overall strength of the tribe. To verify the character of a friend. One is danger, and the other is interest. These two guys are pretty good. They are righteous and not blinded by interests. That, Bamboo said, my divine God-given seed is different. As you can see, it is huge and dominates the entire lake. Its yield is not low. On the contrary, it is very high. High yield? Chonlu asked with difficulty. How high? Bamboo said, it blooms and bears fruit every year. There are 729 lotus pods, and each pod has 11 seeds. 729 lotus seeds make up one portion, and 11 portions are integers. So many, not right, Yuzhu said, as far as I know. The flowering and fruiting cycle of divine God-given seeds often varies from several years to several decades. The closest example is the Changshan County's Changshan Longevity Peach God-given seed, which has a flowering and fruiting cycle of 9 years. So the Changshan Longevity Banquet is held every 9 years. Chonlu was a little embarrassed and asked, Princess Bamboo, did you make a mistake? Bamboo said, Liz Yufeng, manage so many God-given seeds. How could I make a mistake? It can't be wrong. It's the God-given. It has completed 3 evolutions and metamorphosis. The tree spirit awakened. It told me itself. It seems that the God-given is true. But this output, the tree spirit said it itself. Yuzhu hesitated and said, I heard that the tree spirits of the God-given seeds are very smart. Smarter than ordinary warriors. It won't lie to you. Right? Chonlu was surprised and asked, but what's the benefit of it deceiving Bamboo? Yuzhu analyzed seriously. The God-given seeds must require a lot of raw stones to grow. Most likely they want to cheat Bamboo of raw stones? Why don't you two believe it while talking? It's getting more and more off topic. Bamboo had a headache and said, no. It's just special. It will bloom and bear fruit the year after next. And then we will know. Bamboo immediately said, it blooms and bears fruit once a year. And the annual output is 11. What the tree spirit said is not wrong. Yuzhu and Chonlu looked at each other, but did not respond. They did not believe it. We are a county-level caravan after all. We have never seen the divine product God-given seeds. But we have heard of some. But there is no such thing as you. Bamboo saw this and had to say, let's not ask whether the output the tree spirit said is true or not. It is definitely right to prepare in advance. Chonlu. Yuzhu. When you were traveling and doing business in the past 2 years, pay more attention to those tribes that have awakened the ability of fire. Which ones are particularly rich, and which ones are suspected of also having the divine product God-given seeds, and try to communicate with them. If the lotus seed yield is high, it needs to be sold. In rich places, we sell it at a high price. Those who have the divine product God-given seeds, find a way to exchange them. The good things we exchanged will first be selected by our Li Zhufeng. If they are useful, I will buy them at a high price. Sudden silence. After a long while, Yuzhu agreed, you can try. Chonlu asked, as far as I know, lotus seeds can be stored for a long time after being dried? Bamboo said, yes. More than 10 years. Chonlu said, the things we exchanged for may not be easy to store. If the yield of this divine lotus God-given seed is really that high, Yuzhu and I will simply give up the transaction in Beiwang and completely give up the ordinary force food trade. Yuju agreed. 11 divine God-given seeds per year. We earn 100,000 raw stones for each. And the income? Chonglu said. 2 good things are not so easy to sell. This matter needs to be carefully considered and planned. We must be careful and cautious. And not sell the red pine debris like last time. Which backfired in the end, and now we dare not set foot on the territory of the wolf-scorpion kingdom. Divine products. The gap between the God-given seeds and ordinary God-given seeds is like the gap between ordinary God-given seeds and ordinary life plants. Ordinary life seeds. Ordinary God-given seeds. And divine products are the 3 distinct levels of the original force plants on this planet. Divine products are too rare and too expensive. Everyone wants them. But 99% of the warriors can't afford them at all. Or there are tribes like the wolf-scorpion. Even if they have money and want to buy, they are still reluctant to spend a lot of raw stones. And they are unreasonable to force buying and selling. Then, all kinds of contradictions arise. Princess Chonglu is right. Bamboo said solemnly. Selling lotus seeds is different from the red pine debris last time. Lotus seeds are a long-term business. So we must be more cautious. I suggest that you don't go to the northern kingdom again. It is said that most of the border tribes are fierce and warlike. Brutal and unreasonable. The inland tribes are slightly better. But you can't be careless. First, investigate the tribe's financial resources and reputation. First, they must be rich. And secondly, they have never had any stains in the process of communicating with the caravan. Investigate and confirm the trading object. Get familiar with the relationship. And confirm that the insects are fine. Then sell them lotus seeds. Remember to be conservative when communicating. And only tell them that the caravan has a way to get 2 to 3 portions of lotus seeds. First propose to exchange with something of the same level. If there is no, then consider selling. Yuju agreed. This is quite safe. Shomlo thought. And said, Duju will soon be promoted to a princess. Right? Bamboo. Give us 2 more holy bamboo fruits. One is that we can enter more large tribes for trading. And the other is that we can use holy bamboo fruits as a cover. Bamboo said, that's no problem. Duju plans to be promoted to a princess in 3 years. Next time. The output of the holy bamboo fruit will be 18 portions. Chonglu said, Bamboo. We don't know the name of this lotus God-given seed yet. Bamboo said, 9-leaf red lotus. Chonglu asked, if the 9-leaf red lotus can really bloom and bear fruit every year, and the output is as high as 11 portions each time, how many portions do you Liz Yufeng plan to sell? Bamboo said, we will use the first few batches of output ourselves, and the quantity is not large. But after meeting the needs of the red cockroach tribe, at least 10 portions should be sold to the outside every year. Right? Bamboo shook his antennae gently and said, the number of red cockroach warriors in Jinping Mountain Range will indeed increase. But not every warrior is qualified to use them. 1 lotus seed. Sold in exchange for raw stones. And then purchase the original force food condensed from ordinary God-given seeds. Can almost help a senior warrior become a mountain master. Obviously. This is more cost-effective. Chapter 431 Baba's Little Thoughts. Selling the remains of the God-given seeds of red pine to the outside world was a test. And the effect was very poor. Therefore, when selling the seeds of the 9-leaf red lotus, every portion must be carefully sold. The caravan stayed at Liju Peak for 1 night. Bamboo asked Yuju and Chonglu about the rich and large tribal lands they were currently dealing with, and carefully discussed the details of the sales plan. The caravan left in the morning of the 2nd day. The flowering period of the God-given seeds of the giant dragon bamboo will last for a year. A very critical year. Bamboo spends most of his time in the bamboo forest every day, occasionally going to the lake to communicate with the 9-leaf red lotus and keep in touch. Liju Peak's wealth depends entirely on it. Duju basically no longer participates in mountain labor and concentrates on eating and drinking to recuperate. It will be the 2nd princess of Liju Peak after Bamboo. Late at night, Guanli suddenly ran to the bamboo forest in a hurry. Bamboo. Guanli was not in a good mood. Bamboo's heart tightened. What? Xueli, is she okay? In Guanli Peak. Xueli is being promoted to L2 Mountain Master. Because this guy is too stupid. He didn't get any good things. Is it because of bad luck that the evolution failed? Very good, Guanli said, Bamboo. Xueli got a God-given seed. It told me after it was promoted to the 2nd Age Mountain Master. God-given seed. Bamboo was stunned at first. Then reacted and asked, what seed? Where did it come from? It's a raspberry. Just planted. Guanli was a little frustrated, shaking his tentacles, and said, I don't know where it came from. I can't ask. Since the development of Liju Peak, there are super high-value holy bamboo God-given seeds that extend life, and 3 God-given seeds of divine quality. Ordinary herbaceous or shrub God-given seeds have long been out of bamboo's eyes. A raspberry God-given seed is nothing at all. Guanli's vision is also not low. Bamboo felt that Guanli was sad because Xueli did not tell him immediately after she found the God-given seed. Usually, Xueli behaved stupidly, and Guanli took good care of it. Bamboo asked, Baba is in Xueli's territory, right? Is she instructing her to sow and water the God-given seeds now? Guanli said, yes. The God-given seeds were found by Baba. Bamboo was 100% sure of this. In the past few winters, Xuemai has been working with her and could not enter the jungle to look for her. Instead, Baba disappeared as soon as the electricity was turned on. The most important thing is that Xueli has always been in charge of the gates of the 2 hydropower stations. Bamboo has repeatedly reminded her not to open the gates and release water without the order of Hongao or Guanli. Bamboo comforted him, Guanli, don't be like that. Xueli is so stupid that she doesn't have so many little ideas. This is all Baba's idea. She is bribing Xueli and blindly directing Xueli to let her go. Guanli is smart. After a while, she understood and felt better. Then she said, Bamboo, Baba doesn't seem to like me very much. Baba doesn't like me very much either. Bamboo thought for a while and said, the thinking of electronic life is mostly abnormal. They have strong logical thinking, but their minds cannot grow and mature with the increase of experience and knowledge. They always have the childish temperament of little warriors. Baba likes to communicate with giant dragons and 9-leaf red lotus tree spirits and show off the knowledge she has mastered. She likes to communicate with stupid warriors like Baiju and Xueli and tease them. She can't get any advantage in front of you, me, and the Rat King, who have normal IQs and are mature and stable. So she doesn't like to communicate with us. Really? Guanli was skeptical. Yes. Bamboo answered affirmatively. The dragon bamboo tree spirit said faintly, no wonder Baba didn't come to see me in the past 2 years. Bamboo flapped his wings and said, Xueli was successfully promoted and bred a God-given seed. This is good news. You should go and inform other members of the mountain. Send Guanli away. Bamboo was not in a good mood and fell silent. The dragon tree spirit said, Bamboo, you are too fond of Guanli. Baba is on guard against you. Am I that kind of insect? Bamboo said angrily, childish electronic life. The dragon tree spirit said, Bamboo, you should find a God-given seed for Guanli as soon as possible. In recent years, there have been too many affairs in Liju Peak, and treasure hunting in Longzhou continent is more urgent. I can't spare the energy to search in the wild. Bamboo said with a headache, to cultivate the God-given seed of bamboo species, new mutants are needed, and the probability is extremely low. It's almost entirely based on luck. Bamboo said again, the entire Jinping Mountains, not only the crown pear, can't be partial to one over the other. Fire bamboo, Chinese torreya, peach, camellia, tortoiseshell tendon vine, brown chestnut, holy sound, they all need a God-given seed. The dragon tree spirit said slowly, they are slowly passing the time to breed the God-given seed. Starting from the mountain master level, each molting evolution starts at 3 years, and as it continues to improve, the cycle becomes longer, and it is difficult to catch up with the God-given seed when the molting evolution happens. At the county master level, from bamboo L1 to L3, it takes about 10 years to molt and evolve once, and it will definitely exceed 10 years in the future, and there is almost no hope of breeding the God-given seed again. Other warriors are definitely even less hopeful. If there is no God-given seed, and they are completely funded by bamboo to be promoted to the county lord, they will be the lowest among the county lords. This situation is more common in other counties, such as the Day and Shuya counties of Qijing County. They are funded by the Qijin Cockroach King to be promoted to the county lord, and usually run errands and assist the Qijin Cockroach King in handling various affairs. If there is no God-given seed, and it is completely funded by bamboo to be promoted to the Cockroach King, it is unreasonable and a waste of resources. Even Chiwu Mountain will not do this. The cost of the county lord's growth is too high. The medium-level growth model consumes an average of 200,000 raw stones per year for more than 200 years. which means the consumption is 40 million raw stones. This growth model is easy to miss the heyday of youth and has a high probability of failure. Without the God-given seed, the territory income is completely unable to support the growth of the county lord. It costs so much to be promoted to the Cockroach King, and the territory's life seed output is basically only enough for themselves, without any additional income to return to the tribe. From the perspective of insect value, without God-given seeds, there is no qualification to be promoted to the king level. Strictly speaking, in the entire Jinping Mountains, only 3 are qualified to be promoted to the Cockroach King, namely, Bamboo, Duju, and Xiangpu. Data plays a huge role in the management of the territory, and is barely qualified to be promoted to the king level. Going down, Hongao and Qingang are barely qualified. Hongao cultivates rice, and has cultivated a total of 3 God-given seeds, 1 for itself and 2 for red rice, in addition to the deep water barnyard grass found in the wild before. Hongao also has 2 God-given seeds. The key is that it has shown intelligence, and it will definitely be able to cultivate more rice God-given seeds in the future. Qinggang's water beech God-given seed is a tree species with good innate genes, in addition to the fertilization and strengthening of the world tree debris and oak debris. After being promoted to the princess, it has steadily reached the best quality. Strengthening the water element ability does not match the innate ability of the red bladdish tribe, and the selling price is not high. It is just average. Compared with the red bladdish tree God-given seed of the red bladdish king, it is slightly inferior, so it is very reluctant. Bamboo does have the ambition to lead everyone to be promoted to the bladdish king. But first of all, the financial resources are not enough. And secondly, other mountain ranges of the red bladdish tribe, and even other members of the Jinping mountain range in the future, may not agree. Especially the red bladdish king. If it knows that Bamboo intends to take out a large amount of raw stones to help all the members of the mountain to be promoted to the bladdish king, it will definitely be the first to jump out and rebel. In the eyes of other tribes, it is also a joke. It is a waste of resources to be promoted to the king level without the God-given seed, which is reckless and messy. Those who are a little wiser know that the selection and training of the younger generation cannot be based on likes and dislikes alone. First of all, it depends on whether they have high-quality God-given seeds. After the prosperity, there is a period of decline when the stars are darkened. Many small tribes like red cockroaches and black and white cockroaches were destroyed silently during that period. If you have abundant raw stones, you should store them for the day when they will be useful. Not all the seeds given by God can be bred into life seeds. Some should be selected and retained and cultivated directly. That is the lifeblood of the continuation of the race. Bamboo has been thinking about the future growth of other members of Liz Yufeng, and he gets a headache every time he thinks about it. Forget it. Let's find a way to get a tree for Guanli first. Bamboo is distressed. The dragon bamboo tree spirit has always known Bamboo's thoughts and suggested, Guanli and others are still very young, and Liz Yufeng has the holy bamboo fruit to prolong life, so they can slow down their growth rate to the minimum first. After surviving the busiest decades of Liz Yufeng's expansion, there will be opportunities in the future. I know. Bamboo said, I have already told them. In fact, Bamboo's biggest headache is the big bear, Oil Tea, Rat King, White Bamboo and others. The beast warriors don't even have ordinary life seeds. Chapter 432 There is still one. The black and white cockroach tribe awakened the ability of plants, and the king of autumn maple cockroach is very good at selecting seeds. Bamboo brought back nearly 2,000 seeds of the Dongguan pear from Liju Peak. After sowing, all of them germinated and grew into seedlings smoothly. After Baba's selection, there are still more than 1,500 plants left. The nursery is densely planted, and the seedlings are a bit crowded after 1 year of growth. In the second round of seed selection, the seedlings with particularly poor growth will be pulled out, and the slightly worse seedlings will be transplanted to open up a good pear orchard. The nursery only retains the 500 best seedlings and continues to focus on them. The growth of the Dongguan pear tree is not slow. Because the tree is tall, it takes up to 15 years to grow up. The best batch of seedlings in the nursery will be retained and transplanted into the pear orchard in early spring next year, with the Dongguan pear as the core. Opening up a sea of pear trees is currently the most important thing in Jinping mountain range. Guanli has always been in charge, with the help of the Toreya Peak warriors, and Hongao and Baba giving advice. Bamboo is relatively relieved about this, and only goes to take a look occasionally. 2 derivative species, The tree species with enhanced fire element ability is named red crown pear. Another derivative species is indeed worse. Close to the original Guanli species, with enhanced earth and stone element ability, named orange crown pear. Shengyin Mountain is a small hill that Bamboo chose a long time ago. It is located on the east side of Huizhou Mountain, across the river, 5 kilometers away. The concentration of the original force is good, but it is a little short. Only 3 warriors can live on the mountain. Now that the 2 young warriors Shengyin and Lane have settled there, the various bamboo forests centered on Shengyin Mountain can also be opened up. These tasks were led by Duzhu, who brought Longzhu, Hong's Hushan warriors, and 4 bamboo rat warriors to do. They all have decades of experience in reclaiming land and managing bamboo forests. So there is no problem. And bamboo has nothing to worry about. The prototype of the Qingang tree seed jointly developed by Jinping Mountain Range and Taidao Mountain Range is planned in the territory of Taidao Mountain Range north of Qingang Peak. The 2 mountain ranges jointly dispatched warriors to work. There are few warriors in Qingang Mountain, so the warriors of the nearby Bitao Peak need to go over to help. The Taidao princess personally participated in this matter, so bamboo didn't need to worry about it. In botanical classification, the 3 closely related tree species of oak, kelp, and cycad should all be included in the genus Quercus, and divided downward. They belong to 3 different subgenera. Oak is a species under the subgenus Quercus, and more specifically, there are 68 species. Among them, more than half of the black oak, white oak, red oak, wood oak, chestnut oak, etc. are rare native species. The best is the dead oak, a top tree species on par with the longevity peach. It can be bred into a life seed, and the acorn's additional strengthening effect is also to extend life. Since the Qijian lineage of the Qigok tribe wants to jointly cultivate 3 tree species, oak and cycad, and open up a large forest in the Red-Orange Mountains, it is best to have dead oak. Bamboo has plans to focus on finding it. In midsummer and May, the bamboo flowers of the giant dragon bamboo God-given species begin to wither and condense bamboo fruits. The next is a 6-year fruit growth period. Before the maturity period, the demand for original force is not high. After the dry season ended, bamboo went to Qijin County, Chuerong County, Boxwood Mountains, Cycad Mountains, Red-Orange Mountains, and Iron Knife Mountains for a visit. There are too many different tree species collected from the dragon bamboo continent, and Li Zhufeng is too busy to handle them. So many are divided for cultivation in other mountains. Bamboo's main purpose was to see if there was any achievement. If not, forget it. If so, then we should not be polite and bring some back. The result was no. Without further delay, he took Longdu and set off for Chiwu Mountain. According to the plan, in July this year, the temperature in the northern wilderness of Longzhou continent dropped, and Rat King, Big Bear, Fire Bamboo, and White Bamboo withdrew and recuperated in Chiwu Mountain for a winter. Chiwu Mountain had ripe snake scale fruit last year, and Ghost Mist Lotus ripened this year. Bamboo exchanged 2 portions for each, and had already arranged it, and everyone shared it. When Bamboo and Longdu arrived, Rat King and his companions had already returned and were resting in the trading square. Little White Bamboo was a senior warrior. He ate well and grew up easily. He was sleeping at this time and was promoted to L9 senior warrior, because it was a foreign territory. There were often caravans and Chiwu Mountain warriors coming and going. The sleeping position was chosen in a remote corner of the square, and other warriors surrounded the city and helped guard it. After a simple greeting, Bamboo asked, "Rat King, did you get anything?" "No." Rat King shook his head lightly. His mood was solemn. According to the plan, the 5-kilometer area around Daqing Mountain was searched once. After 5 years of hard work, nothing was found. Bamboo slightly moved his tentacles and said simply, "Then give up." Then he checked the situation of Xiaobeizu. His breath was stable, so there should be no problem. He had eaten the giant dragon bamboo fruit and taught a fruit to strengthen his physique. The risk of growth at the level of high-level warriors and mountain masters was very small. Arranged Longzhu to stay at the foot of the mountain to rest, and Bamboo went up the mountain alone. The Chiwu Ghost King and the Begonia Butterfly King were both there. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King heard the news and hurried over. "Princess Bamboo, I heard that the Rat King and his men still haven't had any harvest in the past 2 years?" the Chiwu Ghost King asked. Bamboo said depressedly, "I haven't had good luck in recent years." The Begonia Butterfly King asked, "Princess Bamboo, Is the planting of the cave crown pear going well? Bamboo said, if everything goes well. At most 30 years. We can build a prototype of the sea of trees with the cave crown pear as the main tree. In the future. We just need to wait for the birth of little warriors who like pear trees. As the number of warriors increases, we can steadily expand the scale of the sea of trees. Bamboo continued, there has not been even an ordinary God-given seed of the crown pear, which makes me very worried. Do you have any intention of selling God-given seeds in Chiwu Mountain? It doesn't have to be very good. Any God-given seeds will do. I can exchange them with giant dragon bamboo fruits. The begonia butterfly king's antennae trembled, and he was obviously tempted. The Chiwu Ghost King shook his antennae and said, we would like to exchange with you. But Chiwu Mountain does not have any extra God-given seeds. Oh, forget it then. Bamboo knew it was hopeless. If you don't want to exchange, then don't exchange. And you're saying it so tactfully. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King said, Princess Bamboo, it's almost time for a new batch of giant dragon bamboo fruits to mature. Right? Bamboo said, the bamboo fruits have just formed, and there are still 6 years of growth period. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King asked, Princess Bamboo, how do you plan to exchange this batch? Bamboo said, just exchange 2 portions of Ghost Fog Lotus and Snake Scale fruit each. And don't use the Blood Red Longan and Tianmu Magnolia for the time being. In addition, you can get 4 portions of Double Star Apricots. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King was silent and didn't respond. The atmosphere suddenly became depressing. Bamboo was puzzled. 18 portions of giant dragon bamboo fruits. Liju Peak kept 9 portions. Xiofeng County kept 3 portions. And Chiwu Mountain still had 6 portions, which is not a small amount. The Ghost King Chiwu said solemnly, there are no more Double Star Apricots in Chiwu Mountain. The Begonia Butterfly King said with deep thoughts, the previous Ghost King Chiwu died, and the Double Star Apricots withered and died. This kind of divine product God-given seeds born by chance naturally. There is no possibility of a second one. How? Bamboo wanted to ask why he died suddenly, but he held it back temporarily. His thoughts were confused, and he didn't say anything for a long time. Some sadness? According to the original plan, there were at least 10 warriors in Jinping Mountain Range who were qualified to eat Double Star Apricots. As a result, suddenly, they were gone. In addition, the Double Star Apricot is the most valuable divine product God-given seeds in Chiwu Mountain. What can be used to exchange for the giant dragon bamboo fruit in the future? The Ghost King Chiwu seemed to see through Bamboo's thoughts and said, Princess Bamboo, we have other divine products God-given seeds in Chiwu Mountain that can replace the Double Star Apricots and continue to exchange. And? Damn! Bamboo waited for the next words. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King waved his tentacles, signaling the warriors who were fiddling with food nearby to leave. Those who were qualified to go up the Chiwu Mountain and were qualified to listen to the Chiwu Ghost King talking about important matters looked like they were doing hard labor. But in fact, they were all core members who had bred important God-given seeds and were excellent direct descendants born in Chiwu Mountain. What? It was kept so secret? These warriors were not qualified to know. The Chiwu Ghost King said, we have always had a special divine God-given seed in Chiwu Mountain. It is said that our ancestors spent a lot of effort to transplant it from the wild a long time ago. The tree is called Ghost King Sephora, a locust tree. The specific tree species cannot be verified, and the Ghost King tree spirit himself can't tell clearly. The flowering and fruiting cycle is 120 years. The flowering period is 99 years. The fruiting period is 3 years. And the resting and fruiting period is 18 years. In each flowering and fruiting cycle, only one portion is produced, which is the lowest known divine product God-given seed. The reason why it is called Ghost King Sephora is because the yield is too low. We only supply warriors who are confirmed to be qualified to be promoted to Ghost King in Chiwu Mountain. And not everyone has it. Priority is given to the Chiwu Ghost King, followed by the Butterfly King, and then the Ghost King and Butterfly King who command the Sea of Trees. This thing is completely insufficient in our Chiwu Mountain. So not only is it not publicized to the outside world, but few warriors know about it. Bamboo raised his tentacles and waited for the next words. Chapter 433, Ancestral Divine Power. There are too many abnormalities in the forest plants on this planet. The flowering and fruiting cycles are generally short. Bamboo began to feel abnormal. But after a long time, he saw more and more, and gradually got used to it. The previous 22-year flowering and fruiting cycle of the Double Star Apricot felt very long. The flowering and fruiting cycle is 120 years, which is too long on this planet. According to the rules, it must be an incredible good thing. In addition, Bamboo also found that the cultivation of high-quality plants and the God-given seeds rewarded by the gods of the stars in the sky have good strengthening effects. But they are all mediocre. On the contrary, some of the God-given seeds that are born naturally in the wild do not follow the rules of the gods. For example, the 9-leaf red lotus has the ability to self-regulate genes and almost broke free from the restrictions of the gene lock. Bamboo waited for the Chiwu King to give him a detailed introduction. The Chiwu King paused and asked in return, "Princess Bamboo, have you heard of this saying? All insect tribes have a common ancestor. According to the theory of species evolution, it is like this. Everyone started from a single cell." Bamboo once lied to Princess Huabai and said, "We are all cockroach tribes and have a common ancestor." Princess Huabai deeply agreed with this. In terms of tracing our ancestors, all insect warriors can basically reach a consensus. "I guess yes," Bamboo replied. The Chiwu King pointed his tentacles lightly at the sky and said, "Since everyone is a descendant of the gods protected by the gods, the common ancestor of each insect tribe must be one of the gods. The strengthening effect of the Ghost King Huai is to return to the ancestors, awakening part of the ancestral divine power." Bamboo didn't know what to say. Atavism? That's just genetic degeneration. Okay. Only ignorant and primitive wisdom would think that the ancestors are strong and the descendants are weak. But the fact is the opposite. Under normal circumstances of natural evolution, the survival of the fittest, the genetic genes will only be strengthened from generation to generation. Bamboo's mind turned and understood that what they called ancestral power probably meant magical power. The insect tribes on this planet naturally awakened elemental abilities when they were promoted to mountain masters, and the shells derive force veins. It is certain that when the force life is promoted to the level of cosmic life, these force veins will gradually upgrade and transform into magical veins. The strengthening effect of the Ghost King Locust should be to greatly strengthen the force veins, break the limitations of the life level to a certain extent, and have some of the ability characteristics of the magical veins. The ignorant Chiwu mountain warriors regarded it as the power of the ancestors. As Bamboo's mind turned, he figured out the previous and the next, and was very sure of his guess, and understood the essence of Ghost King Locust. This kind of enhancement is very powerful for other warriors, and belongs to the divine product, the top existence among the seeds bestowed by God. However, for Bamboo, it is not very rare, or it is a bit tasteless. Bamboo's first heart is a complete set of metal-based magical patterns, and it is the famous D108 Ultimate Metal Riot Field. The magical pattern at the position of Bamboo's second heart, that is the real God. As the strength grows, consuming the original force to light up and activate, what they get is what they call divine power, the Chiwu King said. And suddenly there was no more waiting for Bamboo to ask. Seeing that Bamboo didn't speak, he just thought it was the ancestors' divine power. I was shocked and satisfied with Bamboo's shocked and sluggish reaction. It seemed that Bamboo was stunned for a long time. And then he asked carefully and laboriously, "Chiwu King, did you make a mistake? What did you make a mistake?" The Chiwu King was unhappy and asked back, "What did you make a mistake?" Bamboo organized his words and said tactfully, "We are weak descendants. It's good enough to survive under the protection of the gods. It's possible to awaken the power of our ancestors." Weak descendants? The Chiwu King seemed to be touched on something sensitive. He was angry and jumped up. He was excited for a while, and then calmed down. He said seriously, "Princess Bamboo, you look down on yourself too much. You are qualified to lie here and eat with us today, and negotiate the exchange of the top divine force food in the whole continent. You are the descendant of the gods favored by the gods." Bamboo was speechless. Sounded like he was praising me. It seems not. The gods are mentioned on the left, and the gods are mentioned on the right. It sounds a bit powerless to complain. If they really become gods, they will be defeated by other civilizations, and the gods will fall? The descendants can only shrink in a narrow and closed space to survive. The begonia butterfly king was lying on the back of the Chiwu King. He was not careful, and almost fell down. He was a little angry, and tapped his tentacles lightly, like a blue-purple lightning hitting the Chiwu King's head. "Out of control," the Chiwu King said, and lay down silently, saying, "Leiju, show Princess Bamboo your awakened ancestors' divine power." "Me? Then, okay." The Leiju King agreed with difficulty. The Begonia Butterfly King shook his tentacles at the Leju Ghost King. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King was so frightened that he shuddered all over. He opened his mouth, and a small brown-gray six-sided shield appeared out of thin air, floating in front of him and expanding rapidly. The Begonia Butterfly King sent out a beam of blue-purple lightning, which hit the shield silently and disappeared without a trace. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King controlled the shield to shrink and slowly floated in front of Bamboo, saying, "The ancestral power will only awaken at the king level. I have been promoted to the Ghost King for a short time, and my ability is still very weak." Bamboo used his mental power to scan, check, and confirm that the shield-like thing was condensed from soil and stone and was very solid. He opened his mouth and prepared to try burning it with flames. "Don't!" the Thunder Bamboo Ghost King shouted in a low voice. And as soon as he thought about it, the shield flew back. He opened his mouth, and the thing disappeared out of thin air again. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King said, "It's very energy-consuming." After that, he buried his head in eating. Not only did it consume energy, but the force patterns on the shell lit up, madly absorbing the surrounding natural force. Obviously, the force consumption was also not small. Bamboo stretched out his forelimbs, gestured, and asked, "Thunder Bamboo Ghost King, did you use the power of earth and stone to condense that thing?" Thunder Bamboo Ghost King replied, "Yes, that is the awakened ancestral divine power of mine, connected to my soul, and my thoughts turn and I can use it from my heart." Bamboo opened his mouth and asked, "Where did the thing go?" Thunder Bamboo Ghost King said, "Life capsule." Chiwu Ghost King helped explain. Strictly speaking, every warrior who uses the Ghost King Hwai awakens two abilities. The same ability is that the space of the life capsule is slightly expanded, which can be used to collect and store things that are first related to the soul. Warriors of different races have different awakening abilities, but there are similar rules to follow. I am very similar to Thunder Bamboo, since I awaken the two abilities of metal and earth and stone. I am more powerful than it. Bamboo looked at the Begonia Butterfly King. The Begonia Butterfly King opened his mouth, and a dark blue water ball with a diameter of about 8 centimeters appeared, with brilliant blue-purple electric light emitting from the center of the water ball. The Begonia Butterfly King moved his mind, and the water ball disappeared. The Chiwu Ghost King said, "There is no precedent for the exchange of the Ghost King Sephora Japonica with foreign countries, so I dare not confirm what ability your Cockroach tribe has awakened. Anyway, the awakened abilities of the Narrow Butterfly and Ghost Locust tribes are similar." Bamboo understood a little. The awakened abilities are similar, so they Chiwu Mountain believe that the ancestors of the insect tribes are similar, collectively called gods. Bamboo only guessed half of it right before. The shield of the Thunder Bamboo Ghost King and the water ball of the Begonia Butterfly King are both elemental abilities, which can be regarded as the product of the evolution of the force vein to the magical vein. The ability of the life capsule is too incredible, and it has nothing to do with the force vein. Then the strengthening effect of the Ghost King Sephora Japonica is not the guessed large-scale strengthening of the force vein. What is that? Bamboo's mind turned, and he immediately came to a positive conclusion: gene. It is very likely that the innate gene was strengthened, breaking some genetic shackles and triggering the blocked innate ability. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King ate all the big plate of beast meat in front of him in one breath, and then he breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "My ability has just awakened and is still very fragile. When condensing that thing, a lot of physical strength and force are consumed. It has not yet taken shape. Even if it is slightly attacked, it will also consume a lot of physical strength and force." The Red Crow Ghost King said, "After being promoted to the Cockroach Queen, continue to grow, and slowly, the situation will get better. Mastering this ability, in terms of fighting, should be an invincible existence in the 10,000 races continent. However, fighting is not important. The biggest benefit is that it will be much easier to grow to the Cockroach King level. In addition, there is an additional benefit. The space of the life capsule is expanded. You can choose super large grain seeds such as scale leaf shirt to breed life seeds." Bamboo said, "I understand." Chapter 434 Crossing the Sea. On this planet, the comprehensive talents of all insect warriors are restricted to below a level by the gene lock, and many talents are blocked. The strengthening effect of the Ghost King Hwai happens to strengthen the talent gene, improve the comprehensive talent, break the gene lock to a certain extent, and release some of the talents inherited by the insect warriors. Bamboo was very excited and asked, "Chiwu Ghost King, how do you plan to exchange?" Chiwu Ghost King simply said, 1 Ghost King Sephora for 54 dragon bamboo fruits, divided into 6 batches, 9 each time. The Ghost King Sephora will be ripe and picked after 60 years. And we Chiwu Mountain will only take out this one for exchange. Bamboo shook his tentacles gently and asked, Chiwu Ghost King, how much does the growth of the Insect King consume every year? Chiwu Ghost King replied, that is not a simple question of raw stones. If you must ask how much raw stones are spent, the worst is 1 million. In the future, when you are promoted to the Cockroach King, Chiwu Mountain and Leju Peak will have room for cooperation. Bamboo still shook his tentacles and asked, how many raw stones can the Ghost King Sephora save for the growth of the Insect King? The Red Crow Ghost King said, I just calculated it. According to your impatient temper, I can save you more than 500 million raw stones. Bamboo asked, what if you grow slower? The Red Crow Ghost King said, if you grow slower, you will have no chance. Chance? Don't you have any guesses? If you are promoted to the Cockroach King, won't you know everything? Can't say? Can't. The Red Crow Ghost King shook his tentacles. Bamboo said, 54 portions are too many. 3 portions per batch. 6 batches. 18 portions of giant dragon bamboo fruit. Exchange for 1 Ghost King locust. The Chiwu Ghost King continued to shake his tentacles and said briefly, no bargaining. Bamboo said, then I will have to consider it. However, I can only give you 6 copies per batch at most. For 6 times, which is 36 copies. The Ghost King Sephora Japonica is worth this price. 54 copies. No bargaining. But you have time to consider. The Chiwu Ghost King said, you have already exchanged 2 copies of the next batch of dragon bamboo fruits. In addition, we Chiwu Mountain will help you get several kinds of divine force foods that will help you grow. The things are all exchanged by Chiwu Mountain from other places. The price may be relatively higher. Princess Bamboo, do you have any objection to this? Bamboo said, I need to know what they are. 5-color fruit. Strength in the inner. Dirty. Plus a portion of Chiwu Mountain's Tianmu Magnolia. In exchange for a portion of dragon bamboo fruit. To be honest, this is produced in the Sandwada Kingdom, a close relative of our ghost-faced locust tribe. The 2 tribes have close exchanges and good relations. We can exchange up to 3 portions for you. Bamboo immediately said, then I'll trouble Chiwu Ghost King to help exchange 2 portions. Chiwu Ghost King gently tapped his tentacles and continued, Water Dragon Cypress. Similar to the dragon bamboo fruit. Strengthens the explosive power. Plus a portion of Chiwu Mountain's Tianmu Magnolia. In exchange for a dragon bamboo fruit. This, we Chiwu Mountain can only exchange 1 for you. There is no more. Tianmu Magnolia strengthens soul perception. And its value is 1 level lower than that of Ghost Mist Lotus and Snake Scale fruit. Chiwu Mountain is forcing it to Li Zhu Feng. Bamboo said, okay. Chiwu Ghost King continued, also. The Castanopsis fruit that you want most to strengthen muscle strength. With a portion of fire scale pine nuts. In exchange for a dragon bamboo fruit. You can only exchange 1 at present. If there is a surplus in the future, we will notify you to exchange it. Bamboo moved his tentacles and said, this stuff. Exchange as many as you can. Chiwu Ghost King said, for now, there are only so many. For our Chiwu Mountain warriors. If they are promoted to Ghost King or Butterfly King, they can eat all these divine God-given seeds. And basically there will be no problems. Leju Ghost King said, Chiwu Mountain has been a complete set of arrangements for generations. Once it is confirmed that a warrior can be promoted to Insect King, it rarely fails. Understood? Bamboo tapped his tentacles. This is the difference between a large tribe and a small tribe. After confirming that a certain warrior can be promoted to the Cockroach King, the tribe arranges various divine force foods with a total value of about 50 million raw stones. And the probability of failure can be reduced to less than 20%. Unlike the Red Blattle King and the Autumn Maple Blattle King, they can succeed. And luck accounts for half. More warriors do not have their good luck. After a brief discussion, the details of the exchange of the next batch of giant dragon bamboo fruits were confirmed. Exchange 6 to Chiwu Mountain. Sell 3 to Chiofeng County. And Li Zhufeng keeps 9 for himself. After finishing, the Chiwu Ghost King continued, Princess Bamboo. I heard that the Rat King still didn't get any harvest in the past 2 years? Bamboo said, no harvest for 5 consecutive years. The Chiwu Ghost King said, in the northern wilderness of the Dragon Bamboo continent, the easiest good thing should have been turned out. I think we can consider the Guanli continent. Bamboo shook his tentacles gently and said, We at Liju Peak have only completed the search of less than half of the territory of the northern wilderness of Longzhou Continent. There is no rush for Guanli Continent. Let's search Longzhou Continent carefully first. The Chiwu Ghost King asked tentatively, should we build a plank road that goes through the colorful maze first? Bamboo said, wait for the next batch of giant dragon bamboo fruits to be produced. Call the autumn maple Cockroach King. And discuss it together. Currently, there are 27 warriors from Chiwu Mountain who have entered the dragon bamboo continent to search for treasures, which is an absolute advantage in numbers. There are only 11 warriors from Liju Peak including Bamboo. And the black and white cockroach tribe has a pitiful 3. Not counting the 9-leaf red lotus. Chiwu Mountain has also harvested the most so far. In opening the Guanli continent, Chiwu Mountain is still the fastest and has the largest harvest. The Chiwu Ghost King is anxious. Bamboo is not anxious. Take it slowly. And wait for the number of insects in Liju Peak to increase. After discussing things, he went down the mountain, explained a few words to the Rat King, and set off alone to enter the Dragon Bamboo continent. It is only September now, the beginning of winter, and there is still half a year before going north next year to enter the northern wilderness of the Dragon Bamboo continent to search for treasures. Flying fast, heading west, then south, passing through the colorful maze that cuts across the planet's equator. It is the southern hemisphere, lost in the rainforest, replenishing energy, resting for a few days, adjusting to the best state, setting off, continuing south, trying to cross the sea, blue sky and white clouds, the endless deep blue ocean, soaring in it, just a small dot moving slowly. For 7 consecutive days, not even an island to rest was found, and the expected continent was far away. The ocean is not calm. On the contrary, it may encounter a storm at any time. Bamboo dared not waste more than 40% of his energy and turned back. The Guanli continent is within reach. Bamboo began to consider the 4 continents in the southern hemisphere in advance. Personal tests have proved that his current strength is not enough to fly across the sea. Flying over the sea, looking around, all I could see was water, and I didn't dare to easily estimate how far I had to go before I could reach the south road. 2 ways. The first one was to improve my strength, and then use the energy-enhancing force food similar to Tata fruit to forcefully fly across the sea. The second one was very simple. To build a small boat. The first heart position had 12 million original stone force reserves, which was more than enough to control the small boat to cross the ocean. Obviously, building a ship was more reliable. If Bamboo went there alone, he could just pull over all the wheelbarrows that were used to transport food and melt them. If we found good things there and transported them back, it would be very difficult. I'm afraid we would have to cooperate with Chiwu Mountain to build a cargo sailboat or ship. I'll find a random excuse to ask Chiwu Mountain for some ready-made metals. Make them into a wheelbarrow model. Drag them over. And then transform them into a small sailboat. I'll go over there to explore the way first. Bamboo made a rough calculation and made up his mind. It was still early, so I searched the small triangular continent carefully and confirmed that there was only one place with dragon bamboo, and it was the place where I had searched for bamboo species last time. According to the tradition of the insect tribe, I spent some effort to dig up all the underground stems and destroy the bamboo forest. Satisfied, I passed through the colorful maze and returned north. Chapter 435 Lost? Early spring. February. Bamboo arrived at the northern mountain base of Longzhou Continent in advance. He repaired and reinforced the mountain warehouse, cut some wood, moved it to the mountain to dry, and waited for 10 days for the Rat King and his party to arrive with large and small bags of force food. The force food was stored in the warehouse. Assigned tasks. The 4 red cockroach warriors Longzhou, Torreya Grandis, Huazhu, and Danju continued to look for plants in the temperate and subtropical jungles south of the mountains. Bamboo took the Rat King, Big Bear, Oil Tea, and Golden Bamboo over the mountains, through the northern grasslands, and into the jungle to find the settlement of the former Songhai Grizzly Bear tribe. The information was provided by Ji Honglian, and the specific location was about 10 degrees north and west of the Frost Wolf tribe lake, located in that cold temperate jungle. The specific distance is very general, and can only be locked within a range of 500 to 1,000 kilometers. The Songhai is dominated by 5-leaf red pine managed by the grizzly bear tribe, in addition to large, cold pine, cedar, fir and other trees. The most conspicuous signs should be 2, a towering mountain with 3 raw stone veins derived from an equilateral triangle, a sea of broadleaf trees. Iron birch. The iron birch is the tree with the highest known wood hardness. Harder than steel. Among the divine products of the Songhai grizzly bear tribe, at least one of the God-given seeds is an iron birch species. This thing is hardwood and is located in the colder jungle further north, so it is very likely to be preserved intact. For this reason, Bamboo specially brought the 2 silver-bladed swords that he had found in the wreckage of the warship. The swords were carried by the Rat King and Jinju, and the 2 of them went together to search. Yuchao walked alone in the jungle. Bamboo flew alone in the air for reconnaissance. The time available for action was very short. Only 3 months. In mid-June, they had to evacuate southward in advance, out of the jungle, through the grassland, and retreat to the south of the mountain range. Blizzards are no joke. Big Bear may be fine because of his thick skin and flesh, but the civet cats and bamboo rat warriors, who were born in the south and used to the lowest temperature of 10 degrees in winter, would most likely die if they were caught in a blizzard of dozens of degrees below zero. If it weren't for the confirmation that there were wreckage left, Bamboo would not have risked running to such a deadly place. Baizu and Xiaobeizu stayed in Dakingshan to continue searching, and Big Bear also stayed to collect and carry food for them. Bamboo didn't take the 3 of them with him because Big Bear was too big and inconvenient to move. In addition, he was worried that Baizu and Xiaobeizu would accidentally get lost in the jungle. He didn't want them to find the wreckage of the iron birch tree and instead look for bamboo rats in the jungle. April in the cold-temperate jungle is not as scary as it is feared. Under the sunshine, the temperature is above 0 degrees. The ice and snow melt, and the streams in the forest gurgle. Various cold-resistant plants, facing the sunshine and warm wind, sprout branches and buds, and various animals, even insects, birds, snakes and mice, are busy coming and going, moving and looking for food. Just like the jungle in the south, it is full of vitality and greenery. This time, the 9-leaf red lotus has no pits and spots. In the plain jungle, the towering mountains are still covered with ice and snow on the upper half, plus 3 large mountain ranges, which are extremely obvious signs. The general direction is correct. High-altitude reconnaissance will soon find it. Landing on the top of the peak, looking down, immediately locked on the sea of pine and iron birch forests. With the peak as the center, 3 mountain ranges are derived, forming 3 triangular plains, 2 of which are covered with pine trees and 1 with birch trees. Bamboo swooped down the mountain and carefully examined them one by one. The pine forest is mainly composed of 5-leaf red pine and fir. The birch forest is mainly composed of iron birch, and other species include black birch, water birch, gray birch, white birch, hornbeam and other tree species, all of which are cold-resistant derivative species after selection. Investigate the mountain range. The original stone mines have been excavated, and many mine pits remain with obvious backfilling traces. Take your time, walk around, and finally return to the main peak. Search from the top of the mountain down. This time there were no accidents, and it didn't take too much time. At the foot of the southeast side, there was a crooked tree that was about 300 meters high. The relatively slender branches and leaves have long been unable to withstand the wind and snow of the years, and have decayed into dust. The main trunk and a small number of thick branches have been preserved quite intact, with a gray-black surface. With the tip of his toes, he peeled off the humus layer on the surface, and underneath was the hardwood with grayish-white and dark red textures. Bamboo carefully examined it from beginning to end. This divine product, the God-given seed of the iron birch tree, should not have survived long enough. The tree spirit did not understand the life-saving method of concentrating its power to condense the tree heart. So there was no tree heart left, and it died very thoroughly. The trunk as a whole, the original force properties were well preserved. What disappointed the insect was that this divine product, the God-given seed, corresponds to the low-value plant element ability. The God-given seed of the green bamboo can be used, but the tree species are completely wrong. One is a northern tree, and the other is a southern herb. The strengthening effect will not be very good. The water beech trees of Qingang Peak are trees, and the beech trees and birches are close relatives. Unfortunately, the elements of the water and the grass trees do not match. If you find something, don't rush to transport it back. In the future, the sea of beech trees, the sea of coke trees, and the sea of quercetin trees of the red cockroach tribe may be able to cultivate the seeds of God that strengthen the elements of plants and trees. They can be transported one day when they are useful. The habit of the grizzly bear tribe is much better. They plant the seeds of God at the foot of the mountain. Continuing to search, we soon found the remains of several birch, pine, and coke trees. Due to the long time, they are slightly decayed. From experience, they are basically ordinary seeds of God. There are still a few trees that cannot be confirmed. We need to bring back samples of the remains for Baba to identify. It took 2 full days to complete the search of the largest peak and the jungle near the foot of the mountain. Only one divine product was found. However, the grizzly tribe was once a more prosperous and powerful tribe than the frost wolf tribe, and its status among the beast tribes in the northern wilderness was like that of Chiwu Mountain in the 10,000 races continent today. There should be more than one divine God-given seed. Bamboo had wandered around Chiwu Mountain, and of the 9 divine God-given seeds they announced, he only saw one blood-red longan, and no one knew where the others were hidden. The grizzly tribe was probably the same. There should be more. Yucha was the best at running and searching in the jungle, and arrived first. Everyone dispersed and walked in the same direction. Rat King and Golden Bamboo should not be far away. So Bamboo sent Yucha out again, and spent 3 days to find them both. Next, the Rat King and Jinju stayed to chop the remains of the God-given seeds of the iron birch tree and built a warehouse on the mountain to store them. Bamboo and some of them separated and continued to search. They first walked along the mountain range and checked bit by bit. After more than 2 months of busy work, they didn't find anything good. There was a sign of a drop in temperature. They didn't dare to linger for too long and set off to the south. According to the agreement, they passed through Daqing Mountain on the return journey and notified Daxiong, Baizhu and Xiaobezu that they would leave together. When they arrived, they flew around the mountain range. But they didn't see Baizhu and Xiaobezu. It really fell at the critical moment. Bamboo returned and landed. The Rat King asked, "Lost?" Xiaobezu is smart and knows how to identify directions, so it shouldn't be that bad. Bamboo pondered for a moment and ordered Yucha, "Hurry up and go to the place where we used to collect food to see if Daxiong is still there." "Okay." Yucha didn't say much nonsense and left directly. Rat King asked Bamboo, "What should we do?" Bamboo said depressedly, "The weather is getting colder day by day. You take Jinju and evacuate first, and meet Long Nu and the others at the mountain base. Yucha and I will stay and look for them." Rat King said, "Maybe they have returned to the mountains in advance." Bamboo said, "If they have returned, you should hurry up and come here according to the established route. Yucha and I have been looking for them for 5 days and can't find them. There is nothing we can do. We will go straight back." Rat King waved his claws and called Jinju to follow. Bamboo continued to circle the mountains, expanding the scope and searching at low altitude. In the distance, a small black dot appeared in the field of vision, moving slowly towards the direction of Daqing Mountain. "Big Bear?" I rushed closer and confirmed that it was the big bear pulling its cart. Wrong direction. If it was collecting food, it should have been pulled from the west of Daqing Mountain. It was going in the opposite direction, to the east. "Bamboo!" From a distance, the big bear put down the cart and summoned his spiritual power to call. On the cart, Baizhu and Xiaobezu appeared, jumping and waving their front paws in high spirits, shouting, "Bamboo, we found something. The remains of the divine God-given seed you are looking for are hidden so far away." I said Xiaobezu is as good as me. "It found it." "Found it." Bamboo landed, waved his tentacles to the east, and asked, "Where is it?" Bamboo replied, "Yes. It's far away." Xiaobezu replied, "It's 17 kilometers away from Daqing Mountain. It should have been a small hill, but it was buried by sandstorms." Bamboo's mental power swept over, and sure enough, the cart was full of rattan branches that had been sawed into pieces. No need to ask. They were digging things out and transporting them to the Daqing Mountain warehouse for storage. 17 kilometers away? How did you find it? Bamboo was surprised. Baizhu rushed to answer, "The area is too large to find it. I am smart and boldly guess that the beast warriors in the northern wilderness are similar to your insect warriors. They also like to plant good things on the mountain. So we specifically go to those raised sand dunes to look for them." Little Baizhu stared at him, then nodded vigorously and emphasized, "I found it." Chapter 436 Ignorant Electronic Life. This divine product, God-given seed, the thickest end of the main branch is about 0.5 meters in diameter. with as many as 55 main branches, lying on the ground, more than 1 kilometer long, covering the entire hill. Later, the terrain changed, and the hill was buried by the moving yellow sand. In the drought, cold, and sealed environment, the main branches were all preserved and quite intact. Most of the thin branches and leaves have decayed or petrified, and many thicker branches have been preserved relatively well. There are still many thorns. Dakingshan mainly operates 3 types of thorny shrubs, namely, thorny laurel and sea buckthorn. In theory, the wood textures of these 3 different species are very different. After checking all of them, Bamboo held a piece and repeatedly looked at, compared, and analyzed it. But he could not tell which species this divine product, God-given seed belonged to. Big Bear, White Bamboo, and Little White Bamboo were all standing by, waiting for the conclusion. "This is the God-given seed we are looking for," Bamboo announced. The smell is so obvious. Everyone has known the conclusion for a long time. Daxiong's eyesight is poor, and he didn't notice Bamboo's embarrassment, and asked in hope, "Bamboo, what kind of plant is it?" Baizhu followed up and asked, "Bamboo, does it help the growth of blood thorns?" What everyone is most concerned about is how much this debris can help the blood thorn God-given seed of Liz Yufeng. Before the birth of the holy bamboo God-given seed, blood thorns were the main source of income for Liz Yufeng. Even now, the annual autumn harvest celebration dinner is still based on blood thorn pulp, which is the happiest festival of Liz Yufeng every year. The description of the 9-leaf red lotus confirmed that this was a divine product. The God-given seed strengthened the blood, which was consistent with the blood thorn. The key to determining the size of the effect was whether the plant it originally belonged to was similar to the blood thorn. The closer the relationship, the better the effect. Which plant it belongs to. This broken thing is not well preserved. Who can tell it? Take it back and let Baba scan and test the genes, and we will know after analysis. There was no doubt that Bamboo spoke in a stern tone, shook his tentacles, and shouted, "It will snow in winter soon. Hurry up and get on the road. Put the things in Daqing Mountain, and evacuate immediately." The big bear continued to drive the wheelbarrow. Seeing Bamboo coming, Xiao Baizhu did not dare to be lazy as before, and followed behind the wheelbarrow, using his front paws to help push it. Baizhu was tough, lying on the wheelbarrow with his legs spread out, waiting for the big bear to pull it back to Daqing Mountain. The wheelbarrow was 4 meters long, 2.4 meters wide, and 1.2 meters deep. It was full of debris. The weight of the white bamboo and the small white bamboo was insignificant, so Bamboo was too lazy to care. Flying quickly, he returned to Daqing Mountain in advance. I hadn't noticed before that most of the debris in the warehouse on the mountain had been stored. Half a day later, the big bear came back with the wheelbarrow. He was more efficient and quickly moved half of the debris to the warehouse on the mountain. The other half was pulled by the big bear, turning south and quickly transporting it back to the mountain base. Bamboo stayed on the mountain and waited. 5 days later, he went to the food collection point to find the big bear's oil tea and returned with it to evacuate. The debris was packed into 5 bags and fixed on the carapace. Bamboo, Longu, Torreya Grandis, Huizhu, and Danju each carried a bag and flew back to Liju Peak. Call Baba as soon as possible. Baba, check the remains and help confirm the species. Is this the remains of the shrub-type divine God-given seed that Jui Honglian told you about? Finally found it? Baba said, and began to scan and analyze. 2 minutes later, she came to the conclusion, it is not any of the thorn bone, cinnamon, and sea buckthorn, nor is it a derivative of any genetic mutation. Bamboo asked, which species is it? I don't know. Baba said, the database does not have relevant genetic information entered. Bamboo retreated and asked, Baba, is the degree of compatibility between the remains and the bloodthorn God-given seed high? How is the strengthening effect if it is used in large quantities? Baba asked, is there a tree heart? Bamboo said, Baizhu and the others said no. The tree spirit may have collapsed long ago, and this God-given seed is dead. Baba said, the genetic compatibility is quite high, and the remains are well preserved, so the strengthening effect should be good. After Baba finished speaking, without waiting for Bamboo to be happy, she changed the subject and said, but you are now using the God-given seed of the bloodthorn, and there is a strengthening limit for one transformation and evolution. You are already a princess, and the bloodthorn can only transform and grow once. And it doesn't even have the opportunity to be promoted to the best quality. Bamboo said nothing. The God-given seed of the bloodthorn was also born naturally. And it showed many differences very early. First of all, the ordinary bloodthorn itself is a high-risk plant that has a fatal destructive power on the natural ecology. If an ordinary bloodthorn seed drifts outside Leju Peak and is not dealt with, it can multiply rapidly and destroy the jungle of the entire Jinping Mountains in less than 50 years, killing all other types of plants and forming a bloodthorn jungle instead. Unlike other God-given seeds, the bloodthorn tree spirit is not fixed in the mother plant. It can move freely along the branches. The bloodthorn tree spirit can also control the direction of the branches to spread and grow by will. The most bizarre thing is that the bloodthorn tree spirit is determined to climb up Leju Peak. So it has increased the size of the plant during the two metamorphosis and evolution of Bamboo's promotion to the mountain master and the princess. So far, the quality of the bloodthorn seed is still only above average. Bamboo is very sure that the bloodthorn is similar to the 9-leaf red lotus, and has a little ability to independently control the direction of genetic evolution. Another weird thing is that the tree spirit has a strong desire for knowledge. It may also be a chatterbox, and likes to ask questions of all kinds. When it was weak and young, its soul memory was particularly poor. It would forget what it was taught as soon as it turned its head. Later, it gradually improved. Its soul became stronger, and its memory grew. Bamboo would teach it when he was bored in his spare time. And slowly, it also accumulated a lot of knowledge. Baba, I'm promoted to Cockroach King. And the bloodthorn God-given seed has evolved. What quality can it reach? Baba said, it's hard to say. At most, it can reach the top quality. It is definitely impossible to reach the best quality. Bamboo thought for a while and asked, what if I break through the level of original force creatures? Baba asked back, how do you want me to calculate this? I don't even know how many god quality remains there are. I understand. Bamboo gently tapped the tentacles, shook them again, and sighed, it's a long way from the semi-god quality. Semi-god quality? Baba said contemptuously, how can the original force talent be changed so easily? It's a daydream. Baba then asked bluntly, what makes you break through the level of original force creatures? Hee. Bamboo said, I really came across a divine God-given seed that can greatly improve comprehensive talents. I will open your eyes to you. An ignorant electronic life. Ignorance? Bamboo! I will fight you. Baba was furious, flew up, and hit Bamboo hard. One of the functions of electronic life is information storage. Answering questions for the owner anytime and anywhere. Ignorance is the biggest denial of their electronic life. Baba has collected all the knowledge of human civilization except a few core secrets, and can't stand such insults. Every time Bamboo said this to it, it would go berserk and jump up to fight Bamboo. 5 bags of debris were brought back. Carefully select a small, half bag of those with serious loss of original force properties, and give it to Pyracantha to improve its ordinary bloodthorn life seed. When Liz Yufeng was weak, Pyracantha gave birth to 23 bloodthorns, sowing around the foot of the mountain to form a defensive barrier to prevent beast attacks. Now, Leju Peak is gradually becoming stronger, and there is no need for bloodthorns for defense. Many God-given seeds and life seeds have even been planted outside the mountain. Ordinary bloodthorns have been eradicated, and the role of bloodthorn life seeds bred by fire thorns has also changed. They are used to block the road and prevent foreign visitors who visit Leju Peak from walking up the mountain at will. The relatively well-preserved remains are commanded by the big head ant colony, which is torn by the big jaws, cut into powder, mixed with sludge, and used for the bloodthorn God-given seeds. There will be no obvious changes in a short period of time, and continuous fertilization is required, which will have a small increase after continuous fertilization for decades. When Bamboo is promoted to Cockroach King, the bloodthorn God-given seeds will transform and evolve accordingly, and then they will show obvious qualitative changes. Bamboo stayed on the mountain and observed for half a month. After confirming the effect, he set off for Qijin County. Chapter 437. 2. In the decades after the Red Blatten King paid off his foreign debt, the development and changes of the Red Blatten County were quite huge. He helped the Fire Lotus Queen bee to be promoted to the level of the Insect King, and the size of the bee colony expanded significantly. He promoted the Yellow Stripes, Brown Skin, White Wool, and a mountain master named Brown Root to help them be promoted to the county lord. At the same time, The original Big Leaf and Small Leaf county lords retired, and the 4 newly promoted county lords took over to assist the Red Blatton King in handling various daily affairs of the county. The insect tribe has a limited cultural level, and it can even be said that there is no artistic background at all, and the language vocabulary is relatively scarce. For a long time, naming the derivative species has been a headache. There is only one native tree species of the Red Blatton tree: Big Leaf, Small Leaf, yellow stripes, brown skin, white wool, and brown root are all derivative species of the Red Blatton tree, and they are not excellent derivative species. A high-quality derivative species was cultivated, and the corresponding God-given species was also born, named Yengor Red Blatton. In recent decades, while Zhejiang County has been expanding the Zhejiang Sea of trees, it has also been expanding the scale of planting Yengua Zhejiang and reducing the scale of the original 6 derivative species. In the silent and busy, the Zhejiang Sea of trees is undergoing a qualitative transformation. In the future, it will continue to cultivate higher-quality derivative species based on the high-quality species Yengua Zhejiang. Zhejiang County still focuses on operating the Zhejiang Sea of trees and cultivating Zhejiang trees. This has been their golden signboard for hundreds of years. The prototype of the Oak Sea of trees was built in the south of the county, bordering the Qingang Mountains. The Qingang Mountains are to the north, and another prototype of the Qingang Sea of trees was built in the territory of Zhejiang County. The 2 newly built small-scale seas of trees are close to each other. They have a large number of warriors, have been built, and have developed rapidly. Many young warriors are arranged to live in them. The young warriors, who settled here earlier, have almost all grown up to be senior warriors, and have a certain ability to run their own business. Bamboo walked around the Qingang Mountains, visited the oak and Qingang trees, and then wandered close to the Zhejiang tree forest. Princess Bamboo. Princess Huangwen. The one guarding the south of the tree forest was Princess Huangwen. After greeting her, Bamboo asked, "Are the Zhejiang Cockroach King and the Fire Lotus Queen be here? I have something urgent to do with them." Princess Bamboo. "You don't look anxious at all," Princess Huangwen teased, and then shook her antennae and said, "The Zhejiang Cockroach King is not here. He went to Changshan County for something. He left in a hurry without any other instructions. He has been out for nearly a month." "Almost a month," Bamboo said. "Then please take me to see the Fire Lotus Queen Bee in Zhejiang County." The Fire Lotus Queen Bee is also in charge. The Zhejiang Cockroach King is often away, and it is always in charge, the Yellow-Striped Princess said. The Fire Lotus Bee Queen has also gone to Changshan County. Bamboo's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "If it's not a big deal, the Fire Lotus Bee Queen will not easily leave Zhejiang County." The Yellow-Striped Princess nodded her antennae and said, "In the past, if there was anything happening in Changshan County, the news would be passed on to Xuedao County, and the Xuedao Princess would come to inform. This time it's different. It's the Yingshuang Princess of Changshan County who came in person. After the Changshan Cockroach King, the Lord of Changshan County must choose between the Fire Peach Cockroach King or the Nectarine Cockroach King. The Yingshuang Princess is one of the younger generations, who has just risen in the past 100 years, and is the most valued by the Fire Peach Cockroach King. She is the kind of person who is going to be trained to become the Cockroach King. It must be a very important matter. So the Yingshuang Princess will be sent to inform." Judging from the tone of the Yellow-Striped Mountain Lord, it knew nothing about what happened, and it was useless to ask more questions. Bamboo said, calculating the time, "It's not far from the next longevity banquet. It's just right. I'll go to the Fire Peach Cockroach King to discuss and see if I can get the right to purchase another longevity peach." The southern part of Zhejiang County is rich and warriors live together. The northern part is poor in original force, and it is all plains and forests where insects rarely go. Crossing a winding river, continuing to the north is Xuedao County. Xuedao County is rich in the north and barren in the south. A group of red dots rushed southward in the sky above the forest and flew towards them. Bamboo's antennae trembled and captured a radio wave message. "I am the Princess of Oil Pear." "Are you Bamboo? Princess of Oil Pear?" Bamboo shook his antennae, transmitted the message, and asked, "I am Bamboo, Princess of Oil Pear. What happened in Changshan County?" No response. Both sides accelerated and moved closer. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee was flying on the road surrounded by a swarm of bees. The Oil Pear Princess accompanied it. When they met, the Oil Pear Princess asked, "Bamboo, are you going to Changshan County?" Bamboo said, I plan to find the Fire Peach Cockroach King to get the right to purchase a longevity peach. Lizufeng Datu and Xiangpu are not growing fast enough. So I will give them to them first to avoid any accidents in the future. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee said directly. The longevity Cockroach King has passed away. From now on, there will be no more longevity peaches and longevity banquets. The longevity Cockroach King is also gone. Bamboo didn't know what to say for a while. His thoughts were confused, and he caught a little strangeness in the confusion. As early as before Bamboo was born, there were rumors on the mainland that the longevity Cockroach King had a lifespan of more than 1,000 years and would not live long. Bamboo saw the eternal Blatella King with his own eyes and immediately realized something was wrong. Later, he inquired and heard various rumors that the actual lifespan of the eternal Blatella King was more than 1,300 years old. The death of the eternal Blatella King was not unexpected. Bamboo was quick-witted and had been thinking about this matter. He immediately thought of the previous Ghost King of Chiwu Mountain, who had just died. And then the Chijin Blatella King died. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? According to the caravan, the lifespan of the current Chiwu Ghost King of Chiwu Mountain does not exceed 600 years. It can be inferred that the lifespan of the previous Chiwu Mountain Lord was only about 1,000 years at most. Did he die too early? Although the life-extending force food is rare and precious, with the strength of Chiwu Mountain, it is not a big problem to get a few to extend the life of the previous Chiwu Mountain Master. Right? What's more, the previous Chiwu Mountain Master was also related to the Double Star Apricot. Such an important divine product. God-given seed. How could he be allowed to die easily? The previous Chiwu Mountain Master died too early. The immortal Cockroach King died too late. It has been rumored that its lifespan exceeded 1,300 years, and it persisted for nearly 100 years before suddenly dying. This information is all gossip and rumors from casual chats that cannot be verified, plus Bamboo's own speculation. And there is no way to confirm it. Bamboo asked, Fire Lotus Queen Bee, where is the Red Blatant King? I have something important to tell him. He stayed to help, and went to the tribes that were friendly with Changsheng County on the continent of 10,000 races to inform them of the death of Changsheng Blatant King. Fire Lotus Queen Bee asked, Bamboo, what important matter do you have with the Red Blatant King? Bamboo said, I mentioned to the Red Blatant King before that the thing I had been looking for was found, and asked him to organize soldiers to move it. Have you found it? The Fire Lotus Queen Bee said, I will organize the soldiers who will participate in the transportation first. But I'm afraid we can't set out in the short term. Princess Yoli was a little dissatisfied and asked, Bamboo, you spread the word everywhere. I heard that you have attached yourself to Chiwu Mountain. I heard that the exchanges have become more and more frequent in recent years. And you have made a fortune? Hey, you guys, you completely forgot about me when something good happened. Tell me the truth. Didn't you use your ability to shuttle through the colorful maze to unite with Chiwu Mountain and go to the insect or animal tribes on the opposite continent to survive and trade? Almost. Haha. Follow Chiwu Mountain. Help them do things. And make a little money. Just a little money. Bamboo was vague. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee waved its wings, and a flame passed over the head of Princess Avocado. She shouted, Princess Avocado, don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about. And don't talk about it. If you make trouble, I will burn you. Princess Avocado, who was originally emotionally accusing Bamboo, suddenly wilted and said angrily, I understand. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee asked, Bamboo, are you still going to Changsheng County? Bamboo said, the Changsheng Peach is gone, so there is no need for me to go there. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee said, then go back. Okay. Bamboo agreed and asked, Princess Yoli, are you going to Chijin County? Princess Yoli replied, I am going to Chuirong County to inform Princess Chuirong and De Huangguorong to go to Changsheng County. De Huangguorong holds 2 tokens issued by the Changsheng Cockroach King and can receive 2 pieces of the seeds of the Changsheng Longevity Peach God. In addition, according to the Changsheng Cockroach King's last wish, the Lord of Changsheng County must be chosen by De Huangguorong and other outstanding juniors, and one must be chosen from the Fire Cockroach King and the Nectarine Cockroach King. Hee hee. Isn't it interesting? Chapter 438 take you to see the scenery. The King of Immortal Cockroaches is quite interesting. When he was alive, he selected outstanding juniors and issued 1,000 tokens. After his death, he divided the remains of the immortal peach seeds given by the gods into 1,000 copies and distributed them. No one expected that he had a backup plan for this practice. The Fire Peach Cockroach King and the Nectarine Cockroach King were both good, but they both had certain flaws. They had their own prestige in the tribe, and each had a whole branch of direct descendants. The key point was that the King of Immortal Cockroaches liked both of them very much, and he couldn't make up his mind who to choose to inherit the position of the Lord of Changsheng County. So he simply let the younger generation, who came later, choose. 1,000 tokens. Voting? This practice should be the first of its kind among insect tribes. The Lord of the Oil Pear went to the Chue-Rong County and notified the Rhubarb Fruit Banyan to go to Changsheng County to receive the award and vote. Bamboo had no interest in the future Lord of Changsheng County. Changsheng County, without the seeds of the immortal peaches, will not collapse all at once. But its influence in the 10,000 races continent and even the Fire Cockroach Kingdom will definitely gradually decrease. On the contrary, Liju Peak, which has the giant dragon bamboo, 9-leaf red lotus, Tata tree and holy bamboo, will only become stronger and stronger. It is only a matter of time before it surpasses Changsheng County. Bamboo doesn't need to run over to join in the fun. Liju Peak itself has many important things to do. Longu, Huiju, Pale Bamboo and Torreya Grandis need to go to Chiwu Mountain and follow the Rat King and others to enter Longzhou continent next year to quickly dig up and transport the remains of the seeds of the gods found in Daqing Mountain. The journey is long and there are certain dangers. Bamboo is worried about them, so he has to lead the team and send them over. There was another purpose for going to Chiwu Mountain, which was to share the good news of finding a complete wreckage with Chiwu Mountain, and to ask for a large amount of metal to make a full set of large and small wheeled vehicles. Part of it was left on the plank road, and the other part was dragged along the colorful barrier and sent to the Beiwang base. The wreckage of Daqing Mountain was buried under the sand dunes. The shallow ones were fine, but the deep ones were buried hundreds of meters below, and excavation was a big problem. The Rat King took Jinju to be responsible for digging. Baiju took Xiaobezu and used a wheeled vehicle to bag the extra sand dug out and transported it away. Daxiong and Yucha were still responsible for collecting and transporting food. Longu and the other 4 carried the excavated wreckage back to the mountain base in bags and stored it there temporarily. After arranging everything properly, Bamboo hurried back to Liju Peak. Liju Peak had 2 important things at this time. At the end of last winter, Duju fell into a deep sleep on time, began to be promoted to a princess, and woke up in February. The holy bamboo then broke through. The original bamboo poles withered and died, and new bamboo shoots emerged in the warm spring season, consuming a lot of raw stones and nutrients and trying to grow. In April, at the bottom of the lake, some lotus root nodes of the 9-leaf red lotus sprouted buds. At this stage, it began to demand a lot of force and nutrients. Maju brought 3 other small bamboo rat warriors, carrying boatloads of raw stones, crushed them, and threw them into the lake to replenish their force. Xiangpu commanded the bee colony to dump barrels of sludge into the lake. This was the first time that the 9-leaf red lotus had bloomed and borne fruit since it settled in Liju Peak. Bamboo hurried back, mainly to keep an eye on it, worried that there would be any accidents that other members of the mountain could not solve. In mid-April, the lotus bud emerged from the water. In early May, the lotus bloomed, bright red and stunning. The flower was in 3 layers, with 9 petals on the bottom layer, 6 petals in the middle layer, and 3 petals on the upper layer, surrounding a lotus pod. It looked a bit abnormal, compared with the huge lotus leaves. The lotus flowers seemed too small, which was different from normal lotus flowers. They were concentrated in one area and hidden under the lotus leaves. It was very inconsistent. If it weren't for the force veins of the petals madly absorbing the natural force and infusing the lotus pod, Bamboo would definitely have mistakenly thought that something was wrong. In June, after the dry season, the petals withered. Bamboo went to Baba for a check, and then to the 9-leaf red lotus for an inquiry. They were all sure that there was no problem. Next, the lotus pod has a 3-month growth period, during which only a small amount of raw stones are needed to replenish the natural force. In September, it enters the maturity period, which lasts for 10 days. A large amount of raw stones are needed to replenish the force. Then the lotus pod withers along with the lotus leaves. At that time, 11 lotus seeds have grown. Ordinary-sized lotus flowers and lotus pods are hidden under the huge lotus leaves. If you don't look carefully, it's even difficult to find their existence. No matter how Bamboo looks at it, he feels something is wrong. Whether it's beasts or insect warriors, feeding the seeds of God helps them grow and survive better. And the seeds of God condense the original force food, which is considered a return. This is a mutually beneficial symbiotic relationship. The 9-leaf red lotus has the ability to self-adjust its genes. Bamboo always has a bad feeling. This thing blooms and bears fruit. It seems to be cutting corners and perfunctory. Baba has a good relationship with the 9-leaf red lotus. And it is very likely that she is an accomplice. Riding a small boat, wandering around the lake, the spiritual power scans and checks the lotus roots in the mud. It can be roughly judged that the 9-leaf red lotus blooms and bears fruit, using less than 10% of the reserve nutrients. 6,561 branches, divided into 9 groups, take turns to bloom and bear fruit. It sounds like there is output every year, but in fact, its nutrient reserves will never be less than 90%. So it can always keep itself in a state close to its peak to cope with irresistible mutation disasters. The 9-leaf red lotus tree spirit, who is afraid of death. The name 9-leaf red lotus is inappropriate. Bamboo really wants to change its name to 9-leaf red lotus. After successfully passing the dry season in June, Leju Peak is not particularly busy. Bamboo lies on the lakeside with peace of mind, guarding the 9-leaf red lotus that is about to mature. This year, a little warrior who likes bamboo was born in Bitao Peak, named Qingju, and took this little family over and taught it personally. And next year, he can arrange to settle in Shengyin Mountain. Baba followed by the side, collecting data regularly every day. Cattail was also there, commanding 100,000 bee colonies, guarding closely, and intercepting birds trying to approach the lake in the air. Red rice flew over and landed on the lakeside. Bamboo. I just suddenly felt that the bloodthorn God-given seed seemed a little bit wrong. Why is it wrong? Its particularly long branch has grown a lot without noticing. It probably started growing slowly in April this year. It has been less than 2.5 months. I just measured it, and it is about 2 meters long. At this rate, in a few years, it will really hiss. Bamboo had a toothache and asked Baba, why did the bloodthorn suddenly grow so fast? Is this growth temporary? Or will it continue? This is its special ability, controlled by the will of the soul, and is not within my calculation range. Baba gloated. Wouldn't it be great if your nest was full of blood thorns in the future? Bamboo waved his antennae and said, Qingju, follow Hongdao and don't run around. Hongdao, stay here and take care of Qingju. After saying that, he picked up Baba and flew to Leju Peak without saying anything. The little soldier Qingju watched Bamboo disappear, looked at Hongdao, and then looked at the cattails in the distance. He tilted his head and thought for a while, then spread his wings, took off, and landed on a lotus leaf. Baba, scan and check. Baba paused for 2 seconds and said briefly, everything is normal. Normal? It's not normal at all. Bamba found that since the construction of the second hydropower station, Baba started to work carelessly and neglected her duties in various ways when there was no particular shortage of electricity. Baba said, nothing. The will of the bloodthorn tree spirit can control the telomere gene to a certain extent. That is, control the division of cells. And the intuitive manifestation is to control the growth of the plant by its own will. It absorbed nutrients made mainly from the remains of the divine product, breaking the genetic restrictions to a certain extent, and then began to grow. Baba couldn't help gloating again and said, the solution is very simple. Just don't give it the remains. Bamboo said, give me a practical solution. Baba said, the bloodthorn is weird. There is no other way. Forget it. I know I can't count on you. Bamboo turned to greet the bloodthorn tree spirit and asked, Bloodthorn, what are you doing with this branch? The bloodthorn tree spirit said, I went up the mountain to find you. Bamboo said, but I'm not on the mountain. The bloodthorn tree spirit asked, don't you live on the mountain? That was before. Now, I've moved. Bamboo waved his tentacles, pointed in the direction of the lake, and said, I moved to live over there. Over there? Lake? The bloodthorn tree spirit was a little confused. The two sides were connected by soul, and could sense each other's existence within a certain distance. In the past few months, it really felt that Bamboo had been staying in that direction. The bloodthorn tree spirit asked, Bamboo, why did you move there? There are mountains and water there, and the scenery is beautiful. Bamboo enthusiastically suggested, Shueji, why don't you come over? I'll take you to see the scenery. There are mountains and water. Don't I live on the mountain? The bloodthorn tree spirit thought for a while, and said, okay. Is it far? Bamboo said, not very far. I will pull a steel wire to lead you. And your branches will climb along the direction of the steel wire to avoid getting lost. Okay. The bloodthorn tree spirit said happily, okay. Bamboo used his metal ability to directly transform the soil and rocks into metal, condense the steel wire, and go around the foot of the north side of Leju Peak. Temporarily lay a 1 kilometer length and climb slowly. After climbing this 1 kilometer, there are still more than 10 kilometers to go. Chapter 439 Harvest Season. The unknown species of shrub divine product in Daqing Mountain. The wood of the God-given seed remains is extremely tough, and the texture is fine and heavy. Only 5 bags were brought back in total, half of which was taken by Pyracantha, and the rest was used up in less than a few months. Only one unique main branch of the bloodthorn God-given seed continued to grow for more than 3 months, extending a little more than 3 meters, and then stagnated. Bamboo has been paying attention to it, and found that it did not grow, but became a little anxious. It was July. Over on the Longzhou continent, the temperature in the north wasteland dropped, and the Rat King and his men should be busy moving the remains from the mountain base to Chiwu Mountain. There has been no news from Qijing County, said Hongmi to inquire. But due to the changes in Changshan County, the Qijing Cockroach King is still traveling abroad and has not returned yet. For long journeys, it is better to have a Cockroach King escort to transport particularly valuable things. There is no other way but to wait. Time flies, and it is the Mid-Autumn Festival in August. Bamboo set off for Chiwu Mountain. According to the exchange agreement, a batch of Castanopsis fruit will arrive this year. Originally, he planned to ask Qijing Cockroach to bring it back when escorting the wreckage. Qijing Cockroach King was delayed, so Bamboo had to go there by himself. There was only one batch of food, and it took a few days to eat it in Chiwu Mountain. After checking the work efficiency of the Rat King, he set off again and hurried back to Leju Peak. Back and forth. Time came to the end of September. The temperature gradually dropped, and the night was cold. Lake. The lotus pods turned yellow first, which means they have entered the maturity period, increase the amount of raw stones, and finally replenish the original force to ensure the quality of lotus seeds. The lotus leaves began to turn yellow little by little from the edges. After several winters of sunshine, the edges of the lotus leaves turned completely yellow. Ma Zhu led 3 bamboo rat warriors in a boat and used a special iron hook to cut the stems of the lotus leaves, letting the leaves float in the water. After rotting and sinking to the bottom, they could become nutrients for the growth of the 9-leaf red lotus. The lotus pods dried up, and the lotus seeds matured. In some ways, the growth pattern of the 9-leaf red lotus has evolved perfectly. When the lotus seeds are picked, the skin has dried up and can be collected directly. The skin is smooth, with super hardness and toughness. There is also a layer of film inside that can effectively prevent the loss of the original force. If you put it in a dry place, it can be easily stored for more than 10 years. The best of the best. Undoubtedly a divine product. But it is at the same level as the fire scale pine nuts produced in Chiwu Mountain. It is not the quality that should be semi-universe level. The 9-leaf red lotus is indeed lazy. The 9-leaf red lotus has a long lifespan and rich experience. It is also very smart in flowering and fruiting. It has understood the ultimate secret of trade. Each portion has 729 seeds, which is a good selling point. The first year of production, a total of 11 portions, 1 each for Bamboo, Xiangpu, Duzhu, Hongmi, Pyracantha, and 1 for Longzhou. 5 portions will be left, and they will be sold to Chonglu and Yuzhu caravans at the price of 500,000 raw stones next year. They have done nothing else in the past 2 years, except looking for buyers. More than 20 companies have been finalized, and they are just waiting for the lotus seeds to be produced. Xiangpu commanded the bees to collect the lotus pods. Lakeside, Maju took Shueizhu and Hanzhu to pick the lotus seeds from the lotus pods and pack them into exquisitely made metal boxes. The box is square and divided into 9 layers. Each layer has 9,981 grids, and 1 box is just enough to hold a portion of lotus seeds. The outer layer of the lotus seed epidermis has a very thin protective layer that resists acid and alkali erosion. Zizhu is using her toes to carefully scrape it off one by one, and then hand it to Bamboo. Bamboo waited, and Zizhu swallowed one after another. The powerful digestive system of the forest creatures can quickly corrode and melt the shell of the lotus seeds, performing training techniques to enhance the absorption rate and efficiency. In this somewhat cold winter, the extreme flame force flows with the blood, and the whole body is warm and comfortable. From the distant mountain peaks, 3 red figures rushed over. They are the Red Blatten King, the Princess of Chuerong, and the Princess of Taidao. Bamboo stopped and waited. Is this a divine product? You ate all of it. The lotus seeds are so small, just like ordinary lotus seeds. Bamboo. How is the quality of the lotus seeds? Is it okay? 729 seeds in one portion. It seems that the portion is quite sufficient. When the Red Cockroach King and his entourage landed, they were first attracted by the lotus seeds that had just been harvested. Bamboo said, the quality is average. Just barely okay. Not worse than other wild divine products. The valuable part is the large number of seeds and high yield. Bamboo ordered Ziju. Hurry up and peel one for the Red Cockroach Kings. No need. The Red Cockroach King said, you are giving an integer of 11 portions? Things are valuable. Don't waste any of them. We just need to have a rough idea in mind. Bamboo said, there will be more output next year. According to the agreement, 6 portions will be sold within the tribe. Have you all selected the warriors? Of course. I have already selected them. Do we still need to choose? The Red Blatten King, Princess Chuerong, and Princess Taidao all responded by tapping their antennae. The Red Blatten King asked again, Bamboo, have you found the remains of the shrub-like divine product that you talked about last time? Found it. It's a little troublesome. Bamboo paused and said, it's buried deep in the yellow sand, so it's a bit difficult to dig. The Rat King and his men can't move fast. So 100 warriors set out every year after the dry season, busy for half a year, and carry it twice. Unknown plant species. High wood density. Specifically, a piece of debris of the same size weighs twice as much as the previous divine product red pine debris. So, this thing. A senior warrior can only carry 1 bag per trip. It's so heavy. The Red Blatten King was shocked at first and asked, can't tell the plant species? Bamboo said, I can't tell. I looked around the excavation site and found no similar plants. Shijin Cockroach King asked, have you brought back samples to try? How is the effect on the blood thorns? Bamboo said, very good. That's fine. Shijin Cockroach King said, 100 warriors have been organized long ago and have arrived at Liju Peak. They will rest for a night and set off tomorrow. Bamboo tapped his antennae and asked, how is Changsheng County? Who did you choose? Of course it's the Fire Peach Cockroach King. Shijin Cockroach King said regretfully, but the result is not what we expected. You Nectarine Cockroach King succeeded as the Lord of Changsheng County. Princess Chuerong said with some concern, starting next year, the Fire Peach Cockroach King will no longer be in charge. And the Nectarine Cockroach King will be in charge of everything in Changsheng County and its branch counties and mountains. Bamboo shook his antennae and said, it doesn't matter. Our Chi Cockroach tribe no longer needs the assistance of Changsheng County. Shijin Cockroach King and Chuerong Princess both nodded their antennae in agreement. In fact, there is another benefit of the death of Changsheng Cockroach King, which no one dared to say clearly on the mainland. The only force foods that can greatly extend life and are willing to be sold publicly are Changsheng peaches and holy bamboo fruits. With Changsheng peach gone, can the price of holy bamboo fruits be appropriately increased? And the timing is right. Duju has just been promoted to princess, and the production of holy bamboo fruits has doubled, and the quality has been slightly improved. The same number of bamboo fruits used to extend life by about 50 years. But now, the effect of extending life may be increased to about 53 years. The previous price was 500,000 raw stones per serving, and now it has risen to 600,000, which is quite appropriate. In the future, when Duju is promoted to Cockroach King, the price will be raised again, and the price of holy bamboo fruits will be raised to a sky-high price in 2 steps. There are certainly insects that are in urgent need of extending their lifespans, and they will always come to the door without any extra choices. As long as the price is not too outrageous, they can always be sold. The holy bamboo and the 9-leaf red lotus seeds given by God will be the 2 biggest sources of income for Li Zhufeng, excluding the cost of raw stones invested in operation. The net income of holy bamboo fruit is about 3.4 million raw stones per year, and the net income of 9-leaf red lotus seeds is about 4.4 million raw stones per year. The total is 7.8 million annual income. At present, the expenses are not particularly large. The biggest raw stone consumption is the two people, Bamboo and Duju, who have been promoted to the princess and plan to quickly promote to the Cockroach King. Other expenses, altogether, are only 600,000. Next, Li Zhufeng's Red Rice, Cattail, and Rat King will be promoted to the princess level. Next are Big Bear, Big Head, Maju, White Bamboo, Red Rice, Firethorn, Dragon Bamboo and other members. Bamboo plans to let everyone be promoted to princess. And after he is promoted to King of Cockroach, he will consider which members will continue to grow to king level, and which members will stop at princess. The raw stones earned during this period, the surplus are hoarded and stored to prepare for his promotion to King of Cockroach. Another trouble is Feng Ling, whose soul disability cannot be repaired, and the risk of being promoted to princess is too great. This guy has eaten a portion of holy bamboo fruit, and he refuses to use other divine products, God-given seeds. He has the intention of breaking the jar and breaking the jar. He does not intend to take the risk of promotion, and is ready to plant 100-year wind bell flower on Lonling Peak, and then die. Bamboo and Longju have persuaded him several times, but to no avail. Feng Ling is most afraid of Princess Tidao. The last attempt is to let Princess Tidao go over and give a stern warning to see if it works. Chapter 440 The Invitation of the Spruce Mantis King. Princess Chue Rong followed the Red Blatten King and set off for Chiwu Mountain. Princess Tidao reluctantly went to Lonling Peak and returned alone a few days later. Feng Ling did not come back with her. It seems that the matter did not work out. Bamboo sighed in his heart, feeling a little sad. Feng Ling will be the first warrior of Liju Peak to die of old age. Time is short. It is currently in its youth, with the highest vitality, and the peak period, with the highest success rate of evolution. It will soon enter middle age, which will last for about 50 years. And then it will enter the aging period, and it will die of old age in another 30 years. Princess Tidao. Feng Ling still refuses to agree. Princess Tidao shook her tentacles and said, "It has distributed the resources you gave it every year to the warriors of Lonling Peak. It has been staying at L7 Mountain Master without growing up. It is too late in time." Bamboo. Forget it. That is its own wish. Why force it? Besides, the risk of failure is so great. If it fails, it will lose several decades of life, which is even more of a loss. Feng Ling is not stupid. On the contrary, it is sensitive and sharp. It went to Lonling Peak to settle down. In addition to sowing its favorite wind bell flowers, it also has another intention, after being away for many years. The impression and feelings of the members of Liju Peak gradually faded. At that time, it would quietly leave, and everyone would not be so sad. Feng Ling had her own plan a long time ago, and never thought about being promoted to princess. If it refuses, forget it. Bamboo shook his tentacles gently and said, "We can't force it. If we fail, we will be blamed." Bamboo added, "Yinshu Banmao is already the 9th-year-old mountain master. I will give it a portion of the lotus seeds produced next year. And I will also get some good things to increase the probability of being promoted to a princess. Within 10 years, she should be able to be promoted to a princess smoothly." Princess Tidao moved her tentacles. She didn't mind having another princess-level warrior in her Tidao mountain range. In addition, flame-clustered spotted grass has been running around in recent decades, and has become more and more savvy in communication. She can help Tidao mountain range and Liju Peak deal with many trade matters. Flame-clustered spotted grass is also Bamboo's direct elder. It is qualified to be promoted to a princess in terms of both emotion and reason. Bamboo asked again, "Princess Tidao, where is Hei Sang? The last time I saw it, it was already an 8th-year mountain master. It has been missing for many years." Speaking of her favorite Hei Sang, Princess Tidao immediately became excited and said, following flame-clustered spotted grass, "Hei Sang was also promoted to a 9th-year mountain master. Within 10 years, he can be promoted to a princess. The God-given seeds of Hei Yu Mulberry use various God-given seeds. The debris is growing better and better, and the income in the future will not be bad. The promotion of Hei Sang to a princess cannot be delayed, and there can be no mistakes. Isn't it too undisguised that you are biased?" Bamboo laughed dumbly, tapped his tentacles, and said, "I will give it 2 divine force foods later. The dragon bamboo fruit must not be given. The fire scale pine nuts are not particularly valuable, and Chiwu Mountain will exchange as many as Liju Peak wants. So it's okay to give one. The Tianmu Magnolia strengthens the perception of the soul, and it is extremely strengthened. And the Tianmu is derived, which can see the soul. At the beginning, I thought it was quite fresh and powerful, but gradually I found that the soul was nothing good. In fact, it was just like that, and it had some useless effects. The Tianmu Magnolia is not very popular in Liju Peak and Chiwu Mountain, so this one can be given. Okay, no problem. I thank you on behalf of He Sang first. Ha ha. The Iron Blade Princess agreed without hesitation. As long as it is a divine product, it is definitely a good thing, and can increase the success rate of molting and growth to a certain extent. They are not disdainful in the Iron Blade Mountains. The sale of the 9-leaf red lotus seeds is quite important, and needs to be handled by Bamboo himself. Bamboo has eaten Castanopsis fruit and lotus seeds continuously for half a year. He is not far from being promoted to L5 Princess. He plans to stay in Liju Peak in the next few years to grow up with peace of mind and strive to complete the evolution before and after the next round of giant dragon bamboo fruit matures. In addition, there is also the transportation back of the remains of the God-given seeds in Daqing Mountain to upgrade the Bloodthorn God-given seeds. The remains are strange, and the Bloodthorn also grows strangely. I always feel that something abnormal will happen, and Bamboo has to pay attention to it all the time. In the cold winter, there is nothing else to do. Bamboo spends most of his time lying in the bamboo forest, guarding the giant dragon bamboo God-given seeds, and taking the little warrior Qingju. He teaches the knowledge of cultivating bamboo on the spot. The antennae trembled and captured a wireless communication message. Bamboo. A warrior from the Sword Mantis tribe visited. No need to ask. It must have been sent by that lazy pyracantha. He was so close, but he refused to come down the mountain to inform me personally. Bamboo was even lazier. Too lazy to reply. He said hello to Xiangpu and asked it to keep an eye on the green bamboo to prevent the little guy from picking the dragon bamboo fruit with his claws. Then he walked towards the mountain trading square. There were originally pear trees around the trading square. The pear trees shed their leaves in autumn, and the shading effect was not very good. Later, they were replaced with drought-resistant large-leaf bamboo. It started to grow this year. Now standing on the trading square, all you can see is a lush green. Bamboo emerged from the winding path. Princess Bamboo. Familiar mental fluctuations. It turned out to be the Red Bean Princess of the Red Bean Mountains. This guy should have just become a princess. The last time the wreckage of the spacecraft crashed, the Dalmantis Kingdom made a fortune and slowly digested the harvest. In recent decades, a large number of mountain masters and princess-level warriors have emerged, which is unprecedentedly prosperous. Red Bean Princess. Congratulations. Congratulations. Princess Bamboo. You are too polite. I can be promoted to a princess thanks to you. Me? It's related to me? Of course. The Red Bean Mountains and Jinping Mountains of the Dalmantis Kingdom are close to each other, and we have the most familiar relationship. Chingo Mantis King has made arrangements. In the future, I will run between the two places for exchanges between the two sides. Sacred bamboo fruit. Princess Hongdo was worried that Bamboo still didn't understand, so she gave another reminder, shook her tentacles, and said, I ate half a portion and extended my life by nearly 30 years. Hee hee. Bamboo suddenly realized. Almost every time the holy bamboo fruit ripens, the Juniper Princess of the Dalmantis tribe will come to Liju Peak in person. They buy the most holy bamboo fruit. After buying it back, it may not be eaten as a whole portion, but may be split into 2 or 3 portions and distributed to multiple warriors who are preparing to be promoted to princesses. How could Hongdo be qualified to be promoted to princess? It is indeed a little bit of Bamboo's help. It has a close relationship with Bamboo and is close to him. In the future, it will replace the Juniper Princess and come to Liju Peak to buy holy bamboo fruit. Bamboo reminded, Duju has just been promoted to princess. The seeds of the holy bamboo god need a certain amount of growth and cultivation time. It is expected to bloom next year, and the bamboo fruit will mature the year after. I heard about it. Princess Hongdo said, Princess Bamboo. Chingo Mantis King asked me to come here and invite you to Yunshan County. Yushan Mantis King invites you. Spruce Mantis King. It is said that the Spruce Mantis King was born about 500 years later than the Longevity Bladdish King, younger than the previous Ghost King of Chiwu Mountain, and much older than the current Chiwu Ghost King. He is considered a veteran insect king. I have been a little sensitive recently. When I heard the name of the Spruce Mantis King, I couldn't help but think of also gone. Or almost gone. Bamboo asked tentatively, Is the spruce mantis king still okay? This sounded a bit confusing. Princess Hongdo tilted her head, thought about it, and said, it should be okay. I have never seen it before. I will go with you this time. Maybe I can see it. The spruce mantis king has a divine product, God-given seed, which strengthens the force veins and is a divine product, force food that can greatly increase the probability of successful evolution. The spruce mantis king is still famous for its intelligence. Its status in the 10,000 races continent is at the same level as the Chiwugos king, the longevity bladdish king, and the frost scorpion king. Ordinary warriors of the same race can't see it at all. As early as more than 30 years ago, when Li Zhufeng cultivated the holy bamboo and the dragon god-given seeds, Bamboo asked to see Yunshan Mantis King twice through Chingo Mantis King, but was rejected both times. Later, it was accidentally discovered that the side effect of the dragon bamboo fruit was to generate force, and its value doubled. Bamboo then reached a cooperative monopoly agreement with Chiwu Mountain and Chiofeng County, and never looked for it again. Now, Chishan Mantis King suddenly took the initiative to come to the door. Bamboo roughly guessed what was going on. It is impossible to take out the dragon bamboo fruit to exchange with Yuanshan County. I have seen a lot of divine force food, and spruce pine nuts are no longer so rare. Will you go? Bamboo thought about it carefully and asked, Princess Hongdo, did you tell Yunshan Mantis King why you want to see me? Princess Hongdo said vaguely, I heard that it is something very useful to your Liju Peak. It seems that some kind of bamboo has been discovered. Bamboo? I guessed wrong? Bamboo asked, what bamboo? Where did it come from? Princess Hongdo is cute and stupid, but she has a particularly outstanding advantage. That is, she has a long memory after being beaten. She was only tricked by Bamboo once. Later, every time she met and communicated with Bamboo, she was always on guard, fearing that she would be tricked again. When it came to the key point, this guy immediately became alert. Princess Hongdo shook her tentacles and said, I don't know. I don't know. You go to Yunshan County and let Yunshan Mantis King tell you in person. Chapter 441 Silver for Peak. There are two ways for Li Zhufeng to go to the Kingdom of Sword Mantis. The safe route is to go around along the Jinjiang River, which is very far and a waste of time. Bamboo and Princess Hongdo took the dangerous route, crossing the Kingdom of Brown Bees. The Brown Wasp tribe would not embarrass the warriors of the Sword Mantis tribe, and Bamboo could pretend to be a member of the Dark Knight Golden Mantis tribe and travel together. They were intercepted several times along the way, but they were successfully deceived, flying across the mountains and ridges. After crossing a large mountain range, there is a sea of bamboo in front. The cold wind blows, and the green waves rise and fall. Princess Bamboo, we have entered the territory of Yunshan County, and there is a natural bamboo sea in Yunshan County in front. Princess Hongdo said with a hint of meaning, in our Kingdom of Sword Mantis, there are many wild bamboo forests of all sizes in the natural jungle. It's a pity that I don't understand the bamboo cultivation technology of your Li Zhufeng, so I can't manage it. Bamboo? It seems to be completely different from what I guessed. Bamboo asked for the nth time, did the spruce mantis king find a new bamboo species? Or a special derivative species? Hongdo Princess said, I don't know. I'm not sure. Let's fly quickly. And when we get there, you can ask the spruce mantis king in person. Bamboo was speechless and said, then let's fly quickly. The bamboo sea of Li Zhufeng has dragon bamboo and ma bamboo mutants, except for the holy bamboo with the effect of prolonging life. All other bamboo species are embellishments. If it is a new bamboo species, it is dispensable for Li Zhufeng, and he can consider spending some raw stones to buy it back. A lion's mouth is too big? No talk. If it is a mutant species of a bamboo species, Bamboo hopes it is this, but he is a little afraid that it is this. Fly for a day and cross the bamboo sea. Fly for another day and a half and land in the silver fir forest. Climb along the plank road for half a day and finally arrive at the place. A huge isolated peak, towering like clouds. About 20 kilometers away, there is a roaring river called Nujiang River. The peak is called Silver Fir Peak. With this as the center, the area of nearly 100 kilometers is a rare plain terrain in the south. This is the famous silver fir forest in the eastern region of the Wanzhou continent. The fir tree is a large tree species, with a large number of native species. From the southern tropical zone to the northern cold temperate zone, from low canyons to towering peaks, you can always find a corresponding fir tree species. All native fir species are naturally high-quality species. And fir has two top species, namely scale-leaf cedar and silver fir. Before the spruce mantis king, silver fir was the iconic plant of the knife mantis tribe. The silver fir forest is mainly composed of various silver fir derivatives, with a small amount of other fir species, as well as closely related pine and cypress species. It has always been a first-class rich county in the Dow Mantis Kingdom, and even the Wangwa continent. There is also a vast lake under the Silver Fir Peak, and the trading square of Yunshan County is built on the lakeside. In winter, there are still 2 clusters of green in the lake, which are lotus leaves standing proudly in the cold wind. Lotus leaves that do not wither in winter? That must be a seed given by God. Bamboo separated a wisp of spiritual power and explored the bottom of the lake. Sure enough, there were lotus roots at the bottom of the lake, and a large number of lotus flowers were planted in the lake. Princess Hongdo. Yunshan County also cultivates lotus? This? Princess Hongdo shook her tentacles and said, I don't know. I don't know. I only came here once with Princess Juniperis. Bamboo was too lazy to ask this idiot any more questions. When entering the Silver Fir forest, a warrior guarding the forest passed the news to Silver Fir Peak. At this time, a princess-level sword mantis warrior who had been waiting at the foot of the mountain noticed the arrival of the outsider and was rushing over. This must be Princess Bamboo from the Fire Cockroach Kingdom, the Red Cockroach tribe. Lishu Peak? Yes, Bamboo answered. That's right. Princess Hongdo answered and introduced herself. My name is Princess Hongdo. Oh, I know. From the lineage of the Green Mantis King, the Red Bean Mountain Range. The Sword Mantis warrior who came over introduced himself. My name is Yinshan. Yinshan! Princess Hongdo's tentacles trembled, and she suddenly looked a little embarrassed. Bamboo's tentacles also trembled inadvertently. The God-given spruce seed is an unexpected divine product. The God-given seed? Before the Spruce Cockroach King, Spruce County should be called Silver Fir County, with a long heritage. And the title of each generation of Silver Fir Peak Lord is the unified Silver Fir Mantis King. The name of the God-given spruce seed is too big, so the county name was temporarily changed. After the Spruce Mantis King, it will definitely be changed back. Silver Fir Princess. This title has explained a lot of problems, having a Silver Fir God-given seed. The next Silver Fir Peak Lord selected by the Spruce Mantis King. Silver Fir Princess said, Princess Bamboo, please follow me up the mountain. Please, Bamboo said politely. There is a path leading to Silver Fir Peak in the trading square. And walk there. Red Bean Princess followed Bamboo closely, but was stopped by Silver Fir Princess. Princess Hongdo, please rest at the foot of the mountain. Princess Yinshan simply explained. The Spruce Mantis King has entered the aging period and cannot move freely. He will not meet other warriors or receive outsiders. This time, there is a particularly important matter to discuss with Princess Bamboo. Princess Hongdo's enthusiasm was extinguished, and she said disappointedly, okay. On the way here, she had been looking forward to climbing up the Silver Fir Peak and meeting the Spruce Cockroach King. After returning, she would be able to show off in front of other warriors of the same race. Insects also have classes, but they are not so clearly divided. How could a low-level princess be qualified to meet the Mantis King, who occupies the top of the pyramid of the kingdom? Bamboo had expected this result long ago, but still couldn't help but pity it. Go up the mountain. In a dense fir forest, under an ancient spruce tree, an old mantis warrior with a faint turbid atmosphere. It is similar to the rumors outside. The Spruce Mantis King lives between 700 and 800 years old. He has eaten the longevity peach to extend his life and has just entered the aging period. This ancient tree with a trunk diameter of more than meters and a canopy that can't see the end is the spruce God-given seed. The spruce tree spirit, like the dragon and the 9-leaf red lotus tree spirit, has high wisdom and overcomes the nature of plants. It will not resist or hostile to creatures that are confirmed to be non-dangerous. The Fire Cockroach Kingdom, the Red Cockroach Tribe. Li Zhufeng. Bamboo. Meet the Spruce Mantis King. Bamboo greeted, secretly turning on the heavenly eye to check the soul. Like the longevity Cockroach King seen before, the Spruce Mantis King's soul did not show any signs of aging. Looking at the Spruce God-given seed again, the Spruce Tree Spirit's soul also showed no signs of aging. What's not good is that the Spruce Tree Spirit keenly noticed that it was being spied on, and first transmitted a ray of thought to the Spruce Mantis King. The Spruce Mantis King said leisurely, this is the heavenly eye of the heavenly eye magnolia of Chiwu Mountain. You Liz Yufeng really have a top-level exchange with Chiwu Mountain. Hee hee. Bamboo quickly put away his Tianmu and smiled awkwardly. There is a little trade. Spruce Mantis King asked, I heard that Yuliju Peak and Chiwu Mountain have joined forces to open up a bamboo sea and plant bamboos. And exchange what you have. Bamboo replied, You can say that. Spruce Mantis King waved his tentacles and pointed to the flat ground opposite him, saying, Please. He also ordered Yinshan, Go to the warehouse on the top of the mountain to get some pine cones to entertain Princess Bamboo. Yinshan said, Yes. After that, he went up the mountain. Bamboo rushed to ask, Spruce Mantis King, I heard that you found a special bamboo species? I wonder which one it is. Spruce Mantis King ignored Bamboo's question and continued to ask, Princess Bamboo, Yuliju Peak and Chiwu Mountain have joined forces to find the dragon bamboo and cultivated a high-quality bamboo species that can bloom and bear fruit every year. The giant dragon bamboo? Yes. This is not a secret, Bamboo readily admitted. Spruce Mantis King said, It seems that the dragon bamboo was found by your Liz Yufeng, and the cultivation technology is also owned by your Liz Yufeng. In the end, a giant dragon bamboo God-given seed will definitely be born and landed on Liz Yufeng. Is it a divine product? If so, it should be a divine product that strengthens power. Bamboo did not answer. Spruce Mantis King waited for a few seconds and continued to ask, The holy bamboo of Liz Yufeng should be cultivated from the holy sound bamboo? I heard that the dry season is used to stimulate bamboo flowering? The hybridization method used by the ants of the Wangua continent to cultivate rice is used. The bamboo seeds sold by Liz Yufeng and the rice seeds from the Wangua continent have the phenomenon of trait separation, which is easy to guess. And there is nothing to hide. Bamboo replied, Yes. Yushan Mantis King said, The hybrid is better than any original species and can bloom every year. It must contain very complex technology. Bamboo replied, Very complex. Yushan Mantis King asked, What if our Yunshan County wants to learn it? Yunshan County is located between the Jin and Nu rivers. It has plenty of water and no dry season. Bamboo said, As you guessed, Liju Peak has a divine giant dragon bamboo, and it is impossible to sell bamboo cultivation technology to others. In addition, we have reached an agreement with Chiwu Mountain. Even if I am willing, if we take it out for exchange, the leader of Chiwu Mountain will definitely not agree. Spruce Mantis King had expected this and asked, What about ordinary holy bamboo? This is a hybrid bamboo species that you have exclusively mastered in Liju Peak. Right? Selling some ordinary seeds should not be restricted by Chiwu Mountain. Right? That depends on the specific amount. A small number of seeds is fine. Bamboo said, Ordinary holy bamboo breeds life seeds, and the condensed bamboo fruits have a little effect of prolonging life. It has long been listed as a symbolic plant of Liju Peak and will not be sold on a large scale. It happened that Princess Yinshan came down the mountain with a spider silk bag. Spruce Mantis King called out, Yinshan, take Princess Bamboo to the back mountain first. Okay. Princess Yinshan quickened her pace and put down her things, saying, Princess Bamboo, please follow me. The height of grown ordinary silver fir is generally more than 80 meters. The forest is dense. Walking on the ground, the field of vision is extremely limited. There must be many wild tree species given by God in Yinshan Peak. The path in the mountains was winding, probably because they deliberately avoided these God-given seeds. After many twists and turns, they arrived at a small flat area about the mountainside. A small bamboo forest that has been developed for some time. Shungyin bamboo? Lane bamboo? Or belly bamboo? The characteristics of these three pot-bellied bamboo species are too obvious. Bamboo recognized them roughly at a glance. But after looking carefully, it was difficult to confirm which one it was. Yinshan County Princess said, Chiwu Mountain has always entrusted caravans to collect bamboo species at high prices in the two continents of Wanzhou and Wanhua. We have a lot of bamboo in Diamanted Kingdom, and every year there are young warriors who go into the mountains to look for it. This is a high-quality derivative of belly bamboo that was discovered by accident. Bamboo walked forward and carefully examined it. The bamboo pole is much thicker than the ordinary belly bamboo. In terms of diameter, it should be 2 to 3 centimeters larger. The height of the bamboo pole is generally more than 6 meters, and the highest is about 7 meters, which is about 2 to 3 meters higher than the ordinary belly bamboo. It is an enlarged version of the ordinary belly bamboo. It is more than a high-quality derivative. It is a super high-quality derivative. Chapter 442 Transaction Negotiation. In recent decades, treasure hunting in Longzhou continent has taken away a lot of labor from Li Zhufeng, and the process of opening up the bamboo sea has been slightly delayed. In terms of bamboo species cultivation, other insignificant bamboo species have been abandoned, focusing on 4 bamboo species: Longzhou, Mazhu, Duzhu, and Shengyanzhu. Generation after generation of selection and replacement have all improved, but they are very small, and are still far from the qualitative change to produce derivative species. Bamboo judged that there are 2 possibilities for the emergence of this super high-quality Duzhu derivative species in front of him, in a special geographical and climatic environment. It has evolved naturally over a long period of time from generation to generation. Environmental mutation. Gene mutation was accidentally born. How it came about. It is not the most important thing. What is important is that Li Zhufeng cultivates bamboo species step by step according to the current model. Unless there is an unexpected mutation due to extreme luck, it will take hundreds or thousands of years to cultivate this level of super high-quality Duzhu derivative species. On the other hand, it can save Li Zhufeng hundreds or thousands of years of time to cultivate Duzhu bamboo species. More importantly, this bamboo derivative has undergone a qualitative change compared to the original bamboo species. It is 100% certain that it can trigger the star god's gift in the sky, and then obtain a sacred bamboo god's gift and a thunder bamboo god's gift, and the quality will be even better. Yinshan Peak has a long heritage, and it is impossible not to know the secret of the star god's gift in the sky. This super excellent bamboo derivative has been transplanted to Yinshan Peak for many years, and has grown to a certain size, which actually explains a lot of problems. From the last time the Knife Mantis tribe dealt with the wreckage of the spacecraft, every time they get an unknown or half-understood good thing, they will not rush to take action. They must first find ways to figure out the specific function and value, and then wait for the price to sell. It is conceivable that Yinshan Peak must have inquired through various channels, and roughly figured out the value of the belly bamboo derivatives to Lizhu Peak, and then found bamboo. Bamboo didn't get any big bargains when searching for treasures in the Orchid Mountains. This time, the transaction of belly bamboo derivatives is at most mutually beneficial, and it is still impossible to get an advantage. All this is directed by the Spruce Mantis King behind the scenes. This is its wisdom, and the most hateful thing. Bamboo asked Princess Yinshan, "Can I take a bamboo sample?" Princess Yinshan thought carefully and replied, "Please." Bamboo carefully cut off a piece of bamboo, exerted his metal ability, metallized the soil and stone, and sealed it up. Princess Yinshan waved her tentacles again and signaled, "Princess Bamboo, please take a look. It's enough to allow you to collect a little sample, and then the transaction negotiation will be carried out." Princess Yinshan led the way and returned to the spruce tree. Spruce Mantis King asked Princess Bamboo, "How is it?" Bamboo said, "Not bad." Spruce Mantis King said, "If I'm not mistaken, the holy bamboo is obtained by hybridizing belly bamboo and holy sound bamboo." "Right," Bamboo said, "that's about it." Spruce Mantis King said, "That means a better quality, or even a divine holy bamboo God-given seed." Bamboo said, "In theory, it is, but in reality, whether it can be achieved depends on luck. As for the divine product, the probability is extremely low. The chance is slim. Don't think too much." Spruce Mantis King said, "Belly bamboo can also be hybridized with thunder sound bamboo, and the obtained should be the thunder bamboo species sold by your Lizhu Peak." Bamboo said, "That's about it." Spruce Mantis King asked, "What's missing?" Bamboo said, "This involves the core technology of bamboo breeding, which cannot be explained." Spruce Mantis King asked Princess Bamboo, "What do you think is the most suitable exchange for this bamboo derivative?" Bamboo said, "You can pay a sum of raw stones, and buy it all at once." Spruce Mantis King tilted his triangular head, stared at Bamboo, and said slowly, "Spruce County, or the entire Dow Mantis tribe, is not in great need of raw stones at present. In my opinion, let's buy out the raw stones." Without asking the amount, he directly denied the raw stone transaction, and he really didn't intend to let it go easily. Bamboo simply kept silent, waiting for the other party to make an offer, and then bargained. Seeing Bamboo not saying anything, Yinshan Mantis King did not hesitate and said directly, "Whether the God-given seeds cultivated are divine products or not, Yinshan County will occupy half of the annual output. In addition, Liz Yufeng will provide Yunshan County with 5,000 ordinary holy bamboo seeds every year. So black? The lion with no limit opened his mouth. How to bargain? Bamboo had the urge to turn around and leave. Yushan Mantis King. You may not know that 3 bamboo species are needed to cultivate holy bamboo. And belly bamboo is only the least important one among them. Yushan Mantis King noticed that Bamboo was a little annoyed by his offer. And eased up. I really don't understand it. And I can't figure out how you Liz Yufeng specifically cultivate holy bamboo that can bloom and bear fruit every year through hybridization. Bamboo simply explained, it requires a crucial core bamboo species, which is currently only mastered by our Liz Yufeng. The second is the holy sound bamboo. And the third is the belly bamboo. Spruce Mantis King said, so the belly bamboo occupies about 1/3 of the role? In that case, the cultivated God-given seeds are produced every year. And our Spruce County occupies 1/3. Which is fair. 1/3 is barely acceptable. Bamboo's mood eased a little. And he said, we in Liju Peak have mastered the key bamboo species for hybrid breeding and have mastered the perfect technology. It should be 4 points. And Spruce County will account for 1/4. In addition, ordinary holy bamboo seeds are related to the future development of Jinping Mountain Range. In the future, the bamboo fruit produced by ordinary holy bamboo seeds will be used as a selling point. Following the example of Changsheng County, large-scale trade fairs will be held regularly every year. It is impossible for the holy bamboo seeds to be circulated in large quantities. 1/4 is not enough. The Spruce Mantis King shook his antennae gently and said, you Liz Yufeng has obtained the belly bamboo derivative species, which can cultivate higher quality, ordinary holy bamboo and thunder bamboo seeds. When the number of tribal insects reaches a certain level, this part of the income is no less than a top-quality God-given seed. We can't ignore it. Right? That's right. Bamboo said, for this part, we Liz Yufeng can pay a sum of raw stones to make up for it. But we will never share the holy bamboo seeds. I understand. I understand. If that's the case, then I won't force it. The Spruce Mantis King changed the subject and said, then compensate 100 million raw stones at once. Bamboo stood up, patted his wings, and said, Spruce Mantis King, you overestimate the value of this belly bamboo derivative species. We Liz Yufeng can cultivate it ourselves with some time. 100 million raw stones? No talk. Goodbye, young insect. Don't be so impatient. Spruce Mantis King waved his forelimbs, signaled, and ordered, Shan. How do you treat guests? Why don't you spread out the things? Oh! Princess Shan hurriedly opened the spider silk bag, took out all the force food inside, laid it out, and said, Princess Bamboo, don't worry. Let's eat and talk. And the transaction is always negotiated slowly. Talking nonsense. There is no sincerity at all. Bamboo laid down again, swept his mind, picked a few pine nuts of the best quality, moved them in front of himself, slowly peeled them, ate them, and said, if a new holy bamboo God-given seed is cultivated, your Yunshan County will occupy 1/4 of the share. The rest will be compensated in the form of raw stones. Bamboo paused and said, or, you can occupy 1/3 of the share. If the thunder bamboo God-given seed is cultivated, this thing strengthens the elemental ability, which is comparable to both our tribes. No. The annual income limit of the bamboo fruit caravan is only 200,000 or 300,000 raw stones. There is no need to divide the meager income. It belongs entirely to Li Zhufeng. For ordinary bamboo species, we will not compensate for the price difference of raw stones. Spruce Mantis King asked, is this your trading intention? This is the highest price I am willing to give. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, forget it. Bamboo reminded, after the death of the longevity Cockroach King, there will be no more longevity peaches in the 10,000 races continent. I plan to raise the price of the bamboo fruit produced by the sacred bamboo seed given by the gods in Li Zhufeng. In the future, when the belly bamboo is promoted to the Cockroach King, the price will increase significantly again. Hee hee. Spruce Mantis King sneered and said, when the longevity Cockroach King was alive, all kingdoms and tribes were chasing after Changsheng County. Now, with the departure of the longevity Cockroach King, everything has cooled down quickly, and the so-called friendship has become a bubble. The mainland relies on strength, not friendship, to gain a foothold. Raising the price is a wise choice. Spruce Mantis King said, Princess Bamboo, we can follow your proposal. If we cultivate new and better quality holy bamboo seeds, our Yunshan County will occupy 1/3 of the market share. However, there is a condition. Our Yunshan County must participate in the pricing of holy bamboo fruit. Silver Fur Princess asked at the right time, saying, "Princess Bamboo, I heard that Duju has been promoted to a princess." Bamboo said, "Just promoted this year." Silver Fur Princess asked, "Has the price of holy bamboo fruit increased?" Bamboo said, "The quality of bamboo fruit has improved a little. The life extension effect of each portion has increased by about 3 years. I plan to take this opportunity to raise the price once." Silver Fur Princess asked, "How much?" Bamboo said, 600,000 raw stones per portion. Silver Fur Princess didn't say much. Spruce Mantis King said, "The immortal Cockroach King just left, and the price increased significantly immediately. It must have caused dissatisfaction. The price of 600,000 raw stones is reasonable." 100 years later, the storm faded, and the belly bamboo was promoted to the Cockroach King, and the price was greatly raised again. Yes, Li Zhufeng also planned so. Bamboo asked, "Spruce Mantis King, is it settled?" Spruce Mantis King asked, "Princess Bamboo, do you plan to give the cultivated God-given seeds to the warriors to breed life seeds? Or directly sow them to become wild God-given seeds?" Bamboo said, "Both methods have their pros and cons." Spruce Mantis King, "Why don't you decide?" Spruce Mantis King said, "Bamboo is essentially a herbaceous plant, which is difficult to grow. There is a greater risk of failure in its future transformation and evolution. I think it is more appropriate to choose a high-level or mountain master-level warrior to breed it into a live seed." Bamboo touched his tentacles and said, "Okay. Then the matter of the belly bamboo derivative species is settled." Spruce Mantis King asked again, "Princess Bamboo, it is rumored everywhere that Li Zhufeng and Chiwu Mountain have frequent exchanges, and a large number of warriors have been dispatched to transport various goods over long distances. It seems that the black and white cockroach tribe of the Cockroach Kingdom is also involved. Excuse me. This action of yours is more than just a simple exchange of divine force food, right?" Chapter 443 Transplantation. Li Zhufeng and Qiu Fengjun moved the wreckage, with hundreds of soldiers and cockroach kings escorting them. They walked along the Jinjiang River and passed through the borders of various kingdoms, and were inevitably seen by foreign soldiers. Every time Chuishan came to Li Zhufeng, it also sent dozens of soldiers, and it was more impressive every time it sent a ghost king and a butterfly king to escort it. Such a big movement has long been spread in various countries on the continent. It would be abnormal if it did not arouse suspicion. It is even suspected that they were trading with the tribes on the other side of the continent, which is only one step away from the truth. But they could not guess that the original force on the other side of the continent was exhausted. The tribes that once died out, and it was an ownerless empty land. Bamboo, Chiwu Ghost King, and Chiofeng Cockroach King did not want a fourth party to intervene. "We do have some special trade with Chiwu Mountain," Bamboo simply said. "Chiwu Mountain has agreed to keep it confidential. I dare not disclose anything to the outside world. Chiwu Mountain is the largest mountain in the southwest region. Looking at the continent, it is first-class rich. The Ghost Locust Kingdom is also the largest kingdom in the southwest region. Whether in terms of combat power or financial resources, it is one of the most powerful kingdoms in the 10,000 races continent. This kind of trouble should be directly pushed to Chiwu Mountain." "Is that so?" Spruce Mantis King was a little disappointed and asked, "What about the bamboo fruit produced by the giant dragon bamboo God-given seeds? Does Li Zhupeak intend to exchange them?" Spruce Mantis King, "I'm really sorry," Bamboo said tactfully. "The output of giant dragon bamboo fruit is extremely low. The output of the next 100 years has been exchanged in advance. There is no surplus to exchange with Yinshan Peak." "That's a pity," Spruce Mantis King said. "Giant dragon bamboo fruit strengthens strength, and is a top-level divine force food on par with spruce pine nuts. 100 years later, if there is a surplus of dragon bamboo fruit, you are welcome to exchange it at any time at Silver Fir Peak. Thank you for your understanding, Spruce Mantis King." Bamboo agreed without hesitation. "Definitely." Spruce Mantis King tapped his antennae and said, "It is winter now. Bamboo species are not suitable for transplantation. The highest survival rate is in late winter and early spring. About 20 days later, I will send soldiers to deliver the things to Li Zhupeak." Bamboo went straight back to Li Zhupeak. "Fine, Baba. Baba, take a closer look at this bamboo branch. Hey, belly bamboo, should be considered a subspecies of belly bamboo, which is what you call a derivative species. Baba immediately understood the meaning of the thing and said casually, "Congratulations. You are going to make a fortune again." Bamboo said, "Analyze carefully and explain in detail." Baba asked, "What do you mean in detail? What else do you want to know?" Bamboo asked, "Is there any hope of cultivating the God-given seeds?" Baba said, "Based on the existing data, there is. 100%. Bamboo asked, "Where is the divine product?" "No." Baba said disdainfully, "You want to cultivate a divine product with a derivative of belly bamboo? You think too much, don't you?" Bamboo probably thought so too. The hybridization of a new holy bamboo, half of which is from the genes of the holy sound bamboo, and 1/4 each from the genes of the deformed belly bamboo and the derivative of belly bamboo. The key lies in the quality of the holy sound bamboo. The holy sound bamboo is a high-quality bamboo species second only to the dragon bamboo, and the scale of its cultivation can be appropriately expanded. If there is another high-quality derivative of the holy sound bamboo, then the birth of the divine product holy bamboo is not far away. It just so happens that the holy sound and thunder sound of the holy sound mountain have gradually grown up and have a certain ability to operate independently. This year, a little green bamboo warrior has just been added, and the tasks can be assigned to the 3 little guys. At the end of winter, the Red Blatten King arrived at Liju Peak with a transport team, and 100 bags of debris were stored. He brought back 2 Tianmu magnolia fruits and sent them to tie down mountain range for Haizing and Yentu spotted grass, who were preparing to be promoted to county lords. On the other side of Chiwu Mountain, the Rat King and his team had accumulated a large amount of debris, and they needed to move it again. The transport team rested for a few days, and the Red Blatten King led the team to set off again. Bamboo stayed at Liju Peak to handle various important matters. The weather warmed up a little, and the Knife Mantis warriors of Yunshan County, led by the Red Bean County Lord, carried bamboo baskets with complete bamboo poles, crawled on the ground, and came over the mountains and ridges. 500 senior warriors were sent to carry them, and there were 500 trees, which was a sufficient number. There were also 5 county lord level warriors to open the way, crossing the Brown Bee Kingdom, saving travel time, and the preservation was also very intact. Bamboo baskets with complete bamboo poles for transplantation not only have a high survival rate, but also can enter a good growth period faster, saving time. After finalizing the cooperation, Yunshan County did an impeccable job. According to the rules of the star god's gift in the night sky, the God-given seeds are 100% successful. However, neither party can rest assured before they are truly cultivated. Yunshan County is anxious. Liz Yufeng is even more urgent. Bamboo chose the land suitable for transplantation as soon as he returned to the mountain, arranged for the preparation work such as loosening the soil and base fertilizer, and planted them immediately after everything was in place. Planting in 2 places. 450 trees were planted in the plain bamboo forest outside Liz Yufeng, reserved for future reproduction and expansion. Baba tested and selected 50 trees with the best genes to plant in the breeding base on the hillside of Liz Yufeng. If it survives in the spring, it can be directly stimulated to bloom in the dry season this year and try hybridization. As soon as the debris from Daqing Mountain was transported back, Bamboo arranged for Datu to continue to strengthen and improve the bloodthorn God-given seeds at a dosage of 1 bag per month, once every 3 days. The effect was immediate. In mid-January, the weather warmed up, and the unique main branch of the bloodthorn God-given seed sprouted and began to grow again. Lake. Lotus leaves emerged. The silt seeds at the bottom of the lake, and the flower buds at the lotus root nodules are brewing. Bamboo settled by the lake again. One to observe the growth status of the lotus of the 9-leaf red lotus, the other to prove to the bloodthorn tree spirit that he had indeed moved. The growth of the main branch of the bloodthorn is not as simple as one branch, but will also derive branches to both sides, and the branches will derive more small branches, occupying a width of 20 to 30 meters. The invasion and destructive power is extremely strong, snatching nutrients, strangling underground rhizomes, and no plants along the way are spared. If it were to touch the mountain, it would be terrible. There is no need to worry too much at present. The bloodthorn grows very slowly. In a month, it is less than 1 meter, and it is still in the spring when it grows vigorously. It will definitely be slower in autumn and winter. In a year, it should not grow more than 10 meters. February, mid-month. The drizzle has been falling for 2 days in a row. The spotted cloth lying on the lakeside in the rain is not in a very good mood. On the contrary, Baba lies on a lotus leaf, chattering with Jui Honglian. It has been raining for several days. Jui Honglian, is there too much water in the lake? I will ask Shueli to help you put some water in. Spring is here. Can summer be far behind? In the summer, there will be heavy rain. And I can fly freely. Stupid electronic life. It's okay to have many small thoughts. But I won't hide anything. A ray of infinite radio waves came from a certain direction. The caravan has arrived. It's that lazy pyracantha again. Bamboo flapped his wings and flew into the air, heading towards Liju Peak. In the trading square, in a large oval nest, Hongdao and Duju were talking to the caravan. Data commanded the combat soldier ants to carry the spider silk bags down the mountain one by one. When Xiangpu saw Bamboo coming, he immediately commanded the combat worker bees to carry down the 5 most valuable metal boxes containing the seeds of the 9-leaf red lotus. They greeted each other, and the transaction of ordinary God-given seeds was handed over to Hongdao and the caravan's little flame spiders to count. Bamboo, Yuju, and Chonglu walked to another nest in the trading square to communicate. Shonlo, Yuju, have you decided who to sell to? Yes. 5 copies each this year and next year. Right. The deposit has been received. That's good. Bamboo opened a metal box and said, take a look at the quality. The square grids. 9 seeds in each row. 9 rows. 81 seeds neatly embedded. A whole box has 9 layers. A total of 729 seeds. The dried lotus seeds have a smooth surface, not too shiny brown, and subtle force fluctuations. Only by probing the inner part of the lotus seeds with spiritual power can you feel the majestic and pure fire force contained in it. Shonlo and Yuju ate a portion of cedar seeds, which are also divine products. They compared the smell and the force fluctuations, confirming the quality. Lotus seeds are small, but they are valuable in quantity, which makes them more popular. Yuju thought about it and was surprised. The individual particles are small, and some large tribes buy them and split them into 9 small portions, each with 81 particles, and distribute them to mountain master level warriors who need to grow. They can also be split into 81 small portions, each with 9 particles, and distributed to high-level warriors who need to grow. Unlike the fire scale pine nuts, the seeds are too big. Even a mountain master level warrior has a hard time eating one. Small seeds, large quantity, easier to sell. Our caravan can also consider splitting them into small portions for higher profits, Chonglu said. And suddenly, he was a little bit unbelievable, and asked, Bamboo, will there be production this year? Bamboo said, of course. Wasway is already brewing, and it is confirmed that there will be production this year, and 5 portions can be left for you. This year is the first batch of 9-leaf red lotus seeds. According to the usual practice, the quality is confirmed. After a brief discussion, the transaction price is fixed. After a few years, the annual transaction volume and the caravan sales are stable, and Bamboo does not need to worry about it. Both parties are busy counting the goods and raw stones, and the money and goods are clear. The Chonglu Yuzhu caravan rested for more than a day and left after the rain stopped. After receiving the various high-quality force foods sent by the caravan, Bamboo accelerated his eating. When the strength reaches the level of L4 Princess, the things worth millions of raw stones can be eaten up in 2 or 3 months. During the year, most of the time, it is in a state of evolutionary stagnation of not having enough to eat. Chapter 444 Dabalo. After the rain, the sky cleared up. After the caravan left, Bamboo was about to bask in the sun comfortably. Pyracantha flew over in a hurry and called out from afar. Bamboo, Bamboo, I found a wild little warrior. Go and have a look. A wild little warrior. That's not bad. Qizhu was sent to Guanli to learn knowledge. Bamboo was worried about being idle all day long. It was not bad to have a wild little warrior to play with. Pyracantha landed and asked, where is Baba? The little warrior is injured. Let Baba go and have a look. Injured? Bamboo asked. What happened? Pyracantha said. It should have been born in the bamboo forest for quite a while. It wanted to pick the dragon bamboo fruit, but was intercepted by the bee swarm of Cattail. Cattail was not in the bamboo forest to command, and a medium-sized worker bee bit it, without Cattail's on-site command. The other worker bees had limited thinking and discrimination abilities, and they were not careful about the bite. Upon hearing this, Bamboo flapped his wings and flew into the air, flying over the lake, grabbing Baba, who was leisurely resting on the lotus leaf, and flew directly to the bamboo forest. Bamboo, what are you doing? Baba was angry. A little soldier is injured. Help take a look. Bamboo was solemn. It's what he deserves, Baba said angrily and calmed down. In the past 2 years, Fong Zhu has been guarding the giant dragon bamboo forest. At this time, Fong Zhu was standing beside the bamboo forest in a panic, shaking his tentacles. Upon hearing the news, Guanli and Qingzhu came first. Qingzhu was only an L2 intermediate soldier, small in size, and was helping to check the injuries of the little soldier. Bamboo! Fong Zhu saw Bamboo coming and quickly explained, I went to the jungle to hunt in the early morning, just for a while. And when I came back, it became like this. Bamboo's mental power swept over. Half of the little soldier's antennae were bent, and his wings were torn. It should be because the medium-sized professional bee tried to subdue it. And the little guy struggled violently. Baba, can you see if there are any other injuries? No. How is his condition? Very bad, Baba commented bluntly, and said in a slow tone, it's easy for the little soldier to evolve. If you give him some nutrient solution and force food that strengthens his physique, he can survive the next molting evolution smoothly, and his injuries can be healed. The little soldier is fragile and easy to get hurt, but it is relatively easy to evolve and grow, and the probability of failure is low. There are no other serious injuries, so it's not a big problem. Bamboo felt relieved. The mental power swept the bamboo forest, and the dragon bamboo fruit was half ripe and began to emit a faint fruity fragrance. The fragrance of the divine force food attracts ordinary creatures to come for food instinctively, which is a fatal temptation for ignorant force creatures. This little soldier should have been born in the bamboo forest for at least a month. It must have been wandering in the forest, caught the scent of Fong Zhu, and followed the scent to find Fong Zhu. Coincidentally, Fong Zhu was not there, and found the dragon bamboo fruit. The wild little warrior who survived in the wild not only had to hunt for food by himself, but also had to avoid small and medium-sized predators such as snakes and rats. It was wild and cunning. Caught stealing, the little guy lay on the ground, shaking his broken antennae and flapping his tattered wings to show his injuries, constantly releasing pheromones and complaining to Qingzhu, damn red-ringed acid bee. Seeing its mental state, Bamboo waved his antennae and told Fong Zhu, go to the other side of the bamboo forest and don't slack off. I will stay here and guard it from now on. Pyracantha, take Baba back to the lake, and you will guard the lakeside from now on. Guanli, Qingzhu, take the little guy up the mountain first. Eat something, and rest more. Hongdao came down the mountain after hearing the news and just landed. Bamboo continued to instruct Hongdao, go find the Caracal warrior capsule. Now that it is spring, there may be little warriors born in the bamboo forest. Let it patrol a circle. At present, the overall plan is to build the bamboo sea around Liju Peak, Huizhu Mountain, and Shengyin Mountain, and it has taken shape. There are many red cockroach warriors, and their overall strength is strong. There are also frequent activities of ant colonies, bee colonies, and bamboo rat warriors. Most small and medium-sized predators such as birds, snakes, and rats are scared away by the breath of the force. During the breeding season, ordinary small cockroaches that drift into the bamboo sea can survive. Rotten bamboo leaves are quite good nutritious food, and the probability of wild small warriors being born is not low. Bamboo gave an order to the Caracal warrior capsule to search the bamboo sea every March and spring. Not only the bamboo forest. In a few years, the pear tree forest, peach tree forest, and cycad forest to the north of the mountain range will all need to be searched. It is not easy for a little warrior to be born, so don't miss any of them. Time passed slowly, and it was early summer in April. The wild little warrior was taken care of by the green bamboo, and was fed with all kinds of delicious food and drinks. After a month, he finally successfully completed a molting and growth, and was promoted to AL3 primary little warrior. The broken tentacles grew back, and the scratched wings were brand new. Dusk, the green bamboo, which is less than 30 centimeters long, carried the little warrior, who is less than 7 centimeters long, and flew down the mountain and landed in front of the bamboo forest. Bamboo, it's clamoring to go down the mountain. Guanli has gone to work, Qingzhu explained. The wild little warrior was alert, but also very brave. He waved his antennae at Bamboo as a greeting, and flapped his wings to fly towards the giant dragon bamboo. Bamboo tapped it with his antennae and knocked it to the ground. Qingju hurried forward to hold it down and taught it seriously. That is the giant dragon bamboo, the most important God-given seed of our Liju Peak. The bamboo fruit is not yet ripe, so you can't pick it. Don't mess with it. Understand? The little warrior waved his antennae to protest. I'll go over and take a look. Qingju said, don't get close. The red-ringed acid bee warrior will bite you. Hearing red-ringed acid bee, the little warrior immediately became afraid and quiet. Seeing this, Qingju let go and said, Bamboo. This warrior likes giant dragon bamboo very much. It must like bamboo in the future. Right? Most insect warriors of most races generally prefer a certain plant. And different individuals have different degrees of preference. Like wind chimes, they are particularly obsessed with wind chime flowers. Princess Tieju is extremely obsessed with pear trees. Normal warriors are often not so stubborn. If they like a certain plant and arrange to plant it, they will be very happy. Work more carefully and attentively, and think about how to manage the plant better. This little guy is only a L3 junior warrior, but he has shown a strong love for the dragon bamboo. Bamboo asked, Qingju, what plant did it choose as its life seed when it was promoted to L3? Qingju replied, Guanli took out the small fire bamboo, black jade mulberry, flame cypress and cliff cypress seeds for it to choose. It chose the small fire bamboo. That's right. It must be bamboo. Guanli is a man of ideas. He has already made a preliminary judgment of the little soldier's preferences through the fate of the species. Bamboo was happy and said, very good. Most likely bamboo. Qingju immediately suggested, Bamboo. Arrange for it to live in Shengyin Mountain. I can continue to take care of it. You still need to take care of the little guy. So you think about taking care of the younger one? Bamboo didn't want to discourage Qingju's enthusiasm. So he waved his tentacles and said, Qingju, there are many snakes in the bamboo forest. Take it to play nearby. Don't go too far. Go. Catch bamboo caterpillars on the tree to play. Okay. Qingju shook his tentacles and beckoned the little soldier to follow him. But the little guy refused to move, shook his tentacles at Bamboo, and moved closer, staring at the half-ripe dragon bamboo fruit. Bamboo suddenly had an idea. God-quality dragon bamboo fruit is too attractive to force creatures. Can it induce the little warrior to like bamboo? He quickly denied this guess. There are hundreds of ghost locusts and butterfly warriors living in Shiwu Mountain, and a large number of direct little warriors are born every year, corresponding to the 6 major forests. Each tree species has at least one God-quality God-given seed. If it is feasible, there will not be so many little warriors born in Shiwu Mountain every year who have to be sent out of the forest to survive because of plant preferences. Bamboo thought about it and had another guess. God-quality God-given seed should be able to stimulate the little warriors to like the corresponding plants to a certain extent, increasing the probability. In recent years, the number of warriors and the overall strength of Jinping Mountain have been improved, and little warriors are born almost every year. There may be more next year, so send it over early to try. As for the little warrior in front of him, he likes bamboo in 9 out of 10 cases. Bamboo has thought of a name for it. Kongju. In the future, he will live alone next to a pond about 400 meters away from the giant dragon bamboo seeds given by God, and specialize in guarding the giant dragon bamboo. Chapter 445 Duju 2. In May, the name of the little soldier's Diabolo was confirmed. Bamboo often took it, and Qingju, to teach the knowledge of cultivating bamboo species. The super high-quality Duju derivative species from Yunshan County was named Duju A01. This is the first serious high-quality derivative species that Li Jufeng has cultivated bamboo species so far, which is crucial. In the dry season, flowers are induced to bloom. Baba checked, selected the best Duju variants, screened the best pollen, and awarded the best Duju A01 flowers. Everything went well. Mid-Autumn Festival. The fruits were harvested when they were ripe, sowed in the nursery, and germinated smoothly. Named Duju 2. Restored species. Next, the restored species of Duju 1 will be gradually eliminated. Hybridizing Duju 2 with Shengyin bamboo and Leiying bamboo will harvest better quality Shengju and Leizhu seeds. Ordinary seeds will breed live seeds, and the quality of the original force food produced will be greatly improved. Taking advantage of the absence of the red Blacken King, Bamboo went to Qijian County to talk to the Fire Lotus Queen Bee. Bamboo 71. Early spring. Qijian County sent 5 intermediate young warriors. Bamboo was busy for several days, and arrange them in the Brown Chestnut Peak, Turtle Shell Peak and Cloud Mist Peak according to the 221 distribution. There are too few warriors in these 3 peaks, and they are in urgent need of foreign insects to fill the gap. In Leju Peak, Hongmi's territory also gave birth to a young warrior. Bamboo simply let Hongmi lead the little guy and guard the seeds given by the giant dragon bamboo god, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This year, the number of warriors in Jinping Mountain Range has directly increased by 6. In early March, the Red Blatten King returned with his team. This is because the transport team slightly changed the departure time, changing it to depart in late autumn every year, transporting twice, and ending in late spring. Return to the territory to rest for half a year, and go again in winter. The debris is stored. Bamboo led the Red Blatten King and Princess Chui Rong to wander around the mountains, and check the growth status of the blood thorn in the past 2 years. Continuous irrigation. Large scale. First of all, the output will definitely increase significantly. Not bad. The Red Blatten King commented with satisfaction. It has made great efforts to grow the blood thorn, and there are obvious improvements, and it immediately feels that it is not a loss. Princess Chui Rong joked, in recent years, the number of warriors in our Red Blatten tribe has increased. It is a good thing that the scale of the blood thorn has increased. Otherwise, Bamboo, your autumn harvest celebration dinner will not be held. Bamboo said generously, there are not enough blood thorn fruits, and there are other good things to entertain everyone. The Red Blatten King habitually asked, Bamboo, how many warriors are there in Jinping Mountain Range? Bamboo replied, not more, not less. This year it just broke through 50. 51. 51. Princess Chui Rong was slightly surprised. So fast. The Red Blatten King was a little surprised and said, increasing the number of warriors, 30 to 50 is the most difficult. After 50, we have a foundation, and will increase year by year. Princess Chui Rong has the most experience and nodded in agreement. I see that you are helping all the warriors to become mountain masters. I think it will exceed 120 years. The Red Blatten King shook his tentacles and said, it doesn't take 20 years. You can consider redeeming the young warriors born in the continent of 10,000 nations from the caravan. Princess Chui Rong immediately agreed, according to the proportion. We can appropriately introduce 5 young warriors next year. Young warriors born in the continent of 10,000 nations are prone to extreme personality problems such as inferiority, low self-esteem, depression, or stubbornness and barbarity. This requires senior warriors to spend more time and energy, take more care and teach. 10 to 1 is a more reasonable ratio, taking care of the young warriors while not affecting the territory management. No problem. Bamboo asked, Princess Chui Rong. King Qijin Cockroach, you have been redeeming young warriors from the caravan. Who of you will give up? Princess Chui Rong said, the number of warriors in Qijin County is about to exceed 1,000. Right? Qijin County does not need to continue to introduce young warriors from the Wangua continent. According to statistics last year, it almost exceeded 1,000. And it is estimated that this year it will just exceed 1,000. Now, the only thing Qijin County can show off is the number of warriors. The Red Blatten King laughed heartily, thought for a moment, and said, the number of warriors in Qijin County exceeds 1,000, which is worthy of the title of a large county with the Blatten King in charge. There is no need to continue to redeem young warriors from the Wangua continent in the future. I will call the caravan, and leave it to you, Bamboo, to handle it. Bamboo, the number of warriors in Jinping Mountain Range has quickly exceeded 100. But don't be too anxious. Send some to Jinping and Dian Mountain Ranges to develop them. Jinping and Dian Mountain Ranges were once completely deserted, with beast warriors entrenched, and they were finally cleared out. It is not easy to develop warriors. For every young warrior born in the mountains, Qijin County will send a young warrior born in Qijin County, and a warrior from the Wangua continent to maintain a balanced development. In the future, when the Red Cockroach young warriors brought by the caravan arrive at Leju Peak, Bamboo will be responsible for the distribution of the young warriors from the Wangua continent. I understand. Bamboo agreed readily. The Red Blatten King continued to instruct, in recent years, the probability of the birth of young warriors has increased significantly, and the number of those sent by caravans has also increased year by year. If there are too many to take care of, you can send them to the Iron Knife and Red Orange Mountains to take care of their development. Understood? Bamboo said, don't worry, King Qijin. I will make arrangements according to the situation. It will be safe and sound, and there will be no problems. This can also be regarded as a handover of tribal power. However, when King Jijian returned to Qijing County and found Princess Huangwen to count the number of warriors, he was immediately furious. 5 local warriors were missing, said to Liju Peak. Unfortunately, the little warrior born in the Red Rice territory had a dull reaction to the temptation of the dragon bamboo fruit that was about to mature. In early May, when it came to choosing to plant, it turned out to be rice. There was no choice but to send it to the rice field north of Liju Peak to settle down and plant rice with red rice in the future. It was a probabilistic problem, and one attempt was not enough. Bamboo planned to send every newly born little warrior to the dragon bamboo forest to try. Liju Peak not only has the dragon bamboo God-given seeds, but also the holy bamboo God-given seeds. Anyway, try to make the little warrior like bamboo as much as possible, and expand the bamboo seed to a large scale first. Liz Yufeng is rich, and treats the young warriors born in the warrior territory of Jinping Mountain, the wild, from other mountains, and from the Wanhua continent equally, regardless of their origins or what kind of plants they like. They provide assistance according to unified standards. Every winter, Hongdao regularly counts the growth progress of each warrior and records it, according to their strength. They purchase sufficient force food from the caravan next year and distribute it uniformly. Liz Yufeng already has high-quality dragon bamboo and holy bamboo species as life seeds, and the worst warriors have the hope of being promoted to mountain masters. This is a welfare treatment that many top clans do not have. This kind of welfare treatment is okay when the number of warriors is small, but it is difficult to maintain when the number is large. The specific upper limit depends on the financial income of Liz Yufeng. A seed of holy bamboo granted by God can bring millions of wealth to Liz Yufeng every year. This is a crucial year. Yunshan County is also tense. The dry season is coming. Under the leadership of Red Bean Princess, Silver Fur Princess came in person. Hybrid breeding is the core technology of Liz Yufeng, and it is impossible to allow visitors. Bamboo arranged them to wait in the trading square at the foot of the mountain, and Hongdao greeted them. Liz Yufeng is busy. Baba scanned and analyzed the genetic genes carried by every pollen of every bamboo flower of the restored species of Duju 2. Xiangpu stood by and commanded a small red ring acid bee to collect pollen and grant it to the corresponding plants according to Baba's instructions. It is a high-precision and difficult task that is easy to make mistakes, but cannot be made. Busy from morning to night. Finally got it done. At night, all the Liz Yufeng warriors, who had free time, gathered outside the bamboo forests of Shangyin Bamboo and Lane Bamboo, waiting silently, until late at night. In the night sky, 2 of the stars that were vaguely scattered suddenly dimmed and disappeared into the darkness. 2 strands of the force were projected at the same time. Correspondingly, in the bamboo forests of Shangyin Bamboo and Lane Bamboo, 2 bamboo flowers brought up a little bit of weak force fluctuations. Did it work? It should have worked. Success? God-given seeds. Li Zhufeng was jubilant. Bamba told Duju, Guanli, Hongmi, Xiangpu, and Data to guard carefully and hurried down the mountain. Trading square. Seeing Bamboo coming, Hongdao and Yinshan County Lord asked at the same time, did it work? Bamboo answered briefly, did it work? Did it work? The result had been expected for a long time. When it was really confirmed, Yinshan County Lord couldn't help but be excited and exclaimed, Yu Liz Yufeng's ability to cultivate bamboo seeds is simply amazing. What? It is said that the derived Duju bamboo species can cultivate God-given seeds? Did it really work? Hongdao County Lord asked curiously. With a low status, the news so far is limited to the rumors heard from other tribesmen, and the details of the transaction between Liz Yufeng and Yunshan County are unknown. You will understand in the future. Princess Yinshan said perfunctorily. Calm down. And asked Bamboo, Princess Bamboo, have you considered who to entrust the bamboo seeds to incubate in Liz Yufeng? Bamboo said, Huizhu Mountain. Huizhu Mountain Master. Chapter 446 Long-Distance Transportation Issues. Huizhu is responsible for managing Huizhu Mountain. All affairs are handled in accordance with Bamboo's arrangements. He has few ideas of his own and behaves in a conventional manner. He is diligent but mediocre. He has never made mistakes or failed to fulfill his duties. Nor has he achieved anything proud of. In Bamboo's opinion, being obedient is enough. The second holy bamboo God-given seed was given to Huizhu to breed. There is also a thunder bamboo God-given seed, which is not so valuable. According to the age ranking, it was given to Danju to breed. If there are other bamboo God-given seeds in the future, let Nanju, Fangju and other little guys come next. If there are non-bamboo God-given seeds, other peaks can be considered. Yuzhu bamboo rice will first satisfy the warriors in Jinping and Jinping mountain ranges. In a few years, the insect population pressure will be relieved. Various infrastructure projects will be completed, and there will be leisure time in autumn and winter. They can enter the wild jungle to find naturally born God-given seeds. Every warrior still has a chance to obtain God-given seeds on their own. After the dry season, the flowers faded and the fruits grew. 2 seeds given by God. The naming is a little troublesome, so for the sake of convenience, they are simply called Dashung bamboo and Dalai bamboo. Bamboo sent away Yinshan and Hongdo Princess and immediately set off for Chiwu Mountain. The excavation and transportation work of Daqing Mountain was urgent, so Bamboo brought Hongni and Pyracantha, and they replaced Huizhu and Danju. According to Bamboo's instructions, during the treasure hunt, Huizhu and Danju were suppressed from growing, taken back to Liju Peak, and watched by Baba. They spent a month resting and recuperating, eating a lot of high-quality force food, and could directly evolve and sleep. In the 72nd year of Bamboo, in the spring, they all fell into a deep sleep. The growth rate of fire bamboo and light bamboo is the same, and both are promoted to L5 mountain masters. This year, there is also a major matter to deal with. The dragon bamboo fruit is ripe. In early summer of April, the transport team led by the Red Blatten King returned. The 6 senior warriors selected by Chiwu Mountain followed the Red Blatten King to Liju Peak under the escort of 2 county-level warriors, arranged to rest in the dragon bamboo forest, hide their whereabouts, and help with defense. This year, the holy bamboo fruit of the belly bamboo is ripe. Just as autumn began, purchasing teams from various tribes came in droves. Most of the caravans traveled counterclockwise on the continent. The 4 caravans of Chonglu, Yuzhu, Xianghuan, and Zijing that traded with Liju Peak every spring all traveled counterclockwise. A small number of caravans traveled clockwise. I don't know when it started, but every autumn, these caravans that traveled clockwise came here to seek trade. Small caravans are fine, but large caravans of the princess level should not be postponed. Liju will sell a small amount of force food and purchase a batch of high-quality force food to maintain trading relations appropriately. Every autumn, Liju will be a little lively. It will be especially lively when the holy bamboo fruit is ripe. The coming and going of insects is a symbol of prosperity. This year is a particularly lively year. There has been news that Du Zhu has been promoted to princess, and the output of holy bamboo fruit has doubled to 18 portions. 6 portions for the caravan, and the remaining 12 portions are sold to the outside. The price increase is a trouble. Although it has been notified long ago, there are always insects that are not convinced during the transaction. Bamboo had to come out in person, with Yentu Banmao and Hongnao, to explain the reason one by one. Du Zhu was promoted. The quality of holy bamboo fruit has improved, and the operating costs have increased. If the price is not raised, it will be a loss. In the Mid-Autumn Festival in August, bamboo rice and bamboo fruit of Liju Peak matured one after another. After a busy time, the caravan left, and the foreign team that purchased the holy bamboo fruit left. The dragon bamboo fruit matured last. The king of autumn maple cockroaches kept time, and sent 3 senior warriors of their black and white cockroach tribe to eat at Liju Peak and sleep and evolve at Liju Peak. This is the 4th batch of dragon bamboo fruit, and Bamboo kept 9 for himself. Among them, 3 were given to the 3 bamboo rat warriors Shuizhu, Hongwu and Zijhu for use. The deeper the wreckage of Daqing Mountain is, the more difficult it is to dig. They will follow Maju to Longzhou continent for help. 3 were given to Nanju, Fangju and Danju of Huizhu Mountain for use. Among them, Fangju and Danju will go to Daqing Mountain to replace red rice and firethorn. 3 were given to Bitao, turtle shell tendon vine, and camellia outside Liju Peak for use. Bitao and camellia need to shed their shells and grow once, and then follow Bamboo to Longzhou continent to participate in the transportation of wreckage. Bamboo himself also fell into a deep sleep and was promoted to L5 princess. In early January, warriors including the black and white cockroach tribe and King Chiofeng cockroach formed a team to follow the transport team of King Chijian cockroach and set off together. King Chiofeng cockroach followed to Chiwu Mountain, which was not a good thing. There was an important matter to discuss. The black and white cockroach tribe now has 6 warriors entering Longzhou continent to search for treasures, and there will be more in the future. so they have certain qualifications to participate in the discussion. There is no rush to discuss. Arriving at Chiwu Mountain, Bamboo first asked the transport team of King Chiji and Cockroach to rest for a few days, and Hongmi and Pyracantha transported the wreckage out and followed the team to leave. Then he led the 4 bamboo rat warriors headed by Bitao, Shansha, Fangzhu, Shanju and Maju to meet at the mountain base. When the weather in the northern wasteland warms up, they will head to Daqing Mountain and dig out all the remaining debris within this year. After making all the arrangements, Bamboo returned to Chiwu Mountain. Princess Bamboo. The number of warriors from Chiwu Mountain who entered Longzhou continent to search for treasure has reached 16. Not including them. The search in the northern wasteland should be over soon. Right? The Chiwu Ghost King couldn't wait any longer. Bamboo said, in the past few years, and the next few years, we have to be busy moving the debris we have found. After that, we will continue to search the northern wilderness. If we are unlucky and can't find other good things, we can complete it within this 10-year period. So slow. Chiwu Ghost King said, how many things are there? Otherwise, we Chiwu Mountain and Chiofan Crab King will help you move. No need to be so troublesome. This matter is not urgent. Bamboo did not wait for Chiwu Ghost King to express his dissatisfaction, and then asked, Chiwu Ghost King, Chiofan Crab King, have you ever thought about how to transport the good things back after opening up Guanli continent? Of course. We will carry them back. Chiwu Ghost King understood what Bamboo wanted. He added, the distance to Guanli continent is a bit far. Yes. The number of warriors participating in the treasure hunt is limited, and most of the time is wasted on the road to transport goods. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, Guanli is not far away, and it can be transported out once every 2 or 3 months. We live on a sphere. If something is found in the southern hemisphere, how can it be transported back? It's really troublesome. The Chiwu Ghost King asked, Princess Bamboo, have you seen it? There is an ocean barrier. How many days does it take to cross it? Bamboo said truthfully, I tried it, and flew for 7 days, but I couldn't see the end. I had no choice but to return. The Chiwu Ghost King, the Leiju Ghost King, and the Haitang Butterfly King were not very surprised, as they had a general understanding of the vastness of the ocean. Chiofan Cockroach King was a little unbelievable and didn't quite understand. He half opened his mouth, not knowing where to start. Bamboo said, in the past few years, I have been thinking hard in Leiju Peak and figured out a complete solution for cross-sea and land transportation. What solution? The Chiwu Ghost King and his group were confused. Haitang Butterfly King said, if it is cross-sea transportation, we may need to find a tribe that is good at flying transportation to cooperate. Leiju Ghost King said, our suggestion in Chiwu Mountain is to find the Thunder Dragonfly Kingdom. The Thunder Dragonfly tribe is fast, and there is also a Blood Dragonfly tribe, whose innate ability is physical strength and is best at long-distance flight. We can slowly explore the benefits of the Dragon Bamboo continent and the Crown Pear continent and take them all. The Chiwu Ghost King sighed, if it is the southern hemisphere, we need to find other insect races to cooperate. For land transportation, we can also find the Dragon Centipede Kingdom, which is the largest. It is large and best at crawling on the ground. It has a wide carapace and can carry dozens of bags of debris at a time. Find 2 tribes to cooperate and be responsible for transportation? Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, there are not many good things left in the wasteland. If we find 2 tribes to share the profits, we will have very little left. Bamboo said, Chiwu Ghost King, Chiofan Cockroach King, let's go down the mountain. I will show you the new transportation method I designed. Chiwu Ghost King, Begonia Butterfly King, Leiju Ghost King, Chiofan Cockroach King were all puzzled, but they followed the request and followed down the mountain. Bamboo's first heart position lit up and activated 600 magical veins. Compared with the mountain master level, the metal ability and corresponding force reserve were doubled. The idea turned, and the earth and stone floor on the square was metallized and raised to form 2 rails with a length of 100 meters. There were several ready-made metal-wheeled vehicles parked at the edge of the square, which were melted directly to start making the model of the train carriage. It took some time to make 3 simple carriages and put them on the rails. Then came the more complex head of the train. The most important of them was the motor, which required a lot of effort to transform into special metals, mainly to form strong magnetic and low-resistance metal materials to ensure the efficiency of converting electrical energy into kinetic energy. Finally, A 3-level electric box embedded in the underground of the square was dug out and installed on the head of the train. The electric box has a jack for outputting direct current to the outside, and 2 wires are connected to the motor to provide it with electrical energy for rotation. It took less than half a day to build a simple model of the train. The metal power controlled the power switch to close. The motor turned, and the head of the train dragged the 3 carriages, clang clang, and moved along the rails. Chapter 447: The Electric Age. At the beginning, Bamboo thought about laying tracks and manufacturing EMUs for transportation to Longzhou continent. Calculating the cost, it would not only require a large amount of labor, but also hundreds of millions of raw stones, which would be too expensive. Lizhu Peak does not have so many raw stones, and Chiwu Mountain is probably not willing to invest easily. However, the wreckage found in recent years has really wasted too much time and energy on transportation. Longzhou continent is still relatively good, but Guanli continent is definitely worse. If you calculate carefully, Longzhou and Guanli continent are still acceptable. In the future, the development of the continent in the southern hemisphere may not be able to allocate so much labor to transport the wreckage. After all, the giant dragon bamboo God-given seeds only produce 18 bamboo fruits every 10 years, and the number of warriors participating in the treasure hunt is destined to be so many. If the railway tracks that run through Longzhou continent are built early, the investment costs can be recovered earlier. Only 100 meters of track. The EMU model ran out in an instant. Bamboo extended the track to 200 meters, turned around, straightened it, and demonstrated it again. The Chiwu Ghost King and his group were a little confused. How could this thing run by itself? What's the use? Some of them couldn't understand Bamboo's intention. Bamboo guessed that this would happen, and activated his metal ability, turning the entire train model over, with the wheels facing up, and moving the tentacles, patiently explaining, similar to a fan. The electric energy drives the motor to rotate, and the motor drives the roller to rotate, so it can run by itself. While explaining, he closed the switch to demonstrate that the roller rotated. After all, the Force creatures have successively understood how the train model runs along the track without the drag of the warriors. Bamboo pointed at the carriage with his tentacles and said, "You can put things in it and pull it away, so you don't have to bother the soldiers to carry it." The Chiwu Ghost King immediately thought of a deeper problem and asked with difficulty, "Princess Bamboo, you mean to build a metal road that runs through the Longzhou continent?" "Right," Bamboo said. "Not only will it run through the Longzhou continent, but the western region will also turn south and lead directly to the fantasy color barrier at the southern end. Once it is built, the debris found in Guanli continent or other continents in the southern hemisphere will not need to be transported time-consuming and laboriously, but can be gathered together and transported back in one trip." The Begonia Butterfly King said, "This consumes a lot of electricity. How many wind power stations do we need to build to be enough?" Bamboo said, "Compared to cleaning metal beasts, this thing is not very power-consuming. 36 first-level power boxes are enough. I can solve the power box problem, including replenishing power, which can be sent to the Down Mantis tribe. They have endless power, and it only costs a little. The power storage capacity of the first-level power box is still extremely powerful. The sweeping robot does not consume electricity when cleaning up garbage. The electricity is mainly consumed in the process of accurately decomposing the collected garbage into hydrogen and oxygen force by the decay energy field. Baba consumes electricity mainly because of the anti-gravity engine, and ordinary operations are not particularly energy-consuming." Princess Leizhu stepped forward, turned the model of the train over with some difficulty, and pushed it to run on the track, and asked, "Princess Bamboo, if this thing is enlarged 10 times, it will not be able to climb over the mountain blocking the road? I feel that it can't climb over a small hill." Bamboo said, "That's right. It must run on flat terrain. If it encounters a peak or a hill, it needs to dig through the mountain and pass through it. If you encounter a river, you have to build a solid bridge. I have observed the terrain of Longzhou continent. In the east region, there are many rolling mountains. You can bypass the densely mountainous areas and go directly through the sparsely mountainous areas. The situation is better in the central region, and in the west region, it is a smooth road, just paving forward." The Chiwu Ghost King asked, "Princess Bamboo, do we have to lay these rails?" Bamboo said, "We must lay them. The train can only run back and forth along the track." The Chiwu Ghost King asked, "We can't lay them directly? It will collapse." Bamboo said, so we have to build a roadbed and lay the sleepers. Speaking of this, he demonstrated and explained using metal abilities. The lower layer of the roadbed. The earth and stone abilities are simply solidified. The middle layer is paved with gravel. The upper layer is visited by sleepers. And finally the rails are laid. The sleepers are relatively simple. According to the unified model, the earth and stone abilities are used to condense and solidify the earth and stone. The rails require large-scale mining, smelting pure iron. And then the metal ability of the County Lord level warriors must be awakened to use the ability to strengthen into high-quality rails. This costs. The Red Crow Ghost King was in a dilemma. Ban preached, gather all those who have eaten dragons. The warriors of the bamboo fruit will work together to build the road. And then send warriors, who have not eaten the dragon bamboo fruit to help. This is a compromise method to save raw stones and maintain progress. Warriors who have not eaten the dragon bamboo fruit will consume raw stones in an environment without the force. However, at present, there are only 33 warriors in Chiwu Mountain, including 9 narrow butterfly warriors, who cannot participate in the labor. Li Zhufeng and Bamboo. There are only 17 warriors in total. Not to mention the black and white cockroach tribe. There are only 6 in total. The project is huge, but the labor force is too small. Many tasks require the help of warriors, who have not eaten the giant dragon bamboo fruit. Laying rails is time-consuming, labor-intensive and costly. However, once it is built, it will be done once and for all, and only a small amount of labor will be needed for maintenance in the future. In addition, there is a benefit. The wreckage found earlier was mostly ordinary God-given seeds, but because it was too troublesome to transport them, they were abandoned, and only the God-given seeds were transported away. Chiwu Mountain is close to the Dragon Bamboo Continent, and the ordinary God-given seeds found in the Dragon Bamboo Continent can be transported out. It can be used to strengthen and improve ordinary life plants, which can have good benefits. The Chiwu Ghost King and the Thunder Bamboo Ghost King were the first to be tempted. Princess Qiufeng asked tentatively, Princess Bamboo, you are not going to let our black and white cockroach tribe provide the raw stones, right? Bamboo said, the general idea is this. Liju Peak provides the technology. Chiwu Mountain provides the labor. And the black and white cockroach tribe provides the raw stones. But it is not absolute. After all, you have the least number of warriors participating in the treasure hunt. And so far, the harvest is also the least. Chiwu Ghost King said, the cost of raw stones should not exceed 300 million. Why not divide it equally among the 3 families? Each family spends less than 100 million. And just find a divine product God-given seed wreckage. And you will make a profit. Bamboo and Qiufeng Cockroach King did not respond. And neither of them wanted to spend too much raw stones. Chiwu Ghost King said, the current problem is to confirm that the 4 continents in the southern hemisphere are in the same situation as Longzhou continent. And there are enough treasures left. Leiju Ghost King asked, Princess Bamboo, how do you plan to cross the sea? Bamboo said, it's very simple. Find a pond to demonstrate. Bamboo thought carefully that the feasibility of sailboats was too low, and ships were more practical. It was nothing more than spending a little more effort to dismantle the wreckage of the spacecraft that fell into the fantasy maze, and remove all the electrical boxes and wires inside. In front of a pond, Bamboo demonstrated and explained the operating principle of the ship. The main thing was to let them understand how metal floats on the water, and how the motor drives the propeller to rotate, thereby driving the ship to sail in the water. It was not a difficult problem to understand. In comparison, building a large cruise ship is much easier than laying rails. It is nothing more than using more metal. A very simple problem. If the track is laid as planned, the finished metal components can be transported by train. The total cost is not high and can be accepted. After careful discussion, the first step was taken. Bamboo went to investigate the situation in the southern hemisphere. The Chiwu Ghost King sent warriors to transport a batch of metal in the form of a wheeled vehicle to the location of the fantasy maze in the south. Bamboo brought Big Bear and oil tea. The triangular continent south of the fantasy colors is too densely covered with tropical jungle and undulating mountains, making it impossible for vehicles to pass. Bamboo melted it into steel pillars, took the Big Bear, and carried it through the fantasy colors. It was sent to the coast and constructed into a small ship. The process was simple, but the load was heavy, and it took 8 months to complete. At the same time, the 4 first-level power boxes in Chiwu Mountain were fully charged, dismantled, and loaded on the ship. The Big Bear was heavy, so it was not taken with it for the expedition. Yucha was best at tracking and searching, so he set off with Bamboo. Chapter 448 Southern Wilderness. The ship was built very small, 8 meters long, and 3.5 meters wide at the widest part of the plywood. When Bamboo lay down, there was basically no space for Yucha to stand. It was divided into 2 floors. The lower floor was divided into 3 cabins. Yucha occupied the widest one in the middle. In addition, there were 2 small cabins. One filled with top-quality force food that was easy to preserve for a long time, the other filled with dried meat, and several barrels of fresh water. The rudder was saved directly, and the metal ability controlled the propeller to swing and adjust the direction. If there were special circumstances, the metal control force could be increased, and the entire ship could be easily controlled to turn and move. Bamboo set off in full state, with 12 million raw stones of force stored in the first heart position, keeping his physical strength sufficient to cope with any strong winds and waves. The time was right, and it was not until March that it was sent out. It was summer in the northern hemisphere and winter in the southern hemisphere. Generally speaking, the ocean was relatively calm in winter, and there would be no storms. This is indeed the case. The voyage lasted 41 days, and most of the time it was calm. Occasionally, there was wind and rain, but the highest wave was no higher than 3 meters. It was easy to cross the ocean. The straight coastline, looking at both ends, was black cliffs that could not be seen at the end, making it difficult to land. Flying into the air, looking into the distance. Yes, a tropical jungle with dense vegetation. The mental power scanned, all of which were familiar, and the animals and plants recorded in the inherited memory. Landing, walking in the jungle and observing carefully. I suddenly felt bad. Yucha felt the movement and got out of the cabin to watch. Bamboo returned with a reticulated python and landed on the splint. Yucha quickly jumped to the bow. The boat was swaying and looked like it was going to flip over. Yucha subconsciously arched his back and raised his tail. A little nervous. Bamboo. This is a reticulated python. Yucha didn't like to study much, and Bamboo forced him to learn a lot of biological knowledge. It looked like it, but he couldn't recognize it. Reticulated python. Bamboo answered affirmatively. Yucha immediately said, "What kind?" Its pattern and head shape seem very special. Bamboo said, "The isolation time is too long, and the genes have evolved naturally, which has produced some differences from our Wanzu continent. I need some time to collect geographical and climate information of this continent, and I also need to collect some animal and plant samples to bring back to Baba to see." "Oh, I see." Yucha didn't understand what Bamboo meant. He swung his tail, pointed to the reticulated python corpse, and asked, "The taste has not changed?" Bamboo said, "Try it yourself." For more than a month, eating jerky and drinking fresh water every day, Bamboo also felt a little uncomfortable. After eating fresh meat, the whole insect felt much more comfortable, operating the ship to continue sailing along the coast. One day later, finally saw a golden beach with gorgeous colorful spots. Yucha began to get busy, throwing away the uneaten jerky in the storage cabin and moving out the force food. Check the electrical box. The 2 power boxes in use only used up less than half of their power, and there were 2 fully charged spare power boxes, which was more than enough power for the return trip. Bamboo used his metal ability to cooperate with Yucha to pull the boat to the beach. This thing is related to life, and it must not be lost. It is not safe to leave it on the beach, so it is simply taken to the distant jungle and tied to 2 coconut trees with chains. After the preparations were completed, we packed up and set off. The main thing was the best force food. There were originally 10 bags. 2 bags were eaten on the way, and there were 8 bags left. Bamboo carried them and walked on the ground. There should be no warriors living in the coastal jungles. We need to go deep inland. Before departure, we agreed with the Chiwu Ghost King and others. It is expected to explore for a year, which is quite tight. Half a month later, we went north through the tropics, entered the subtropical jungle, and found a mountain that was tall enough. Dig a hole on the top of the oil tea mountain. Bamboo used metal ability to reinforce it. The force food was stored in it, which was considered a simple base. Next, we acted separately. Yucha walked on the ground, exploring and looking for the remains where the warriors once lived. Bamboo soared in the sky and kept visiting. The geographical structure is roughly the same as the continents in the northern hemisphere, and it was transformed according to the same model. But after all, they are across the sea. and the Zerg gods. The means of transforming the planet are not sophisticated enough. So there are still significant differences in the climate and environment. Count the local flora and fauna and confirm that the same life species were used when developing the planet. After a long time, due to the difference in climate and environment, the natural evolution process diverged from that of the northern hemisphere. This is a good discovery. When Bambu first discovered the obvious divergence in species evolution, he first thought of the time reason. If too much time has passed, the remains of the God-given seeds may disappear completely, and this continent will lose the value of exploration and excavation. The fantasy color barrier cuts the planet into 8 pieces, divided into 2 groups, inhabited by ants and other insects. That is, divided into 4 groups. Zerg gods. It should be some kind of means left behind, activated one by one. There are 3 possible means of starting the mode. One is that the continent has always had the force. The land is barren, and there are no creatures. When starting, the sealed biological resources are activated. The second is that there are rich biological resources, but no force. When starting, the sealed force is released, and Zerg warriors and force plants are born one after another. The third is that there is neither force nor creatures, and it exists in the form of barren wasteland. When starting, the sealed biological resources and force resources are released at the same time. Bambu also guessed that there are 2 ways to start. One is 8 continents, divided into 4 groups, starting from the southern hemisphere. When the force of 2 continents is exhausted, the 2 adjacent continents are started, and they are divided into 4 batches and started in sequence. The second is that the southern and northern hemispheres are started at the same time. That is, 2 batches, and 4 continents are started each time. If it is the second guess, the continents started in the first batch have exhausted the force. That is, Longzhou continent, Guanli continent, and the continent under your feet, and the continent next to Guanli continent. All of these 4 continents have exhausted the force. The 10,000 races continent and the 10,000 nations continent were both activated in the second batch. They have been activated for quite a while, and can last for a very long time. Correspondingly, there should be 2 continents in the southern hemisphere that still have the force and force creatures, and they are across the sea from the 10,000 races continent and the 10,000 nations continent. As for why this is the case, Chonlu and Yuju have been running to those large tribes in recent years and accidentally heard a piece of news. 2 old-fashioned insect kings with divine products, God-given seeds, who are quite famous, suddenly died in a time similar to that of the Changsheng Cockroach King and the previous Chiwu Ghost King. Group death? That's impossible. Bambu is basically certain that they did not die of old age, but should have broken through the level of the original force creatures and left the planet in a group. If nothing unexpected happens, one day in the future, the contemporary Chiwu Ghost King and the Spruce Blootodia King will also die in a short period of time. The divine power of protection will eventually be exhausted, and the star world will eventually wither, searching for the way back to light in the darkness. The gene lock is the gods of the Zerg. If they stay, they will definitely be broken. They should leave with the heavy responsibility of finding a way out for the race. Bambu wandered in the mountains and jungles for 2 months and returned to the base. After waiting for 2 days, Yucha returned with a small spider silk bag in his mouth, and the bag seemed to contain something. Yucha, is there a harvest? I found a relic of a warrior settlement, with obvious traces, but I didn't find the divine product God-given seed debris you want. Yucha said, put down the spider silk bag, tore the bag open with his claws, and took out 2 pieces of debris. A gray-black piece of ordinary God-given seed debris should be the part exposed to the air. It is severely decomposed. The wood texture is blurred, and the whole thing has become a charcoal block. The other piece should be buried underground, and it is the inner core of the tree trunk. The wood texture is clear and severely petrified. The force properties of the 2 pieces of debris have all disappeared, and only the role of high-quality fertilizer for watering force plants remains. It can be inferred that the remaining usable value of the entire debris is not great and is not worth excavating. Ben preached, the southern jungle is warm and humid. Let's take a rest for a few days and go to the north. The so-called rest means eating some force food to maintain the force gene in a good state. The southern end of the southern hemisphere should be called southern wilderness. The southern wilderness is still divided by a large mountain range. It is the end of summer and the beginning of autumn. To the north, the temperature is maintained at around 10 degrees above zero, and it is a lush temperate jungle. To the south, the temperature is a bit strange. There is no ice and snow, no grassland, and it is a dry desert with various thorny shrubs scattered in clusters. The sky is cloudless, and the sun shines directly during the day. The temperature should fluctuate around 0 degrees, and it will drop sharply to 10 degrees below zero at night. The climate of the southern wilderness in the southern hemisphere is completely different from that of the northern wilderness in the northern hemisphere, which leads to a completely different ecological structure. Bamboo took oil tea and walked along the mountain range for more than half a month to understand the general situation. He chose a peak as a base and started searching. Chapter 449, The Termite Empire. There are traces of insect warriors living in the mountains, and the jungle below the mountains has also been managed. The most common trees in the jungle are oak, elm, and maple, with only a small number of pine, fir, cypress, birch and other tree species. The maple forest is the most eye-catching, and the leaves have begun to turn yellow. As the weather turns cold, they should turn into a bright red as the temperature continues to drop. The tree species are mainly red maple, sugar maple, and black maple, which belong to the same species as Longzhou continent and Wanhua continent. The environmental differences lead to evolutionary differences. The most special thing about the maple trees on this continent is that they are generally tall. For example, the sugar maple has a trunk diameter of more than 1.5 meters and a tree height of 80 meters. In Longzhou continent, bamboo has seen many. The tallest trunk diameter is only a little more than 1 meter, and the tree height does not exceed 50 meters. In a sense, the maple trees on this continent have naturally evolved into high-quality derivative species. While some types of plants have evolved into high-quality species, some plants have degenerated or have not kept up with the pace of evolution. For example, compared with the red pine seen in the 10,000 races continent, the red pine on this continent is slightly shorter. In the natural environment, their survival competitiveness is not high, so they are less distributed. Bamboo ventured south and entered the southern wasteland for investigation. Yucha walked along the mountains to find the warrior settlement. The southern wasteland is completely different from the northern wasteland. There are no grasslands or forests, and it is mainly desert. After 20 days, the temperature dropped again, and the wind was cold and dry, and there was no snowfall. Bamboo couldn't stand the cold and retreated to the mountains. After waiting for a few days, Yucha also returned to the base as agreed. The spider silk bag in his mouth contained many debris. Bamboo. I found 31 settlements where warriors once lived. 2 of them are large and have the remains of the God-given seeds. Yucha introduced and opened the spider silk bag. Bamboo picked up pieces of debris and carefully examined them. Yucha pointed at one of them with his claws and asked, "This has the nature of the original force. Could it be the God-given seeds?" "It is the remains of the God-given." Bamboo recognized it at a glance and said with certainty, "And it is an oak tree." It was a familiar smell. Previously, in the Longzhou continent, in the mountains at the junction of the northern wilderness, a God-given oak tree with God-given seeds was also found. In a similar location, 2 God-given remains of the same tree species were found. Is it that oak trees are prone to producing divine products? Or is it that oak trunks are corrosion-resistant and easy to preserve? Bamboo thought for a moment and asked, "Yucha, where did you find it?" Yucha shook his tail and said, "Go straight over there. Cross 46 large and small peaks. There is a large peak. There are indeed many oak trees on the mountain and below." Bamboo said, "Rest for 2 days. Pack up and move." A huge mountain that is no less than Chiwu Mountain, which can accommodate hundreds of warriors. Divine product. The oak God-given seeds were sown on the south side of the mountain where the air is relatively dry. In the middle and lower layers, the tree trunk was half fallen and supported by a huge rock, so the tree trunk was exposed to the surface. After countless years of wind, frost, snow and rain, it was severely decayed. The main trunk was only about 300 meters long, and there were few branches left. The thickest part of the trunk should have been about 20 meters in diameter, but now it is only about 16 meters, and the force properties of the surface have been completely lost. The inner core of the trunk is well preserved, with active force properties. The wild God-given seeds condensed the tree heart. It took some effort for Bamboo to dig out the tree heart. The tree spirit had already died. The breath it showed was initially determined to be some kind of basic physical enhancement. A very valuable wild divine product. God-given seeds. It's dead. What a pity! The tree heart can be taken back, and the others can be moved later. Even if you find it, you can't move it. Just record the coordinates. Don't spend too much time and energy on searching for the time being. In this continent, oak is the dominant tree species. This mountain, up and down the mountain, are all high-quality oak derivatives cultivated by Zerg warriors. It is a gene treasure house in itself. The season is just right. It is the time when acorns are ripe. Collect 2 spider silk bags full of them, and take them back. You can directly open up a special oak forest. Collect enough seeds. Run along the mountain range at an accelerated speed. And run eastward to the fantasy barrier. Through the remains of this oak tree, Bamboo also came to a relatively accurate conclusion. The continent under his feet should have exhausted its original force at the same time as the Dragon Bamboo continent and the Crown Pear continent. That is, as previously speculated, the Zerg gods activate 4 continents each time, which means that there are still 2 continents with original force in the southern hemisphere. The opposite continent corresponds to the 10,000 races continent. It is speculated that there should be Zerg warriors alive. Bamboo began to explore the edge, test the data, and confirm the location of the magnetic mountain. With rich experience, it took less than 2 days to complete the task and successfully cross the illusion barrier. The original force food carried on this cross-sea journey was sponsored by Chiwu Mountain. It was all of the best quality, packed in medium-sized spider silk bags, and each generation was worth about 150,000 raw stones. Bamboo carried 2 bags of force food and left, intending to wander around the continent and trade, and find out the distribution of races and strength on the other side. Before leaving, he opened a temporary base, and it might take 3 to 4 months to explain. Yucha stayed, entered the jungle, wandered the mountains, and continued to look for ruins. The concentration of force is much higher than that of the 10,000 races continent. It just so happens that the concentration of force in this area is high. Perhaps this continent was started a few thousand or 10,000 years later, and the consumption of force is still shallow. So the overall concentration of force is high. On the other side of the colorful barrier, Bamboo was extremely vigilant, walking close to the ground, with doubts in his heart. He walked forward for a distance, then turned back cautiously, and changed to stick to the colorful barrier, heading north. The current location is close to the southern wilderness. According to the rules, the tribes in the border wilderness are very fierce and unreasonable. The insect tribes living in the comfortable and rich subtropical and tropical jungles are relatively friendly to foreign tribes. After running along the colorful barrier for 2 days and 2 nights, the natural force is still abundant, with a concentration of about 1.5. And this is near the location of the colorful barrier. The average force concentration is much higher than that of the 10,000 races continent. Speeding up and running northward. After running for another 3 days and 3 nights, Bamboo couldn't help but turn east and sneak towards the distant mountains. This is still a temperate plain area. It is early spring, and the southern temperate zone has not melted the ice and snow. The plain jungle at the foot of the mountain is a sea of elm trees. There are traces of planting and logging, indicating that there are insect tribes operating nearby. Carefully crossing the mountain, the plain jungle at the foot of the mountain is still a plain jungle. Looking into the distance, Bamboo was stunned. At that moment, the human memory in the soul awakened, and in a trance, I saw the high-rise buildings and steel jungles that only human cities have. In the sun, the window glass still reflected the dazzling light. After the trance, I suddenly realized the appearance of the building is wrong. Few buildings in human society are built in the shape of spires. The trees standing in the plains are not buildings. Anthills. They are densely packed and endless. All anthills. This continent is ruled by termites. Ahead is a termite kingdom. No. Empire. This title is more appropriate. Ahead is the termite empire. The inherited memory shows that among all insect tribes, ants are the most warlike. Bees are irritable. And termites are the second most annoying. A mature termite colony includes worker ants and soldier ants with various duties, ranging from 2 centimeters to 2 meters in length. And the number can easily exceed 100 million. Most of them crawl on the ground. And a small number of soldier ants responsible for fighting have veined wings and have the ability to fly and fight in the air. Termites have the most unique and powerful innate abilities among insect tribes. 1 ant king and 1 ant queen can build a super large termite empire. In the entire empire, there are only 2 highly intelligent beings. the Ant King and the Ant Queen. The others are produced by them, which have only low-level intelligence or even no intelligence. Bamboo searched the inherited memory, thought about it for a while, and confirmed that he had no ability to leave alive from the siege of tens of thousands of soldier ants. Insect life is important, so don't rashly visit such a fierce tribe. Quietly retreat, crawling south along the colorful maze, and returning to the opposite continent by the original route. Before leaving, Bamboo told Yucha that it would take a long time. But the situation was unexpected, so he returned early. The plan to explore the southern hemisphere changed accordingly. There was no need to explore the continent ruled by termites, and the original one-year time was a bit too much. Yucha was not at the base, and should have been wandering around looking for relics. With its character, it would not return to the base if it didn't gain anything and didn't live for a long time. Bamboo thought about it and decided that there was nothing else to do. So he packed up his things and flew towards the southern subtropical jungle in the central area of the continent. Chapter 450: The Mistakes of the Gods. The Zerg Gods. To transform this planet, the southern and northern hemispheres used roughly the same species. Due to climate reasons, some genetic differences appeared after a long time. The red nut tree is a solitary species, with only one native species, unique, and is a high-quality tree second only to top tree species such as dragon bamboo, longevity peach, cave crown pear, rhubarb longan, and silver fir. In the inherited memory, the tallest tree is the almond eucalyptus, followed by the Paraschoria chinensis, and then the red nut tree, which is the third highest tree species in all tribes. The red nut tree is a rare and endangered vulnerable species in the northern hemisphere. The situation is completely different in the southern hemisphere. On the way south, Bamboo had seen large tracts of red nut forests, all of which were high-quality red nut tree species. I don't know whether it was once managed by insect tribes or due to natural evolution, and found 5 derivative tree species that looked quite high quality. It was the wrong season at that time, and the fruit was far from ripening, so it could not be picked. Bamboo took advantage of the time he still had and made a special trip. Following the route he remembered, collecting a large bag of seeds and returning to give them to the Red Blatton King, who would definitely like them. In the past few decades, the Red Blatton King has been leading the team to transport the debris back and forth between Liju Peak and Chiwu Mountain when searching for treasures on Longzhou continent. This kind of thing that can be helped easily should still be helped. After collecting the seeds, Bamboo did not rush back to the base, but continued to search in the subtropical area. Many high-quality tree species were found and collected appropriately. Unfortunately, no bamboo was seen along the way. If a few high-quality derivative bamboo species growing on this continent can be found and brought back to Liju Peak, it means there is hope of obtaining more God-given seeds. Bamboo and Yucha agreed that the exploration would take 3 to 4 months, and they would return to the base after 3.5 months. Bamboo! Yucha had obviously been waiting for a long time, and had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Bamboo landed, he suddenly jumped out. What? Have you made an important discovery? Bamboo was surprised. It was the first time he saw Yucha so uncalm. Bamboo. The force. Yucha paused for a second and said, very thin force. And God-given seeds. It may be a raw stone vein. Raw stone vein. Bamboo also jumped up when he heard it. When exploring the deserted continent, he had the idea of looking for remaining mineral veins at first. But later he found too many God-given seeds. God-given seeds. And he was tired of digging and transporting them. There were still many high-quality tree species waiting to be found in the jungle. So he had long forgotten about this. Bamboo thought about it, and then got annoyed. This is the southern hemisphere. The raw stone itself is heavy. It costs too much to dig it out and send it to Liju Peak by sea. It's meaningless. God-given seeds? God-given products? What tree species? Not a God-given product. Yucha answered affirmatively, and said with embarrassment, as for the tree species, you haven't taught me. I don't know. Sure enough, he is a complete scumbag. He didn't learn well, and he blamed the teacher. Bamboo quickly packed up his things and said, let's go. Lead the way. Let's take a look. Yucha didn't waste words and ran down the mountain, running along the edge of the fantasy maze. He went north all the way, intermittently, and it took 11 days to stop, turning west, crossing mountains and ridges, and entering the jungle. This is already the subtropical zone, with many mountains, rain, many rivers and gullies, and dense ancient trees. It is quite difficult to walk. Bamboo changed to flying with Yucha. Yucha, why did you run so far? There are few wreckages preserved in places like this. Intuition. I felt that I could find something here. So I came here. That works. Bamboo was speechless. It's not just Yucha. The Caracal warrior capsule is also like this. They are naturally good at tracking and searching, with sharp intuition and mysterious. But it has been proven long ago that their innate intuition is never wrong. After crossing mountains and ridges, 4 days later, Bamboo's soul, which was flying at low altitude, suddenly throbbed slightly. The force-sensing ability strengthened by Yuju Jumi captured the subtle breath of the force, which was extremely weak and close to nothing. Bamboo. Over there. Yucha swung his tail to point the direction. In fact, without Yucha's reminder, Bamboo himself could feel that the force was distributed in a state of radiation and overflow. Just follow the direction of the radiation and overflow and track in the opposite direction. As they approached the center, the force became more and more dense. 1 day later, they came to a canyon that looked a bit abnormal. The force spread outward from the canyon, and the concentration was still very low. Only about 0.2 to 0.3, which was the common natural force concentration in the universe. Bamboo. Over there. There is a God-given seed. Oil Tea swung its tail. Bamboo flew in the direction it pointed, and soon saw a tree taller than other plants standing proudly on the edge of the cliff. It was spring in the southern hemisphere, and it was flourishing. It was undoubtedly a wild God-given seed. It was once cultivated by warriors. Later, the force was insufficient, and the warriors became extinct. This God-given seed survived with difficulty. After landing, he observed the nearby plants and found traces of cultivation. By comparing the tree species, it was quickly determined that this was a divinely gifted species of the wedgethorn cherry. No wonder Yucha didn't recognize it. In the northern hemisphere, the cherry tree species is extremely rare, and the best of them, the wedgethorn cherry, has long been extinct. Bamboo fell under the tree and quietly sensed the breath of the force released by the plant. It should have completed 3 transformations and growth. It is of top quality, and has enhanced fire elemental ability. It is of top quality, not a divine product. It is purely wild, and the tree spirit will not awaken. The height of the tree is not good. About 100 meters high, with a dense and huge crown, belonging to the short and fat type of tree. The trunk diameter is more than 10 meters. It has experienced vicissitudes of life, lacks original force all year round, has wrinkled skin, and has many withered dead shells. It is not in good condition, and may be dying soon. Yucha swung his tail and pointed to the cliff canyon not far away, saying, Bamboo. There are traces of insect warriors living there. I have looked nearby, but there are no other God-given seeds or debris. Well, I'll take a look. Bamboo flapped his wings, dived into the canyon, and walked to check. The depth of the canyon ranges from 100 to 300 meters. The widest part is about 100 meters wide, and the length is about 4.5 kilometers. It is incompatible with the original intention of the gods to transform the planet. It should be formed by the crust change and the cracking of the earth. The force is seeping out from the bottom of the canyon, which is also an abnormal phenomenon. Raw stone veins? It is unlikely. The cosmic force is constantly consumed and generated at the same time, but it will never appear in this mode. What's more, this planet is in a closed space isolated from the universe. The possibility of naturally generating the force is zero. What's going on? Bamboo immediately thought that the gods should have stored the force deep underground in a compressed form, and when the scheduled time came, the force would be released and seep out from underground. Perhaps the equipment had a malfunction, and the stored force could not be released all at once, but was released bit by bit. How could such a thing fail? The Zerg gods are not very reliable. Bamboo slandered in his heart. After several twists and turns, Yucha arrived at the canyon. Bamboo chose the widest part of the canyon, waved his tentacles, and said, Yucha, dig down. Okay. Yucha tried a few claws and dug the surface soil. Below was the hard rock layer. He suggested, Bamboo, you should bring the Rat King and Baizu here. Bamboo rat warriors are good at digging. You dig first. Bamboo said, I'll go pack up and move everything over. Let's dig together. It's not easy to travel across the sea. Let's first figure out the reason why the force appears here. Yucha reluctantly agreed, okay. Bamboo identified the direction, flew all the way, and returned to the southern stronghold in a straight line. The carapace carried various goods, and ran on the ground and returned to the canyon. After nearly 20 days of hard work. When he came back, he saw that Yucha had only dug a shallow pit with a diameter of 10 meters, and a depth of less than 3 meters. He dug away the surface soil, and refused to work hard when he encountered the rock layer. It happened to be raining, and the pit was full of water. Yucha simply went on strike, lazily lying under the seeds of the God-given wedge cherry to bask in the sun. Bamboo was so annoyed that he chose a new location to dig and asked Yucha to help carry the excavated stones. As a result, when they had just dug about 4 meters deep, it rained heavily and water accumulated in the pit. So they couldn't continue working. It would be not good if they didn't do it seriously. Bamboo was angry and consumed the original force stored in the first heart position, directly transformed the soil and rocks into metal, and made a water pump and a complete set of drainage equipment in one go. It needs electricity to drive. Bamboo and Yucha acted separately. Yucha went to get an electric box on the boat to power the water pump. Bamboo consumed the original force of nearly 4 million raw stones to make the water pump. So he passed through the fantasy barrier and went to the opposite continent to replenish the lost original force. This place is subtropical. Go straight east and take a look to confirm whether the subtropical area of the opposite continent is also ruled by termites. Chapter 451. The War of Annihilation. The 3 basic metal abilities that Bamboo currently possesses are mainly realized through the magical veins at the first heart position. Metal strengthening consumes the force once and for a lifetime. Metal manipulation consumes a lot of physical energy and very little force. Metal transformation, converting non-metal atoms into the desired metal atoms, not only consumes physical energy, but also consumes a lot of force. What is the concept of the force of 4 million raw stones? The thin natural force that overflowed from the canyon was of no help at all, and the magical veins at the first heart position did not react. When Bamboo passed through the colorful maze, the corresponding magical veins were instantly awakened, and a force vacuum belt with a diameter of more than 30 meters was formed around his body. The whole body was like a funnel, and the natural force poured in crazily. Near the edge of the colorful maze, the concentration of natural force was still not high enough, resulting in a big movement, which might alarm the nearby Zerg warriors. Bamboo did not dare to neglect it. Running fast on the ground, constantly moving and switching positions, trying to suppress the movement to the minimum. It can only absorb less than 150,000 raw stones of force every day, and it takes nearly a month to fully replenish the consumption. There is a wild mixed jungle nearby, with no signs of operation, and it seems to be quite safe. This is indeed the case. Bamboo wandered in the forest for 4 or 5 days, and did not detect any traces of forest creatures. There should be no insect warriors living nearby. His courage was a little stronger, and his mind became active. Generally speaking, the natural force near the fantasy barrier area is relatively poor. Go a little deeper into the continent, and find a place with rich force to recover earlier. Under the cover of night, he passed through the jungle and reached a mountain peak. Looking from the top of the mountain, there were ups and downs in front of him. Hilly terrain may not be suitable for termites to build large anthills, with a height of more than 100 meters? Bamboo further speculated, maybe the termite empire he saw before was because of the northern plains, and the southern part of this continent was ruled by other insect tribes. As long as it is not termites, it is not so scary. Thinking of this, he added a little more courage in his heart and touched the hilly area, looking for a place with particularly abundant force on one mountain after another to speed up the recovery rate of the first heart force. Soon he found a good location. A steep mountain with a height of only 100 meters. The concentration of force should be more than 2, and Bamboo lurked on the top of the peak. The good times did not last long. The next morning, when he was about to go down the mountain to find food, he found that the beasts in the mountains and forests were abnormal, and they all fled their territory in panic and wandered around, carefully sensing there were force fluctuations in the distance, and sometimes you could see faint fire. Fight! No, it's war. The war seemed to be spreading to his side. Bamboo's mind turned quickly, and he lay on the top of the mountain, watching the changes. He waited for a short time. First, a sparse black ant about 20 centimeters long crawled from the bottom of the mountain. After a while, a black ant army rushed past, obviously with a clear target of attack, and in a hurry. He did not notice Bamboo lurking on the mountain. The specific race of the black ant army participating in the war should be Maui, a kind of marching ant, which is the top combat power among the large family of ants. The ant army that hurriedly passed by had 5 types of soldiers: large soldier ants, with curved jaws like sickles, about 2.5 meters long, and a small number of about 200 small soldier ants, about 0.8 meters long. The largest number, tens of thousands, so dense that it was difficult to count the approximate number. There are also flying ants with membranous wings on their backs that can fly in the air. Their body lengths are 2 meters and 0.5 meters respectively. The difference between them and the soldier ants walking on the ground is that they do not have jaws for close-range biting and fighting, but instead have circles of dark red force veins on their abdomens. This type of soldier should have the ability to fly in the air and release flames, and is an air combat soldier. The 5th soldier is the small worker ants with a body length of only about 20 centimeters. They have no combat power, a slender body, good at running, and fast speed. They belong to the reconnaissance soldier. In the inherited memory, a county-level Mao ant kingdom can have more than 100 million worker ants of various colors, and the number of soldier ants can reach millions. The number of this group that hurriedly marched past the mountain was not large. It should have bypassed the front battlefield. It may be intended to encircle from behind and form a siege. Or it may be that the war is white-hot, and it intends to directly attack the rear of the enemy kingdom. This continent not only has termites, but also ants. The ant race is not only warlike, but also knows how to use tactics. The ant is basically the strongest and most warlike ant tribe. Which ant tribe is fighting against it? It must not be weak. Otherwise there would be no need to launch a sneak attack. Bamboo was curious and followed them to see what was going on. After running for a day, the result came at night. After crossing a mountain range, there was a plain in the distance, and on the plain were anthills over 100 meters high. The battle was fierce, and the fire ignited the jungle and lit up the night. In the sky and on the ground, there was a clear distinction between black and white, all of which were white termites and ant armies fighting. The white ones were white termites, and the black ones were anthills, and the corpses were everywhere. There was more than one ant attacking by surprise. The termite army on the front battlefield should have returned to defend urgently, and cooperated with the remaining army to surround the sneak-attacking ants, forming a small encirclement. The main army of the ant kingdom on the front battlefield followed and rushed over, trying to form an encirclement of the termite empire. It's so tragic. I caught up with a war to destroy a country. The number of troops participating in the war on both sides was too numerous to count. Bamboo just hid in the distant mountains and watched. And he was scared. Bamboo suddenly realized in his heart, no wonder this continent has abundant natural force. The fundamental reason is that the number of insects is small, and the force consumption is slow. In an ant kingdom, only the queen ant, king, can be regarded as a force creature, and only it can breathe life. The number of insects in the kingdom seems to be quite large, and the soldier ants and worker ants mainly consume food. But the force consumption is very small. In a termite kingdom, there are only 2 force creatures, the king and the queen ant, and only they can breathe life. A mature ant or termite kingdom has an area that is only slightly larger than the Jinping Mountains, and its force consumption is certainly not as much as that of a mountain on the Liju Peak. The army of Mao ants gradually surrounded the anthill and launched a siege. Judging from the situation, this huge national war will end with the Mao ants winning a great victory and the termites destroying the country. While the two sides were fighting fiercely, Bamba got closer to the battlefield and identified it carefully. The specific race of the termite army should be fierce-winged earth termites. It is a very strange race. The ant king awakens the ability of fire, and the queen awakens the ability of earth and stone. The soldier ants created by their combination have some mastery of fire ability, some mastery of earth and stone ability, and the most powerful ones have both fire and earth and stone combat abilities. The war was drawing to a close at dawn, and the army of ants began to attack the anthill. The outcome was clear. After dealing with the king and queen of the termite kingdom, the army of ants would probably search the surrounding jungle. Bamboo didn't want to cause trouble, so he didn't dare to stay. He quietly evacuated and retreated far away, finding a mountain with abundant force to hide again. After 17 days, the force of the magical veins at the first heart position was restored, and he returned along the colorful barrier. When passing through the territory of the ant kingdom, he accidentally found signs of large-scale felling of trees in the mountains and forests. What are they cutting trees for? Strange. Bamboo couldn't help his curiosity and sneaked closer to check, and was immediately scared. Fiery winged earth termites. Densely packed. Millions of termites about 5 centimeters long were busy, biting trees and destroying large tracts of forests. There were also a large number of combat soldier ants nearby guarding and supervising. The outcome of that war was not what it seemed. Did the fiery winged earth termites win? How did they turn the tables? Incredible. Bamboo couldn't help but sneak to the territory of the termite kingdom again, lying on the mountain where he had been last time and looking out. Sure enough, the anthill was still standing, and all kinds of worker ants and soldier ants lined up in white lines, going in and out, busy in an urgent and orderly manner. The fiery winged earth termite kingdom is intact, but the thatch ant kingdom is probably gone. Termites feed on trees. Those termite workers destroyed the jungle in the original thatch ant kingdom's territory, and they must be preparing to replace it with trees such as elm, cypress, and hickory that they like to eat. Chapter 452, Wedgethorn. The sun in late spring and early summer is already a bit scorching. Under the God-given seed of the wedgethorn cherry, Yuchao lazily lay on the side of the shade. Seeing Bamboo coming back, he gently swung his tail as a greeting. Yuchao, have you brought the electric box? Bamboo asked. No. Yuchao answered naturally. No. Bamboo asked, what's the matter? Don't tell me you don't know the way. Yuchao said, Bamboo, I picked up a little soldier, but it's not a cockroach soldier. Nonsense. How could there be a cockroach soldier on this continent? Bamboo's heart moved. He looked up at the sky, and then he was startled and asked, Little warrior? Yuchao slowly climbed up from the ground and said calmly, the little ant warrior is very cute. It should be much bigger than the big head when he was a child. Bring it back to Liju Peak. It must be more capable than the big head. Ant. Bamboo's bad premonition just rose and his heart came true. In addition to natural probability, ordinary insects awaken the force and become warriors. Stars release special power to help the awakening of the force. And there is a regional selection mechanism. In the kingdom where ants live, the sky stars will give priority to ants to project the power of God. However, the methods of the Zerg gods are relatively crude, and various signs show that their positioning is always not accurate enough. Coincidentally, the continent next to it is the ant kingdom. And now is the season for ants to fly for marriage. Having just seen a war between the scorching winged earth termites and the grass ants, Bamboo was particularly wary of ant species and asked, what kind of ant? You didn't teach me, so I don't know, Yuchao said as a matter of course, shook his tail, and said, I'll take you there. About 100 meters away from the wedge cherry god gift, there was a small slope dug on the cliff. Judging from the claw marks, it should be done by Yuchao. The ant nest is on the cliff, a very small and shallow pit, which can be regarded as a temporary ant nest. Come out, Yuchao called. After a while, a little ant king poked his head out and looked out of the cave. Seeing Bamboo, he instinctively feared for a moment. Then he mustered up his courage, climbed out of the ant nest, climbed along the slope to Yuchao, raised his head and looked at Bamboo. Bamboo was also looking at this little ant king with a body length of about 3 centimeters and a strength of only L1 junior warrior. The head is very small. The head and chest are all black. The abdomen is huge, brown-red, with 3 circles of dark red rings, and the carapace is smooth and shiny without fluff. Explosive ants. Bamboo jumped in shock. His antennae stood up. Explosive ants? Yuchao asked, somewhat confused and somewhat disdainful of Bamboo's fierce reaction, and suggested, Bamboo, don't dig the canyon for now. Let's go back and take this little guy back with us. Bamboo said angrily, when this thing grows up, it will be more ferocious than the grass ants. Take it back? Yuchao asked puzzledly. The grass ants? Bamboo felt that he couldn't use words to clearly describe the strength of the ant race to Yuchao, and simply said, the grass ants are a large and extremely aggressive ant race. Explosive ants are slightly different, with a relatively small population. But the killing power of a single ant is 100 times more terrifying than that of the grass ants. When they play with their lives, they explode in large groups. Explode? Yuchao was even more confused. Bamboo was stunned for 2 seconds, ignoring the ignorant Yuchao, and concentrating on observing the little ant king in front of him. It was indeed the exploding ant. It is said that this ant tribe has long been extinct in the Wangua continent. The little guy was quite brave. He got too close and couldn't see Bamboo's full appearance, So he climbed onto Yucha's head and looked up. Yucha realized its intention, and took a few steps back to let the little guy see more carefully. It is fearless just after being born. When it grows up, it will definitely be a troublemaker. Bamboo slandered, and then thought seriously, it is impossible to bring it back to the 10,000 races continent. Should I kill it? An idea flashed in his mind. Send it to the opposite continent to help it grow and gain a foothold. Maybe it is a good choice. Yucha tried hard to sell Bamboo. It is very smart. I gave it a piece of agarwood pine nut. It knew that it could not eat it all at once, and had to eat it bit by bit. I gave it a piece of animal meat. It knew to dry it in the sun and store it in the ant nest. Bamboo. Let's take it back. Bamboo shook his antennae slowly and said, the 10,000 races continent cannot accommodate it. Bamboo pointed to the colorful maze in the distance and said, the continent over there is the land where ants live. It is arranged by the gods. The 10,000 races continent cannot accommodate the strong ant race. Similarly, the continent where ants live will never tolerate the zerg of the 10,000 races continent. Cultivate this little ant king and support it to establish a country on the opposite continent, which can become a bridge of communication between the two continents. Bamboo continued, however. 99% of the little ant kings born every year cannot survive, and are killed when they are weak. This is a good place. It can be grown here. Yucha. You can stay and protect it. I will return to Chiwu Mountain, and then deliver a batch of raw stones and force food. Bamboo glanced at the canyon and muttered, there is definitely no raw stone vein below. Forget it. I will bring the idiot Baiju here, and let it dig slowly. Oh. I will stay. Yucha didn't understand and said, Bamboo. The natural force here is too poor. Bamboo said, so I will deliver raw stones and force food. I will also bring a batch of high-quality seeds to it as life seeds. Yucha said, Bamboo. It takes a long time to go back and forth. There are 2 bags of force food left. All for you. Save them. Bamboo flicked his tentacles and pointed to the God-given seeds of the wedge cherry blossoms in the distance, saying, it has fruited. Although the force is insufficient, and the state is very poor, it can at least condense a batch of force food. Okay. Yucha asked again, Bamboo. When are you going to come again? Bamboo said, 2 years at the latest. Yucha. You just need to protect it, and let it grow into a mid-level warrior. Ordinary beasts should be able to deal with the explosive Ant King at the mid-level warrior level. You can go to the jungle and continue to look for ruins when you have nothing to do. Okay. Yucha agreed and asked again, Bamboo. What plants do you think it will like? Like cattail. Won't it prefer a certain plant? Yes. Ants and bees will not be obsessed with a certain plant. Bamboo said, you can name it now. Let's call it Sakura. The little ant king standing on top of Yucha shook his antennae vigorously, rejecting Bamboo's proposal. It's really a little troublemaker. Bamboo said again, then call it the wedge thorn. The wedge thorn cherry is the best of all cherry tree species. The little ant king tapped his antennae to show his agreement. Yucha said happily, then we will be called Xiejing from now on. Bamboo explained, I spent a lot of effort to make the water pump equipment. Don't break it. It will be useful in the future. Yucha said, I know. Bamboo said to the little ant king lying on Yucha's head, Yucha will protect you. Don't waste your energy on cultivating worker ants and soldier ants. Concentrate on growing and becoming an intermediate warrior. Do you understand? The little ant king Xiejing moved his antennae. I understand. Bamboo thought about it, and it seemed that there was nothing else important to remind him. Finally, he said, live seeds are the only weakness of ants. Just plant them in the canyon. Ordinary live seeds don't need many raw stones to grow. Bamboo pointed to the Xiejing cherry blossom God-given seeds in the distance and said, sow them around it so that it is convenient to use raw stones to replenish the original force. I understand. Yucha replied. But it didn't seem like he really understood. It was the little ant king Xiejing standing on Yucha's head, who moved his antennae seriously. Bamboo's things were mainly various seeds and an oak heart. He packed up and set off in a hurry. He returned to the coast, carefully calculated, recorded the direction and route information in the metal core so as not to forget, and set sail. It took more than 40 days to reach the northern hemisphere continent. It took more than 2 months to finally return to Chiwu Mountain. Chiofan Cockroach King stayed at the trading square at the foot of the mountain, waiting for Bamboo to return, since the appointment was made 1 year in advance. Chijian Cockroach King was also waiting at the foot of the mountain according to the time. Chapter 453 Divine Punishment. As soon as Bamboo approached the trading square, Chiofeng Cockroach King and Chijian Cockroach King noticed it at the same time and ran forward to meet him. Banbu! Seeing Banbu return safely, Chijian Cockroach King was relieved. He looked back and asked, "Where is Yucha?" Banbu said, "Yucha stayed on the opposite continent. I will bring it back next time I go there." Chiofeng Cockroach King glanced at it, and his attention was immediately attracted by the oak heart on Banbu's carapace. "God quality!" Chiofeng Cockroach King exclaimed, suppressed his divine thoughts, and said, "Princess Banbu, you found another god-quality god-given seed remnant?" "Yes. It's an oak tree again. And the remnant is well preserved. It looks like our red cockroach tribe is in urgent need of an oak or oak god-given seed. Keshu or Cyclobalanopsis will also do," Banbu said proudly, and asked, "Chijian Cockroach King, has everything been going well these 2 years?" "Pretty well," Chijian Cockroach King said. 2 more trips this winter, and the previously found iron birch god-given seed remnant can be transported back to Liju Peak. However, the Rat King and his men found another god-quality remnant. Still, it's the iron birch. It's hard and heavy, and it's hard to cut, and even harder to carry. Don't worry. Move it slowly," Banbu thought, and the metal ropes tied to the goods on the carapace broke automatically. He unloaded the things, picked out a spider silk bag and opened it, saying, "Red Cockroach King, look!" The Red Cockroach King swept his mind, and his tentacles swaggered around. He was surprised and excited and said, "Red cockroach seeds. Is it a derivative species?" Banbu said, 5 derivative species. They all look pretty good. The plant species in the southern hemisphere are the same as those in the northern hemisphere, but the soil and climate are quite different. Some plants are suitable for the environment there, so they naturally grow very tall. On the contrary, some plants are not adapted to the environment over there. It may be said that the plants that can be seen everywhere in our Wanzu continent are on the verge of extinction over there. The Red Blatten King understood and asked, "Does the red blatten tree grow particularly well on the continent over there?" Banbu said, "That's right. The red blatten tree is on the verge of extinction in the northern hemisphere continent, but it is a dominant species in the southern hemisphere continent, and there are many large tracts of red blatten forests." The Chiofeng Blatten King asked anxiously, "Princess Banbu, what about the maple tree?" Banbu opened a spider silk bag, took out a small bag, opened it, and there were hundreds of maple seeds in it. "Chiofeng Blatten King, this is for you. You are very lucky. The maple tree is also a dominant species, but most of them grow in cold areas. I don't know if it can be grown in Chiofeng County." "Yes. We have a way to make it grow better in Chiofeng County." Chiofeng Cockroach King was also pleasantly surprised. Chijian Cockroach King asked immediately, "Banbu, where are the bamboos? Didn't you find any bamboo species?" Banbu said depressedly, "I didn't even see a bamboo forest." The news of Banbu's return quickly spread throughout Chiwu Mountain. Leiju Cockroach King hurried over to greet him. From a distance, he first noticed the oak heart. He subconsciously activated his celestial eye and took a look. He found that the tree spirit was dead. He felt a little regretful, and then his mind was filled with uncontrollable joy and surprise. He said, "Princess Banbu, it seems that you have gained a lot on this trip. The continent across the ocean should be richer than we expected. In some ways, it can be considered rich." Banbu took the initiative to say, "Chiwu Ghost King and Begonia Butterfly King are waiting." "Right. Let's go up the mountain to discuss." "Yes." The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King waved his tentacles and said, "Please." The planet is round, which is incredible. Banbu crossed the ocean and proved this conjecture, and also proved the conjecture that the fantasy color barrier divided the continent. What does the continent in the southern hemisphere look like? Are there many relics? How are the remains preserved? The southern hemisphere also has 4 continents. Is there a continent like the 10,000 races continent and the 10,000 nations continent, where the 4 still exists? Are there insect warriors living? Out of curiosity. The Red Blatten King also followed up the mountain. After going up the mountain, they all rushed to ask questions. Banbu's plan requires too much financial and labor resources, and requires several accomplices. He did not hide it, and explained it truthfully. The barren continent corresponding to the Dragon Bamboo continent can be named Red Blatten Continent. After all, 5 suspected high-quality derivative tree species have been found next to the Red Blatten Continent. That is, the continent corresponding to the 10,000 races continent is actually ruled by ants. Then, Just call it the Sakura continent. Bamboo finally concluded. Sakura continent? What does this have to do with ant rule? The exploration value of Qijing continent is unquestionable. And the high-quality tree species and oak hardwood are already good proof. As for Sakura continent, Bamboo was observing carefully while he was telling the story. Judging from the reactions of Chiwugo's king, Chiofeng Blatella king and Chijian Blatella king, they didn't seem to want to provoke ants. The end. The Chiwugo's king used his earth and stone ability to condense a spherical model to suspend, and then used his metal ability to condense 3 ring-cutting lines to divide the 8 continents. His tentacles moved and said, "We have a clearer understanding of the 4 continents in the northern hemisphere. The excavation of Longzhou continent is about to be completed. The next is Guanli continent. The distance is not particularly far, so the exploration is relatively easy. It's just that the transportation of the found debris is time-consuming and labor-intensive. This is the Qijing continent in the southern hemisphere, which is worth exploring. This is the Sakura continent, which is known to be ruled by ants and cannot be set foot on." The Chiwugo's king tapped his tentacles and said, "Judging from the rules, this continent in the southern hemisphere has exhausted its original force, and the situation should be similar to that of the Qijing continent. The exploration value is no less than that of the Qijing continent. With these 2 continents, it is worth it for us to lay rails in the Longzhou continent and build ships for cross-sea transportation." The Chiwugo's king tapped his tentacles again and continued, "This is the last continent, which should have original force and insect races living there. Princess Bamboo, we still need to know what type of insect race is living there. Similar to the 10,000 races continent? Or is it composed of ants rule?" Bamboo said, "I will go there next time to check it out." Chiwugo's king said, "No matter what the situation is, it is necessary to build rails and trains that run through Longzhou continent. It will be built sooner or later anyway. I think it is more cost-effective to build and put them into use earlier." Bamboo asked, "How to calculate the cost of raw stones?" Chiwugo's king said, "It is still the previous suggestion that the 3 parties share it equally." Chiofeng Blattle king said, "Next year, the black and white cockroach tribe can pre-order high-quality force food from the caravan. Chiofeng County and Chiwu Mountain are quite far apart, so we will transport it in the form of force food." Chiofeng Blattle king agreed to Chiwugo's king's proposal. Bamboo thought about it and agreed, "Okay. Li Zhufeng is looking for treasures in the northern wilderness of Longzhou continent. So far, he has found the largest number of divine items. The wreckage. According to the agreement, all the continents, Chiwu Mountain and Lizhu Peak will be divided into north and south, and the black and white cockroach tribe is sandwiched in the middle. Judging from the rules, Lizhu Peak will gain a lot in the next exploration. Li Zhufeng needed a train to transport the wreckage the most, and it would be unreasonable if he was still unwilling to pay. Moreover, the planned development of the Sakura continent first required Chiwu Mountain to invest Insect King-level combat power to destroy several ant kingdoms and clear obstacles for the little ant king of the Wedged Thorn. Investing more in raw stones now will allow you to share more returns in the future." Bamboo then asked Chiwugo's king, Chiofeng Blatten king, "What do you think about cultivating the accidentally born explosive ant king and sending it to the Sakura continent?" Chiwugo's king and Chiofeng Blatten king did not speak directly. The Red Blatten king asked cautiously, "Bamboo, what do you want to do?" Bamboo said, "The life plants of the little ant king are all planted next to the canyon. If you hold its life plant, you hold its life. Send it to the Sakura continent. Support it to establish a country. Invest resources, and train it to become the insect king. Once it stands firm in the Sakura continent, we can use it as a springboard to do many things. For example, instigate it to plunder the ant kingdom with raw stone veins and plunder the raw stones. To train an ant insect king, all kinds of investment are no more than 100 million. And plundering a raw stone vein will return hundreds of millions of income. The harvested raw stones may be a little troublesome to transport, but it is not a big trouble. We can lay a steel track in the Red Blatten continent and use a train to transport them." The Red Crow Ghost King and the Autumn Maple Blatten King remained silent. The Begonia Butterfly King and the Thunder Bamboo Ghost King seemed a little surprised and incredible at Bamboo's remarks. The Red Blatant King warned solemnly, "Bamboo, the gods use the colorful barrier to isolate the continents and divide the living territories. They must have their own intentions. As descendants of gods, we should not go against the will of gods." The Red Crow Ghost King said solemnly, Countless precedents have proved that wars cannot break out across kingdoms on the same continent. The will of the gods still exists. Since there is a gift from God, there will naturally be divine punishment. In the 10,000 races continent, those insect races that once broke out in national wars have either died out or their insect population has declined and is almost extinct. The begonia butterfly king said, "Of course it's okay for us to dig up ruins in the wasteland continent. However, cross-continental chaos will definitely trigger divine punishment and bring disaster to the tribe." The red blatton king said, "Bamboo, either kill the explosive ant king or throw him to the Sakura continent. And don't try to interfere with the development of other continents." Bamboo said, "Doesn't the ant kingdom often break out in national wars?" The red crow ghost king said, "It's different. The ant race was born for war. Their growth must be baptized by war." Chapter 454. I will not regret it. For a long time, I could feel from the conversations with the insect king level warriors that they were very taboo about gods and stars, and tried not to talk about them if possible. Bamboo realized at this time that there was not only taboo, but also fear. Gods and stars not only have divine gifts, but also divine punishment for the insect tribes on this planet. The divine punishment is very simple. If you stop projecting star power on a certain tribe, the result is that the insect population of the tribe will decrease sharply, and the tree cannot obtain the seeds given by God. Drawing on the situation of the 10,000 nations continent, it can be inferred that there are many small and medium-sized raw stone veins scattered on the continent ruled by ants. This is deliberately done by the gods, and the purpose should be to induce the ant kingdoms to fight each other, which is what the red crow ghost king called baptism of war. On the long journey from Chijian continent back to Chiwu mountain, Bamboo made a detailed plan on how to indirectly plunder the raw stone veins of Sakura continent by cultivating the ant king, controlling the ant king, and operating behind the scenes. A complete set of strategies has been prepared. The saying of divine punishment is like a basin of cold water, waking up the beautiful dream. If we can't plunder, trade is always possible. Right? There is trade between our 10,000 races continent and the 10,000 countries continent, Bamboo reluctantly proposed. But Su rejected it himself. The long journey, high transportation costs, normal trade, no matter how to operate, is a sure loss. Trade is not okay. Chiwu Ghost King decisively rejected it and said, "Trade is the business of the caravan. It is best not to have any dealings with the ant tribe." Shijian Cockroach King also advised, "Bamboo, we have gained enough benefits from exploring Longju continent. And next there are Guanli continent, Chijian continent, and another continent. As long as each continent has a harvest comparable to that of the Dragon Bamboo continent, the Red Blatton tribe can rise rapidly, not to mention surpassing the Flying Fire Lotus tribe. It will certainly be easy to surpass Chongsheng County." Chiu-Feng Blatton King agreed, "Yes. We don't need to become the top rich county in the continent like Chiwu Mountain. As long as we can surpass Chongsheng County, the continuation of the race will definitely be no problem. Using the debris to cultivate more high-quality, wild tree seeds of God is the right way." Begonia Butterfly King said, "A wild God-quality God-given seed is equivalent to a large vein that can mine tens of billions of raw stones. A high-quality wild tree seed of God is equivalent to a small raw stone vein. The foundation of the development and continuation of the race still lies in the management of the sea of trees and the cultivation of seeds." "I understand this logic. Then we won't set foot on the Sakura continent." Bamboo changed the subject and said, "Should we renegotiate the matter of laying rails? The cost of laying rails is nearly 300 million raw stones." Bamboo readily agreed to the proposal of the Chiwu Ghost King, and he was thinking of retreating to advance, hoping that the subsequent cooperation in developing the Sakura continent would also be more straightforward. As a result, Chiwu Mountain, Shijian Blatodia King, and Chiofeng Blatodia King were unwilling to provoke the ant tribe, and the original plan ended in vain, and they regretted it. The Chiwu Ghost King said dissatisfiedly, "Princess Bamboo, you have agreed to the matter just agreed. You don't want to regret it, right?" "I am." Bamboo changed his thinking angle and said readily, "Of course I won't regret it." The Chiwu Ghost King nodded his tentacles and continued to lay rails. "We first need to explore the mineral veins and open up the mountains for mining on a large scale. These tasks can be completed by our Chiwu Mountain. Smelting the ore veins requires the use of fire abilities. I hope that your Chiwu tribe can send out 20 mountain masters, preferably 2 or 3 county lords to help." Shijian Cockroach King said, "That's no problem." Chiwu Ghost King said, The smelted pure iron will be made into finished products by our Chiwu tribe's county lords using their metal abilities. The roadbed for laying rails can also be made by our Chiwu Mountain. But in terms of transportation, the Black and White Cockroach tribe also needs to send corresponding warriors to participate. Chiofeng Cockroach King immediately said, "We can also send out 50 Mountain Master level warriors to transport the materials. In order to save time. For the tunnel digging, our Chiwu Mountain will directly dispatch the Ghost Kings who have mastered the earth and stone abilities, and work together to use the earth and stone abilities to force the mountain to open. This is the preliminary plan." Chiwu Ghost King asked Princess Bamboo, "Do you think there is anything else you need to add? I don't have any construction experience either." "Not yet," Bamboo said. "You can stockpile a lot of metal materials first, and then start after the materials are ready. I will take the time to provide on-site guidance and solve problems temporarily. I don't think there will be any big problems. Then let's do this for now." Chiwu looked back and waved his antennae, saying, "Lei Zhu, you should carefully consider the warriors involved in this matter tonight, and you can arrange it tomorrow." Chijian Blattle King said, "Then I will also return to the tribe and organize warriors." Chiofeng Blattle King said, "It has been more than a year since I left, and I should also return to Chiofeng County to take a look. The warriors involved in the transportation will arrive within 3 months." "Trouble the two Blattle Kings," Chiwu Ghost King said politely, and then said to Bamboo, "Princess Bamboo, there is force food in Chiwu Mountain that matures this year. Do you remember? Calculating the time, it should be the blood green longan. And next year, the snake scale fruit will be ripe." Ban said, "Remember? The next step is the exchange of divine force food between Chiwu Mountain and Liju Peak." The Red Blatten King and the Autumn Blatten King were not able to participate, so they followed the Thunder Bamboo Ghost King down the mountain. After the Thunder Bamboo Ghost King and his party left, the Chiwu Ghost King asked Princess Bamboo, "Do you need to exchange?" Bamboo said, "Chiwu Ghost King, I think we should talk about the exchange of Ghost King Y first." The Chiwu Ghost King was concise and decisive, and said, 54 giant dragon bamboo fruits." Bamboo said, "Chiwu Ghost King, you can't calculate it like this. I will be promoted to the Cockroach King soon. After being promoted to the Cockroach King, the value of the giant dragon bamboo fruit will change." The Chiwu Ghost King said, "First, you must make sure that you can be promoted to the Cockroach King within 60 years. Secondly, after being promoted to the Cockroach Queen, no matter how the quality of the giant dragon bamboo fruit is improved, we will make corresponding compensation and will not let you suffer. What Chiwu Mountain wants is the share. 54 purchase shares will allow 54 warriors to have the ability to move freely in an environment without the force. Clear and well organized. Clear and impeccable." It seems that the discussion is a bit unsuccessful. Bamboo changed the subject and asked, "Chiwu Ghost King, did you get the 5-color fruit you exchanged earlier? We agreed to do it this year." Chiwu Ghost King said, "It was already agreed, but the goods will be delivered in a few days, so you have to wait a few days." Bamboo said, "Then I'll wait." Chiwu Ghost King said slowly, "Princess Bamboo, I suggest you exchange for a copy of the Ghost King Sephora Japonica. Chiwu Mountain is well aware of the value of the Ghost King Sephora Japonica, which is produced only once every 120 years, and it is impossible for him to give in." Bamboo didn't have the energy to bargain over the number of shares to be exchanged, and instead said, 54 portions are fine. But for each batch of dragon bamboo fruits that mature, only 3 portions can be given to Chiwu Mountain, divided into 18 batches for exchange. It would take 180 years to complete the exchange. The actual exploration of the dragon bamboo continent is less than 20%. Everyone has only searched the places that seem to be most likely to have wreckage, and looked for plants by the way. More than 80% of the land needs to be carefully searched. There are also 3 new continents waiting to be explored, and everyone is in need of warriors who can move freely in an environment without the force. The current division of the search area is relatively general. Chiwu Mountain searches the tropics, and Liju Peak searches the cold temperate and temperate regions. In fact, after everyone has found the most likely places, they will not and cannot search according to the regulations. There are a total of 4 continents, half a planet, and hundreds of warriors thrown in. That's really a drop in the ocean. You can search wherever you want. There is no possibility of dividing the area to restrict it. The things will definitely belong to whoever finds them. In this situation, there is no doubt that whoever has more warriors will have the advantage. Bamboo plans to make some adjustments in the number of warriors to seize the initiative. The Ghost King Chiwu was quick-witted and immediately understood the other meaning behind Bamboo's words. He asked, "Princess Bamboo, is your plan to keep 6 portions of each batch of giant dragon bamboo fruit produced in Chiwu Mountain? 3 portions in Qiufeng County, and 9 portions in Lizufeng? More or less," Bamboo corrected. "Lizufeng will keep 9 portions. Chiwu Mountain will keep at least 6 portions. And Qiufeng County will keep at most 3 portions," Bamboo then explained. In the recent transactions, Qiufeng Cockroach King was not as straightforward as before. "I guess the raw stone vein of their black and white cockroach tribe has been almost dug up. So it is impossible to buy 3 portions of each batch of giant dragon bamboo fruit." The Ghost King Chiwu pondered for a moment and agreed. Then the exchange of the Ghost King Sephora Japonica is agreed. "Princess Bamboo, how many portions of the soon-to-ripen green blood longan, snake scale fruit, and ghost fog lotus that will mature in 4 years do you need?" Bamboo said. 2 portions each. Just enough to exchange for 3 portions of giant dragon bamboo fruit. Chapter 455 Ancestors. 2 portions of blood red longan. 1 for Big Bear. 1 for Liju Peak. To be shared by Huiju and Danju. 2 portions of 5-color fruit. 1 for Bamboo himself. The other for Liju Peak. To be eaten by Huiju. Both fruits are not suitable for long-term storage. Bamboo ate them in Chiwu Mountain, packed them in the force food storage box, and flew quickly to send the things back to Liju Peak. The transport team led by Chiwu Ghost King set out a few days in advance, carrying the heavy remains of the God-given seeds of the iron birch tree. They need to walk on the ground for 1.5 months before returning. Bamboo left the mountain for 3 years this time. It was September. In the bamboo forest at the foot of the mountain, the God-given seeds of the giant dragon bamboo bloomed again, and the flowers were in full bloom. Fangzhu and Kongzhu were responsible for guarding them. The bamboo rat warriors were not there, and Dada directed the ant colony to be busy, crushing the raw stones to replenish the force for them. And Kongzhu ran around to help. Before he knew it, the little soldier Kongzhu who tried to steal bamboo fruits and had his antennae bitten off by the sour bee had grown into a diligent and sensible L1 senior soldier. Time flies. Bamboo looked dazed for a while. After greeting, he put down his things and inspected Liju Peak anxiously. Princess Qiufeng once sent the divine product of Cypress. The remains of the God-given seeds were used for the Wild Cliff Cypress God-given seeds, plus the black and white cockroach tribe's princess-level warriors to accelerate their growth for 50 years. It is not far from completing the second metamorphosis and growth, which should be within 50 years. The Tata tree has stopped blooming and fruiting, and its growth has been quite exaggerated, which is somewhat difficult to cover up. It is about 50 to 60 years away from the second metamorphosis and growth. The Bloodthorn God-given seeds have been using divine products. The debris. In 3 years, the overall scale has increased by about 5%, and the output has increased accordingly, which is very good. If all the debris is used up, the output should be able to double. The only problem is that during the communication, Bamboo felt that the tree spirit seemed to have become a little smarter, which is not a good sign. Other God-given seeds and ordinary life seeds have not changed much, and they all need Bamboo to be promoted to the Cockroach King to transform and grow. On the north side of Liju Peak, in the territory of Taidao Mountain Range, the planned pear tree C has a certain scale. The most core red crown pear and orange crown pear seedlings have grown initially. Last spring, some pear trees that grew fast and well had sporadic flowering and fruiting. The first batch of seeds were harvested, and the number was not small, close to 10,000. After strict screening, these seeds were retained for 500. And the second batch of seedlings will be cultivated in the nursery in the spring of next year. And the second batch of cave crown pear forests will be opened. In the future, seeds will be harvested every year. And until this time, the expansion of the pear tree C has been on the right track. Every year, we harvest and select seeds, raise seedlings, and select high-quality seedlings for cultivation. When the forest reaches a certain scale, a batch of mature trees will be eliminated every year. Batch after batch, generation after generation of optimization and improvement. Over the years, one day, we will be able to cultivate better derivative species. The cave crown pear itself is a top tree species, with a huge scale base. There is a good chance that the God-given species will be born naturally. When Bamboo returned to the mountain, Guanli and Duju came one after another. He took them for a tour and returned to the cave where he lived. He arranged for Duju to send the 5-color fruit and the blood-red longan to Huoju and Danju. After the arrangement was completed, the other members who came to pay their respects after hearing the news were sent away. Coincidentally, Hongdao returned from the Qingang Mountains. Bamboo. You're back. The Qingang Mountains received a rock Qingang God-given seed this year. But the thing was born in the Qingang forest that was opened up in their mountains 200 years ago. Not the forest that the tribes jointly opened up later. I talked to Princess Huagang with Yintu Banmao, and she refused to exchange it no matter what. I heard about this from Duju. It's normal not to exchange it. No matter how poor you are. You can't take out the God-given seed for exchange. Bamboo asked, cultivate high-quality birth seeds? Hongdao replied, yes. Bamboo asked, strengthen the ability of earth and stone elements? Judging from the breath, it should be so. Hongdao said, it was cultivated by a senior warrior who was in the aging period. Its life is approaching the end. And the thing itself can't be used. Bamboo. I think it's still. If there is a chance. Why don't you go there in person? Bamboo asked, does it have any direct descendants? Hongdao replied, yes. I have seen it. But it looks stupid and dull. When communicating, it stammers like the big yellow fruit banyan. Don't even think about having direct descendants. It's just an elemental God-given seed. Don't force it and hurt the relationship. Bamboo paused and said, go to the warehouse and put 20 medium-sized spider silk bags of oak tree debris that have lost their original force properties. Each bag should be 70% full. Don't put more. Send it over as a gift. Yankingyang is a good tree species. This God-given seed will be of top quality in the future. Right? Top quality original force food that strengthens earth and stone capabilities. Our Liju Peak has a high demand for it. Let's make a good relationship first. Well, Qingang Mountains are quite poor. Send another 30,000 raw stones over. Okay. Hongdao agreed reluctantly, muttering, didn't you say you would get Guanli a God-given seed? I know. But this depends on luck. You can't force it. Bamboo asked, how many little warriors have been born in Jinping Mountains in the past 3 years? How many little warriors have been sent by the caravan? Hongdao said depressedly, no little warriors were born the year before last. 1 last year. 2 this year. And in 3 years. Only 3 little warriors were born in our Jinping Mountains. There is also a stupid little guy, born in the brown chestnut peak, who actually likes the tortoiseshell tendon vine. It's brown chestnut peak again. Bamboo felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. There are more and more little warriors of the great-grandchildren. The little warriors grow up to senior warriors, and the territory gives birth to little warriors. The number of insects and grandchildren is increasing day by day. And unknowingly, he has become a respected ancestor. Seeing that Bamboo didn't respond, Hongdao continued, Bamboo, I suggest that all the tortoiseshell vines on the mountain be removed. This thing affects the preferences of the little warriors. Really? Then remove it. Bamboo said. In the future, only the tortoiseshell peak is allowed to sow this thing. Okay. Hongdao continued. The caravan sent 19 little warriors. I kept 9 according to their plant preferences. I couldn't take care of more. So the other 10 were sent to Taidao, Hongju, Jinping, and Dian Mountains. In 3 years, the number of warriors has increased by 12. Hongdao, you have done a good job. The rate of increase is very reasonable. Keep it up at this ratio. Bamboo praised. The number of warriors in Jinping Mountain has reached 63. If it continues, it will soon exceed 100. It is not far from the 200 warriors required for the mountain to be upgraded to a county. Bamboo continued to instruct, in the future, there will be more and more young warriors born. Go to each mountain and tell each warrior to pay attention to cultivating young warriors who like bamboo, pear trees and oak trees. Hongdao agreed, understood. Bamboo finally instructed, pay attention to observation and select those smarter young warriors. When the next batch or the next batch of dragon bamboo fruits mature, arrange for them to be eaten, and then send them all to the dragon bamboo continent. Hongdao asked, Bamboo, should we give priority to the birth of warriors native to our Jinping Mountains? Bamboo said, you can give them a little preference, but don't consider it deliberately. This is ambiguous. Hongdao was a little embarrassed and said, then I will think about it carefully. Bamboo asked, is there anything else? Hongdao said, last year, at the autumn harvest celebration dinner, Princess Avocado and Princess Ginkgo came to visit you. Bamboo. In recent years, the Red Bladdish King has led the team personally and has been constantly carrying back various divine remains. The movement is too big, and our fellow tribesmen can't stand it anymore. Bamboo said. We have to watch it even if we can't stand it. There is no room for them to participate in such things. Dao said. Princess Avocado is about to enter the aging period. Dogway Yucha has just become the L9 Mountain Master, and the probability of failure in the promotion to Princess is quite high. If the luck is bad, Princess Avocado may. Once upon a time, Bamboo, Dawan Worong, and Dogway Yucha were listed as the 3 most promising young warriors of the Red Bladdish tribe. After more than a few decades, Bamboo began to consider the promotion to the Cockroach King, and Dogway Yucha was still struggling at the Mountain Master level. The most painful thing is that Princess Yoli's life is about to enter a dark evening. The wheel of time is always rolling forward. And birth, aging, sickness and death, rise and fall are the inevitable norm of natural life. Looking at the Red Blattog tribe, the older generation of princess-level warriors, such as Day Princess, Shioya Princess, Huagang Princess, Kinko Princess, etc., will gradually enter the aging period. With the sad exit of the older generation, a new generation of warriors must support the survival and development of the race. Bamboo's mood suddenly dropped, and he said, Don't worry about this matter. I will discuss it with the Red Blattog King. In fact, there is nothing to discuss. Yoli County is the earliest county where the Red Blattog tribe developed. At the beginning, it was supported by the Chansheng Blattog King. It was once quite prosperous. It still has nearly 1,000 warriors, and is the largest county with the largest number of insects in the tribe. After the Yoli Princess, there must be a princess-level warrior who can hold up the stage. Bamboo arranged for the flame cluster grass to deliver a portion of Tata fruit, a portion of 9-leaf red lotus seed, a portion of holy bamboo fruit, and a portion of fire scale pine nut to the big fruit tea oil in the next few years. This set should be enough to ensure its smooth promotion to princess. When Lizufeng was weak in the early days of its development, the Avocado County had contributed a lot of effort, and the Avocado Princess had helped a lot. Bamboo wanted to help them in the future, when exploring the continent. If other particularly high-quality tree species are found, they can cooperate with the Avocado County to open up the corresponding forest together. Chapter 456 Kindergarten Principle. Bamboo 75 years. In late December, Fire Bamboo and Light Bamboo fell into a deep sleep. When winter passed and spring came, they woke up from their sleep and were successfully promoted to L6 Mountain Master. The seeds of the Great Sage Bamboo and Thunder Bamboo God were conceived and sown in the rainy warm spring season. In the first month of sowing, the main pole grew and began to divide. They all gave birth to 8 underground stems, 8 bamboo baskets, and 8 bamboo poles. Next, 8 gave birth to 64. 64 gave birth to 512. All bamboo God-given seeds have the same growth pattern. In fact, the Great Sage Bamboo and Thunder Bamboo belong to the same grade of God-given seeds, both of which are top quality. After sowing, the growth pattern is exactly the same, and the operating costs are similar. In the future, the size and quality of the condensed bamboo fruits will be the same, and the quantity will be the same. The difference in the effect of force enhancement leads to the polarization of their values. The great bamboo fruit prolongs life. The price of a single fruit is as high as 10,000 raw stones. It has huge room for appreciation. It is a real luxury product with sky-high price, and it is in short supply. The Great Thunder Bamboo fruit strengthens the power of lightning elements. It can only be considered rare. It is sold to caravans or Chiwu Mountain. Each fruit is large and sells for about 200 raw stones. When Danju was at the level of Mountain Master, the annual income generated by the Great Thunder Bamboo God-given seed barely reached 100,000 raw stones. When he was promoted to the County Master, it only doubled. The value is different, so the treatment is naturally different. The Great Bamboo God-given seed is planted in Liju Peak, next to the Holy Bamboo God-given seed. The mountain is rich in original force. Usually, there are belly bamboo, big head, and cattail to help and take good care of it. There is no need for the Great Thunder Bamboo God-given seeds to occupy the precious land of Liju Peak. Simply plant them in Huiju Mountain and let Danju manage them by himself. Liju Peak manages a large number of bamboo God-given seeds and has accumulated rich experience. There has never been a problem, and it is estimated that there will be no problem. After confirming that the quality of the 2 God-given seeds is excellent enough, Bamboo no longer pays too much attention. Now is the critical year for the giant dragon bamboo God-given seeds to bloom. Bamboo personally guards the bamboo forest. Occasionally goes to the lake. Chats with 9-leaf red lotus. Or goes up the mountain to teach Blathorn some knowledge. Develop wisdom. And teach it to be a good tree spirit that abides by the law. Respects the elderly and loves the young. Bamboo's test confirmed that the biggest change in Blathorn is not the growth of scale. But the tree spirit is getting smarter and smarter after using the remains of the unknown species of shrubs to strengthen it. Using the heavenly eye to check. It can be clearly seen that the Bloodthorn tree spirit is more solid and stronger than 3 years ago. After careful identification, there is a trace of temperament in its soul similar to that of the giant dragon bamboo and 9-leaf red lotus tree spirits. Baba couldn't explain it clearly. That kind of divine product. Something that only the seeds given by God can have. At dusk, Bamboo lay beside the dragon bamboo forest, concentrating on eating. Bamboo! 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 The childish shouts continued. Xingju, who had just been promoted to L2 senior warrior, came with a large group of little warriors. And it was these little guys who greeted Bamboo. Bamboo! Look! Our Shunging Mountain also gave birth to a little warrior this year, born in Lane's territory. But it is obvious that the little guy likes me more. On Xingju's head, there was a little warrior who had just awakened the force. On the back armor, there were 4 intermediate little warriors ranging from L1 to L3. Behind Xingju, there was a long line of intermediate little warriors ranging from L4 to L9. All 14 little warriors added by Liz Yufeng in the past 4 years were present. Little guy. Come here. Bamboo greeted the newly born little warrior. The little warrior shrank back, turned around and hid on the back armor of Xingju, seeking shelter from the other 3 little guys. The little warriors of the great-grandchildren are a little afraid to alienate me. The ancestor. Bamboo felt inexplicably desolate and sighed that time is unforgiving. It's too small and timid, Xingju explained, and then continued, a batch of cave pear seedlings need to be cultivated this spring. Guanli is too busy, so I help it bring these little warriors. They all want to see the seeds of the dragon bamboo god. So I brought them here. As soon as the voice fell, a little warrior on the carapace suddenly flapped its wings and flew up, swooping towards the bamboo pole of the dragon bamboo god not far away. Bamboo waved its tentacles and knocked it to the ground. Immediately, a L9 intermediate warrior following Xingju rushed forward and held down the naughty little warrior. Turtleshell Dragon Vine. Don't make trouble. Every bamboo flower of the dragon bamboo god is very important. Do you know? In an educational tone, the little warrior named Turtleshell Dragon Vine was only an L2 intermediate, and his body size and strength were too poor. He tried to struggle twice and had to give in. I know. Let me go! Beside him, Kongju reminded faintly, little guy, don't be naughty. Be careful of the red-ringed acid bees biting you. Xingju immediately introduced, the naughty little guy is called Turtleshell Dragon Vine. Born in the Brown Chestnut Peak, the territory of the brown chestnut, and the name is given by the turtle shell tendon vine. There is also this little soldier. It comes from the Huangua continent. Its name is Jinghua Huangdao. It is as smart as Hongdao, and very sensible. Hongdao likes it very much and wants to keep it in Guanli Peak. But Bitao disagrees. After a dispute, the seeds of life were still sown in Bitao Peak. Xingju knows everything about every little soldier. Bamboo's heart brightened. Xingju has a mild temper, and has liked to play with little soldiers since childhood. He is a qualified kindergarten principal. Xingju, in the future, you will be responsible for taking care of the little soldiers sent to Guanli Peak from various peaks to study. Guanli is responsible for teaching, but it may not be always free. You can't just play with them. You have to teach them knowledge. Understand? Xingju immediately agreed happily. I know. Xinghua Huangyao is very good, smart, sensible and responsible. Bamboo tried to make himself look kind and said, Hongdao was like this when he was a child. As he was talking, his antennae waved and received a radio wave. Bamboo. Princess Cooley is visiting. In Wudong County, the kingdom of horned cockroaches. The highly respected Princess Cooley. She owns a Kuguan pear, God-given seed, which is one of the most valuable physical enhancements among the basic physical enhancements. And its quality is second only to the God-given. Princess Cooley is responsible for the purchase of holy bamboo fruits by the horned cockroach tribe. In addition, Liju Peak and Wudong County have some stable exchanges on other types of force food. Flame-clustered spotted grass is good at trade and communication, and it has always been responsible for communicating with the horned cockroach tribe. This year, the holy bamboo God-given bamboo fruits of the belly bamboo are ripe. But that is something that happened after the beginning of autumn. Right? It's only spring. And it's here so early? Bamboo was puzzled and turned his head to look. The bee colony commanded by Xiangpu was guarding the bamboo forest. Even if these little guys made trouble, they couldn't really pick bamboo flowers or something. So he ordered Qingju, take them to play beside the bamboo forest. And don't let them enter the bamboo forest. Bamboo threatened the little soldiers again. The red-ringed acid bees guarding the bamboo flowers have the ability to spit fire. They are all stupid professional bees. They can't recognize you as red cockroach soldiers. After saying that, he stepped away. In the trading square, Princess Coolie was alone, watching Liju peek from afar, and her attention was attracted by the tata tree. The flame-clustered spotted grass followed, explaining to it in a pale and weak voice, "This wild God-given seed is just weird in appearance, can grow very fast, and grows very tall. There is really nothing special about it." Princess Coolie. Bamboo greeted her warmly from a distance, deliberately encouraging her mental power to help the flame-clustered spotted grass out of trouble. Princess Bamboo. Princess Coolie responded. The two sides were quite familiar with each other. She teased, with the development of Liju Peak, there are countless high-quality God-given seeds. It is rich. King Qijing Cockroach is unwilling to support some more small warriors to help you upgrade the mountain to a county. Uh-huh. The promotion to a county is being planned. It's not far away. Bamboo laughed loudly, walked forward quickly, and asked, Princess Coolie, it will take more than half a year before the holy bamboo fruit matures. This is a question that is asked knowingly. Princess Coolie came alone. And it must not be for the holy bamboo fruit. Princess Bamboo, you are unwilling to invite me to the mountain to talk? Something very important? Very important. Bamboo pondered for a moment and said, Princess Coolie, please. Chapter 457 Equivalent Exchange. The Winding Path. With many twists and turns. As they walked along, Princess Coolie's eyes could not leave the tata tree. She could not help but ask curiously, Princess Bamboo, what kind of tree is that? There is no record of it in the inherited memory. Right? Indeed. There is no record of it. Bamboo said, it happened a long time ago. I picked it up from the debris that fell from the sky. It was almost dead at the time. It took a lot of effort to save it. It is a very strange tree species. And it grows very tall. I picked it up. Princess Coolie said with difficulty. I said, it looks weird. It doesn't look like a derivative of any plant in the inherited memory. It comes from the sky. So it's probably not simple. Bamboo changed the subject. The topic was changed. And he asked, Princess Coolie, what's the important matter? Princess Coolie saw that Bamboo didn't want to talk about the tata tree. So she didn't ask too much. And asked back, I heard from the Lord of Red Rice Mountain last time that you are looking for the God-given seeds for the crown pear? Yes. Bamboo said, it's best to use a pear tree. The quality is not particularly bad. And the price is negotiable. Princess Coolie, you can't be. Princess Coolie said, the quality will never be bad. The flame crown pear. Born with natural probability. How about it? Flame crown pear. Born with natural probability. Not God-given. It shouldn't be a God-given. If it's not a God-given, the value is not so exaggerated. Of course, if it is a God-given, it can't be exchanged. Very good. Bamboo asked, it just appeared this year? What type of enhancement? The crown pear blooms early, and the flowers fall and bear fruit. At this time, there should be a roughly accurate judgment. Princess Coolie said, flame element? The element of fire is not used by the horned Blatodia tribe. But it is just right for the red Blatodia tribe. Bamboo asked, how to exchange? Princess Coolie asked again, I heard from the flame-clustered Biensao that you, Liju Peak, have cultivated a better quality holy bamboo God-given seed? The great holy bamboo? Bamboo said, yes. Princess Coolie said straightforwardly, for every batch of great holy bamboo fruit produced, our Wudong County will get one for free until the God-given seed withers and dies. Additional conditions. When there is a special need, our Wudong County will also have the privilege of purchasing 1 to 3 holy bamboo fruits first. Don't worry. When purchasing, We will explain the use of the bamboo fruit to the west, and tell which warrior needs it in detail. And we will never resell it and hurt the interests of Liju Peak. Princess Bamboo, you are very smart. Calculate carefully and give an accurate answer. Bamboo had already calculated in his mind. A flame crown pear God-given seed is confirmed to strengthen the ability of the flame element. The value is relatively stable and reliable, and there is no possibility of being cheated. The more specific value mainly depends on the quality and the scale of the plant. However, the cave crown pear is a top-level tree species, and the flame crown pear is a high-quality derivative species. The quality and scale cannot be too bad. When it is bred into a live seed, when it is a princess, it can generate an income of about 200,000 to 300,000 raw stones every year. In the future, it will be promoted to the Cockroach King, and it can generate an income of about 300,000 to 500,000 raw stones every year. The specific amount is uncertain. After the death of the longevity Cockroach King, the price of the holy bamboo fruit produced by Li Zhufeng was tentatively increased. The horned cockroach tribe has a keen sense of smell and knows very well that if no other high-quality life-extending force food is born in the future, the price of the holy bamboo fruit will definitely soar. The quality of the great sage bamboo God-given seeds is better, and the corresponding effect of prolonging life is better. So the price is definitely higher. At the level of Fire Bamboo Mountain Lord and Princess, Bamboo set the selling price of the great sage bamboo fruit at 700,000 and 800,000 raw stones per serving. In the future, when Fire Bamboo is promoted to the King of Cockroaches, the price of bamboo fruit will be set at around 1.2 million raw stones. The flowering and fruiting cycle of the great sage bamboo is also 3 years, which is equivalent to the value brought by a flame crown pear God-given seed. In the exchange proposed by the bitter pear princess, Li Zhufeng obtained the dominant right of a high-quality God-given seed, which can be directly sown into wild God-given seeds, and long-term development can create greater profits for the tribe. So they have to put forward an additional condition to obtain a little dominant right to produce bamboo fruits from the great sage bamboo God-given seeds. In a fair transaction that has been weighed on the scale, neither party will suffer. Each gets what they need, and they hit it off. Bamboo said straightforwardly, "Okay. Deal." Coolie Princess was not surprised by this, and said, "The seeds will be delivered to Liju Peak in half a year." Bamboo said, "The great sage bamboo fruit God-given seeds were just planted this spring. According to the rules, the first batch of bamboo fruits can be harvested in 3 years." Coolie Princess, "You should go and see it yourself." Coolie Princess said politely, "Princess Bamboo, please lead the way." Bamboo was not stingy, and took Princess Coolie to visit the holy bamboo and the great sage bamboo God-given seeds, and took it around the mountain to take a general look at various insignificant God-given seeds. Finally, everyone stopped to talk by the territory of the purple gold God-given seeds. "Princess Bamboo, your God-given tree spirit is very sensitive, right? I feel that it is constantly releasing intense emotions. It is greeting the ancestors of your Wudong County." Bamboo was slandering in his heart, but was polite verbally. Introducing, the purple gold God-given seed was originally sun grass. It was the first God-given seed I got when I was a junior warrior. The tree spirit has been very lively and obedient since childhood. I feel it. Smart tree spirit. Princess Coolie sighed, "Princess Bamboo, you can develop a barren mountain range into what it is today within 100 years. You are really capable. Speaking of which, all the cockroach tribe warriors admire you. The cockroaches with shells and thorns are all idiots. Bamboo, you are also an idiot. Why don't you kill this idiot?" The purple gold tree spirit went crazy. "Uh-huh. That's true." Bamboo couldn't stand it and said, "Princess Coolie, let's go to my cave and talk slowly." "Okay. Thank you for your help." Princess Coolie followed Bamboo for a distance and said, "Princess Bamboo, I am here on behalf of Wudong County to discuss the exchange with you. Privately, there is another good exchange proposal." "Princess Coolie, please speak. You should have heard of the Kukuan pear cultivated by my lineage, right?" "Of course." Bamboo's answer was a bit difficult. Bamboo had eaten the pear fruit produced by the Kukuan pear God-given seed, and when he savored it, he couldn't help feeling uncomfortable all over. The taste was terrible. Insect warriors cultivate tree species, and they are quite creative. Take the cave crown pear tree species as an example. Some pursue fruit size, and specialize in cultivating small or large fruits. Some pursue plant size, and specialize in cultivating tall plants or large crowns. Some pursue fruit quantity, and specialize in cultivating plants with a large number of fruits, and some are weird, choosing fruit shape. Different choices, different development directions, accumulation from generation to generation, qualitative breakthroughs, and the formation of a wide variety of derivative species. When cultivating pear species, the bitter crown pear lineage chooses the sweetness of the fruit. After several generations of warriors, the generation of the bitter pear princess finally successfully cultivated the bitter crown pear. Ordinary bitter crown pears take a long 3 years to mature. Of course, the pear fruit cannot be bitter. On the contrary, it is very sweet. Too sweet. So sweet that it is deadly. So they did the opposite and named it bitter. A good tree species, just from the taste of eating, was ruined. The accompanying strengthening effect is excellent, strengthening the physique and enhancing physical fitness. For this reason, the bitter pear princess has a high reputation in Wudong County and is responsible for many important affairs. She is the kind of person who will be promoted to the Cockroach King in the future. Bamboo asked, Princess coolly. You don't want to exchange pear seeds with me, do you? Princess coolly said seriously, That's what I mean. Bamboo asked, Red crown pear for bitter crown pear? Princess coolly shook her antennae slowly and said, Orange crown pear. Orange crown pear? Orange crown pear is close to the native species of cave crown pear, but it is inferior to red crown pear, and even worse than bitter crown pear. This doesn't seem like an equal exchange. Bamboo thought about it for a while, and understood, orange crown pear comes with earth and stone element enhancement, which is in line with the horned cockroach tribe. Princess Cooley is optimistic about the development prospects of the derivative species of orange crown pear. Princess Cooley took the initiative to explain, When I came here, I passed by your Leisure Peak pear garden. Curious, I asked Flame Cluster Spotted Grass to take me around. Princess Bamboo. To be honest, based on my experience, the derivative species of orange crown pear has great potential for cultivation, especially for our horned blattle tribe. Its value is no less than that of bitter crown pear. This is also an equal exchange. Most of the warriors of the horned blattle tribe are honest by nature. Many tribes in the kingdoms of the eastern region like to cooperate and trade with them, and Bamboo and Yentu Banmao are no exception. Princess Cooley, you should have heard that the cave crown pear tree species in Leisure Peak was discovered by King Chiofeng and me. Among them, the orange crown pear is shared by Leisure Peak and Chiofeng County. There is an agreement in advance that it cannot be circulated to the outside world, not even to other mountain counties of the same tribe. Bamboo paused and said, however, the conditions can be relaxed for your horned blattle tribe. I will pay the corresponding price and obtain the consent of King Chiofeng Blattle. Only our two families will exchange, and the bitter crown pear does not need to be circulated to Chiofeng County. This is the best. Then I will trouble Princess Bamboo. Princess Cooley is also very satisfied with Bamboo's way and attitude of doing things. Bamboo asked, Will the seeds be traded when the pears ripen in late autumn this year? Cooley Princess said, Of course. Bamboo said, The number of seeds to be exchanged should be as large as possible. How about 30,000 seeds? All at once. Cooley Princess said, Okay. Bamboo said happily, Then it's settled. Cooley Princess asked, Will the autumn maple cockroach king not object? Bamboo replied affirmatively, Of course not. Just give enough benefits. Chapter 458 Being Targeted. After the death of the king of immortal Blatches, the attitudes of the nearby kingdoms, including the Flying Fire Blatches tribe, a close relative of the country, towards Li Zhufeng changed significantly. In the relaxed and pleasant conversation, 2 major exchanges were finalized. After sending away Princess Cooley, Bamboo was in a very good mood. He went to see the Tata tree and chatted with it for a few words before slowly going down the mountain. Returning to the bamboo forest, he found something wrong from a distance. The little warriors led by Chinju surrounded a gray-black corpse and watched curiously. There was also the most naughty tortoiseshell dragon Vine, who always wanted to climb onto the corpse, but was repeatedly pushed away by the dragon bamboo with its tentacles. Rat warrior? The Caracal warrior capsule was lying on his side not far away. This guy. I asked you to find a little warrior born this year, and you brought me a mouse? Bamboo slandered in his heart and quickened his pace. There are still many weak beast warriors lurking in Jinping Mountains. They dare not approach Leisure Peak. They are not a threat, and are usually too lazy to deal with them. Seeing Bamboo coming, Longju immediately stood up and said solemnly, Bamboo. Our Liju Peak is being targeted. Kukeo followed and slowly climbed up. With deep thoughts. Saying, I patrolled around and smelled 4 different scents. I only killed 1 and 2 escaped. There is also the scent of a wolf warrior. A princess level. I dare not chase. Huh? Bamboo carefully looked and identified. And then he realized that something was wrong. Gray rat. Baywang grassland. Kukeo. Where did you find it? Kukeo replied, on the mountain range. I plan to go to the peach forest of Bitao Peak to look for wild little warriors. Bamboo asked, are they spying on Liju Peak? Capsule said, these gray rat warriors are naturally sensitive to the force. And they should be secretly spying on Liju Peak. Bamboo asked, did you track and see the wolf warrior? Capsule said, I only smelled the breath. I didn't dare to chase. Capsule ate the holy bamboo fruit to prolong his life and barely promoted to the mountain master. After being promoted to the mountain master, Bamboo gave him 20,000 raw stones of forest food as salary every year. His growth rate is average. Only L5 mountain master. Understood. Bamboo waved his tentacles and ordered, Chinju. Take the little guys to the mountain and stay there. Don't go down the mountain to play for a while. Okay. Chinju shook his tentacles and called, Turtle Dragon Vine. Let's go. Okay. Turtle Dragon Vine agreed first and asked, Bamboo. What about the corpse? Did you eat it? Bamboo swung his tentacles and gently hit the little guy on the head, saying, the wolves from the northern wilderness are coming. Be careful that they will eat you. Go up the mountain and hide. Don't run around. Oh! Turtle Dragon Vine looked at the corpse reluctantly and slowly climbed onto Chinju's back carapace. Bamboo shook his tentacles, communicated by radio waves, and ordered at the same time, Kong Zhu. You go up the mountain and notify Daddy to come over. Long Yu. You go to the lake and ask Xiangpu to come over. Okay. Got it. Kong Yu and Long Ju responded and spread their wings and flew into the sky. Soon, the belly bamboo, firethorn, and fire bamboo guarding the holy bamboo forest of Liju Peak came, and the red rice, and crown pear working on the north side of Liju Peak came. Big Head and Cattail also arrived one after another. Gray Squirrel Warrior. In the northern grassland, they rely on grassland wolves for survival, mainly responsible for searching and mining, and also responsible for reconnaissance and vigilance during war. The last time he was attacked by the cloud-piercing eagle in Changsheng County. Bamboo specifically learned some news about the northern wilderness beast tribe and the situation in the northern wilderness through the caravan. Bamboo said, 3 gray rat warriors and traces of prairie wolves. They should be spying on the situation of our Liju Peak. Duju said, the holy bamboo fruit matures this year. Bamboo said, in recent years, more and more caravans have entered our Liju Peak. It must be that the caravans have spread the news of the holy bamboo fruit to the northern wilderness. Then, these beasts were attracted here. Hongdao said, our Liju Peak is no longer the same as it used to be. Unless it is the Beast King, there is no need to worry too much about the others. After Duju, Hongdao was successfully promoted to the princess level. At present, including Bamboo, there are 3 princess level warriors in Liju Peak, and many mountain lord level warriors. The prairie wolves are different. We are afraid that they will go crazy and launch a siege. Bamboo said, Hongdao. Pyracantha. You two take the corpse, and go to Qijing County to inform the Fire Lotus Queen Bee and ask it to dispatch 100 warriors to help search Jinping and Taidao Mountains. Remember to inform the mountain masters of each mountain range along the way and remind them to be alert and prepare for war. Guanli. Hongmi. You go to the peaks of Jinping Mountains and inform the peak warriors to be careful and alert recently, and not to enter the jungle recklessly. Remember to inform Lanling Peak of the news. Datu. Xiangpu. Duju. Longyu. You stay at the peak to be alert. Bamboo waved his antennae and asked, Bokeo. Can you still track the escaped gray squirrel warriors based on their breath now? Bokeo replied, yes. Bamboo said, lead the way. The forest at the junction of the Taidao Mountains and the Dine Mountains. A cloud-piercing eagle warrior with blue and white feathers lay quietly under a lush hickory tree at the foot of the mountain. A green grassland wolf warrior, with 2 gray-black rat warriors, emerged silently from the jungle. Do you? 1 gray rat is missing. Your information is inaccurate. There is still a cat warrior in Lizufeng. Sha Peng was bitten to death by it. Damn it! Cat? The cat left Lizufeng and is in Chiwu Mountain. The information cannot be wrong. The cloud-piercing eagle warrior named you first answered with certainty. Pondered for 2 seconds. And asked in doubt, is it back again? It should be. A gray rat warrior said solemnly. The county-level red cockroach warrior named Bamboo from Lizufeng is also back. With a black shell. I saw it appear in the trading square. The black cockroach warrior. The cloud-piercing eagle warrior named you seemed a little afraid and said angrily, you three are useless. You are too careless. Your whereabouts have been exposed. Leave quickly. The prairie wolf warrior named Du was also angry and said, you. What are you afraid of? It's just a newly promoted county-level cockroach warrior. In my opinion, wait until the bamboo fruit is ripe and rob it directly. If you can go up the mountain and rob it directly. I don't need you. You slowly spread his wings and said, Du. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Leave quickly and remember to hide your tracks along the way. Otherwise, you will lose your life. Du asked, what's the explanation? You said, I attacked the bamboo of Liju Peak once. The location was outside Chongsheng County. I failed. At that time, it was only a mountain master level warrior. Du asked, give up? You said, your gray mouse warrior's reconnaissance is unreliable. I will try to find out more information first. After that, the white shadow flashed, rose into the air, and quickly disappeared into the sky. Mountain master level. Princess level. Du instructed the 2 gray mouse warriors, spread out. Go northeast. And meet at the mountain in the Tiger Armor Kingdom. A wild hickory tree that has grown for about 50 years has reached the extreme size of this species. With lush branches and leaves and flowers. Bamboo. This is it. That's right. 2 gray mouse warriors. A prairie wolf warrior. And an extra scent. Bulico sniffed and said uncertainly, it's the scent of some kind of bird warrior. Princess level. The cockroaches have an equally sensitive sense of smell. Bamboo sneered, it's a cloud-piercing eagle. And we've met it before. It seems that the last attack on Chongsheng County did not kill it in the end. Hey, it's even more arrogant. Bamboo pondered for a moment and said, Capsule. Follow the breath of the prairie wolf. Capsule led the way. Past a wide river. Stopped. And said, Bamboo. It waded through the water and lost its breath. Capsule's natural ability to track is not inferior to that of Yicha. But his thinking is not as active as Yicha. And his experience is not as rich as Yicha. Cross the river first. Bamboo flapped his wings. Took off. And landed on the other side. Capsule arched his back. Exerted force suddenly. And jumped across the river. Bamboo waved his tentacles and said, the smarter ones must have waded upstream and will definitely get ashore. I understand. Capsule woke up and trotted quickly. Chapter 459, Pursuit. Continuous mountains and steep cliffs. This was the first time that Capsule had seen this kind of mountainous landform. He carefully moved to the edge of the cliff and looked down. Below the cliff was a turbulent and roaring river. Bamboo. Is this the Jinjiang River? Yes. The Jinjiang River turns north here. Continuing north is the border between the Bletella and Tiger Armor Kingdoms. Further north is the border between the Wolf Scorpion and the Pincer Scorpion Kingdoms. It leads directly to the Beiwang Mountains, where there are towering mountains, and the source of the Jinjiang River. Capsule seemed to understand what he heard, and asked, Bamboo, if we cross the Jinjiang River, will we be out of the Fire Lotus Kingdom? Yes. Bamboo waved his tentacles slightly, pointed to the cable bridge across the cliff not far away, and said, across the way is the Tiger Armor Kingdom. The 2 major types of insects, tiger armor and ground beetle, have first-class combat power, but their reproduction ability is very strong. Very bad. The land is vast, and the insects are few. There are many wild mountains and ridges. The prairie wolves must be hiding there. Let's go over there. Bamboo said worriedly, Bamboo. I think there are more than 1 prairie wolf warriors hiding there. Bamboo said, the beast king of the northern wilderness has to guard the raw stone veins and dare not go south easily. The beast tribe lacks original force food, and it is difficult to grow. Every county-level warrior is a precious fighting force, and will not easily violate the border. Bamboo added, it would be good to have a few more county-level prairie wolves to teach them a profound lesson. Bamboo. Continue tracking. The bridge was built by the star-spotted Tiger Armor tribe specifically for the caravan, connected by steel cables and chains, and paved with wooden boards. Cross the bridge and enter the Tiger Armor Kingdom. The ups and downs, towering and majestic, are all barren mountains. The development model of the tiger armor tribe is very different from that of the cockroach tribe. Due to the scarcity of insects, wild beasts are rampant in the kingdom and cannot be controlled. So they implement a circular settlement model, a mountain range. All warriors live around a mountain with abundant force. All force plants are planted in a centralized manner. Acid bees or harvester ants are invited to accompany them and help with management. And a sea of trees is built radiating outward. It is very troublesome for the caravan to travel in the tiger armor kingdom. Every year, they are escorted by special tiger armor warriors at a fixed time and place. Tiger armor elytra have thick shells and are not good at flying. So a simple passage is opened in the jungle on the ground. The calyx leads the way, following the smell, walking along the plank road for a distance, turning sideways, and entering the jungle. It takes 5 days to cross mountains and ridges. Another isolated mountain. There are caves and dense smells of beast warriors. Bamboo. There are 21 rat warriors, 34 prairie wolf warriors, and 7 auras I don't recognize. There are 3 mountain lord level rat warriors. There are 2 county lord level prairie wolves, and 6 mountain lord level warriors. In addition, one of the unknown auras is county lord level, and one is mountain lord level. The other auras are all high level warriors. I understand. Bamboo was also shaking his tentacles to capture the aura, and said, the one you don't recognize should be a snow weasel or snow fox warrior. It may also be a beast warrior native to the tiger armor kingdom. The aura was already very weak, and these beast warriors had already fled. They run pretty fast. Bamboo ordered, Bai Chao. Keep chasing. It's still the princess level prairie wolf warrior, who was spying on Liju Peak. Okay. Bai Chao shook his tail and pointed in a direction, saying, Bamboo. They are running in groups of 3 or 5 from this direction. Bamboo said, that's the best. Keep chasing. Bai Chao led the way. Early summer in April. The Red Blatten King led the team, transporting the remains of the iron birch tree back. And the long winding team went straight to the mountain warehouse and began to unload the goods. Red Blatten King. Meet the Cockroach King. Hong Dao and Princess Day went down the mountain. What happened? Something happened? Where is Bamboo? As they approached Liju Peak, the Cockroach King felt that something was not right on the mountain. Hong Dao explained, Bokeo caught a grassland gray mouse warrior, and it is said that there are also princess-level grassland wolf warriors. They are coveting the holy bamboo fruit of Liju Peak. Bamboo took Bokeo and went to chase and kill him, another beast from the northern wilderness. It seems that the lesson last time was not deep enough. Shi Jian Blatch's king cursed fiercely, and then reacted and roared, Bamboo. That bastard. Took the risk alone and ran to chase and kill again? Shi Jian Blatch's king. Calm down. The princess reminded Shi Jian Blatch's king. Have you forgotten? When Bamboo was a senior warrior, he chased and killed a black wolf pack alone and killed 2 mountain master level black wolf warriors. That was a black wolf, not a grassland wolf. Shi Jian Blatch's king's heart moved, and suddenly he felt relieved, muttering, this is the southern forest, not the northern grassland. The Red Blatten King asked, De Yi, has the news been delivered to all the mountains? Princess Day replied, it has spread to all the mountains of the Red Blatten tribe. Princess Xiao Yi went to Changsheng County to inform the Nectarine Blatten King. There should be news coming back soon. Changsheng County without the Changsheng Blatten King is definitely not worth relying on. The Red Blatten King pondered for a long time, raised his antennae, and ordered De Yi, go to Chuirong County and run with Princess Chuirong to pass the news to Chiwu Mountain and invite a butterfly king to help sit in Liju Peak. As for the price, Chiwu Mountain should not care about such a small thing. The Red Blatten King looked at the bamboo sea at the foot of the mountain, suppressed his mind, and analyzed. The gray rat warriors have a keen sense of smell, and it is not ruled out that they have discovered the seeds given by the giant dragon bamboo god at the foot of the mountain. In addition, the possibility of the cloud-piercing eagle and the prairie wolf cooperating to plunder southward cannot be ruled out. The giant dragon bamboo fruit is not only related to the interests of Li Zhufeng. Do you understand? The butterfly warriors are best at dealing with aerial raptors such as the cloud-piercing eagle, which are known for their speed. Princess Day agreed, understood. I'll go right away. The Red Blatten King waved his wings and said, let's do it now. Princess Day quickly flapped her wings and flew into the sky, disappearing into the sky. The Red Blatten King asked Hong Dao again, how is the defense of Jinping Mountain Range? Hong Dao replied, We immediately asked for help from the Fire Lotus Queen Bee. And the Fire Lotus Queen Bee dispatched 100 warriors to come to help. Not only was the Red Blatten King very confident in Bamboo's fighting ability, but the entire Red Blatten tribe, and even foreign warriors had heard about it. The most widely spread story was that the Black Wolf Pack attacked the caravan. And Bamboo chased and killed the Wolf Pack for half a year. And killed the Wolf Pack alone, leaving the corpse hanging at the mountain gate. This news was spread through the caravans of Chonlu and Yuzhu, and was widely circulated in the eastern region of the continent. And it was spread as if it was a miracle. As insect warriors, they couldn't figure out how Bamboo could defeat the strong with the weak, and defeat the many with the few. In the end, it was due to the favor of the true god of nature, the unique color of the shell, and the body structure different from that of ordinary cockroach warriors. This time, Bamboo went out and didn't return for more than a month. Red, the Cockroach King, was quite calm at first. He had been lying on Liju Peak for half a month, but had not seen Bamboo return. He could not lie still any longer. So he lay beside the bloodthorn God-given seed in the mountain, keeping an eye on it at all times. If Bamboo was in danger, the God-given seed associated with it would react immediately. Noon. Suddenly, the bloodthorn tree spirit, which had been quiet all the time, suddenly showed intense emotions. The Red Cockroach King was sensitive, and his antennae stood up immediately. There was no soul connection, so he could not communicate with the tree spirit, and he was not sure what was going on. The bloodthorn tree spirit was just excited for a moment, and then returned to calm. The Red Cockroach King hurriedly checked the state of the tree spirit. Fortunately, it was intact, which meant that Bamboo was fine. After careful sensing, the bloodthorn tree spirit was running around along the branching thorns, looking very excited. Back? The Red Cockroach King flapped his wings and flew into the air, looking down from a high altitude. Sure enough, on the Bamboo Sea Business Road, two figures, one large and one small, were moving slowly. They were Bamboo in capsule. Chapter 460. Don't blow it up. The back armor of Bamboo is full of goods, wrapped in animal skins and tied with steel wire. There are also 2 animal skin bags on the back of capsule. The things look heavy. The caracal is small and looks a bit overwhelmed. Trading square. The Red Blatten King flapped his wings and landed on the ground. He scanned with his mental power and was speechless. The animal skins are all ordinary beasts, not prairie wolves. The animal skins are wrapped with level 1 and level 3 electrical boxes, as well as superconducting wires and level 2 source crystals. Capsule is carrying 2 level 1 electrical boxes. Bamboo. Are you chasing the prairie wolf warriors? Yes. I chased them all the way to the Tiger Armor Kingdom. But they noticed that I was chasing them and ran away. I guess they couldn't catch up. So they gave up. Bamboo's thoughts turned, and his metal ability was exerted. The steel wires binding the electrical boxes broke, unloading the goods and breathing a sigh of relief. Hong Dao and Duju, who were guarding the mountain peak, arrived. Bamboo ordered, Hong Dao, use the better Goju mountain python skin to pack the electric box properly. I will take a day off and leave for Chiwu Mountain tomorrow morning. Understood. Hong Dao quickly went to the mountain warehouse and searched for the python skin pocket. Qijian Blatten King thought about Bamboo's words and asked, Bamboo, there are so many mountains in the Tiger Armor Kingdom. Are you very good at hunting in the mountains? Bamboo said, there is at least one piercing cloud eagle warrior, and it is the one that attacked us outside Changsheng County last time. It is still alive. I can feel that it is hiding in the dark and saw me. There is really a piercing cloud eagle. Qijian Blatten King felt a headache and said, the 2 piercing cloud eagle warriors handed over last time only had heads. I am afraid that they were filled with aging mountain master level warriors. Ban said, Red Cockroach King, please help protect Liju Peak. I will quickly go to Chiwu Mountain and ask a butterfly king from the narrow butterfly tribe to come and help. They are good at dealing with birds of prey in the air. The Red Blatten King said, just in case. I have arranged for Day and Princess Chue Rong to go for help. Calculating the time. We are almost at Chiwu Mountain now. The Red Blatten King is wise. Bamboo said, then I need to go to the Qijing continent to pick up Yucha. Yucha patrols and warns. I plan to pick up the Lil Explosive Ant King as well. Bamboo continued, I have observed along the way. The Tiger Armor Kingdom has a declining insect population. I estimate that the situation in the Ground Armor Kingdom is similar. The 2 kingdoms are completely unable to rule the territory. The local beast warriors are rampant. The Northern Wilderness Beast tribe only needs to cross the boundary mountains and go south unimpeded. Bamboo finally sighed. The rise and fall. Now is the heyday. The Northern Wilderness Beast tribe is no exception. I have heard from the caravan that the number of beast warriors born in the grassland tribes is increasing every year. The Northern Wilderness Beast tribe also has a rise and fall cycle, and is in step with the insect tribe. Beast warriors do not breathe. They occupy the mineral veins and rely on them to survive. But the mineral veins are limited after all. When the tribe reaches a certain level, they will be unable to bear it. The common solution is that the Northern Wilderness Beast tribe will help the redundant warriors to be promoted to high level, and then organize them to attack the boundary mountains to the south. After rushing through the mountains, go south to the insect kingdom to plunder. And those who have the ability to be promoted to the county lord level are eligible to return to the tribe. When the race prospers to a certain level, war will follow. In addition to the most serious wars, there is also a second type of harassment. As the number of Northern Wilderness Beast warriors increases, some unruly warriors appear. Or it can be said that the Northern Wilderness Beast tribe deliberately does this. They organize in small groups, sneak south in a scattered manner, scout in the spring, and launch attacks in the autumn and winter harvest seasons. They specialize in sneak attacks and plundering those rich counties, risking their lives to snatch precious force food. Yes, the war is not far away. Looking back at the past, many small tribes that were about to develop suddenly declined during this period due to animal pests. The Red Blatant King was also worried, sighed, and asked, Bamboo, where do you plan to place the explosive Ant King? Ants protected by the gods need enough territory and food to develop. The explosive ant is fierce and warlike, and we have to worry about it turning the tables. Yunwu Peak, Bamboo said, it is the intersection of the four major mountain ranges of Jinping, Taidao, and Dian. And you can find food from the four major mountain ranges. It is also a fortress, and you can support it to the east. Lanling Peak, with its north and south nests, can snipe the beast warriors fleeing from the Tiger Armor Kingdom to Jinping and Iron Blade Mountains. I suggest that the Red Blattle tribe prepare for war as soon as possible. Just in case. In the next few decades, we will vigorously support the Red-Orange Mountain Range. The number of warriors in the Red-Orange Mountain Range is large enough, and their strength is strong enough. So it will be difficult for the Northern Wilderness Beasts to cross from the direction of the Tiger Armor Kingdom and enter the Red Blattle tribe to cause chaos. Red-Orange Mountain Range. What about the Big Eucalyptus Mountain Range? Give up? The Red Blattle King lamented. The Big Eucalyptus Mountain Range was opened up with great difficulty by the combined strength of our entire tribe. The Red Blattle King was still thinking about expanding his territory. Bamboo said patiently, let the warriors of the Great Eucalyptus Mountains gather on a mountain peak. Imitate the Tiger Armor tribe. Gather together and form a circular defense circle. We will provide appropriate assistance in terms of raw stones. We are unable to do so. So we will see how the situation changes. That's fine. The Red Blatant King was silent for a while, looking at Hong Dao, who was busy wrapping and organizing the power boxes with a leather bag, and changed the subject and asked, Bamboo, so many power boxes. Did you dismantle them from the Orchid Mountains? The 12 million raw stones stored in the magical pattern of Bamboo's first heart were all exhausted, and the carapace was still madly absorbing the natural power. The Red Blatant King was no longer surprised, and didn't care much about it. Bamboo replied, the warriors of the Dalmantis tribe are very smart. How could they allow me to dismantle so many electrical boxes at once? I entered their kingdom from the Tiger Armor Kingdom along the edge of the fantasy-colored maze, and then entered the maze. I dismantled it from the large metal wreckage last time, without alerting the Dalmantis tribe. It's still not enough. There are only 19 first-level electrical boxes. I will sneak over again when I have time and dismantle them all. I don't plan to let the Dalmantis tribe know about this. Shijian Cockroach King asked, didn't you say that the electrical boxes need to be sent to the Orchid Mountain Range to replenish electricity? Bamboo said, Chiwu Mountain will handle it, and they will be distributed to the caravans, and they will be sent there in batches for charging over several years. In the future, when the rails are laid, the EMU will only run once every few years, or even more than 10 years. Shijian Cockroach King tapped his antennae. Bamboo continued, since Day and Princess Chui Rong have already set out to ask for help, I will wait for a few days, and go with King Chiofeng Cockroach. Chiofeng Cockroach King needs to lead 50 warriors to Chiwu Mountain to be responsible for some material handling work. The Chi Cockroach tribe also needs to dispatch 20 mountain master warriors, plus 2 county-level warriors, Day and Chui Rong, to be responsible for the fire-making work of the iron-making blast furnace. The two parties had originally agreed on a time to set off together, and the agreed time was not far away. Bamboo waited for a few days, and everyone set off together. It happened that these warriors could help carry the electrical boxes and various materials to be sent to Qijing continent. When arriving at Chiwu Mountain, Lei Zhu Ghost King informed that Chiwu Mountain had already sent 2 insect kings, the Wax Apple Ghost King and the Hibiscus Butterfly King, to Liju Peak to help. They crossed the continent and should have arrived with a Ghost King with super ground combat power and a Butterfly King with super sky combat power in charge. The safety of Liju Peak is generally worry-free. Bamboo was completely relieved. Go up the mountain to have a brief discussion with the Chiwu Ghost King. Make emergency preparations. And take Baiyu and Xiaobezu with you. Near the seeds of the divine gift of Wedgethorn Cherry, there are 10 tree seedlings. Under the cherry tree, a large number of black worker ants with a body length of 5 to 15 centimeters are busy. Mature explosive ant colonies are roughly divided into 5 types: combat soldier ants, explosive soldier ants, flying combat soldier ants, flying explosive soldier ants, and ordinary worker ants. They can be highly differentiated into 14 ant species of different sizes, responsible for different labor and combat. Ordinary worker ants are pitch black, with small heads, underdeveloped jaw teeth, slender antennae, developed mid-thorax, and plump abdomen. The body looks lacking in coordinated beauty. It looks very bad, and it can be called an ugly ant race. It is neither as cute as the big-headed ant, nor as cold and handsome as the ant that scares insects. It was late autumn in the southern hemisphere, and the breeze was blowing, bringing a different atmosphere. It was the warning pheromone sent back by the soldier ants responsible for reconnaissance, enemy attack, fight. The orderly and busy worker ant colony suddenly exploded, and fled to the cliff ant nest not far away in a panic. In the cliff ant nest, there were soldier ants with a body length of about 12 centimeters, abdomen shaped like a grenade, and thick shells that could not fill the cracks and gaps. Bang! 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 In the distant jungle, the sound of explosions rang out densely. Wedge Jing! Oil tea! Stop it! It's me! Bamboo's mental power was surging, and it came from the low sky. A little angry, Wedge Jing, who was huddled at the entrance of the ant nest and looking vigilantly, hurriedly shook his antennae to gather the ant colony in combat. All the exploding ants scattered in the surrounding jungle were gathered back to the nest. Bamboo got out of the cherry blossom forest in a somewhat embarrassed manner, with Baiju, who was alert and furry, behind him. There were a lot of goods on the spotted carapace, all in spider silk bags. 2 bags were torn apart by the flying shells from the explosion and were severely damaged. 1 bag contained raw stones, and 1 bag contained force food. They leaked as they walked. Xiao Baiju carried a backpack, hanging far behind, and also carried a spider silk bag. He picked up the spilled items as he walked, recycling them. Chapter 461 Abandoned Mineral Veins. Bamboo, you're here. The little king of the ant, the Wedgethorn, shook his antennae, suppressed the ants that were ready to move around, and explained awkwardly, Bamboo, they don't recognize your breath. I only have the strength of an intermediate warrior, and the soldier ants I cultivated are very low in intelligence and have poor discrimination ability. Wild beasts are often attracted by the force plants. I am worried about hurting the life seeds, so I ordered the ant colony to intercept them from a distance. Okay, I got it. Bamboo waved his antennae, and with a thought, the steel wire that bound the goods broke. The spider silk bags are broken. Baizu, quickly find a good location. Dig a cave. Move the things in and store them. Okay. Baiju glared at the Wedgethorn provocatively, and walked slowly along the cliff, checking and choosing a location. Next, it and the little Baiju will stay in the canyon and dig deep underground. Bamboo looked around and found that the state of the Wedgethorn cherry God-given seeds had improved significantly, and the Wedgethorn's life seeds were growing well. The force around the canyon is very thin, not in a normal state. The mental power scanned carefully and found that there was excavated loose soil under the plant, and there were also scattered raw stone powders with exhausted force. Raw stone. Where did it come from? Bamboo waved his tentacles and asked, Wedge, where did Yucha go? Wedge replied, Yucha found an abandoned raw stone vein and went to dig raw stone. Abandoned. Bamboo carefully identified it. And sure enough, there were many impurities in the scattered raw stone powder. How many days have you been out? 21 days. Bamboo heard this, and immediately lost interest. Abandoned mines are just leftovers and have little value. If they are far away, it will be meaningless. Xie Jing secretly glanced at the bag of force food and asked, Bamboo, are these all for me? No. Bamboo pointed his tentacles to the east and said seriously, Xie Jing, if I send you to the opposite continent, we cannot participate in the war of the ant tribe. This is the will of the true God of nature. So, if you go to the opposite continent to survive, we can't help you. Oh. Xie Jing's excitement suddenly disappeared. His tentacles slowly drooped. He lowered his head and said firmly, I can survive by myself. Xie Jing, you have a second choice. Bamboo continued, it just happened that Li Zhufeng encountered a crisis. A potential crisis. So, Xie Jing, you can still follow me and settle in Jinping Mountains. Help me defend the border and resist the beast warriors. Crisis. Where is Yucha? Xie Jing looked up suddenly, his tentacles shaking with excitement, and asked, is Yucha also in Jinping Mountains? Great. Great. Feeling a little dreamy, he asked uncertainly, Bamboo, can I survive in your mountains? I heard that there is no ant kingdom in the 10,000 races continent, only harvester ants that cannot fight. That's not absolute. Bamboo said, as long as you don't cause trouble. Who cares about these border affairs? Bamboo pointed his tentacles at a spider silk bag and said, there are blue blood apricot kernels in it, which are of top quality. They strengthen vitality, and are very good for your growth. You can eat some, but not too much. Just one a day. Xiao Baiyu packed up his things, walked forward, and put down his backpack. Bamboo nodded his tentacles lightly, pointed to the backpack, and said, there are also flower snake fruits in it, which are also of top quality. They strengthen and improve physical fitness. There are 20 of them, all prepared for you. After eating, sleep and upgrade once or twice, and then we will set off. Okay. Wedge Jing shook its tentacles and agreed. Bamboo continued to instruct Xiao Baizhu. Take the electric box and follow me. I will teach you how to use and maintain the water pump. The voltage outputs the current to the outside. There is a transformer and a regulating switch. Xiao Baizu learned some knowledge about electricity very early. The following teaching is very simple. Just tell the structure of the water pump and the principle of operation. There is water accumulation in the canyon puddle, and Bamboo demonstrated on the spot how to use the water pump to drain water. Prefabricate 200 meters of spare water pipes in one breath. Divide it into 2-meter-long sections and some turning joints. Without sealing rubber rings, call Baiyu over, and tell it how to use metal power to force welding. Finally, Baizhu and Xiao Baiyu work together to dig a living cave. Move all kinds of materials in, and store them. Formally started, digging underground, digging vertically, 8-meter deep wells, and reserving some circular stairs for bamboo rat warriors to climb up and down. A vertical pulley was also designed, and the steel cable connected the hanging basket to hoist the excavated gravel upwards. Baizu and Xiaobezu were in charge of digging. Bamboo helped control the rotation of the winch. After watching for a few days, the digging depth exceeded 20 meters, but there was still no sign of raw stone veins, and the rate of the overflow of the original force did not change. Instead, the rock layer became harder and harder, and the difficulty of digging increased. Yucha was late. Bamboo simply stopped watching, and went east alone into the Sakura continent ruled by ants to recover the original force consumed by the first heart in making various metal equipment. This time, he found the right position and directly entered the territory of the destroyed former Mao Ant Kingdom. As expected, the White Termite Kingdom, which won the war, could not completely digest the territory of the Mao Ant Kingdom in a short period of time, and a large area of unowned land appeared. He found a hilltop, hid for a month, recovered fully, and returned to Qijin continent. On the cliff of the canyon, Yucha lazily lay down, enjoying the winter sun, half closed his eyes, and occasionally glanced at the busyness in the canyon. Baiyu and Xiaobezu were responsible for digging. The little king of the wedge ant commanded the ant colony to help transport the excavated gravel out of the deep well. Bamboo! Yucha stood up and asked, is Liju Peak in danger? Is Xie going to settle in Liju Peak? It's just a small group of beast warriors in the northern wilderness. It's okay. Bamboo corrected, Xiejing is not going to settle in Liju Peak, but Yumu Peak. Oh, that's good. Yucha said seriously. Xiejing is not as fierce and warlike as you said. On the contrary, it is very smart and well-behaved. Bamboo nodded his antennae and said, the explosive ant is okay. Much better than the marching ants like the grass ants. Yucha said, Xiejing has just shed its shell and grown once. It is now a second-year intermediate warrior. When do we set off? Bamboo said. The journey is too long. Let's wait until it reaches the third age before leaving. Yucha asked, where are its live seeds? Bamboo said, the wedge-shaped cherry tree seeds? Take them back. Yunwu Peak should be able to be planted. Wedge-shaped noticed Bamboo's return and ran over. Hearing the conversation between Yucha and Bamboo, he asked, Bamboo, where are the live seeds I have planted? They have grown very tall. What should I do? Bamboo said, leave them here. Let Baiju and Zaya Beza take care of them for you. This trip back to Liju Peak will take 45 days by sea and 110 days by land. And it needs to be smooth sailing. In addition, I will carry you and run fast. So there is no way to bring the live seeds back alive. Oh, Xiejing was obviously a little worried. And he carefully said, those two bamboo rat warriors don't look like they know how to manage plants. Bamboo said, Baiju has been with me for nearly 100 years and has experience in managing plants. Little Baiju is smart. If you teach it, it will learn quickly, and there will be no problems. Yucha said, Bamboo, I'm afraid the raw stones you brought this time are not enough. The ship's carrying capacity is limited. Bamboo came here mainly with 15 bags of top-quality force food, which were left for Baiju and Little Baiju. 3 force crystals for Xiejing's divine seeds. Ordinary raw stones were too heavy, so he only brought 10,000, which were used to replenish the force for Xiejing's life plants. The natural force beside the canyon is thin, and the force plants need to replenish the force to grow normally. The raw stones brought this time are indeed not sufficient. Bamboo, I don't think there's anything to dig in this canyon? Yucha suggested. I found an abandoned raw stone vein. Why don't you let the big and small Baiju go over there and try? Bamboo walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down. In the past month, Baiju and Zaya Bezu had only dug less than 40 meters down. Due to various factors, they dug slower and slower as they went down. Yeah, that makes sense. There's no rush for the canyon. Let them dig slowly in the next 2 years. Bamboo asked, Yucha, is it far? Yucha replied, a bit far. Bamboo encouraged his mind and called, Baiju, you come up first.